In a world where fate can be rewritten, Su Qingchuan finds himself reborn in 1994, a year marked by tragedy. With a billionaire status, he is determined to change the past, his mother losing her legs, his sister's life slipping away, and his beloved lost forever. Armed with knowledge and resolve, he vows to avert these heartbreaking events. As he navigates the challenges of adolescence, he must confront the ghosts of his past while striving to forge a brighter future. Will he succeed in rewriting his destiny, or will history repeat itself? A gripping tale of resilience and redemption awaits. In this journey of self-discovery, Su Qingchuan battles against the odds to reclaim what was lost, determined to protect his family and create a new legacy. With each choice he makes, the stakes rise, leading to unexpected alliances and heartbreaks. Will he have the strength to change his family's fate and rewrite the narrative of their lives? The clock is ticking, and every decision counts as he steps into a world of second chances. The air was filled with a cacophony of voices, and before him lay a sea of crimson. Su Qingchuan rubbed his eyes, dispersing the blood-red haze. Stay still, the ambulance will arrive shortly. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility for this accident, he said. It was only then that he became aware of his own position, sprawled on the roadside, with abrasions on his left forearm and calf. A young woman, probably in her 20s and strikingly beautiful, crouched beside him, her voice trembling slightly, clearly shaken by the incident. As Su Qingchuan looked at her, and then at the Lexus not far away, memories cascaded into his mind like an avalanche, flooding his brain. This was a recollection he had long buried, too painful to revisit. On June 7, 1994, at 8:49 a.m., in the second section of Shuefu Street in the eastern part of Anqing, driven by anxiety to reach an exam, Su Qingchuan had scaled the median barrier, only to be struck by a Lexus, rendering him unconscious. He awoke 4 days later, after the college entrance examination had concluded. During his 4 days of unconsciousness, the Su family faced a catastrophic upheaval, as fate played a cruel joke on him that day. An explosion at the factory where his mother worked resulted in a tragic accident, claiming 7 lives and injuring 12, leaving his mother permanently disabled. On the same day, his sister collapsed at school and was later diagnosed with chronic myeloid leukemia. In an instant, their once complete family was shattered. His father nearly succumbed to despair, but the driver responsible for the accident compensated the Su family with 150,000 yuan and lent them an additional 200,000 yuan to help them through their darkest hours. Yet his sister ultimately succumbed. This debt remained until Su Qingchuan rose to the position of Chief Operating Officer at Rongxing Group. Contemplating these events, Su Qingchuan felt no inclination to remain on the ground. With great effort, he rose and said, "It's unnecessary, I am fine. Please, do not move around. You risk worsening your injuries," the young woman urged with concern. "I assure you, I am merely grazed. I can find a clinic to tend to it myself. I must return to my exam," he replied resolutely. Seeing his determination, the woman produced a business card along with 400 yuan, offering, "Here is my contact information. Should you experience any health issues, you can reach out to me. I will take full responsibility. Use this money to treat your wounds, and I will cover all subsequent medical expenses." Su Qingchuan tucked the card into his pocket, murmuring his gratitude before limping away. The woman watched his retreating figure for a long moment before departing in her vehicle. He found a nearby clinic to address his injuries, and then hailed a taxi to the school gate, where he used a public phone to reach the communication room of his mother's factory. After a 5-minute wait, his mother appeared, breathless. "Who is it?" "Mom, it's me, Qingchuan. Something has happened to my sister. You must hurry to the hospital," he urged. "What has happened to your sister?" His mother grew anxious. "She fainted. It's quite serious. Dad has already taken her to the People's Hospital, but he cannot manage alone. Please hurry. I will come right after my exam," Su Qingchuan explained. "All right. I will take leave immediately," his mother replied. "Do not worry. Your sister has your father and me. Focus on your exam and achieve good results." "Yes, I will," Su Qingchuan assured her before hanging up. He immediately dialed his father's pager number, leaving a message for him to return the call. After a brief wait at the shop, his phone rang, and he swiftly answered. "This is Su Xinjian. Who is calling?" "Dad, it's Qingchuan. Where are you?" "I'm restocking. Aren't you supposed to be at the exam? Why are you calling now?" "Dad, listen, something has happened to my sister. You need to come back." "Don't be ridiculous. She was fine when I left. What could have happened? You should focus on your exam instead of making up stories to fool me," his father replied. Dad, she really is in trouble. If you don't return quickly, it will be too late. Hurry, and remember to bring Uncle Qin with you. Hearing his son's urgent tone, Su Xinjian grew concerned for his daughter. All right, I will head back right away. Remember to bring Uncle Qin. It is crucial. I am running out of time. I must go take my exam. Don't forget to bring Uncle Qin. Before Su Xinjian could inquire further, the call ended. This child is acting strangely. Why would my daughter need Uncle Qin? He wondered, but eventually heeding his son's instructions, he summoned his good friend Uncle Qin to accompany him back to the apartment building. Su Qingchuan insisted on his father bringing Uncle Qin because he could not bear the thought of a blossoming young girl losing her father. He rushed into the campus, locating his examination room, where the proctor checked his admission ticket before allowing him entry. Seated in the examination hall, Su Qingchuan silently vowed that if fate granted him a second chance, he would fight with every ounce of strength to alter his destiny. The tragedies of his previous life would never be allowed to repeat themselves. After completing the morning language examination, he hurried to the hospital, where he coincidentally encountered his father at the payment desk. Dad, Su Qingchuan approached briskly. What did the doctor say? The doctor recommends a period of hospitalization for observation while we await the specific diagnostic report. However, he advised me to prepare for the possibility of unfavorable results. By the way, there was an explosion at your mother's factory, resulting in several fatalities. Uncle Qin asked me to thank you. Had you not insisted on calling him, he might not have made it either. Caught between devastating news and a glimmer of hope, Su Qingchuan was unsure how to respond. Go to the ward. I will step out to buy lunch, his father instructed. Let us not inform your sister of her condition, just why to Su Qingchuan nodded. I understand. Upon entering the ward, he found his sister, Su Qingxian, just having received an injection, tears streaming down her face. She had always been afraid of needles. However, upon seeing her brother, a smile returned to her delicate features. Brother, aren't you taking the exam? Why are you here at the hospital? Su Qingxian inquired. Su Qingchuan, observing the pallor of her face, instinctively clenched his fists, taking a few deep breaths to suppress the sorrow swelling within him. He approached her, adjusting her blanket. Even exams require nourishment. How did it go this morning? Su Qingxian inquired once more. Su Qingchuan replied, You needn't concern yourself with me. Focus on your recovery. That is what truly matters. How are you feeling? Su Qingxian smiled cheerfully, saying, Brother, these are just old ailments I've grown accustomed to. Just wait and see. I'll be discharged in a few days. Suddenly, Su Qingchuan felt a pang of sorrow. The more optimistic his sister appeared, the heavier his heart felt. In his memories, after his sister was diagnosed with leukemia, she never lamented her fate, but maintained a steadfastly positive outlook. Though unable to attend school, she diligently pursued self-study for 3 years of high school, encouraging her family to refrain from worrying or feeling sorrowful for her. After 3 years of battling the illness, his sister ultimately succumbed. That day, Su Qingchuan had just finished class when he received a call from their father, who informed him that his sister was not doing well and wished to see her brother one last time. Su Qingchuan frantically rushed to the hospital, arriving at the ward to find his sister in her final moments. His arrival ignited a flicker of will within Su Qingxian. She grasped her brother's hand and spoke softly. Brother, I'm leaving now. Don't think too much about me. Brother, it hurts so much. Brother, take good care of mom and dad. Brother, as his sister's hand slowly slipped from his grasp, Su Qingchuan broke into anguished tears. Brother, why are you crying? Su Qingxian raised her hand to wipe the tears from her brother's face, saying, I'm fine, please don't cry. Su Qingchuan had been lost in memories and, unable to control his emotions, his sister's gentle voice pulled him back, prompting him to turn his head away, saying, The wind is strong. Sand got into my eyes. Wind? Where's the wind? The windows aren't even open. Brother, you're not lying, are you? Su Qingxian chuckled. Su Qingchuan lightly flicked her forehead. You little rascal. Brother, please tell Dad that I don't want to stay in the hospital. The high school entrance exam is approaching. I need to go back and prepare. I want to attend the same high school and university as you. Su Qingxian declared. Su Qingchuan took her hand, saying, Regardless of the entrance exam or the college entrance examination, your health is far more important. You have various tests this afternoon, and you can only be discharged once we confirm that you are not in serious condition. Until then, just rest here and don't overthink. Chapter 2. The foolish one. Su Qingxian let out a pitiful sigh. Perhaps due to her frequent visits to the hospital since childhood, She harbored a strong aversion to this place. If given a choice, she would prefer not to linger even a second longer in the hospital. Qingchuan consoled her, saying, "All right, do not be disheartened. If the examination reveals no serious issues, I will take you home immediately. For now, you just need to rest here. Whatever you desire, just tell your brother, and I shall procure it for you." Qingxian tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, "Brother, there is indeed something I particularly wish for." "What is it?" he inquired. "I want to see your university admission letter." Gazing into his sister's clear eyes, Qingchuan instinctively tightened his grip on her hand and said, "You little rascal. All right, I promise I will show you an admission letter from a prestigious university." In his previous life, Qingchuan had successfully gained admission to a renowned university after repeating a year. Due to financial difficulties, he managed to secure a scholarship for underprivileged students, and coupled with his part-time work, he graduated without ever asking his family for a dime. After graduation, while most of his classmates chose to pursue further studies, Qingchuan relinquished his opportunity for graduate school and plunged into the business world. He yearned for wealth, an abundance of it. The lack of money had prevented his sister from receiving proper medical treatment, and it had cost their mother her legs. This insatiable desire for money transformed him. In his relentless pursuit of wealth, he lost his moral compass, becoming bloodthirsty, greedy, and cruel. Although he amassed considerable riches and attained a high status in a short period, he also made countless enemies, ultimately falling victim to treachery and meeting a tragic end on the streets. Fate granted him a second chance. This time, he vowed not to employ the same unscrupulous methods to acquire wealth. Instead, he would earn it honorably, ensuring that every penny he earned could withstand the scrutiny of the sun. "Brother, you are the best," Qingxian exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. "Have you decided which school to apply to?" Qingchuan replied, "I've known for a long time. It's the University of Finance. That is surely a good choice." "Brother, your grades are excellent," Qingxian responded. "I wonder which university Qingchuan's elder sister is applying to. Could it be the University of Finance as well?" Qingchuan playfully tapped her on the head. "That is not something you need to worry about. Qingchuan's elder sister is such a lovely girl," Qingxian said, her lips curling into a smile revealing two delicate dimples. "I wish for her to become my sister-in-law. You little schemer, get some rest. I'll step out to buy a few things." Stepping out of the ward, he encountered his father, who sighed heavily, and his mother, who was dabbing at her tears. It seemed the results had already been revealed. Qingchuan steadied himself and approached them, calling out, "Mom, Dad." "Qingchuan." His mother quickly wiped her tears. "It's getting late. You should head back to take your exam. Your father and I will keep an eye on things here." Qingchuan asked, "Has my sister's diagnosis come through?" Qingxian nodded. "Don't concern yourself with that. Focus on your exam for now. We can discuss it later." "Father, how can I concentrate on my exam if you don't tell me?" After a moment's hesitation, Qingxian handed over the diagnosis report to his son. The report clearly stated the diagnosis: chronic myeloid leukemia. Unfortunately, the targeted medication had yet to be developed, and the only treatment option was a bone marrow transplant. Not to mention the exorbitant costs, even finding a matching donor was a daunting task. In 1994, the domestic bone marrow registry was still in its infancy, lacking a systematic approach, and the number of donors was exceedingly scarce. It could be said that a healthy bone marrow donor would have hundreds, if not thousands, of competitors, and the prerequisite was wealth. For the impoverished, such an illness meant a waiting game for death. Qingchuan let out a sigh and forced a smile, saying, "Mom, Dad, do not worry. The report states that my sister's condition is still in the chronic phase, which is the early stage. With the right medication, her condition can be stabilized. We will wait for a suitable bone marrow match, and as soon as we find one, she will recover." His mother, Su Wei, lamented, "Why must it be your sister? Why not me? She is still so young. She should not have to endure this." Qingchuan grasped his mother's hands firmly, speaking with unwavering conviction, "Mom, do not be sad. Everything will turn out fine. My sister will recover, I promise." After a while of comforting her, his mother's emotions gradually calmed. She glanced at the electronic clock in the hospital corridor and said, "Qingchuan, it's almost 1:30. You should hurry back to school, otherwise you will miss your exam. Oh, here's 5 yuan. Take it and buy something to eat on your way. Mom, please don't worry about me. Go take care of my sister. I will leave now." After attending his afternoon math exam at school, Qingchuan did not rush to the hospital. Instead, he wandered the streets, contemplating plans to earn money. His sister's medical expenses would require a significant sum. Yet his parents were merely ordinary employees with little savings. Within a month, their finances would be depleted, and he would have to resort to borrowing. However, neither his father's nor his mother's siblings were affluent. Piecing together small amounts would hardly resolve the issue. In his previous life, all the financial burden had fallen on his father, who had to care for his mother while earning money for his sister's treatment. Su Qingchuan could only refrain from asking for any money from home, relying solely on his own efforts to cover his school fees. But this time around, he was determined not to follow the same tedious path. He aimed to earn money, and to do so quickly. But what approach would lead him to his first pot of gold? Distracted, Su Qingchuan purchased a pack of Ashurma from a roadside shop. As he paid, a business card caught his eye. Qijia. How could he have forgotten her? In his previous life, the Su family had weathered the initial hardships largely due to the 30,000 yuan Qijia had provided. The car accident had been primarily his fault. Had he not crossed the road recklessly, Qijia would not have hit him. Logically, she should have sought compensation from him. Yet, Qijia, with her inherent kindness and compassion, did not blame him for the incident. Instead, she took on all the responsibility. Later, when the Su family faced dire straits, she generously offered them money under the guise of compensation and eventually lent them 200,000 yuan to help them through their crisis. In the end, Su Qingchuan repaid the money, yet at that time, Qijia had fallen victim to emotional deception. Disheartened, she liquidated the company's assets and subsequently traveled abroad. The two never crossed paths again, though Qijia would occasionally send Su Qingchuan an email to update him on her life. The last message from Qijia remained vividly etched in Su Qingchuan's memory, consisting of merely 3 words, "Big fool." Su Qingchuan was perplexed by its meaning and, upon inquiring through a reply, received no further response. Thus, Qijia completely vanished from his life in this manner. Chapter 3. One must be shameless in business. Using the public telephone at a small convenience store, Su Qingchuan called Qijia. After 5 rings, the call was answered. "Hello, who is this?" came Qijia's somewhat fatigued voice from the receiver. "Hello, Miss Qi. I am the student you bumped into this morning." "Oh, did you go to the hospital for an examination? What was the result? Just tell me the amount, and I will have my assistant deliver it to you." Qijia was rather straightforward. Su Qingchuan's call was clearly about money in her eyes. Su Qingchuan shook his head. "Miss Qi, you misunderstand. I am not here to ask for money. I wish to discuss something with you in person." "A face-to-face meeting?" Qijia furrowed her brow. "All right, when?" Su Qingchuan replied. "Is this evening acceptable? The location is at Tianfu Tea House, directly across from Anzhou." "Fine. As you wish." Qijia concluded the call. Su Qingchuan hurried home to change his attire. His current outfit bore too strong a resemblance to a student. He rummaged through his wardrobe and donned his father's suit, which transformed his entire demeanor. Rushing to Tianfu Tea House, he discovered that Qijia had already arrived. She was adorned in a white blouse and black trousers, complemented by a pair of exceptionally fashionable black pointed heels. Her presence exuded the powerful aura of a career woman, instilling a sense of awe in those around her. "Miss Qi, you arrived quite early," Su Qingchuan remarked. Qijia cut straight to the point. "Student, my time is limited. Please state your request directly. As long as it is reasonable, I can accommodate you." Su Qingchuan chuckled softly. "Miss Qi, you truly misunderstand. I am not here to demand compensation. I wish to propose a collaboration." Qijia appeared quite startled. "Student, do you realize what you are saying? You are a student who has yet to attend university. What collaboration could we possibly have? Just name your figure. I am genuinely pressed for time." Su Qingchuan continued. "Miss Qi, your company is likely vying for the regional agency rights for Ericsson, correct?" Qijia's expression shifted abruptly. "Where did you hear that?" Su Qingchuan thought to himself. "Naturally, you informed me. Albeit in a past life." It was not difficult to deduce. By following the news and newspapers, coupled with the company name printed on Miss Qi's business card, analysis led to that conclusion. Qijia's expression fluctuated. She did not believe a single word of Su Qingchuan's statement. The only possibility she could conceive was that there was a leak within the company. However, the issue was that leaks must be directed towards a suitable recipient. What use would it be to leak information to a high school student? And this very student had the misfortune of being the one she collided with. Such coincidences were hard to fathom. Qijia sensed a conspiracy at play, but she could not decipher what the other party stood to gain. Su Qingchuan did not expect to convince Qijia with such simple words. After all, they had only met twice and his identity as a soon-to-be college student held little weight. "Miss Qi, the era of analog signals is about to conclude, and the digital communication age is imminent. Entering the market at this juncture is the wisest choice. Undoubtedly, Ericsson will launch the first Chinese mobile phone next year, addressing the primary dilemma faced by mobile users, namely, their inability to comprehend English. After speaking, Qingchuan retrieved a small notebook from his pocket. This is a mobile phone user guide I compiled. It is still rather rudimentary, but I would appreciate your perusal. Skeptical, Qi took the notebook and flipped through a couple of pages, her eyes widening in disbelief. Did you really write this? Qingchuan sipped his tea. Yes, I completed it overnight. Some translations may be somewhat crude, so I asked for your understanding. Suddenly, Qi blurted out a sentence in English, and Qingchuan recognized her intention. Responding in kind, the two engaged in a spirited exchange of dialogue in English, drawing the attention of nearby tea drinkers who mistook them for foreign acquaintances. You do possess some talent, Qi remarked. The child of a poor family must strive to absorb knowledge fervently. Only in this way can we bridge the gap with the privileged, Qingchuan replied. This user guide should alleviate some of your concerns, Miss Qi. Qi lightly tapped her fingers against the cover of the booklet, subconsciously biting her lower lip. Unbeknownst to her, this gesture was incredibly alluring, amplified by her stunning beauty, which was simply captivating. Qingchuan, with experiences from 2 lifetimes, found it somewhat unbearable and hastily sipped his tea to mask his embarrassment. After a brief pause, Qi said, this user manual could indeed enhance our bargaining power, but the company has encountered some minor issues recently. Even with your manual, it may be challenging to secure the agency rights. Qingchuan was well aware of the issues plaguing Qi's company, having heard her mention them on multiple occasions in a past life. However, he did not have the luxury of time to assist her in resolving these matters. He urgently required initial capital to facilitate the subsequent plans. Miss Qi, I possess a comprehensive marketing strategy that guarantees you will secure the agency rights for Ericsson, Qingchuan asserted. Qi, skeptical, responded, do elaborate. Qingchuan retrieved the booklet, flipped it to the back, and sketched a simple illustration. The first depicted the most popular mobile phone of the time, with the upper half being a solid representation and the lower half a mere shadow, accompanied by the phrase, I am about to be obsolete. Next, he presented a second drawing, where the mobile phone had completely transformed into a shadow, with the question, who will replace me? Finally, the third illustration depicted the phone as Ericsson, with the words, Ericsson GH388 digital phone, the darling of the new era. Qingchuan slid the booklet forward. Miss Qi, follow this sequence for your advertising campaign. The more grandiose, the better. Consider television, newspapers, and even radio. The interval between each advertisement should not exceed 3 days, preserving the suspense while preventing consumer disinterest. Qi was astonished by Qingchuan's marketing acumen. This was not the thinking of a high school student, but rather the ingenuity of someone seasoned in the advertising industry for decades. Are you truly just a high school student? Qi inquired. Qingchuan shrugged, absolutely. This promotional plan will attract a multitude of distributors in a short time. With these distributors in hand, negotiating with Ericsson will become significantly easier. Qingchuan explained. Qi expressed concern. Isn't this akin to deception? We have yet to secure the agency rights, and we are already advertising for Ericsson. Could this not be construed as commercial fraud? Qingchuan smiled and remarked, these matters are not even mentioned in the advertisement. If we were to analyze it thoroughly, we could even tell the general agent of Ericsson that this is a public service advertisement, and your company, believing in the promising future of digital mobile phones, has voluntarily invested in advertising across major media platforms. Qi found herself momentarily speechless, as Qingchuan's words only led her to think of 3 words, shameless. Chapter 4. The Futures Market. In the end, Qi could not resist the allure of this marketing scheme. Moreover, the agency rights for Alisai Xing were indeed crucial for the company. Failing to secure them could spell disaster. All right, let us proceed as you suggested. Qi conceded. Classmate, you have been an immense help to me. What is it that you desire? Qingchuan replied, I require 200,000. Qi furrowed her brow slightly. Hesitating to respond immediately, Qingchuan, unhurried, leisurely sipped his tea, allowing Qi time to contemplate. After a few moments, Qi finally said, very well, it is too late to withdraw money from the bank today. Tomorrow, I shall instruct my assistant to deliver the funds to you. Qingchuan let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank you, Miss Qi. Should any issues arise with this plan, feel free to reach out to me. I assure you I will assist in resolving them. Furthermore, if your company ultimately fails to obtain the agency rights for Alisai Xing, I shall return the 200,000 to you in full. Qi Jie replied, that is unnecessary. This scheme is exceptionally sound and, in my estimation, worth every penny. Besides, I did cause you an injury. It is only right that I provide you with some compensation. Now, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Goodbye, Miss Qi, Su Qingchuan said as he stood to bid her farewell. The following morning, after completing his physics exam, Su Qingchuan encountered Qi Jie's assistant at the school gate. You must be Su, right? Qizong asked me to give this to you. The assistant handed over a brand new bank card and whispered, the password is 6 zeros. Su Qingchuan received the card, tucking it securely away, and nodded, thank you for your efforts. After parting with the assistant, he hurried to the securities trading center in Anqing. The financial market was the quickest avenue for Su Qingchuan to amass wealth. The year 1994 was tumultuous for the stock market. The Shanghai and Shenzhen stock exchanges plummeted from over 2,000 points to 300, only to gradually rise to over 1,050 points following the government's intervention. This volatility shattered dreams for numerous investors while making others overnight millionaires. Upon entering the trading hall of the securities center, Su Qingchuan was greeted by a massive LED display showcasing fluctuating stock prices, all of which were engulfed in a sea of green, devoid of any red. Since the previous year, the domestic stock market had been in decline, steadily eroding investors' confidence. With no governmental rescue measures in sight, investors felt they were staring into an abyss with no glimmer of hope. Many chose to exit the market at this juncture, unaware that merely enduring for another 3 months would usher in a dawn of recovery. Classmate, this is a securities trading center, not a shopping mall. Have you taken a wrong turn? A staff member approached briskly and, upon seeing Su Qingchuan's school uniform, questioned him. I am here to open an account, not to play around, Su Qingchuan replied. The staff member regarded him skeptically and said with a smirk, do you even know what securities are? Yet you come here to open an account? Go about your business, don't waste my time. Su Qingchuan calmly responded, I am not jesting. If you are unable to assist me, I will seek help elsewhere. I am over 18. The securities company has no grounds to refuse my request. Recognizing the seriousness in Su Qingchuan's demeanor, the staff member relented, aware that he was earnest. Very well, follow me, the staff member said. At the account opening counter. After completing a risk assessment form, Su Qingchuan officially obtained trading accounts for the Shanghai and Shenzhen stock markets, as well as for the futures exchange. Following negotiations, he successfully reduced the trading commission from 3 per thousand to 1 per thousand. Compared to the 3 per 10,000 of later years, the commission in 1994 was considerably high, yet Su Qingchuan's extensive financial knowledge left the account opening staff member astounded, ultimately leading to the acceptance of the 1 per thousand rate. In addition to opening an account, Su Qingchuan also rented a position in a trading room. In 1994, only trading rooms were equipped with computers, which were necessary for real-time transactions. During this time, both the stock and futures markets were underperforming, and at least half of the trading rooms in the Anqing Securities Center were vacant, with individuals willing to pay for rentals. The staff eagerly welcomed the business. Traversing the trading hall, Su Qingchuan took a private elevator to the 4th floor, designated as the VIP area for futures trading. Scattered across the room were dozens of computers. He approached his rented computer, tested its performance, and found it satisfactory. While it could not compare to modern standards, the internet speed in 1994 was still quite commendable. As Su Qingchuan logged into his account and prepared to take action, he was suddenly startled by a loud exclamation. Damn it! The outburst caught him off guard, causing him to flinch in his seat. Turning to locate the source, he saw a middle-aged man standing at a computer, perspiring profusely, his expression twisted in distress. Xiaozhong, come here quickly and help me figure this out. The man shouted. The individual referred to as Xiaozhong was a trading advisor, who rushed over upon hearing the call. Lu Zong, what is the matter? He inquired. Lu Zong gestured towards the computer, his voice trembling. You see for yourself. Xiaozhong peered at the screen and gasped in shock. The trading interface displayed that Lu Zong had shorted 60 contracts of Xinqi on the 28th of last month and had held on to them until today, having submitted additional margin 4 times in between. However, contrary to Lu Zong's expectations, Xinqi's price had not fallen but had skyrocketed. The outcome was dire. He faced either the need to continue providing margin or the risk of a total loss. Lu Zong, Xiaozhong exclaimed, I warned you that futures differ from stocks. One cannot open positions recklessly. You have opened so many at once that you won't have time to adjust if risk arises. Lu Zong, wiping sweat from his brow, muttered weakly, last month, Qingchuan's price dropped significantly, and international tin prices were also declining. I saw no signs of recovery in the short term, especially with the Federal Reserve continuously raising rates. I thought Qingchuan's price might fall further, which is why I opened so many positions. I never anticipated it would suddenly surge. Xiao Zhang, both amused and exasperated, replied, Lu Zong, I told you on your first day here not to heed rumors, yet you refused to believe me. If those rumors were truly reliable, would those spreading them be so kind as to share? While you still can, it's best to close your positions. The longer you wait, the more you'll lose. Lu Zong, still reluctant, asked, Is there truly no other way? Xiao Zhang remarked, This is the best approach. However, I hold a differing opinion. A voice interjected abruptly, The price of Qingchuan is bound to decline. If it were me, I would choose to swiftly liquidate my positions when the price reaches the threshold of 24,000, and then reverse to take a long position. This way, I should be able to recover a substantial portion of the losses. Moreover, since you have already held your position to this extent, why not wait a little longer? Who are you to speak so boldly? Xiao Zhang retorted, feeling somewhat irritated. How dare a mere student comment on the futures market? Who brought him here? This is absurd. Qingchuan remained unfazed, stating, I merely offered a suggestion out of goodwill. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. General Lu interjected, I find this young fellow's perspective quite reasonable. Xiao Zhang frowned and said, General Lu, do you really trust the words of a mere child? General Lu ignored him and focused his gaze on Qingchuan, asking, Young man, how confident are you? About 60 to 70%, Qingchuan replied, though in truth, he possessed complete certainty, as he was fully aware of the price trends of Qingchuan over the past year. This was indeed the advantage of rebirth. However, claiming absolute certainty might raise suspicion, so stating a probability of 60 to 70% was sufficient for someone like General Lu, who was already deeply invested. Enough, enough. General Lu rubbed his hands together. If you can truly help me recover my losses, I, Lu Chang, will not treat you unjustly. Qingchuan raised a single finger. If we manage to turn losses into gains, I would require your entire margin as compensation. What do you think? Chapter 5, First Love Deal. Lu Chang declared decisively. Beside him, Xiao Zhang immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, President Lu, please don't jest. He is merely a student. What does he know about futures trading? You must listen to me and close your position to mitigate losses. Lu Chang waved his hand dismissively, stating, the worst that could happen is a margin call. Given the extent of our losses, why not take one more gamble? In essence, Lu Chang was exhibiting a classic gambler's mentality, convinced that he could turn the tide in his favor. Qingchuan, in his past life, had encountered numerous individuals of this ilk, yet few met with favorable outcomes. Whether in stocks or futures, the emergence of gambling instincts signaled the imminent approach of an exit. Fortunately for Lu Chang, fate had aligned him with Qingchuan. Had he heeded the advice of this trading consultant, he would have been driven to despair within days. Always remember, Qingchuan cautioned, when the price returns to the 24,000 line, do not hesitate to close your position decisively. This price point will not linger for long. If you miss it, there will be no return, and you will inevitably face a margin call. Lu Chang nodded in acknowledgement, observing that his client was now dazed and confused by the words of this student. Xiao Zhang turned away in frustration. Let it be. If he refuses to heed the advice of a seasoned trading consultant and chooses to trust a student, he deserves to incur losses. Young brother, may I have your contact information? Lu Chang inquired. Should any issues arise, I wish to reach you promptly. Qingchuan replied, I possess neither a phone nor a pager, but I will be at the trading center for the next 2 days. So there is no need for concern. Very well, Lu Chang acquiesced. Lastly, I must remind you, do not increase your position. If you do, our association will no longer be relevant, understood? Lu Chang swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of unease as his gaze shifted elsewhere. This young man was remarkable. He had penetrated the depths of his thoughts. Is he truly just a high school student? The youth of today are indeed extraordinary. Qingchuan glanced at the time. He had half an hour until his afternoon examination, prompting him to hastily take his leave and catch a taxi back to school. The subjects for the afternoon were chemistry and biology, followed by English the next morning, marking the conclusion of the Gaokao. After the afternoon exams, Su Qingchuan first purchased some fruit before heading to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, he was suddenly called from behind. "Qingchuan, wait." The voice, akin to a beam of light, instantly dispelled the gloom in Su Qingchuan's heart. His hand, holding the plastic bag, trembled slightly. He slowly turned to see a girl in a white dress running towards him. With flowing long hair, exquisite features, and gentle brows, Qingchuan resembled a fawn prancing in the forest, bounding straight into the depths of Su Qingchuan's heart. They were quintessential childhood sweethearts, having grown up together in a workers' compound. Attending the same kindergarten through high school, their academic achievements on par with one another. Many regarded them as a match made in heaven, with their parents never interfering in their relationship, tacitly approving of their bond. Yet, in their youthful innocence, they approached their feelings with great restraint, neither daring to take the first step until the day of the Gaokao, when everything changed dramatically. Su Qingchuan missed his examination, his mother was injured in a boiler explosion, losing her legs, and his sister was diagnosed with chronic myeloid leukemia. The Su family crumbled in an instant. On that same day, Qingchuan too lost her father, who was inside the factory's boiler room at the time of the explosion, dying on the spot. By the time Su Qingchuan awakened from his coma, Qingchuan and her mother had already departed Anqing for another city. They did not even have the chance for a final farewell. The immense financial burden left Su Qingchuan little room for contemplation. To alleviate his father's worries, he juggled repeating his studies with working, reducing his daily sleep to under 4 hours and limiting his living expenses to 2 yuan, subsisting on a few steamed buns paired with pickled vegetables and tap water. Nevertheless, the financial chasm continued to widen. Had it not been for Qi Jia's assistance, the father-son duo might have been utterly overwhelmed. Despite the hardships, Su Qingchuan never relinquished his academic pursuits, understanding that only by gaining admission to a prestigious university could he secure a promising job, which in turn would yield a substantial salary. A high school diploma could only afford him the bare necessities. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, Su Qingchuan graduated from university and entered the business world. It was during this time that he encountered his childhood sweetheart once more, albeit on television. Qingchuan had become a household name, her debut album achieving sales exceeding 1 million copies, a remarkable feat in the 1990s. Watching her perform passionately on stage brought tears to Su Qingchuan's eyes. The bond he shared with Qingchuan was irrevocably sealed at that moment. Years passed, and Su Qingchuan emerged as a notable figure in the business realm, perpetually surrounded by admirers. Yet, he had become jaded by wealth, viewing women solely as distractions that impeded his financial pursuits. He rejected all advances from women, but whether his desire to focus entirely on making money stemmed from genuine ambition or an inability to let go of someone remained a secret known only to Su Qingchuan himself. On the Qixi Festival of 2005, Su Qingchuan would forever remember this day, for it was the day Qingchuan passed away. An assistant discovered her lifeless body at home. Upon autopsy, a significant quantity of undissolved sleeping pills was found in her stomach. Qingchuan left no words behind, rendering the cause of her death a mystery. The management company remained tight-lipped, transferring all of her personal finances to her mother 3 days after her demise, intentions of severance all too apparent. Qingchuan's mother, surnamed Li, whom Su Qingchuan affectionately called Auntie Li, had poured all her efforts into her daughter following the loss of her husband. Now, with her daughter gone, Auntie Li endured her grief as she sorted through her daughter's belongings, discovering a brown leather diary, its cover embossed with their names in gold foil, one belonging to her daughter Qingchuan, and the other to Su Qingchuan. Auntie Li could not bear to read further. She returned to Anqing and personally handed the diary to Su Qingchuan. Su Qingchuan clutched his notebook, his hands trembling as though afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Upon finishing the final page, he realized that this was no mere diary. It was a testament to Qingchuan's love for him. For all these years, she had been waiting for him, ready to follow him without hesitation the moment he uttered those 3 words. Yet, Su Qingchuan lacked even the courage to meet her face to face. In that instant, his heart turned to ashes. His inability to protect his sister and mother stemmed from his weakness, while his failure to safeguard Qingchuan was a consequence of his cowardice. In the past, Su Qingchuan had conducted business with a degree of restraint, but after Qingchuan's demise, his approach became ruthless and unyielding. He became merciless towards himself and relentless in his dealings with rivals. He obsessively amassed wealth, subsequently pouring every last cent into the stock market. driven by a singular purpose, to ensure the utter ruin of the entertainment company where Qingchuan had worked. He succeeded. The company's chairman, along with every responsible figure, faced collective bankruptcy, with the chairman ultimately succumbing to despair and taking his own life by jumping into the sea due to insurmountable debts. However, Su Qingchuan paid a heavy price for his actions. His brutal methods instilled fear in many, yet equally ignited intense resentment. To dismantle the entertainment company, he engaged in numerous clandestine activities. Yet, in a world where no secret remains hidden, these incriminating actions were eventually uncovered by those with ulterior motives, who used them to blackmail Su Qingchuan. When he approached the individual who held his secrets, bringing with him 2 large suitcases of cash, he was ambushed. 8 assailants descended upon him with fists and feet, ultimately casting him from the building. From the 28th floor, he shattered upon impact. Yet, fate allowed Su Qingchuan to survive in a different guise. In this life, he was determined not only to alter the destinies of his family, but also to reshape Qingchuan's fate. Chapter 6. The college entrance examination concluded. Why are you staring at me like that? Qingchuan inquired, noticing Su Qingchuan lost in thought. Regaining his composure, Su Qingchuan replied, "It's simply because you are exceptionally beautiful." With a playful scoff, Qingchuan asked, "Did you hear? The boiler room at the silkworm factory exploded yesterday, claiming several lives. My father was supposed to be on duty today, but he was called away by Uncle Xinjian halfway through. Otherwise, he might have been in danger too. Just thinking about it terrifies me. Uncle Qin is a fortunate man. He will certainly be safe," Su Qingchuan assured her. "What about Qianqian?" Qingchuan pressed. "Leukemia," Su Qingchuan candidly revealed the cause of his sister's affliction. Qingchuan's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? How could Qianqian have leukemia? Perhaps there was an error in the diagnosis? We should get a second opinion at another hospital, she suggested. Su Qingchuan shook his head. There is no mistake. It is indeed leukemia. Fortunately, it is still in the early stages and can be managed with medication. As long as we find a suitable bone marrow match, there is a high probability of recovery. Qingchuan bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. She regarded Qianqian as her own sister, always showering her with love. The bond they shared was profound, with the 2 sisters often whispering secrets to one another. Now, her beloved sister was afflicted, and she felt utterly helpless. Su Qingchuan took her hand gently, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I will earn the money for Qianqian's bone marrow transplant. You need not fret too much." Qingchuan choked back her emotions, but a transplant costs at least hundreds of thousands. "We are just students. Where can we possibly find such money?" Su Qingchuan replied earnestly. "Where there is a will, there is a way. Solutions will always present themselves in the face of difficulties. Adjust your demeanor. Do not let Qianqian see you distressed. What she needs most right now is encouragement." Wiping her tears, Qingchuan forced a smile. "Is this acceptable?" As they entered the hospital room, Su Qingchuan was engrossed in a book. Upon hearing their footsteps, she looked up with surprise, exclaiming, "I knew it was you, brother. I didn't expect you to bring Qingchuan here too." Su Qingchuan smiled. "You can even recognize our footsteps? How impressive." Proudly, Su Qingchuan said, "Of course. I can tell the footsteps of Dad, Mom, brother, and Qingchuan. Indeed, our little Qianqian is the most remarkable," Qingchuan teased as she pinched Su Qingchuan's cheeks. "Look what I brought for you. You mentioned wanting this book last time, and I went to several Xinhua bookstores to find it. Here it is. Wow, Jane Eyre." Su Qingchuan cheered, but quickly hushed herself upon remembering they were in a hospital. "Qingchuan, how are you so kind? Take good care of yourself, and once you are discharged, I will bring you Gone with the Wind. How does that sound?" Qingchuan offered. Su Qingchuan nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Qingchuan did not linger long in the hospital, for she had to continue her exams the next day. After half an hour, she prepared to leave, and Su Qingchuan accompanied her to the bus stop before returning to the hospital. His sister leaned against the headboard, flipping through Jane Eyre. Without looking up, she called out, "Brother, you can really distinguish our footsteps," Su Qingchuan remarked, somewhat astonished. Only then did Su Qingchuan look up, grinning at her brother, revealing her little sharp teeth. "Brother, you should hurry and confess to Qingchuan. She's so beautiful. Once she goes to university, there will be many suitors. If you don't act fast, she might really run off with someone else." Su Qingchuan shot her a stern look. "Your priority is to focus on getting better. Why are you worrying about such things?" With a serene smile, Su Qingchuan replied, "Brother, I want to see you with Qingchuan while I am still alive. I don't want to leave this world with regrets." Su Qingchuan's hand froze in midair, her words piercing his soul like an invisible hand grasping his heart tightly. After a moment of composure, he turned to face his sister, speaking gently yet firmly. Qingchuan, I promise I will take you to explore every corner of this land and even the world. But not now. Right now, you must focus on your recovery. I assure you, in just one summer, I will earn enough money for your treatment. Su Qingchuan was taken aback by this statement, her eyes wide with alarm. Brother, are you going to rob a bank? Amused by her imagination, Su Qingchuan ruffled her hair. Robbing a bank is best left to the bandits. Your brother does not possess such skills. Every penny I earn will withstand the scrutiny of the law. So rest assured. Though unsure of how he would manage to acquire hundreds of thousands in just 2 months, Su Qingchuan believed in him wholeheartedly. In her eyes, her brother was capable of anything. At that moment, their parents entered the room, with their mother carrying a thermal container containing Su Qingchuan's dinner. After eating, Su Qingchuan quickly fell asleep. And Su Qingchuan utilized the light from the bedside lamp to review his studies in preparation for the final day of exams. The following morning at 11, Su Qingchuan submitted his exam paper early and left the examination hall, marking the conclusion of his college entrance examination. The reason for submitting the paper early is that Su Qingchuan must hasten to the securities center before the trading hours conclude. Today, the price of Xinxi is likely to experience significant fluctuations. Should that General Liu disregard his advice or be swayed by his trading consultant, Su Qingchuan's initial margin could be jeopardized. More importantly, Su Qingchuan is tasked with managing his own account, as the funds for his sister's medical treatment hinge entirely on the forthcoming performance of Xinxi futures. Chapter 7. The bet upon arriving at the stock exchange, Lu Chang had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as he spotted Su Qingchuan, he hurried over, a hint of obsequiousness gracing his smile. Little brother, you are impressive. You called it right. The price of Xinxi plummeted significantly yesterday afternoon, crashing down to around 25,300, and this morning it reached as low as 24,600. This turn of events was entirely within Su Qingchuan's expectations. He inquired, you didn't increase your position, did you? Lu Chang chuckled nervously. No. How could I forget your advice, little brother? However, I must mention that there were a large number of short positions on Xinxi this morning. Su Qingchuan frowned slightly. Let us check on the computer. By the way, my name is Su Qingchuan. You can just call me Xiao Su. Little brother sounds a bit awkward. All right, Xiao Su, please lead the way. Lu Chang replied as he guided them forward. Upon entering the large trading room, Su Qingchuan logged into the trading software, squinting at the Xinxi trading interface. Just as Lu Chang had said, there was a substantial volume of short positions on Xinxi, and such behavior could only mean one thing. Someone was setting a trap. Su Qingchuan, in his previous life, was all too familiar with such tactics, having engaged in them more than once. In the 1990s, when the domestic financial market was just beginning to take shape and regulations were still in their infancy, there were countless loopholes to exploit. Such tactics might have caused trouble in later years, but in 1994, they posed no risk at all. Xiao Su, can we close our position now? Lu Chang asked anxiously. From yesterday afternoon to this morning, his losses had shrunk from 2 million to just 150,000. Su Qingchuan remained calm, as ever. The price of Xinxi has not yet reached its nadir. The current decline is less than 2%, still far from the 3% fluctuation limit set by the stock exchange. Moreover, observe the trading volume around the 24,000 mark. It shows no signs of fluctuation, indicating that the major players are not covering their Xinxi positions. They are merely offloading. Lu Chang had only a rudimentary understanding of the financial markets. He had entered the stock market believing it to be lucrative, and upon discovering the thrill of futures trading, he had plunged in without hesitation, only to be schooled by various institutions, losing nearly half of his fortune in just a few months. Su Qingchuan's words exceeded Lu Chang's comprehension, and after a moment of contemplation, he chose to concede. I might as well be a puppet. For the next 10 minutes, the value of Xinxi oscillated around the 24,000 mark, and Lu Chang's heart raced in sync with the price, his sweat thoroughly soaking his clothing. Suddenly, the trading interface indicated that someone had shorted 40 contracts of Xinxi, causing its price to plunge below 24,000. Now is the time. Close the position, Su Qingchuan stated calmly. Lu Chang sighed heavily and was about to act when a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Lu Zong, you cannot close the position. The speaker was Lu Chang's trading advisor, who had been quite upset yesterday when Lu insisted on heeding Su Qingchuan's advice against closing the position. Consequently, The price of Qingxi began to retreat in the afternoon, and Xiao Zhang's heart became uneasy. Could it be that the student had indeed been correct? This morning, as Qingxi continued to decline with a surge of short positions flooding the market, Xiao Zhang suddenly realized that this was an excellent opportunity to continue shorting. If Lu Zong followed the student's advice and chose to close his position at the 24,000 mark, it would be a monumental mistake. Lu Zong was his client, and if he lost money, it would tarnish Xiao Zhang's reputation, so he stepped in to prevent Lu Chong from closing his position. Xiao Zhang, why do you think we cannot close the position? Lu Chong asked, withdrawing his hand from the mouse. Xiao Zhang responded, Lu Zong, consider this. From yesterday afternoon to this morning, the price of Qingxi has been consistently falling, and now we see dozens of short positions appearing. What does that indicate? It suggests that the major players expect the price of Qingxi to continue its descent. While closing the position now might indeed limit losses, it would also forfeit the opportunity for a turnaround. Lu Chong was inherently a risk-taker. Otherwise, he would not have placed his trust in Qingchuan's counsel. Xiao Zhang's words stirred something within him. With losses now only at around 150,000, if he shorted another 10 contracts of Qingxi, once the price dipped below 23,000, he could potentially earn 400,000 to 500,000. Ever since he began trading stocks and futures, Lu Chong had never made a profit. The temptation was irresistible. Fortunately, his reason had not been entirely overwhelmed by his gambling instinct. He turned to Qingchuan. Xiao Su, what do you think? Qingchuan chuckled lightly. Lu Zong, let me speak candidly. Heed my advice, and I assure you profits. Listen to him, and you can expect losses. Xiao Zhang immediately bristled. What kind of talk is that? I have been in this field for several years, handling more futures and stocks than you have had meals. You, a mere student, should focus on your studies instead of pretending to be an expert at the stock exchange. Furthermore, in the financial market, every word related to trading must be spoken with utmost caution, as it pertains to the client's finances. Lu Zong is my client, and I am committed to ensuring his profitability. How could I allow him to incur losses? Meanwhile, you are spouting nonsense. Do you even understand what futures or finance are? Qingchuan slightly furrowed his brow. This fellow was getting increasingly animated. Since that was the case, he saw no need to be polite. If you think I am talking nonsense, how about we place a bet? Qingchuan proposed. Xiao Zhang raised his chin, looking down his nose at him. What kind of bet? Let us wager over 2 trading days. If the price of Qingxi rebounds, I win. If it continues to decline, you win, Qingchuan stated. Agreed. It's a deal, Xiao Zhang replied. Qingchuan smiled serenely. Hold on. I haven't mentioned the stakes yet. What stakes do you want? Xiao Zhang asked. Qingchuan gestured with his fingers, indicating 6 contracts of Qingxi's margin. Xiao Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. This student certainly had a hefty appetite. 6 contracts of Qingxi's margin amounted to 150,000. After a moment's deliberation, Xiao Zhang asked, do you have that much money? Qingchuan opened his trading account, where his balance was clearly visible. 200,000. Xiao Zhang clenched his fist with sudden intensity. He realized he had misjudged. This student was surprisingly affluent. Noticing Xiao Zhang's silence, Qingchuan fanned the flames further. What is the matter? Are you afraid to gamble? You claim to be a seasoned veteran in the financial world, while I am merely an inexperienced student. What is there for you to fear? Or are you simply boasting? Provoked by these words, Xiao Zhang slammed his hand on the table and declared loudly, if it's a gamble, then let it be. Chapter 8. Price surge. Qingchuan snapped his fingers in delight. Beside him, Lu Chong hesitated, saying, Xiao Su, what should I do about this order? Qingchuan replied, just close it. Once the price stabilizes at 24,000, you can go long again. I mentioned this to you yesterday. Lu Chong gritted his teeth and opted to close the position. Thus, his losses in Qingxi were reduced from 2 million to under 100,000. Although he still hadn't made a penny in the futures market, for a gambler, minimizing losses felt like a victory. Moreover, having decreased his losses so significantly made Lu Chong feel as though he had struck gold. Not long after Lu Chong closed his position, the morning trading hours came to an end. Qingchuan left the stock exchange, preparing to return to the hospital. His family must be anxiously waiting for him. On his way to the hospital, Qingchuan stopped by Kaohsiung Street to buy his sister's favorite Taohua cake. At that moment, he noticed an advertisement hanging at a newsstand by the street. Specifically, the advertisement on the newspaper caught his attention. It featured a mobile phone, a Motorola, floating atop a snow-capped mountain, signifying that it was the absolute leader in the domestic mobile phone industry. However, the lower half of the phone was depicted as an illusion, accompanied by the phrase, "I am about to be eliminated." This advertisement occupied the entire ad space of the newspaper, providing a strong visual stimulus. In the bottom right corner of the image, there was a fax number, a landline number, and a company name. Wenji Trading Company, Limited. Su Qingchuan chuckled. Wenji was indeed a combination of characters derived from Qi Jie's name. Although it sounded somewhat literary, it carried a meaningful connotation. Qi Jie had already begun to lay a trap for the general distributor of Ericsson. All that remained was to wait for the other party to take the bait. Su Qingchuan was confident that the general distributor of Ericsson would certainly bite, and quite firmly at that. Purchasing the newspaper, Su Qingchuan entered the hospital. As soon as he stepped into the ward, he was met with his mother's reprimands. "Where have you been? Jinjin said you submitted your exam early. What were you doing? Others wouldn't dare to submit early. How could you? Didn't you even check?" Su Qingchuan responded, "Mom, don't be angry. I was confident enough to submit early. Rest assured, I guarantee you 100% that I'll get into Kaida." Su Wei tapped Su Qingchuan's forehead, still somewhat irked. "All right, let us put aside the grades for now. Where have you been?" Su Qingchuan presented the Taohua cake, placing it in his sister's hands. "I went to buy Taohua cake for Qianqian. If I didn't go soon, I wouldn't have been able to get it, and it's best eaten warm." "All for a Taohua cake?" Su Wei's irritation flared once more. "You're really going to drive me crazy." Su Qingchuan exerted all his efforts to finally pacify his mother, a task more exhausting than battling in the futures market, causing him to break a sweat. Su Qingqian, beside them, covered her mouth and giggled, resembling a little hamster that had stolen a snack. Su Qingchuan said, "Mom, I'll take care of my sister. You go about your business." Su Wei replied, "Are you sure you can manage?" "Mom, please don't underestimate your son," Su Qingchuan assured her. Su Wei said, "All right, the factory needs manpower too, and I can't take a long leave. Take good care of your sister and don't mess around." "Understood, Mom." Su Qingchuan initially intended to inform his mother not to let his father borrow money everywhere, as he would soon have funds, but he ultimately decided to hold back. It would be more convincing to present the money to his parents after the Shinshi trades concluded. Speaking without proof would only lead them to think he was delusional. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, his father arrived at the hospital, prompting Su Qingchuan to fabricate an excuse to leave early. Upon entering the stock exchange, the afternoon trading session had commenced. As he entered the large trading room, he bumped into Xiao Zhang. The look in Xiao Zhang's eyes was filled with provocation, and Su Qingchuan also observed a determined expression on his face. It seemed he had gathered some inside information and felt certain of his victory. Indeed, Xiao Zhang had received some insider news. After betting against Su Qingchuan in the morning, the price of Shinshi had remained relatively stable, hovering around 24,000. This made Xiao Zhang somewhat anxious, leading him to use his connections during lunchtime to gather more information. He was successful. The leading tin mining companies in the country were experiencing inventory overflow, indicating that the domestic tin market was oversupplied. Based on this, several major institutions were holding significant short positions in Shinshi, aiming to balance the market and prevent the value of tin from skyrocketing. Meanwhile, international tin prices were also fluctuating. Should they cease to rise, Shinshi's price would inevitably decline. Armed with this information, Xiao Zhang felt reassured, as if he had taken a calming pill. He was eager to witness Su Qingchuan's downfall, and even more so to claim the 200,000 in Su Qingchuan's account. Su Qingchuan paid him little mind, heading directly to his position and launching the trading software. The price of Shinshi had not changed much compared to the morning. Yet Su Qingchuan established a 30-lot long position, investing all 200,000. Just as he completed his transaction, Lu Chong rushed in, breathless and visibly excited, his cheeks quivering with enthusiasm. Xiao Su, great news. Tremendous news." Su Qingchuan released the mouse and turned to ask, "What news has you so animated, Lu?" Lu Chong exclaimed, "The central bank has intervened. National institutions are stepping in to stabilize the market. Just now, the central bank announced adjustments to the exchange rate between the Huayuan and the US dollar, now at 1.92. Ordinary citizens might be perplexed by this news. Such financial policy changes wouldn't immediately impact their lives, seeping into the daily lives of ordinary people like a gentle spring rain. However, for the financial market, every move by the central bank triggers immediate reactions. This adjustment was akin to injecting a dose of adrenaline into the lethargic financial market that had been floundering for over half a year, rekindling its vigor. Furthermore, as tin is a fundamental metal with widespread applications, its demand would certainly rise in tandem. The price of Qingchuan was poised for a meteoric rise. Liu Chang, in truth, possesses a limited understanding of the influence that central bank policies exert on the financial markets. He merely harbors the belief that the central bank's intervention to stabilize the market will inevitably lead to a resurgence of prosperity within the financial realm, which accounts for his palpable excitement. Qingchuan, on the other hand, did not delve deeply into explanations. Instead, he refocused his attention on the trading interface. The price of Qingchuan had already begun to ascend, now stabilizing around the 24,500 mark. This implies that the 200,000 he had recently invested has now doubled in value. Liu Chang, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "Xiao Su, is it still feasible for me to increase my position at this juncture?" Qingchuan replied, "Mr. Liu, our trading engagement has concluded. I previously assured you that you would transition from losses to profits, and you are now in the green. Therefore, what you choose to do next is beyond my purview. However, I can offer you a piece of advice. You may consider increasing your position before the market closes today." Chapter 9. Resolving medical expenses. These words invigorated Liu Chang once more, prompting him to swiftly rush to his computer and place a rapid 40 buy orders. It is no wonder he is deemed a gambler, as his method of increasing his stakes is remarkably straightforward and unabashed. Once he completed this task, Liu Chang took his mobile phone and stepped outside to make a call. Half an hour later, his secretary appeared in the trading room, carrying a black briefcase. Liu Chang handed the briefcase to Qingchuan. "Xiao Su, this is the reward I promised you. Please accept it," Liu Chang declared with grandeur. Qingchuan opened the briefcase and counted the contents, revealing 6 stacks of cash. "President Liu, a single margin is merely 20,000. Why are you giving me 60,000? Qingchuan inquired. Liu Chang responded earnestly, "Xiao Su, you have helped me recover several million in losses and enabled me to earn a significant profit. From my recent transactions, I have already made approximately 600,000 to 700,000. Offering you a 10% commission is only fair. You must accept it without hesitation." Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. "Very well, thank you, President Liu." Of course, Liu Chang's generous remuneration also stemmed from another consideration. This young man is remarkable. His keen sense of the financial market is unparalleled. Cultivating a good relationship with someone like him is beneficial in every regard. Qingchuan glanced at the outdated mobile phone in Liu Chang's hand and remarked, "President Liu, that device is on the verge of obsolescence. Why are you still using it?" Liu Chang was momentarily taken aback. Is the mobile phone really being phased out? That cannot be true. Qingchuan retrieved the newspaper he had purchased at noon and pointed out, "See, the advertisement has already surfaced." Liu Chang scrutinized the advertisement for quite some time, feeling bewildered. Could such an advertisement truly determine the fate of the mobile phone? Surely, it must be a marketing ploy devised by the manufacturer. Qingchuan continued, "Ericsson is about to launch a sleek new mobile phone, half the size of the current model and approximately 1/3 of its total volume. My sister has already obtained one in advance. It is exceptionally beautiful. Furthermore, this new phone does not require purchasing a phone number from the postal service. It operates on a digital network, making it more convenient and cost-effective." "Is that so?" Liu Chang pondered. "Then have I wasted my money?" Qingchuan advised, "While there is still a market, it would be wise to sell it quickly. Once Ericsson fully launches their phone, the current model will be obsolete." Liu Chang, having developed blind trust in Qingchuan, promptly handed the mobile phone to his secretary for her to handle. Qingchuan's intention in sharing this information with Liu Chang was also to discreetly assist Qijia. A prominent figure like Liu Chang holds considerable influence. It is likely that his social circle predominantly uses the current mobile phone. By selling it, he would undoubtedly spark widespread discussion among his acquaintances, thereby exposing the advertisement to a larger pool of entrepreneurs. Such resources are invaluable. In the era before the internet flourished, offline channels and distributor resources were exceedingly precious, forming an indispensable component of marketing networks. At this juncture, trading advisor Xiao Zhang approached with a solemn expression. The central bank's market intervention struck him like a heavy blow, rendering him momentarily dazed. He had never anticipated such a policy announcement at this critical juncture. The price of tin ore surged instantaneously, and a downward trend seemed unlikely in the short term. With only 2 days left in his bet with Qingchuan, he realized he had lost. What puzzled Xiao Zhang was how Su Qingchuan, a mere student, could possess such precise insight into the central bank's movements. Could he possibly be the offspring of a high-ranking official? There was no other explanation. Regardless, a loss is a loss. And Xiao Zhang could only accept it with grace. Provide me with an account number. I will transfer the funds to you. Xiao Zhang gritted his teeth. Su Qingchuan retrieved the card Qi Jie had given him, transcribing the account number and handing it to Xiao Zhang. Thank you. Xiao Zhang accepted the number and turned to leave, feeling too embarrassed to remain any longer. After all, he was a veteran employee of the stock exchange. Losing to a young novice was a blow to his pride. If this news spread, his reputation would be in jeopardy. By promptly acknowledging his loss and settling the debt, Xiao Zhang managed to salvage a semblance of dignity, ensuring that his clients would not be disillusioned. However, losing such a substantial sum in a single day was still a painful blow. It equated to 2 years of his income vanished in an instant. It was excruciatingly distressing. As for Su Qingchuan, he was elated. With the addition of the money Xiao Zhang lost to him, his account balance had surpassed 700,000. The funds for his sister's medical expenses were secured. Yet, Su Qingchuan was not content with this sum. He believed that if the earnings of this life did not surpass those of the previous one, it would be a profound failure. This 700,000 was merely a starting point, not an endpoint. Half an hour later, Su Qingchuan's account balance fluctuated, increasing by another 200,000. Xiao Zhang had placed the wager. Without hesitation, Su Qingchuan utilized the entire sum to purchase long positions in Qinchi. Before the market closed that afternoon, he liquidated all his long positions. 700,000 transformed into 5 million. Gazing at the balance in his account, Su Qingchuan let out a deep sigh, overwhelmed by a singular emotion, satisfaction. An unparalleled sense of fulfillment washed over him. After leaving the stock exchange, he visited a nearby bank to obtain a balance statement before returning to the hospital. Brother, where have you been? A lady was looking for you earlier, Su Qingqing remarked. Looking for me? Su Qingchuan pulled a chair beside the hospital bed and casually picked up an apple from the bedside table, peeling it while inquiring, who was she? Her name is Qi Jie. She waited for you here for an hour, and when you did not arrive, she left. However, she left this behind, Su Qingqing replied, handing over a note with an address written on it. She mentioned that if you have time in the coming days, you should visit her at that address. She seemed rather anxious, so I believe she hopes you will go tomorrow. Su Qingchuan handed the peeled apple to her. I understand. Brother, who exactly is this lady? She possesses such an elegant demeanor. She must be someone extraordinary. How do you know her? Su Qingqing asked, her curiosity piqued. Su Qingchuan then recounted the story of how he came to know Qi Jie to his sister. Do not inform our parents. I wish to spare them from worry, and I assure you that I am quite well now, Su Qingchuan remarked. Su Qingqian responded, Brother, how can you say that? Does it still hurt? Remove your coat. Let me examine the wound. Su Qingchuan replied, It is nothing serious, merely a scraped surface that has long since healed. However, I have some delightful news to share with you. What is it? Su Qingqian inquired. Su Qingchuan announced, I have managed to earn your medical expenses. Su Qingqian's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, you cannot be joking, can you? Chapter 10. The General Agent's Inquiry. Su Qingchuan took out the bank statement to examine it himself. Su Qingqian grabbed the statement, and the string of zeros left her utterly bewildered. She pointed at the figures, counting them one by one. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, 5 million? Su Qingchuan smiled and said, Do you believe it now? But brother, where did you get so much money? Su Qingqian asked anxiously. You haven't done anything illegal, have you? Our teacher always says that the fastest ways to get rich are all written in the criminal law. Su Qingchuan replied, Did your teacher ever mention that there's another place where one can earn money exceptionally quickly? Where? The stock exchange. Su Qingqian exclaimed in surprise, Brother, you can trade stocks? Of course. Otherwise, how would I have this 5 million? Su Qingchuan reassured her. Now you can rest easy. Once we contact the bone marrow, we will proceed with the surgery. After the operation, you will be just like everyone else. At that time, I will take you and our parents to travel around the world. Suddenly, Su Qingqian burst into tears. Although she could face death with composure, she still yearned to continue living in this world. She couldn't bear to part with her parents or her brother. However, the immense financial burden forced her to hide these feelings deep within and put on a facade of strength. But now, she no longer needed to pretend. She could freely express her vulnerability and vent the pain within her heart. Su Qingchuan sat on the hospital bed and embraced his sister. Don't cry. Everything will be all right. Before long, their parents entered the room and, upon seeing their daughter weeping in her brother's arms, immediately grew concerned. Father Su Xinjian asked, "What is wrong, Qianqian? Are you feeling unwell?" Mother Su Wei scolded Su Qingchuan. "What kind of brother are you to let your sister cry like this?" Su Qingqian hurriedly said, "Mom, it's not brother's fault. I'm just so happy." "Happy?" Su Wei responded. "Why are you happy? Tell me, so I can share in your joy." Su Qingqian handed over the bank statement. "What is this?" Su Wei took it, glanced at it, and her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. "Old Su, you need to look at this. Am I seeing things?" Su Xinjian leaned in to take a look and was immediately rendered speechless. "Qianqian, where did this come from?" Su Wei asked, her voice trembling. Su Qingqian replied, "It was earned by brother." Su Wei abruptly shifted her gaze to her son. "You earned this? How did you manage to make so much money? You're just a student. Did you do something illegal?" Su Qingchuan had to explain again. It took their parents an entire hour to accept this reality. In just a few days, they had transformed from ordinary wage earners to millionaires, a leap that was almost unimaginable. Su Qingchuan said, "Dad, Mom, I plan to divide this money into 3 parts. The first part, 1.5 million, will be reserved for my sister's medical treatment. The second part, 1 million, will be used to buy a car and a house. This will not only improve our living conditions, but also provide a suitable environment for my sister's recovery once she is discharged. Living in a communal building is simply not appropriate. Moreover, I can no longer tolerate the shared bathroom. I feel as though it might drive me insane. The remaining funds I will invest." Su Xinjian initially wanted to say that a student like him knew nothing about investing, but he swallowed his words. This 5 million was earned by his son. That was his qualification. "All right, you've grown up and have your own opinions," Su Xinjian conceded. "Your mother and I lack education and knowledge in these matters. You decide." Su Qingchuan replied, "Okay, I will take care of this tomorrow." 5 million. This resolved all the problems for the Su family. For the first time, the hospital room resonated with genuine laughter and joy. The family was no longer burdened by frowns, but instead looked forward to a brighter future. The next day, Su Qingchuan went to the bank to divide the money, and then, following the contact information left by Qi Jie, he found the Anqing office of Wenji Company. Coincidentally, it was also the day for the second advertisement, and the office was crowded with people seeking consultation, most of whom were curious onlookers. With only a few being channel distributors and salespeople, the office staff's task was to sift through these potential clients. Sifting was merely the first step. The next involved establishing client profiles, followed by specialized marketing personnel visiting to discuss specific cooperation matters. In addition to these channel salespeople, another group also required attention: the holders of the big mobile phones. For these affluent individuals, the big mobile phone symbolized status, and the announcement of its obsolescence would leave anyone feeling uneasy. They would also come to the office seeking clarification, wanting to discern whether this was merely a commercial gimmick or a genuine concern. "Sir, are you here for consultation too?" The receptionist approached Su Qingchuan as soon as she saw him. "I am looking for General Manager Qi," Su Qingchuan replied. The receptionist scrutinized him for a moment and then said, "You must be Mr. Su?" "Indeed, I am." "Then you are in the right place." General Manager Qi instructed that Mr. Su should go directly to her office. "Thank you." Su Qingchuan nodded in acknowledgement and approached the door of Qi Jie's office, knocking gently. "Come in." Pushing the door open, Su Qingchuan found not only Qi Jie in the office, but also another woman, likely of similar age. She was dressed fashionably, wearing a light-colored blouse and a fitted skirt. Her long legs were clad in nude stockings, revealing a hint of fair skin between the hem of her skirt and the skirt itself. However, there was an air of arrogance about her, as if she had come to demand answers. Upon seeing Su Qingchuan, Qi Jie let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Xiao Su, you arrived just in time. Allow me to introduce you. This is Ms. Xia Songyun, the marketing manager of Shenglong Group. Shenglong Group is the general agent for Ericsson in the southwestern region." Su Qingchuan extended his hand. "Hello, Miss Xia." After a brief handshake, Xia Songyun candidly stated, "Mr. Su, General Manager Qi just informed me that you conceived the idea for this advertisement." As she spoke, she unfolded the newspaper in her hands. This is the newspaper of the day, and the promotional campaign has already entered its second phase. The body of the Motorola phone has been completely obscured, with a simplistic sketch depicting the outline of a mobile device, approximately half the size of a traditional brick phone. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of the telecommunications market can discern that this outline closely resembles the Ericsson GH388 digital phone. Indeed, it is my innovation. What of it? Su Qingchuan remarked with a smile. Xia Songyun, adopting a serious tone, responded. Your company is not the authorized agent for Ericsson in Anqing. Who permitted you to publish such advertisements in the media? Chapter 11. We are engaged in philanthropy, Su Qingchuan answered calmly. Miss Xia, does placing such advertisements require an application procedure? There should be no such provision in the advertising law. Strictly speaking, Motorola could indeed cause us some trouble, claiming we are engaging in false advertising. Xia Songyun furrowed her brow and replied, however, anyone who sees this advertisement would assume you are an agent for Ericsson. Su Qingchuan responded, Miss Xia, you are truly mistaken. The reason we publish this advertisement is that we have great confidence in the future of digital mobile phones. Analog signals are destined to be obsolete, and Ericsson's new mobile phones have already validated our perspective. Analog signals will be eliminated? Xia Songyun was taken aback by Su Qingchuan's assertion. Even the headquarters of Ericsson would not dare to make such a claim. Where did he find such confidence? Moreover, Motorola currently occupies over 90% of the domestic market. The term Big Brother not only describes the device, but also Motorola's esteemed position. It is the undisputed leader in the current domestic mobile phone market, an unshakable presence. Though Ericsson is confident about its newly launched digital phones, it does not possess the strength to replace Motorola. Noticing Xia Songyun's momentary daze, Su Qingchuan seized the opportunity to further persuade her. To be honest, we have encountered some internal issues that may affect Shanglong Group's evaluation of our qualifications. However, we have pinpointed these problems and are actively working on solutions. Simultaneously, we do not wish to miss the opportunity to secure the agency for digital phones, as this will be the mainstream in the future. Thus, we published this advertisement to seek collaborators within Anqing, using this approach to demonstrate our eligibility to represent Ericsson. Miss Xia glanced outside. The entire office was already filled with various distributors. I casually looked at the registration list just now. Most of them are distributors of pagers, whose capabilities are rather weak, lacking the ability to compete for Ericsson's agency, and instead seeking broader collaboration. Our company aims to unite all these individuals to form a sales network throughout Anqing, which will not only solve the distribution issue, but also address the financial concerns. Though reluctant to admit it, Xia Songyun indeed felt somewhat persuaded by Su Qingchuan. Capital and channels are two significant prerequisites for any distributor, and Wenji Company has resolved these issues with a single advertisement. Although this advertisement treads a fine line, one cannot deny its creative brilliance. If Ericsson's headquarters were to learn of such an advertisement in Anqing, they would undoubtedly be pleased. After all, who does not appreciate something free? If Miss Xia still harbors concerns, why not stay and witness our discussions with the distributors? Su Qingchuan suggested. Xia Songyun hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, I shall intrude. Our honor, Su Qingchuan replied. The remaining hours of the morning became Su Qingchuan's stage. With his extensive knowledge of communications, powerful linguistic logic, and resonant tone, he captivated the distributors seeking business inquiries, resulting in over 10 distributors expressing their willingness to collaborate with Wenji Company on the spot. These distributors, scattered across Anqing's streets and alleys, represent a significant channel resource. Of course, some distributors remained skeptical. They felt that the collaboration proposal from Wenji Company was somewhat off. In this day and age, the standard purchasing method is goods first, payment later. Yet Wenji's proposal suggested payment first, goods later. Handing over money without receiving products felt akin to being scammed. Fortunately, Su Qingchuan, with his dual experiences, had an astute grasp of human psychology. He understood the distributors' concerns and continued to assuage their doubts through his words. Even if they chose not to collaborate, he could not allow them to leave with the impression that Wenji Company was engaging in deception, as this would greatly tarnish their reputation. Qi Jie initially intended to invite Xia Songyun to a nearby restaurant for lunch, but she found herself completely captivated by Su Qingchuan's speech and was reluctant to leave. Ultimately, she had to order a table of food from a nearby eatery and bring it back to the company. During their meal, Xia Songyun's phone rang. She was using Ericsson's new model, with its compact design truly catching the eye. Excuse me, I need to take this call, she said as she moved to a secluded spot. The caller was the general manager of Shanglong Company, who happened to be Xia Songyun's brother, Xia Songtao. Brother, let me tell you, Wenji Company is an outstanding partner. Their head of marketing is simply a genius. In just one morning, he persuaded more than 10 distributors, with intentions exceeding 1 million. But they have internal issues, Xia Songtao interjected. Mr. Su mentioned that as well. He assured me he would do everything possible to resolve these internal problems. Oral promises lack persuasive power. Brother, please don't rush. Let me explain slowly. This morning, Mr. Su, Xia Songyun recounted the entire process of how Su Qingchuan persuaded the distributors, emphasizing his depiction of the future of digital phones and the immense confidence he exhibited, which oddly resonated with Xia Songtao's own views. It was precisely because he believed in the future of digital phones that Xia Songtao was exerting every effort to secure the agency rights for Ericsson in the Southwest region. His actions could be described as a gamble. Should there be any deviation or if digital phones did not achieve the popularity he envisioned, he would be forever removed from the core management of the Xia family. After listening to his sister's account, Xia Songtao remarked, in several major cities along the southeastern coast, digital communication networks have been fully established, yet they still have not shaken the dominance of analog signals. Motorola remains the mainstream in sales. Moreover, the Big Brother model already has a complete user guide, and sales staff are very familiar with it, able to teach affluent individuals how to use it in a short time. Ericsson lacks such conditions, and the promotion has not progressed smoothly. Xia Songyun replied, that is why I believe we must make Wenji Company our agent. Their market promotion capabilities are terrifying. What cannot be achieved in large cities can be accomplished in Anqing. In addition to its promotional capabilities, there exists another compelling reason that we cannot overlook. Wenji Company possesses a remarkably comprehensive mobile phone user manual specifically tailored for Ericsson devices. I inquired with General Qi, and it was revealed that this booklet was also translated by Mr. Su. Xia Songtao expressed his astonishment, remarking on the exceptional talent involved. Given this, let us proceed with the collaboration, and to demonstrate our sincerity, we shall designate Wenji Company as our exclusive agent. All business operations will be reported directly to the headquarters, bypassing the provincial agency level. I understand, and I will initiate discussions with them right away. After hanging up, Xia Songyun returned to Qi Jie's office. I apologize for the delay, everyone. After deliberation, I am now formally announcing that Wenji Company is appointed as the exclusive agent of Shenglong Group, responsible for the promotion and sales of Ericsson mobile phones in Anqing. Wenji Company will be directly managed by the headquarters, relieving you of concerns regarding the provincial agency. Upon the announcement of this news, Qi Jie was elated. However, Su Qingchuan discerned a subtle undertone in these words. Chapter 12. Direct and uncomplicated. After lunch, Xia Songyun took her leave, as she needed to visit a neighboring city for an inspection, and time was of the essence. Before she departed, Su Qingchuan posed a question. Miss Xia, it seems that there is no agent for Ericsson in the adjacent Beiyang city. Can our company distribute products there? Xia Songyun cast a glance at Su Qingchuan, once again recognizing the formidable nature of this individual. From merely casual remarks at the dining table, he was able to deduce the dissatisfaction of Shenglong Company with the provincial agent. Such remarkable insight was indeed alarming. Moreover, Su Qingchuan exhibited intelligence by not directly inquiring about Shenglong Company's grievances. Instead, he opted to probe their boundaries through the possibility of distributing in the adjacent city. After all, the market there belonged to the provincial agent, and without an agent, the provincial agent was solely responsible. Xia Songyun non-committally replied, if conditions permit, it could be considered. Su Qingchuan understood her implication. Once Xia Songyun departed, Su Qingchuan leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. However, he was swiftly interrupted by Qi Jie, who snatched it away. What age are you to be smoking? Su Qingchuan, both amused and exasperated, abandoned his attempt to smoke and remarked, Sister Qi, you can rest easy now. Qi Jie responded, I have often wondered whether you are truly a student. Such marketing knowledge cannot be acquired without decades of experience. Where did you learn it? Su Qingchuan cleared his throat and smiled, because I am a genius. Such vanity. Qi Jie rolled her eyes, but then smiled in return. Indeed, you must be a genius to come up with such ideas. Sister Qi, Miss Xia has conveyed an important message, their dissatisfaction with the provincial agent. I believe we have a real chance to contest for the provincial agency's qualification. Securing the provincial agency would signify our true ascent. The stage in Anqing is simply too small, Su Qingchuan asserted. The provincial agency is not easily obtained, Qi Jie sighed. I am already quite content with our current progress, especially since the headquarters remains in disarray. Tomorrow, I must return to the headquarters to deal with these matters. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Su Qingchuan inquired, Sister Qi, if you do not mind, could you share the company's difficulties with me? Perhaps I could offer some suggestions. Qi Jie replied, there is no harm in telling you. Among the high executives, there is an embedded traitor. By the time I realized it, this traitor had absconded with funds, leaving no trace. What remains is a complete mess, wages and bonuses for the grassroots employees, as well as rent for the offices and various logistics warehouses, have long been overdue. Coupled with other hidden debts, we are looking at approximately 8 million in bad debts. Shenglong Company excluded us from the first round of selection for this very reason. Had it not been for your proposal, we would not have secured the agency. This agency is crucial for the company. Otherwise, that 8 million hole will never be filled. Su Qingchuan tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, contemplating, thus, we must strive to acquire the provincial agency. However, before we secure the provincial agency, we must first obtain the agency rights for Beiyang City and Ningfeng City, which would provide us with sufficient qualifications to compete with the current provincial agent. Sister Qi, I will draft a detailed promotional plan in the next few days, and I will train the terminal sales personnel with it. As long as they are not too dim-witted, it should be manageable. We will secure the markets of Beiyang City and Ningfeng City. Once we have captured these two markets, we can negotiate with Shenglong Company. Surely they will find it difficult to refuse. Qi Jie was deeply moved, saying, Xiao Su, I hardly know what to say. Thank you. Su Qingchuan replied, Sister Qi, do not mention it. You are the one who has helped me. Without the 200,000 you provided, I would not have been able to afford my sister's medical expenses. Xiao Su, you are truly impressive, Qi Jie remarked. Have you considered formally joining our Wenji company? I can offer you a deputy manager position. Su Qingchuan chuckled. I appreciate Sister Qi's kindness, but I am planning to establish my own company. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to collaborate in the future? You want to start a company? In what field? Qi Jie asked in surprise. Su Qingchuan mischievously replied, for now, it must remain a secret. It will undoubtedly astonish Sister Qi. All right, I must take my leave now to write the proposal. I will deliver it by the morning of the day after tomorrow at the latest. After bidding farewell to Qi Jie, Su Qingchuan took a taxi directly back to the hospital, where Qingzhen was also present. Su Qingchen complained, brother, why have you been so elusive today? Sister Zhen has been waiting for you for quite a while. Su Qingchuan apologized profusely, my apologies. I was quite busy this morning. I will buy a few mobile phones later so that each of us has one for easier communication. Mobile phones? Too expensive. A pager will suffice, Su Qingchen replied. Pagers are nearly obsolete. Besides, they are not as convenient as mobile phones. Enough of this discussion. How are you feeling today? Not bad, Su Qingchen shrugged, continuously giving her brother sidelong glances to encourage him to converse more with Qingzhen. Su Qingchuan settled beside Qingzhen, noticing she was holding an examination guide. He inquired, have you decided which school to apply to? Qingzhen asked, what about you? Su Qingchuan responded, Kaida. Then I will apply to Kaida as well, Qingzhen declared. Su Qingchen's eyes lit up instantaneously. Was Sister Zhen indirectly confessing her feelings? However, her brother's next words nearly drove Su Qingchen to exasperation. With your grades, applying to Kaida would be a pity, Su Qingchuan stated earnestly. You should aim for a better institution. Kaida is quite good. It is a key university, Su Qingchen interjected hurriedly. Qingzhen looked at Su Qingchuan, asking, is this truly your opinion? Indeed, Su Qingchuan affirmed. I personally suggest you consider Xiangjiang University of Science and Technology, or the Chinese University, or even directly apply to Qingbei. With your grades, you could secure a full scholarship. Do you not wish for me to attend the same school as you? Is it that you do not want to see me? Qingzhen asked, her voice tinged with hurt. Su Qingchuan panicked. Zhen, that is not what I meant. Qingzhen shed 2 tears, clutching the examination guide, and fled the hospital room. Su Qingchen kicked her brother, exclaiming, what are you waiting for? Go after her. Su Qingchuan immediately sprang into action, quickly catching up to Qingzhen. Zhen, let me explain. There is nothing to explain. You simply dislike me. Please, let me go. Su Qingchuan pulled Qingzhen into the corridor, and before she could utter another word, he kissed her. Sometimes, winning a woman's heart requires a direct and uncomplicated approach. Chapter 13. Marketing plan. What are you doing? Qingzhen hurriedly pushed Su Qingchuan away, casting a guilty glance around her and complaining, what if someone sees us? You are incorrigible. The implication of her words was unmistakable. She did not resist Su Qingchuan's kiss, but in a public setting, she felt embarrassed. Su Qingchuan gently caressed her face and said, Xinjun, I adore you. I have loved you in the past, I love you now. And I will love you even more in the future. However, I cannot keep you by my side simply because of my affection. The stage at Kaida is too small. You must venture to a broader place to fully showcase your knowledge and talent. But, Qingchuan said, feeling wronged, we won't see each other for a long time. Qingchuan replied, silly girl, I can come to see you. I am now a wealthy man. As long as I have the time, I can fly to Shanjiang to visit you. Then you must promise to come once a month. Qingchuan pouted playfully. Qingchuan nodded. All right, I promise to visit you every month. Qingchuan continued. Actually, my parents also suggested that I go to Shanjiang. The quality of education there is indeed superior to that of the mainland, and upon my return, I would have the status of a semi-overseas student, making it much easier to find a job. Qingchuan thought to himself that it was still 1994. After a few more years of development, the educational standards of Shanjiang's universities would be matched by those of the mainland's higher institutions. Furthermore, with the chaotic ideologies in Shanjiang, it was no longer the first choice for the elite to apply for universities. However, in 1994, students and graduates from Shanjiang's universities were still highly sought after, with salaries at least double those of graduates from domestic universities. Then it's decided, you can attend Shanjiang University of Science and Technology or the Chinese University. I will visit you every month, Qingchuan declared. Qingchuan nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat reassured, and Qingchuan breathed a quiet sigh of relief. What have you been busy with lately? Qingchuan inquired. I heard Qianqian say you made a lot of money. Qingchuan replied. I made a profit in the futures market. The risks were considerable, but fortunately, luck was on my side. The funds for my sister's surgery were earned from it. You are amazing. Qingchuan praised him. Qingchuan modestly responded, just fortunate, just fortunate. By the way, do you know Qingchuan? Qingchuan asked. Qingchuan blinked, recalling for a moment. I have some impression. What about her? Her mother was injured in an explosion at the boiler room. Qingchuan sighed. Now she is lying at home, and the factory cannot provide medical expenses. If she doesn't undergo surgery soon, she may become permanently disabled. Yesterday, I ran into Qingya. She said she didn't want to continue her studies and wanted to work in another city to earn money for her mother's treatment. I tried my best to persuade her to stay, but as long as the financial issue is unresolved, it will be difficult for Qingya to focus on her studies. Qingchuan stroked his chin. Are you hoping that I can help her? Qingchuan felt a bit anxious. Is that possible? It is not entirely impossible, but the issue is that there are likely many families in similar situations as Qingya's. If I help one family, others will come seeking assistance as well. These uncles and aunts are our parents' colleagues. It wouldn't be right not to help them, but I truly do not have that much money, Qingchuan explained. Qingchuan realized the truth in his words. There had been reports of wealthy individuals returning to their hometowns, and when relatives saw their affluence, they came to borrow money. Initially, the wealthy person did not mind lending, but as the requests multiplied, it became overwhelming. When they eventually refused to lend anymore, the townsfolk would criticize them for being ungrateful, leaving the wealthy individual infuriated. What should we do? Qingya, like Qianqian, is my sister. I truly cannot bear to see her interrupt her studies. Her grades are so good, and it would be such a pity if she does not attend university, Qingchuan lamented. Qingchuan said, do not worry, I will find a solution. If we are to resolve this, let us do so decisively. The two returned to the hospital room, where the happiest person was undoubtedly Qingqian. The sisters held hands, sharing their private conversations, while Qingchuan took out paper and pen to draft the marketing plan. Qingchuan occasionally glanced over, but soon realized she could no longer comprehend what he was writing. The document was filled with numerous English terms. Although her English was decent, she could barely recognize a fraction of the words Qingchuan had written. Qingchuan was entirely absorbed in his work, oblivious to the expressions of the two sisters beside him. A man engrossed in his work is at his most attractive, and at that moment, Qingchuan exuded such charm that both Qingchuan and her sister were captivated. He continued writing late into the night, finally completing the initial draft of the marketing plan. The next step would require meticulous refinement, a process that would demand even more effort. Yet, Qingchuan did not find it laborious. He relished the journey, as the drive to earn money was likely encoded in his DNA, becoming an integral part of his being. The process of making money was intoxicating to him, a delight he willingly embraced. Qingchuan had left a few hours earlier, and her sister was now lost in dreams. Qingchuan tucked his sister in, then quietly exited the hospital room, spending the night in the corridor. When the next day arrived and his father came to take over the shift, Qingchuan took his marketing plan to the city library. He needed to research additional information, and the library had computers with fast internet access, making it convenient for him to gather resources. After spending the entire day in the library, the marketing plan was finally completed. The next step was to train the sales team at the Wenzhen city office. Qingchuan was confident that with this marketing plan in hand, even the most inept salespeople would be able to sell the phones. Upon sharing this news with Qijie, she informed him that she would return from the provincial capital the following morning, at which point they would schedule Qingchuan to train the sales team. During their phone conversation, Qijie also revealed some good news. She had secured the agency rights for Beiyang City and Ningfeng City, and Wenzhen Company was now preliminarily qualified to compete for provincial agency status. If the upcoming business promotion went smoothly, becoming the provincial agent would be a certainty. Qingchuan was genuinely happy for Qijie. After agreeing to meet the next day, they ended the call. On the following day at 10 o'clock in the morning, Qingchuan arrived punctually at the Anqing office of Wenzhen Company. Although he held no official position within the office, everyone there was aware that this seemingly youthful individual was, in fact, the true mastermind behind the operations. The remarkable advertising campaign that had previously taken the industry by storm was his brainchild, and he had successfully persuaded the representatives of Shenglong Group, showcasing his considerable talents. Chapter 14. Partners. What surprised Qingchuan was that Xia Songyun had also arrived. Qijie whispered in his ear, "Manager Xia intends to further ascertain our promotional plan and make a comprehensive assessment of our marketing capabilities." Qingchuan chuckled. "All right, let her broaden her horizons today. Just don't frighten her." Qijie cautioned, "Take it easy. After all, she represents Shenglong Company. If you speak carelessly, only we will suffer the consequences." Qingchuan reassured her. "Rest assured, Sister Qi, I am well aware." Upon entering the conference room, Qijie's secretary had already distributed copies of the promotional plan to everyone present. Qingchuan approached the head of the table, resting his hands on its surface, and declared, "Yesterday marked the final day of our advertising campaign, and the image of Ericsson's digital phone has already been etched in the minds of the citizens of Anqing and various channel merchants. This is a splendid beginning, which will greatly assist our forthcoming marketing efforts." Though the results were indeed commendable, it was not yet time for pride. The Ericsson phone is in English, and the language barrier poses a significant hurdle between users and manufacturers. Approximately 60% of the population capable of purchasing a phone does not understand English, even with the current straightforward operating modes of phones. The anxiety stemming from an inability to comprehend English can be quite discomforting. This is known as a language barrier, a common issue faced by people worldwide. The translated manual I provided must be firmly ingrained in your minds, and we need to cultivate a fixed mindset among the users, enabling them to associate English with its Chinese meaning, thereby overcoming the language barrier as much as possible. This manual should accompany the phone in subsequent sales. As Qingchuan spoke eloquently, he exuded the charm of a seasoned professional, no longer the naive student from his past, but a successful individual who had navigated the business world for decades. Xia Songyun had seen the manual before, but this was her first time viewing it in its entirety. After flipping through the pages, she realized that her role as an observer today might turn into a farce. Initially, she had intended to offer guidance to Qingchuan, serving as a reminder from a principal agent to a subordinate one. However, Qingchuan delivered a series of powerful insights that left her momentarily stunned. Glancing at Xia Songyun, Qingchuan noticed her somewhat awkward expression and moderated his assertiveness before continuing. "The next focus of our work will be market expansion. We must handle the marketing promotion ourselves. The distributors lack the capability. They may have a portion of fixed customers, but their purchasing power is minimal. We require a broader customer base and a more extensive market. As many may know, the primary channel for mobile phones today is the postal and telecommunications system. Motorola has established counters in postal offices nationwide, providing a seamless service from purchase to home delivery. However, the postal system is not exclusive to Motorola. We must find ways to open a gap and establish Ericsson sales counters within the postal offices." For 3 consecutive hours, Qingchuan spoke tirelessly, his voice hoarse and strained by the end. Yet the meeting left the sales personnel in the office profoundly impressed. They had never imagined that marketing could be approached in such an innovative manner. Qingchuan had opened a door to a new world for them. Xia Songyun was thoroughly captivated by Qingchuan's talent. She resolved that upon her return, she would earnestly persuade her brother to entrust the provincial agency to Wenji Company. Su Qingchuan's abilities alone could rival the combined expertise of all the marketing executives from the current provincial agent. He was formidable, and such a partner must be secured. If lost, he might serve a competitor, making life difficult for Shenglong. Beyond Su Qingchuan's remarkable capabilities, another reason Xia Songyun decided to transfer the provincial agent qualification to Wenji Company was Qi Jie's promise to grant them exclusive agency for Ericsson. The term exclusive agent means that apart from Ericsson, Wenji Company would not promote any other mobile phone brand, dedicating all their efforts to the promotion of Ericsson phones. This was a bold decision. Should Ericsson fail to establish a foothold in the domestic market, Wenji Company would sink alongside Shenglong. Nevertheless, Xia Songyun believed that as long as Su Qingchuan remained, Wenji Company would not falter. Yet, she harbored a concern. It seemed that Su Qingchuan did not hold a position at Wenji Company. She had previously inquired and learned that Su Qingchuan was merely a temporary assistant brought in by Qi Jie. The situation resembled that of a short-term worker. Once the promotional phase concluded, Su Qingchuan would likely leave Wenji for other opportunities. If he were no longer with Wenji, the promotion efforts would likely not proceed as smoothly as they currently did. Xia Songyun presented this concern to Qi Jie. Qi Jie smiled and reassured her, "Miss Xia, you worry too much. Qingchuan is my partner. He holds 20% of the shares in Wenji's Anqing office, contrary to the rumors suggesting he is merely a short-term collaborator." Xia Songyun remained skeptical. Is that so? Will Mr. Su be responsible for the entire marketing promotion of Wenji Company? Su Qingchuan interjected, "My experience is limited. I can oversee the Anqing market. But other regions will not be my responsibility for the time being." Xia Songyun pondered for a moment without providing an immediate answer. She rose and stated, "I apologize for the interruption today. I must return to the provincial capital. As for whether your esteemed son can become the provincial agent, we will need to consult the board of directors. Once a decision is reached, we will inform you promptly." Qi Jie replied, "Thank you." After Xia Songyun departed, Qi Jie retrieved a package from her desk and handed it to Su Qingchuan. "What is this? You wanted mobile phones, didn't you? Here are 5 of the latest models, all already activated, with the phone numbers affixed to the back. You can use them immediately." Su Qingchuan was taken aback that Qi Jie had actually taken the initiative to handle this matter for him. He had merely mentioned it in passing, yet she had remembered. This thoughtfulness moved Su Qingchuan deeply. "Sister Qi, how much do 5 mobile phones cost?" Su Qingchuan remarked, "I will pay you." "Don't start with that." Qi Jie retorted somewhat irritably. "Just take them and don't talk to me about money." Su Qingchuan replied, "But how can I accept that?" Qi Jie said, "Little Su, without you, the company would have long been in ruins. The revival of the company owes much to your efforts. 5 mobile phones are but a trifling matter, nothing significant." Su Qingchuan conceded, "Very well, then I shall graciously accept. However, regarding the 20% of shares that you mentioned earlier, I cannot accept." Qi Jie insisted, "That is something you rightfully deserve, so please do not decline." "How can I possibly accept this? There is nothing inappropriate about it. Your acceptance would be the greatest return for me." Su Qingchuan smiled helplessly. "All right then, I shall accept." "That is more like it." Qi Jie beamed with a smile. "Last time, you mentioned you wanted to start a company. Have you completed the paperwork?" "Not yet. I plan to register it the day after tomorrow," Su Qingchuan responded. "If you encounter any difficulties, please let me know," Qi Jie said. Su Qingchuan replied, "Registering a company is not troublesome, but I do have a favor to ask of you, Sister Qi. I wish to purchase a car. Yet the models available in Anqing are all outdated, and none appeal to me. If you have the time, could you please help me keep an eye on the options in the provincial capital? Anything within 500,000 is fine." Qi Jie agreed. "All right, I will keep an eye out for you. Then I shall take my leave." Su Qingchuan grabbed his bag and turned to depart. Chapter 15. I am the kite. You are the string. Upon returning to the hospital, Su Qingchuan noticed the familiar faces of his parents and Qingjin gathered in the ward. It was indeed delightful to see everyone present. Su Qingchuan placed his bag on the bed and proclaimed, "Here, each of you has one." As he opened the bag, the others were momentarily taken aback. A mobile phone? How compact! Su Qingchuan's younger sister was the first to reach for the phone. "Wow, it's so adorable." Su Xinjin inquired, "Qingchuan, did you purchase these?" Su Qingchuan replied, "No, I earned this by working for someone else. Each of you gets one, including Xinjin. With these phones, communication will be much more convenient. Do not hesitate over phone bills. I will cover everyone's expenses. If you need anything, just call. He then handed a phone to Qingchuan, adding, with this, even if we are in different cities, we can chat often, without any barriers. Although Qingchuan hesitated to accept, Qingchuan insisted, placing the phone firmly in her hand. He proceeded to teach them how to use the phones. While the family had a landline and understood dialing, they needed Qingchuan's guidance for the other settings. His younger sister and Qingchuan adapted quickly, while their parents were a bit slower. Eventually, Qingchuan grew impatient, exclaiming, "Enough already. As long as we can make calls, that is sufficient. I can't be bothered with the rest." Su Wei shared the same sentiment. Qingchuan could only chuckle at their reactions and acquiesced. After having dinner in the hospital, Qingchuan took Qingchuan out for a stroll, combining leisure with business. He intended to use the funds he had to establish a new company. The process was quite intricate. Yet with Qingchuan's financial means paving the way, the timeline was considerably shortened. By 4 in the afternoon, the newly named Qingchuan Company was officially founded. The name Qingchuan signifies the idea of the sea embracing a multitude of rivers, symbolizing the company's potential to evolve into a vast conglomerate with extensive ventures. However, it was still premature to dwell on such aspirations. The first step needed to be solidly grounded. Throughout the process, Qingchuan observed closely, and a sudden realization struck her. Qingchuan was drifting away from her. He was no longer the shy, introverted boy he once was. He now radiated confidence and communicated effortlessly with adults, showcasing a profound understanding of theoretical knowledge. Reflecting on the incomprehensible marketing proposal he had previously written, her sense of distance intensified. Despite having lived 2 lives, Qingchuan was not fully attuned to the nuances of a girl's heart. After exiting the industrial and commercial bureau, Qingchuan took the initiative to grasp Qingchuan's hand. He was taken aback by her boldness, smiled at her, and said, "You must be tired. Let us take a taxi home." With a soft acknowledgement, Qingchuan leaned her head against his shoulder in the taxi. "Qingchuan, how did you suddenly become so impressive?" Qingchuan replied, "Impressive? I feel like you have transformed too. In less than half a month, you resolved Qianqian's medical expenses. I find it hard to believe that all of this originated from you." Qingchuan confessed, "Qingchuan, I am somewhat frightened." Qingchuan held her hand reassuringly. "Qingchuan, do not be afraid. I am the kite, soaring high with the wind. Yet, the string is in your hand. No matter how I fly, I remain under your control. If you gently pull me back, I will be beside you." Qingchuan softly acknowledged him. Just then, the taxi came to a sudden halt, and the driver grumbled, "Why is there traffic at this hour? It's not even peak time." Looking out the window, Qingchuan saw a long line of vehicles ahead, clearly stuck in a severe jam. A motorcycle approached from the opposite direction, and upon recognizing the driver as a familiar face, the taxi driver leaned out of the window and called, "Old Qian, what's going on up there?" "The workers from the silk factory are protesting ahead, blocking the road. It seems we won't be able to pass for a while," replied the motorcyclist. "Old Qian. Damn it." The taxi driver swore, turning to Qingchuan. "You two heard that. We can't proceed. Would you like to get out here?" Qingchuan paid the driver and stepped out with Qingchuan. Old Qian's mention of the silk factory struck a chord, as that was where Qingchuan's parents worked, and Qingchuan's father was also employed there. Given the circumstances, both felt compelled to see what was happening. As they walked down Changming Bridge Street, they encountered even more traffic than anticipated. Many vehicles collided as drivers attempted to turn around, creating a chaotic scene on the street, where even the traffic police were overwhelmed. Upon reaching the intersection of Changming Bridge Street and Tieshi Street, they spotted the protesting workers from the silk factory. There were over 100 individuals holding banners and placards, with each person displaying a message on their backs that, when combined, formed a singular demand. "We want food. We want wages. We want compensation." Amongst the crowd, the most striking figure was a woman lying on a stretcher in the middle of the street. Upon seeing the middle-aged woman, Qingchuan exclaimed in surprise, "It's Aunt Zhang, Qingyao's mother." "Oh." Qingchuan looked over, realizing the gravity of the situation. Qingchuan tugged at Qingchuan's hand, urging him forward. "Qingya," she called out. "Qingchuan, you came as well?" Ning Qingya responded, turning to greet them. Ning Qingya was a strikingly beautiful girl, her appearance reflecting her name, elegant and ethereal. However, Qingchuan recalled that Ning Qingya's mother had not been injured in the boiler explosion, suggesting that his rebirth had indeed caused some butterfly effect. "Brother Qingchuan." Ning Qingya greeted him with a nod. Qingchuan acknowledged her with a slight inclination of his head. "Qingchuan, Visibly anxious, urged, "Qingya, your mother cannot be exposed to the cold. How can she lie on the ground? We must get her home immediately." Ning Qingya bit her lip, her eyes filled with distress. The middle-aged man standing next to her sighed and said, "This is unavoidable if the factory does not provide compensation. Aunt Zhang might be paralyzed for life." The speaker was Ning Qingya's father, Ning Qingchuan. Qingchuan, distressed, insisted, "Uncle Ning, this cannot be the way. Auntie's health comes first. Lying on the ground in the cold could lead to lasting illness, and we would regret it immensely." Ning Qingchuan replied, "Jinjin, we appreciate your concern, but this matter is not as simple as you think. Please do not involve yourself." In plain terms, Ning Kong'an still regarded Qingchuan as a child, dismissing her words as inconsequential. Qingchuan was exceedingly anxious, yet her humble status rendered her voice insignificant. Fearing that further discussion might backfire, she could only turn to Su Qingchuan for assistance. "Qingchuan, think of a solution," Qingchuan implored. Su Qingchuan pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering, "This is quite challenging. There seems to be no avenue to communicate with the leadership. If only someone could act as an intermediary, but regrettably, it is difficult to find such a person on short notice." Chapter 16. Intent to contract. Su Qingchuan spoke the truth. Such matters cannot be addressed by a mere university student without someone to act as a facilitator. Moreover, this intermediary must possess considerable influence, as typical brokers are inadequate. The issues plaguing the silk reeling factory have escalated beyond a single location and now affect the entirety of the Qingxi district. In Su Qingchuan's recollection, after the boiler explosion at the silk reeling factory in his previous life, operations ceased entirely, prompting workers to protest daily due to their financial struggles. However, the factory was unable to provide funds. It could not even meet the basic wage obligations, let alone compensation. During such crises, it was imperative for the Qingxi district government to intervene. Yet, the district government had already allocated funds to establish a new factory on the outskirts of Anqing. Relocating factories from the city center to the suburbs has become standard practice in recent years. However, the new factory stood idle, lacking the funds to commence operations. Furthermore, workers were reluctant to travel long distances to the outskirts for work due to the inconvenience of transportation. Consequently, the silk reeling factory found itself in the awkward predicament of an unoperational new site and an old factory suffering losses, with the recent explosion stripping away the last vestiges of pretense. In their desperation for survival, the workers had no choice but to protest, demanding financial solutions to their living problems. Thus, to resolve this situation, the foremost requirement was to establish communication with the district leaders. The challenge lay in the absence of such connections. As Su Qingchuan contemplated potential solutions, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was greeted by a familiar voice exclaiming, "Hey, it really is Xiao Su. I recognized you by your silhouette." The speaker was Lu Chong, the individual who had nearly suffered catastrophic losses in the futures market. "Lu Chong, you appear quite radiant. You must have been making a fair profit lately," Su Qingchuan remarked with a smile. Lu Chong replied, "Oh, it's nothing special. The recent deal in deep tin has been quite profitable for me, but without your guidance, I wouldn't have dared to take such risks. The futures market is a true test of one's fortitude. So I've returned to the stock market, where Xiao Zhang may not excel in futures, but possesses considerable insight in stocks. I've followed his advice and made a few small gains." "Congratulations," Su Qingchuan responded. "That advisor Zhang indeed possesses some acumen. You ought to seek his counsel more often." "Absolutely," Lu Chong said cheerfully, but his expression soon darkened, and he sighed. "The workers are blocking the road, and the repercussions are dire." Su Qingchuan replied, "They are left with no alternatives. This was their only recourse." Lu Chong added, "I empathize with them, but the problem is that the district government's coffers are empty. They simply cannot pay the workers' wages." Su Qingchuan discerned an underlying implication in this statement and cautiously inquired, "Lu Chong, how do you know so much about the district government's finances?" Lu Chong casually responded, "The district head, Dong Binhai, is my cousin." Su Qingchuan's spirits soared. It was as if a pillow had been delivered precisely when he needed it. He had been pondering how to establish a connection with the district government, and Lu Chong's familial tie to the district head had just presented itself. "Lu Chong, rush hour is approaching, and this route is one of the busiest in Anqing. Should a significant traffic jam occur, the consequences would be catastrophic," Su Qingchuan cautioned. "The district government must take action, otherwise, the workers will not disperse." Lu Chong responded, Indeed, but what can be done? Su Qingchuan proposed. I have a solution. Oh, do share, Lu Chang replied, expressing no doubt regarding Su Qingchuan's capabilities. After all, anyone who could assist him in reversing his fortunes in the futures market could hardly be an ordinary individual. Su Qingchuan continued, let the district allocate funds to reimburse the medical expenses of the injured from the boiler explosion, and provide funeral expenses and compensation for the deceased. Surely, the district's finances can accommodate this. While this may not quell the workers' anger entirely, it could alleviate the immediate crisis and buy time for further solutions. After considering this, Lu Chang stroked his chin and remarked, that is indeed a viable solution, but there are no precedents. Every endeavor has its first time, Su Qingchuan countered. Even if financial authority does not rest solely with your cousin. As the district head, he must possess some degree of power. Lu Chang nodded. You raise a valid point, Xiao Su. I will call my cousin immediately to propose this solution. He then produced an Ericsson phone, indicating that he had heeded Su Qingchuan's previous advice and upgraded from his old device. Lu Chang stepped aside to make the call, and after a full 10 minutes, he returned, saying, my cousin is on his way and has already approved this solution, expressing that it is quite feasible and inquiring about who conceived it. Just as he finished speaking, several cars approached, and District Head Dong Binhai, along with several other key officials, exited their vehicles. A nearby secretary promptly handed over a loudspeaker. Dong Binhai ascended to a vantage point, activating the loudspeaker to address the crowd. Su Qingchuan and Lu Chang's conversation had been overheard by Ning Jia and her father, who were astonished to discover that Su Qingchuan genuinely had a solution for the injured workers' medical expenses. The individual with whom he conversed clearly exuded authority, and it was evident that he heeded Su Qingchuan's words. Today had certainly opened their eyes. Dong Binhai assured the crowd that the district would not neglect the injured workers. The next day, funds would be allocated to cover their medical expenses. He expressed deep regret for those who had perished and confirmed that the district would also provide funeral and condolence payments. Upon hearing this, the mindset of the protesting workers shifted. Some felt reassured, while others viewed this as a mere delaying tactic from the district government, fostering a sense of distrust. When hearts are not united, division becomes all too easy. The factory director stepped forward to vouch for the district head and the government. This director, a good man with considerable respect within the factory, had made every effort to provide basic support to the workers during the prolonged absence of wages, ensuring they did not go hungry. Thus, when the director spoke, the workers lost their desire to continue protesting, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The traffic police swiftly began directing traffic, and the congested road conditions began to improve. Lu Chang's secretary approached, saying, Lu Chang, the district head requests your presence. Lu Chang turned to Su Qingchuan and said, Xiao Su, you should come with me. Su Qingchuan naturally yearned for such an opportunity, one that would allow him to engage in direct dialogue with the leaders of the district. Qingchuan did not follow him. She was well aware that her presence in such a setting would be rather inappropriate, and it would be more beneficial for her to remain and assist Ning Qingya. However, Qingchuan was also quite curious about the methods Su Qingchuan would employ to resolve this matter. Would the district leaders truly heed the opinions of a mere student? Chapter 17. Qi Jia's reputation proves quite useful in the public setting. Lu Chang respectfully addressed Dong Binhai as District Chief Dong, refraining from calling him old cousin to show his regard. Dong Binhai handed the loudspeaker to the factory director, instructing him to continue soothing the workers. Approaching Lu Chang, he accepted the cigarette offered and remarked, Mr. Lu, your suggestion has alleviated my immediate concerns. Thank you. Lu Chang replied, District Chief Dong. This idea was not mine. He then gently nudged Su Qingchuan forward, adding, it was little Su's idea. Dong Binhai squinted at Su Qingchuan, inquiring, are you still a student? Lu Chang interjected, District Chief Dong, do not underestimate little Su. Did I not mention to you that I nearly lost everything in the futures market? It was entirely thanks to little Su that I managed to turn a profit. Dong Binhai responded, oh, it appears he is quite accomplished for his age. Su, I appreciate your advice. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to approach me. This was merely perfunctory rhetoric, and it was hard to believe Su Qingchuan would take it to heart. Despite Dong Binhai's lighthearted tone, if Su Qingchuan truly faced hardship and sought help at the district government, he would likely be ushered out by security. Having lived 2 lives, Su Qingchuan had seen through such pretenses and remained unfazed, stating, District Chief Dong, this is merely a stopgap measure. The issues at the silk factory cannot be resolved by simply appeasing a few injured workers. Dong Binhai responded with a vague dismissing Su Qingchuan's words. Although they held merit, he inwardly scoffed at the notion of a student instructing him on how to conduct affairs. It was quite laughable. Lu Chong attempted to smooth over the tension, suggesting, "District Chief Dong, it will soon be mealtime. Let us find a place to eat. There's a newly opened restaurant not far ahead that serves delightful dishes." After some reluctance, Dong Binhai could not resist Lu Chong's enthusiasm and eventually acquiesced to dine with them. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they secured a private room. The owner, excited yet anxious at the sight of the district chief, hurried to the kitchen to oversee the preparations, ensuring a perfect meal for the chief. However, Dong Binhai had little appetite, as the matters concerning the silk factory weighed heavily on his mind. Although the workers had dispersed for the day, their grievances would not truly subside without wages, and he pondered how to handle the next potential outburst. Su Qingchuan sipped his tea and said, "District Chief Dong, I am here representing Wenji Company to discuss matters with the government." Dong Binhai frowned. "What?" Su Qingchuan clarified. "Wenji Trading Company, Limited is located in the Xiqing district. You must have heard of it, right?" Dong Binhai inquired. "You are with Wenji Company?" Su Qingchuan affirmed. "Yes, and I am also a shareholder. If you doubt me, I can provide you with the contact number for Ms. Qi Jie, the chairwoman of Wenji Company, and you may verify with her." Su Qingchuan felt compelled to mention Wenji Company, as Dong Binhai was clearly skeptical of him. Yet, he had not anticipated that the mere mention of Qi Jie's name would cause a complete shift in Dong Binhai's demeanor. "Since you are acquainted with General Manager Qi, this matter becomes worth discussing," Dong Binhai remarked. "What does Wenji Company intend to do?" Su Qingchuan replied, "General Manager Qi is a deeply socially responsible entrepreneur. Upon learning of the silk factory's plight, she has been contemplating ways to assist the workers in overcoming their difficulties." After several meetings, the senior management proposed a relatively feasible plan, management by contract. Dong Binhai's interest was piqued. "Wenji Company intends to contract the silk factory?" Su Qingchuan confirmed. "Yes, there is such an intention." Leaning forward, Dong Binhai asked, "What would the specifics entail?" Su Qingchuan explained, "I have not attended the board meetings, so I only have a general understanding of the contracting intentions. Firstly, Wenji Company would take over both the new and old silk factories. Once the contract begins, the new factory will commence production while the old factory will cease operations, and all employees will be transferred to the new facility. Secondly, after the silk factory is contracted to Wenji Company, the annual profits will be split 50-50 with the district government. And the government will also waive all local taxes and fees for 3 years." Dong Binhai leaned back in his chair, a serious expression crossing his face. The conditions proposed by Su Qingchuan could only be described as stringent. There was no concrete plan for profitability, nor any indication of the amount of investment, and the 50-50 profit-sharing model disrupted the existing contracting norms. Should he agree, other enterprises might demand the same when contracting state-owned factories. More critically, waiving all local taxes for 3 years would result in a significant loss of fiscal revenue. If he were to approve such a measure, the leaders of the district's finance department would likely confront him daily over the matter. "I cannot provide an immediate response. I must return and discuss it in a meeting," Dong Binhai finally replied after a lengthy silence. Su Qingchuan responded, "Of course, we are willing to wait." At that moment, the dishes were served, and Lu Chong urged them to begin eating. However, the meal was devoid of flavor. After only a few bites, Dong Binhai excused himself, and Su Qingchuan also claimed he had matters to attend to, promptly following suit. Upon exiting the restaurant, they found a secluded corner on the street, where Su Qingchuan called Qi Jie. "Sister Qi, are you busy?" he asked. Qi Jie replied, "I'm packing to return to the provincial capital." "What's the matter, little Su?" Su Qingchuan explained, "I utilized the name of Wenji Company today to address a situation and proceeded to share the idea of contracting the silk factory." Qi Jie pondered, "Little Su, have you considered the risks associated with contracting?" Su Qingchuan reassured her, "I have conducted a business analysis, and the relevant risks are within manageable limits. Furthermore, the situation at the silk factory has reached a critical point. Delaying any further could lead to dire consequences. My parents are employees at this factory, as are many of my neighbors. I cannot bear to see them suffer any longer." Qi Jie sighed. "Little Su, I understand your sentiments, but this matter of contracting is monumental. My mind is preoccupied with the provincial representative from Ericsson, and the company's efforts are entirely focused on this issue. There's simply isn't enough bandwidth to take on the contracting of the silk factory. Su Qingchuan replied, Sister Qi, I know you are weary, so I intend to handle this myself, as long as you permit me to use the banner of Wenji Company. Without this banner, the district leaders will not engage with me seriously. Qi Jie acknowledged, it seems you are determined to contract the silk factory. Very well, please share your plan with me. How do you intend to execute this matter? Chapter 18. The new company Su Qingchuan elucidated, Sister Qi, my thoughts are as follows. We should officially elevate the Wengji Company's Anqing branch to a subsidiary. I have also recently established a new company named Qingchuan. The two companies will collaboratively take on the silkworm reeling factory contract, thereby allowing us to detach some of the hidden debts from the Wengji headquarters and alleviate the pressure on you. Qi Jie furrowed her brow and responded. But pursuing this course of action will increase your burden significantly. The new company will require a substantial amount of capital to undertake the factory contract, and now it is also encumbered with debt. Will the government consent to this arrangement? Su Qingchuan replied, I possess a thorough understanding of the silkworm reeling factory. Currently, they have reached a point where they must transfer ownership. The construction of the new factory has consumed a considerable amount of bank loans, and the interest alone has caused considerable distress for the Qingxi district government. Had it not been for the explosion incident at the old factory, the new factory could have proceeded with some difficulties. However, following the explosion, neither the factory nor the government has the means to appease the employees, leading to a vicious cycle where workers are increasingly reluctant to work at the new facility. Consequently, the Qingxi district government is eager to find a company to take on the contract. Our proposal will leave them with no grounds to refuse. Furthermore, I have learned that the equipment purchased for the new factory is the most advanced in silk reeling technology. Once production commences, the products will directly enter the domestic high-end silk market. The economy is improving day by day, and consumer spending is rising exponentially. It won't be long before silk products become the epitome of luxury in the domestic apparel sector, presenting a vast potential market. Thus, as long as we can initiate production at the new factory, how can the Qingxi district government refuse our contract terms? Qi Jie pondered for a moment before asking, but where will the funds come from? Su Qingchuan replied, the raw materials for silk can be transacted through a letter of credit with our clients. This will require you, Sister Qi, to negotiate with the bank. If we can secure a letter of credit exceeding 15 million and extend the redemption period to over 3 months, we will have ample time to get the new factory operational. As for the startup costs, I estimate we will need only a few million, which we can manage to accumulate. Accumulate? Qi Jie chuckled. From your tone, it seems you are already quite confident. I have an idea in mind, but I fear that if I share it, you will chastise me for being too opportunistic, Su Qingchuan admitted. Then I shall refrain from inquiring further, Qi Jie responded. Little Su, since you have made the decision to take on the contract, I will fully support you. I will assign someone from headquarters to assist you, and as for the letter of credit, I will meet with the bank leaders in the provincial capital tomorrow. It should not pose too much of a problem. Su Qingchuan sighed in relief and said, Thank you, Sister Qi. I promise I will not let you down. The following day, around 10 in the morning, the individual assigned by Qi Jie from headquarters arrived. She was a woman in her 30s, sporting a short haircut that exuded professionalism. Although her beauty could not be deemed stunning, there was a certain charisma about her, embodying androgynous charm to perfection. Hello, my name is Zheng Huiying. The woman extended her hand to shake Su Qingchuan's. President Qi has sent me to Anqing to assist you. Please feel free to delegate any tasks. Zheng Huiying immediately immersed herself in her work, and Su Qingchuan admired her dedication. Sister Zheng, our first task is to establish the new company and then facilitate the equity swap. I will need your assistance with this, and the sooner, the better. We aim to have everything in order before the Qingxi district leaders approve our terms. Zheng Huiying tucked a stray hair behind her ear and replied, No problem, I will handle it. Is there anything else? We also require a brand new office location and need to recruit some personnel to assist with operations. However, I can manage this myself, so no need to trouble Sister Zheng. Oh, I will take care of it right away, Zheng Huiying responded, producing a business card. Here is my phone number and pager information. Feel free to reach out at any time. Certainly. After watching Zheng Huiying depart, Su Qingchuan made his way to the hospital. Qin Zhen was tutoring Su Qingqian when Su Qingchuan arrived, prompting the two to pause. The younger sister blinked and asked, Brother, did you come all the way up here? Su Qingchuan nodded and said, Jinjin, do you have a relative working at a newspaper? Qin Zhen affirmed, Yes, My uncle works at the Anqing Evening News. Why do you ask? Could you take me to see him? I wish to publish a recruitment advertisement, Su Qingchuan requested. A recruitment advertisement? Su Qingchuan exclaimed in surprise. Brother, what are you planning? I am about to embark on a significant endeavor. I will inform you once it is accomplished, but for now, it must remain confidential. Su Qingchuan replied. Su Qingchuan then turned to Qingzhen, asking, Does Xinjin know about this? Qingzhen initially shook her head, but then nodded. Does it relate to the silkworm reeling factory? Precisely, Su Qingchuan confirmed. Then let's go. Qingzhen stood up and said, Qianqian, stay here and study well. I will accompany brother to handle some matters. We will return shortly. That's fine, you both go ahead. I will continue reading, Su Qingxian replied. The two left the hospital and headed straight for the Anqing Evening News office. Qingzhen called her uncle from the reception area, and he soon came down, slightly taken aback to see Qingzhen with Su Qingchuan. Xinjin, what brings you here? Qingzhen replied. It is not I who sought you, but Qingchuan. Little Su is looking for me? Her uncle asked, turning to Su Qingchuan. What can I do for you? Su Qingchuan stated. I wish to publish a recruitment advertisement in the Evening News. Due to time constraints, I hope to ask for your assistance in expediting the process. Ideally, I would like the advertisement to be published today, and I am willing to pay an additional fee for the advertisement. Her uncle responded, Is that all? All right, just give me the content of the advertisement, and I will take care of it immediately. Su Qingchuan retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, detailing the recruitment conditions. Upon reading it, her uncle gasped in astonishment. Wow, such generous salaries? 2,000 for administrative staff, 3,000 for finance, and 4,000 for sales personnel? Little Su, what kind of company is this? I am merely assisting someone else, so I am not fully informed, Su Qingchuan replied. Her uncle did not press further. After confirming the advertisement fees, Su Qingchuan paid double the standard rate. Her uncle was indeed efficient, and by that afternoon, the Anqing Evening News featured the recruitment announcement at various newsstands. In an era where average salaries hovered around 300 to 400, the allure of salaries in the thousands was simply astounding. Many who saw the advertisement found it hard to believe, yet a portion were still enticed by the figures and prepared to apply. Chapter 19. Contract Proposal. Su Qingchuan scheduled the interview for 3 days later, allowing this interval because the office location had yet to be determined. During these 3 days, Zheng Huiying diligently completed the elevation of Wenji Company's Anqing branch, renaming the new company Qifan, symbolizing a fresh start. Su Qingchuan's Haichuan Company acquired a 30% stake in Qifan. Due to limited financial resources, this stake was exchanged for Su Qingchuan's 20% shares in Wenji, with all the intricate business details handled solely by Zheng Huiying. Subsequently, Su Qingchuan successfully leased an office in the central district of Anqing, covering over 300 square meters. The cleaning crew spent an entire afternoon ensuring the office was immaculate, while the necessary desks and chairs would be gradually procured. In these days, Qingzhen busied herself alongside Su Qingchuan, feeling a sense of pride in the establishment of the new company. On the morning of the 4th day, the new company welcomed a large influx of interviewees. Anticipating this situation, Su Qingchuan had recruited several university students from the vicinity to serve as temporary staff for the reception duties, while he conducted the interviews in the office at the back. To project a more mature image, he purchased a pair of black-rimmed glasses, donned a suit and leather shoes, and styled his hair in a more adult manner. Although he still appeared somewhat youthful, it was unlikely anyone would associate him with a student identity. After a day of interviews, Su Qingchuan selected 5 candidates, 3 men and 2 women. The women were appointed as internal staff and financial auditors, with the financial position filled by Song Wenli and the internal position by Feng Yu. The 3 men, all in sales, were named Qi Hao, Ing Kuei, and Ge Zhengyang. Gathering the 5 individuals, Su Qingchuan instructed, Tomorrow, the 3 of you will embark on business trips to Anhui Province, Guangdong Province, and Xinjiang. I require you to gather all information related to VCDs, from manufacturers to sales channels, ensuring you collect first-hand data. As for the distribution of these locations, I leave that to your discussions. The company will cover all travel and meal expenses, so simply bring back the receipts for reimbursement. The first business undertaking of the company involved the contracting of a silk reeling factory. Feng Jia, you will oversee this, engaging with the leadership of the Qingxi district. Song Jia, you are responsible for financial auditing. I will notify you of any other arrangements. Although this month has already passed more than 10 days, your salaries will still be calculated as if it were a full month. The group reviewed the contract. ensuring the terms were accurate before signing their names. The 3 sales representatives belonged to Qingchuan Company, while the 2 women were part of Qifan Company. Qingchuan had already briefed them on the company structure, so there were no objections. Upon exiting the company building, Qingchuan sighed in relief. Everything was progressing positively, and his plans were gradually unfolding. Although finances remained tight, he believed that once this hurdle was overcome, a smooth path lay ahead. At that moment, Qingchuan received a call from Qingchuan, informing him that the silk reeling factory workers had protested again. Although several injured parties had been appeased, the old factory had yet to resume operations, and the delayed wages had incited considerable unrest among the workers. Qingchuan was not surprised by this news. It had been anticipated. However, the leaders of Qingxi district were likely experiencing significant headaches. Qingchuan even considered commending the protesting workers. Without their persistent pressure on Qingxi district, the contract for the silk reeling factory might have been delayed even further. Sure enough, shortly after hanging up with Qingchuan, he received a call from Lu Chang. Xiao Su, the chairman has asked me to inquire if your company is indeed going to contract the silk reeling factory? Lu Zong, is such a matter something to be taken lightly? Qingchuan retorted. You should consult the district government about this. He then summoned Feng Yu to handle this matter, reasoning that the boss could not personally oversee every detail. Feng Yu was unperturbed. Her previous work involved liaising with government officials, making her quite familiar with the process. Su Zong, if the Qingxi district leaders inquire about our startup capital, how should I respond? She asked. Qingchuan replied, inform them that the funds for raw material procurement have been secured by the company, and the new factory will require approximately 2 million yuan to commence operations. This amount should be raised by the silk reeling factory's employees, essentially as a collective fund. Feng Yu was taken aback. What? But those factory workers have not been paid in ages. Asking them to contribute now would be unreasonable. The leaders of Qingxi district would likely reject such a proposal. Qingchuan explained. The reason I am asking the workers to contribute is not due to the company's inability to raise the funds, but rather because the factory is plagued by inefficiencies and an excessive number of employees drawing salaries without work. My parents work there, so I am well aware of this situation. By implementing a collective funding approach, we may not eliminate all the parasites, but we can certainly reduce the workforce by at least 2/3, significantly streamlining the factory's operations. Furthermore, each household would only need to contribute 4,000 yuan as a deposit. Most families should be able to manage this amount, especially since the factory has been idle for so long, and the low turnover indicates that employees value their jobs. The collected funds will be used to pay the bank loan interest in proportion, which should alleviate some concerns. For those truly struggling to raise the funds, they can be considered temporary workers, transitioning to permanent status once they have saved enough. After contemplating for a moment, Feng Yu found Qingchuan's reasoning quite sound. She then proceeded to the Qingxi district government to discuss the specifics of the contract with Dongbinhai. Returning to the hospital, Qingchuan informed his parents about the impending contract for the silk reeling factory. Upon hearing about the collective fund, their expressions noticeably shifted. While their family was not currently in need of funds, many factory workers were on the brink of financial ruin. A few thousand yuan represented a substantial sum for them. Is there no room for negotiation? Su Wei asked anxiously. Qingchuan shook his head. This is a strict requirement. Those who cannot contribute to the fund will have to transition to temporary worker status. Mother, the contracting company has its own considerations, and besides, this money is not given freely. Interest will be paid according to the loan rate. If one truly cannot afford to pay, they may transition to temporary work, which at least ensures a stable livelihood. Su Xinjin inquired. Qingchuan, how do you know this so well? What is your relationship with this contracting company? I previously mentioned that I work for someone, and that someone is this very company. The chairwoman, whom I affectionately refer to as sister, and I share a rather cordial relationship. These matters were disclosed to me by her. Qingchuan offered a response that was partly truthful and partly fabricated. Su Xinjin remarked, shouldn't this be considered company confidential? She disclosed it to you? Father, this hardly qualifies as a secret. Qingchuan replied with a smile. Sister Qi is aware that both of you are employees at the silk reeling factory, which is why she shared some information with me in advance, though I am not privy to the specific details of the contracting terms. Chapter 20. Fundraising. Qingchuan could only utter these words, for if his parents were to discover that the idea of fundraising originated from him, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Feng Yu's negotiations with the Qingxi district progressed smoothly, Dong Binhai nearly accepted all the contractual terms proposed by Qingchuan Company. However, there remained one matter that Qingchuan Company had to address independently: fundraising. Qingxi District was unwilling to bear the brunt of this issue, as the news of fundraising could stir a tempest, and the leaders of the district wished to avoid any recurrence of workers besieging the government compound. Such a headache was better left to Qingchuan Company to handle. If they could not manage this, there would be no need to sign the contract. Feng Yu informed Su Qingchuan of this decision, who could only shake his head in resignation. Truly, they were a bunch of seasoned veterans. He instructed Feng Yu to contact the director of the silk reeling factory, commanding him to bring all mid to senior level management to a meeting at Qingchuan Company the following morning. The next day, 36 management personnel from the silk reeling factory, all above the rank of section chief, arrived at Qingchuan Company. Initially, they exchanged laughter and pleasantries, but gradually their smiles faded as they beheld the grandeur of the company. The processes were remarkably sophisticated, and they were guided by a dedicated administrative assistant. This so-called administrative assistant was a temporary worker that Su Qingchuan had recruited, possessing both beauty and grace, and the natural charm of a beautiful woman calmed the men's nerves. Upon seeing her, the managers fell silent one by one. After leading the 36 individuals into the conference room and serving each one a cup of tea, the administrative assistant exited, and Su Qingchuan entered. Dressed in a mature and sophisticated manner, he approached the front of the conference room, resting his hands on the table, his gaze sweeping slowly across the faces before him. General Manager Qi is preoccupied with other matters and cannot attend this meeting, so I shall preside over today as proceedings, Su Qingchuan announced. I have several matters to discuss with you all. The first is the streamlining of our organization. The business department of the silk reeling factory will be disbanded, and its employees will be reassigned. Other departments will not undergo major adjustments for the time being. The head of the business department was taken aback to find himself the first to be cut, panic setting in as he exclaimed, "Without the business department, how will we handle sales?" Su Qingchuan replied calmly. The company will establish a brand new sales department to oversee the sales operations of the silk reeling factory. Employees from the business department may submit their resumes to the sales department, and capable individuals will be welcomed. As for those lacking the requisite abilities, they will have to be let go. Similarly, the procurement department will also undergo a secondary interview process, as Qingchuan Company will completely take over the procurement operations of the silk reeling factory. The heads of the business and procurement departments will be transferred to the business and procurement divisions, respectively. This is the first matter I wish to announce. The second matter is a piece of good news. The company has resolved the issue regarding raw material procurement funds. Once the raw materials arrive at the new factory, production can commence. Director Zhao will be fully responsible for the commencement of operations at the new factory, and we will subsequently assess the situation regarding any outstanding wages. The company will spare no effort in addressing the employees' wage concerns. Upon hearing this, Director Zhao let out a deep sigh of relief. The wage issue was the most pressing concern facing the silk reeling factory, and resolving it would alleviate many other problems. However, before Director Zhao could fully relax, Su Qingchuan's next words tightened his chest once more. After excluding the amount for raw material purchases, approximately 2 to 2.5 million yuan would still be required for the new factory's operational launch. This sum would need to be borne by all present, along with the hundreds of employees from the silk reeling factory. What? All the management personnel, including Director Zhao, were utterly astonished, with some standing in agitation, questioning whether this was mere nonsense. With the workers barely able to make ends meet, how could they possibly raise funds? Is this how your company handles the contracting of the silk reeling factory? Is there no law or justice left? Su Qingchuan crossed his arms and quietly observed them. Once the outburst subsided, he slowly responded. The company is willing to front tens of millions for raw material procurement without a second thought. Do you truly believe we cannot manage a mere 200,000? Then why the need for fundraising? Someone among them, still visibly agitated, asked. Su Qingchuan answered, out of a sense of responsibility. The new company does not require employees who are indifferent to the factory, and we have conducted thorough investigations revealing that at least 30% of the workforce is engaged in absenteeism. Fundraising is intended to drive these individuals out of the factory. Do not be quick to deny it. We have a list in hand. The previously agitated manager fell silent, deflated, and returned to his seat. Director Zhao let out a quiet breath and inquired then, "How much exactly?" Su Qingchuan replied, "Each ordinary employee will contribute 4,000, while management personnel will range from 10 to 30,000. Does anyone have further questions? The crowd exchanged glances, and even if there were questions, they hesitated to voice them. Su Qingchuan's commanding presence had thoroughly intimidated them. What will happen to employees who cannot provide the fundraising amount? Director Zhao asked. Su Qingchuan stated, those unable to contribute will be laid off. However, the factory may rehire these employees as temporary workers, allowing them to transition to permanent status once they have saved enough money. And do remember to inform the employees that the company will pay interest on this amount at the bank loan rate, with a term of 3 years. Director Zhao swallowed hard. I have no further questions. Su Qingchuan concluded, since there are no further inquiries. This meeting is adjourned. Director Zhao, please stay behind. I have some matters to discuss with you privately. The rest of you may leave. What began with laughter and camaraderie ended with downcast spirits, as everyone worried about the repercussions of the fundraising news being released. Troubled, Director Zhao entered Su Qingchuan's office, his mind consumed with thoughts of the fundraising. Uncle Zhao, Su Qingchuan called out twice. There are no outsiders here. So I shall refrain from addressing you as director. Director Zhao sighed. Xiao Su, you have truly exceeded my expectations. Su Qingchuan replied, I merely raised the banner of a tiger to bolster my standing, so please do not mock me. Director Zhao waved his hands repeatedly. There is no mockery here. Xiao Su, you are truly remarkable. The new establishment is fortunate to have such a talented individual. Su Qingchuan inquired, Uncle Zhao, are you able to gather the 30,000 yuan for the fundraising? If it's difficult, you may submit a report. The company can advance you half a year's salary. Director Zhao replied, I can manage to scrape it together. Very well. Uncle Zhao, allow me to introduce you to these two individuals. This is Sister Feng Yu, and this is Sister Song Wenli. For any matters pertaining to the silk reeling factory, you may consult them directly. Please expedite the fundraising process. Once the funds are received, the new factory can commence production, and I would greatly appreciate your efforts, Director Zhao, in assisting the workers. Director Zhao wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging his understanding. Chapter 21. A grand gift. After bidding farewell to Director Zhao, Su Qingchuan introduced Zheng Huiying to Feng Yu and Song Wenli. Zheng Huiying is effectively the highest authority of Qifan Company, and from now on, all operations at the silk reeling factory will report to her. Su Qingchuan is relieved to have less on his plate, and more importantly, he intends to devote his energy to another significant endeavor, VCD. This venture is poised to become the most lucrative industry in the coming years. Missing out on it would haunt Su Qingchuan for a lifetime. Moreover, VCD serves as a gateway to the chip manufacturing industry. It is fair to say that Su Qingchuan's ambitions have transcended mere monetary gain. He is now pursuing core technology. While Su Qingchuan contemplated his next steps, he received a call from Qijie. Huiying, have you successfully contracted the silk reeling factory? Qijie's voice conveyed a mixture of joy and admiration. Su Qingchuan replied, we are just one step away. I believe the factory's employees will not resist the capital contributions. Most of the workers have savings of around 20,000, and a few thousand as a deposit is something they can manage. Su Qingchuan's confidence stems from his past experiences. He had witnessed a similar scenario unfold in his previous life. He couldn't recall the name of the company that took over the silk reeling factory back then, but it was far more unscrupulous than Qifan. Ordinary workers were required to contribute 10,000, while the leadership was expected to fork over at least 50,000. Even under such duress, the factory's employees managed to gather the funds. However, that company was merely a facade that absconded with the contributions. For many workers, 10,000 represented a lifetime of savings, and when the money vanished, coupled with the factory's closure, several employees resorted to tragic ends. This is why Su Qingchuan was anxious to secure the contract. If Qifan hesitated, the leaders of the city's western district might find that very same company, and history could repeat itself. Xiao Su, since the silk reeling factory is no longer busy, you should come to the provincial capital. You asked me to inquire about the vehicle, and there's news, plus someone wishes to meet you, Qijie said. Who wants to see me? Su Qingchuan inquired. It's a secret, Qijie teased. But I assure you, they are not a bad person. All right, I will inform my parents and sister. I'll take the bus to the provincial capital tomorrow morning, Su Qingchuan said. I'll be waiting for you, Qijie concluded before hanging up. Upon returning to the hospital, Su Qingchuan informed his parents and sister about his trip to the provincial capital for 2 days. Ever since he brought back several million, his parents had been at a loss on how to manage their son, as his actions had far exceeded their understanding. Moreover, With Su Qingchuan being so busy lately, seemingly involved in establishing a company, it had left them in a state of anxiety. Is this really our son? Has he been possessed by someone? They wondered. Therefore, when their son announced his trip, they had no grounds to object, with their only concern being for his safety. Su Qingchuan also sought out Qingchuan, hoping she could accompany him to the provincial capital. After all, in a month, she would be heading to Xiangjiang for studies, and they would soon embark on a long-distance relationship. Though visiting each other monthly would help, for a couple in love, even a single day apart could be excruciating. Thus, Su Qingchuan wished to spend as much time as possible with Qingchuan before school commenced. Unfortunately, Qingchuan had to return to her hometown with her parents and could not join him. Ultimately, Su Qingchuan boarded the bus to the provincial capital alone. After 3 hours of jarring travel, he arrived at the bus station in the provincial capital. Disembarking, Su Qingchuan felt his legs numb from the ordeal. The bus had taken the old roads rather than the highway, making for a particularly bumpy ride. Moreover, the constant influx of passengers made the vehicle feel akin to a sardine can, stuffy and unpleasant. Thankfully, it was a one-time journey. He would have his own vehicle for the return trip. Qi Jie had arrived early and was waiting outside the bus station. Upon seeing Su Qingchuan, she waved energetically. As he entered, Qi Jie noticed his pale complexion and comfortingly remarked, "You must be exhausted from the journey. Rest well in my car." Su Qingchuan accepted the bottle of water Qi Jie offered and gulped down a generous sip before exclaiming, "I never want to ride a bus again. Let us get in. I'm taking you to meet someone," Qi Jie replied. The car drove to the Jingjiang Grand Hotel. While it may not be the most opulent establishment in the provincial capital, it is the most prestigious, as provincial leaders often host guests there. Dining at Jingjiang Grand Hotel is a prestigious affair. Su Qingchuan was taken aback that Qi Jie had brought him here, intensifying his curiosity about the person he was to meet. They arrived at an extravagant private room on the 6th floor, where 2 individuals awaited. "Ah, our great benefactor has finally arrived," Xia Songyun exclaimed, rising and clapping her hands. "Welcome, Su Xiao, to the provincial capital." Su Qingchuan smiled. "Miss Xia, please refrain from teasing me." Another man stood up, extending his hand. "Greetings, I am Xia Songtao." "Hello, Mr. Xia," Su Qingchuan responded, shaking his hand. Xia Songtao continued, "Ever since I reviewed the marketing proposal provided by Su Xiao, I have eagerly anticipated this meeting. I have received an email from Ericsson's headquarters, clearly outlining the launch date for the Chinese mobile phone, early next year. At that time, the domestic mobile market will be completely transformed. I sincerely hope that the marketing strategy for the Chinese digital mobile phone can continue to be managed by you, Su Xiao. Just call me Xiao Su, Mr. Xia. I cannot accept such titles as Xiao. I am not that esteemed," Su Qingchuan replied. "As for the marketing strategy for the Chinese digital mobile phone, I can only promise to do my utmost." Xia Songtao clapped his hands in delight. With Su Xiao's assurance, I can rest easy. He persisted in addressing Su Qingchuan as Xiao, which Su Qingchuan chose not to correct. Truthfully, he found the title quite befitting of a young scion, and he rather appreciated it. After all, youth is meant to be exuberant. Regardless, Su Qingchuan was merely an 18-year-old young man. Once everyone was seated, Xia Songtao poured a drink for Su Qingchuan and began to inquire about his views on the future of digital mobile phones. In 1994, mobile phones were unequivocally a luxury, with prices starting at 20 to 30,000. However, the annual income of the common people is less than 10,000 yuan, making the purchase of a mobile phone a matter of several years of saving. Given this reality, wouldn't it be wiser to invest in a pager? Based on this reasoning, most individuals working in the domestic telecommunications industry have shown skepticism towards the mobile phone market, opting instead to invest substantial sums into pagers. Yet, the fervor surrounding the mobile phone market has surpassed their expectations. In the first half of 1994, the number of new phone lines issued by the Postal and Telecommunications Department exceeded 150,000. This figure has continued to rise, and conservative estimates suggest that by the end of the year, the issuance could very well surpass 300,000. It is upon this data that Xia Songtao decided to stake all his fortunes on Ericsson. Although the current performance appears promising, Xia Songtao remains uneasy, harboring certain doubts. Fortunately, Su Qingchuan is able to alleviate these uncertainties for him. Su Qingchuan has witnessed the entire evolution of the domestic mobile phone market, and in the year of his rebirth, domestic mobile phone manufacturers had already acquired the capability to produce chips, albeit at a considerable cost. Chapter 22. Personal matters. This was the longest meal that Su Qingchuan had enjoyed since his rebirth, lasting a full 2.5 hours. Even after listening to over 2 hours of grandiloquent discourse, Xia Songtao still appeared unsatisfied. Had it not been for the incessant calls from the company's shareholders, this dinner might have extended another hour or two. Before departing, Xia Songtao grasped Su Qingchuan's arm vigorously, exclaiming, "Su Xiao, if it were possible, I would truly wish to recruit you to our Shenglong company, but unfortunately, President Qi would likely not allow it. I hope our collaboration can continue for a long time. And this is my personal token of gratitude. Please do not decline." With that, he fished out a set of car keys from his pocket, stating, "All the documents are in the car. You can simply drive it away." Upon seeing the emblem on the keys, Su Qingchuan was momentarily taken aback. Lingji. In his previous life, it was commonly known as Lexus. Such a vehicle was undoubtedly a high-end sedan in 1994, requiring reservations in the country, and even with connections, one had to wait several months. Moreover, each Lingji sedan was priced well above 500,000. This was indeed a generous gift. Su Qingchuan protested, "Director Xia, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it." Xia Songtao stubbornly pressed the keys into Su Qingchuan's hand, insisting, "In comparison to your marketing plan, a car is nothing." With that, he took his sister and left the restaurant. Holding the car keys, Su Qingchuan was left in a state of bewilderment. "Sister Qi, you should have informed me earlier. This feels like an overwhelming bargain, and I am somewhat at a loss." Qi Jie replied, "Do not doubt yourself. You deserve it. However, I have one question. Do you have a driver's license?" Su Qingchuan scratched his head. "Not yet." "You're buying a car without a license? Are you planning to hire someone to drive it back?" Qi Jie asked helplessly. Su Qingchuan reassured her, "Do not worry. Although I do not possess a license, I am an absolute veteran driver. When it comes to highways, there will be no police inquiries, especially with a Lingji, which is tantamount to possessing a driver's license." This assertion was not entirely unfounded. In 1994, a high-end sedan acted as a sort of communication permit, even allowing entry into government compounds, and ordinary traffic police would typically refrain from checking licenses unless an accident occurred or if someone drove erratically. Furthermore, the scrutiny for obtaining a driver's license was not particularly stringent during that time. One could easily purchase one. Su Qingchuan did not have time to take the test and decided he would simply buy a license later. Qi Jie remarked, "All right, then let me see your driving skills. If you do not drive well, I shall take custody of this car until you obtain your license." Su Qingchuan twirled the car keys around his finger, declaring, "Sister Qi, just wait and see." The vehicle was parked outside the restaurant, gleaming and immaculate, exuding an air of grandeur. However, what astonished Su Qingchuan even more was the license plate number, which featured 3/8. In China, license plate numbers hold significant importance. Influenced by traditional culture, 6 and 8 are widely favored, while 4 and 7 are numbers many wish to avoid. A plate with 3/8 is already considered exceptionally auspicious, typically reserved by the Vehicle Management Bureau for those of notable standing. Director Xia's gift is indeed quite substantial, Su Qingchuan mused, bemused. "It seems I cannot evade the promotion plan for Ericsson's Chinese mobile phones next year." Qi Jie laughed. "Did you think you could escape?" As Su Qingchuan opened the car door, the interior aroma wafted out, and while waiting for the scent to dissipate, he updated Qi Jie on his work. Although Su Qingchuan was managing the silkworm reeling factory contract, Qi Jie, as the proprietor, was essential for advancing matters. It was only right that he kept her informed. "Our contract with the Qingxi district government is for 8 years, with the first 3 years seeing all taxes, except for business tax, waived. After all, business tax constitutes a significant portion of government revenue, so complete exemption is unlikely, and we will receive 40% of the annual profit." Clearly, the Qingxi district government has resolved to shed the burden of the silkworm factory, hence the favorable contract terms. The next focus will be on raw material procurement. "Regarding the letter of credit I previously asked you to investigate, can it be arranged?" Qi Jie nodded. "I have consulted the leaders at Industrial and Commercial Bank, and with Wenji Company as a guarantor, we can secure a letter of credit for 20 million. It will be valid for 4 months. This news invigorated Su Qingchuan. "That is truly excellent. With this letter of credit, we can purchase raw materials for the silkworm factory from both domestic and international suppliers. The new factory will take about 2 to 2.5 months from production to profit. The bank's provision of a 4-month letter of credit allows for a more relaxed production timeline." Though Su Qingchuan spoke lightly of it, Qi Jie was not new to business. The risk inherent in Su Qingchuan's plan was indeed substantial. For months, every step from procurement to production to sales must proceed flawlessly. Any delay of even a day in one phase could push the final product's release back by a month or more. It could be said that Su Qingchuan's plan was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. A slight misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Qi Jie was bemused, wondering how a high school graduate like Su Qingchuan had acquired such knowledge. Knowledge that was not found in textbooks. Your plan is intricately interlinked, with no room for error. My concern is not a doubt in your ability, but rather the possibility of issues arising in other phases. She expressed her worries. Su Qingchuan replied, "This is where I need Sister Qi's assistance. At least regarding raw materials, I would appreciate your oversight. As for production and sales, I shall manage those myself." Qi Jie agreed. "Very well. I will allocate some of our top sales representatives from the headquarters to Qifan Company to fully support your efforts. They are seasoned and trustworthy." Su Qingchuan smiled. "If Sister Qi has confidence in them, then I have no concerns. Once the silkworm factory is on track, Wenji Company will be liberated from its debt and achieve a successful business transformation, reaping multiple benefits." Qi Jie nodded. "You are right. Currently, there are overlapping channels between Qifan Company and Wenji headquarters, which could lead to significant resource waste. Should the silk reeling factory commence operations smoothly, the business of Wenji Company and Qifan Company will be entirely disentangled." Su Qingchuan snapped his fingers and remarked, "Indeed, that is precisely my plan." Qi Jie gently tapped Su Qingchuan's forehead, saying, "Your intellect is truly invaluable. With the matters of importance concluded, may I request your company to attend to some personal affairs?" "Of course," Su Qingchuan replied with a nod. Chapter 23. Returning to alma mater. Su Qingchuan never anticipated that the personal matter Qi Jie wanted him to accompany her with would involve visiting her sister at Kai University. With his profound familiarity with the institution, having spent 4 years there, he felt quite at ease. Upon arriving at the entrance of Kai University, 2 security guards emerged from their booth, scrutinizing the license plate and car emblem before swiftly raising the barrier. The Lingji sedan gradually made its way onto the campus, which remained unchanged in Su Qingchuan's memory. Every blade of grass and every tree felt so familiar, and the buildings, adorned with green bricks and red tiles, retained the architectural style reminiscent of 1994. Despite his intimate knowledge of Kai University, Su Qingchuan feigned the demeanor of a first-time visitor, dutifully following Qi Jie's directions. However, Qi Jie was not well acquainted with the campus. Having only visited a handful of times, her recollections were rather hazy. As Su Qingchuan adhered to her instructions, he found himself straying further from their intended destination. Amused yet helpless, he turned the car around, pretending to aimlessly wander while subtly steering towards the female dormitory area. At an intersection, he spotted a slender girl with an enviable figure. Lowering the car window, he leaned out to inquire, "Excuse me, miss, could you guide me to the female dormitory?" The girl paused momentarily before quickly quickening her pace. Su Qingchuan was taken aback. What had just transpired? Had he spoken inappropriately? Gently pressing the accelerator, he brought the car alongside her, catching a glimpse of her profile. It was stunning and strangely familiar. "Ah, Jingjing!" Qi Jie suddenly exclaimed from the passenger seat, instructing Su Qingchuan to stop the car. She unbuckled her seatbelt and hopped out. The girl outside was momentarily startled by the call. Regaining her composure as Qi Jie approached, and the 2 sisters embraced joyously, leaping with delight. Su Qingchuan parked the car steadily and exited as well. Qi Jie grasped the girl's hand and introduced her. "This is my sister, Qi Jing." Qi Jing assessed Su Qingchuan, remarking, "So this is the marketing prodigy you've been raving about? Just a kid, isn't he? He is quite bold to flirt with seniors on Kai University's campus." Su Qingchuan felt aggrieved. When had he flirted? He merely greeted her as miss. If he had called her lady, that might have qualified as flirting. Qi Jie, with a playful grin, replied, "Don't let his youthful appearance fool you. He is truly impressive. This car was gifted to him by Chairman Xia of Shanglong. Xia Songtao? I'm surprised that miser would ever be so generous." Qi Jing responded, somewhat astonished. "You mustn't let Chairman Xia hear that." Qi Jie chuckled, covering her mouth. Qi Jing scrutinized Su Qingchuan once more and shook her head. "I still find it hard to believe." "Let us not dwell on that," Qi Jie suggested. "Come on, let us go shopping." Qi Jing lifted a plastic bag in her left hand, stating, "I must first deliver these items to my roommates. Otherwise, they'll starve." "Then let us get in the car," Qi Jie said. Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory, Su Qingchuan casually asked, "What is your dormitory number, Jingjie?" 308, Qi Jing replied. Wait, what? Su Qingchuan was momentarily stunned. You study finance and trade? How did you know? Qi Jing asked, bewildered. Su Qingchuan offered no explanation, unable to clarify. Vaguely responding, he said, "You two go upstairs. I'll wait for you down here. You wish you could come inside," Qi Jing teased. But the dormitory supervisor wouldn't allow it. Su Qingchuan merely smiled, refraining from a response. After about half an hour, the two girls returned, accompanied by 3 other beautiful women. Wow, Jingjing, you weren't lying. There's really a handsome guy downstairs, exclaimed a heavily made-up girl, circling around Su Qingchuan. He is really quite attractive. Qi Jing laughed. All right, don't be so eager. You might scare him off. He is still quite young. Please, if he is young enough to call you miss in public. Such a playful term isn't something just any boy would come up with, another girl without makeup chimed in. Qi Jie whispered, these are my sister's roommates. They're just teasing. Please bear with them. Su Qingchuan nodded. It's no trouble at all. Being teased by beauties is a rare delight. You have a good attitude, Qi Jie remarked. Su Qingchuan addressed the ladies, shall we? Let us head out for some shopping. The previously mentioned heavily made-up girl glanced at her watch, saying, I want to be joining you guys. My boyfriend is picking me up soon. Just then, a boy approached hurriedly, calling out, Wow, what a day. The beauties from 308 are all out. Upon noticing the Lingji sedan beside Su Qingchuan, he exclaimed, the latest model of Lingji. Wow, this car requires a reservation in the country. His girlfriend inquired, is this car really that impressive? Impressive? It's beyond impressive. The boy declared, whose car is this? All eyes turned to Qi Jie, who was well known as a successful entrepreneur. Only she could afford such a vehicle. No one even considered associating it with Su Qingchuan, who was quite pleased to avoid unnecessary explanations. The heavily made-up girl wrapped her arm around her boyfriend, saying, We'll take our leave now. Handsome, do come by to visit us often. Flirting with Su Qingchuan in front of her boyfriend, she seemed unafraid of provoking jealousy, suggesting she had trained him well. As the group departed, the car's interior remained spacious, with Qi Jing and her 2 roommates seated in the back, while Qi Jie continued to occupy the front passenger seat. The vehicle navigated towards the most bustling shopping street in the provincial capital. It would be remiss to visit the provincial capital without bringing back something. Though night had fallen, the shopping street was still teeming with people. This was the allure of the provincial capital, where the night marked not the end of the day, but rather the beginning. The warm weather saw women dressed in cool attire, with some bold outfits rivaling those of internet celebrities from the past. The sight of Su Qingchuan accompanying 4 beautiful women on a shopping spree naturally incited envy among many men. It was difficult enough for one to find a single beauty, yet here he was, surrounded by 4. Throughout the journey, Su Qingchuan became acquainted with the names of the 2 other girls in the vehicle. The one with a slightly elongated face was named Wu Jiao, while the girl with a round visage was called Hua Yihan. Wu Jiao was in a relationship, whereas Hua Yihan remained single. Moreover, during the trip, Qi Jie frequently mentioned Su Qingchuan, extolling him as a prodigious talent. Particularly, when Qi Jie referred to the promotional advertisement for Ericsson mobile phones that had previously graced the pages of Anqing's newspaper, the 3 girls in the back seat gasped in astonishment. That advertisement had become a staple in their marketing instructor's curriculum, often referenced during lectures. The creativity of that advertisement undoubtedly warranted prestigious accolades, not merely a consolation prize, but a gold award. Consequently, Qi Jie and her companions held a profound impression of this advertisement, and upon learning that it was conceptualized solely by Su Qingchuan, their admiration for him deepened. Beyond his talent, Qi Jie did not overlook to commend Su Qingchuan's financial prowess, as the car they were in belonged to him. The convergence of physical allure, talent, and wealth within one individual wielded an irresistible charm for young women. After disembarking, Su Qingchuan noticed Hua Yihan stealing glances at him, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic allure, leaving him uncertain whether her nature was inherently flirtatious or merely a playful tease. Chapter 24. The wealthy. As Su Qingchuan strolled into the floor where Ito sold gifts, he waved his hand grandly, signaling the other young ladies to select freely, declaring that all expenses for the day would be covered by him. Qi Jing advised her roommate not to hold back, urging her to purchase whatever she desired, as this young man was not lacking in funds. Wu Jiao and Hua Yihan giggled, expressing their intent to take advantage of Su Qingchuan's generosity. However, When it came time to make purchases, the girls exhibited a rather conservative approach. Wu Jiao opted for a genuine leather belt for her boyfriend, costing less than 100 yuan, while Hua Yihan selected a hairpin adorned with sparkling rhinestones, which, despite its luxurious appearance, was priced at just 68 yuan. Qi Jing remarked, "Hey, you are being too frugal with him." The combined total of their items was still under 200. This would not do, she insisted, and urged them to choose again. Wu Jiao quietly replied, "It doesn't feel right. We can joke, but I can't genuinely spend too much of his money." "No, you must let me spend," Qi Jing insisted. "Didn't the teacher say that advertisement creativity is worth millions? And that car too, money can't always buy it. Don't be stingy. Spend." Su Qingchuan chuckled from the side, agreeing with Qi Jing. "Sister Jing is right. Sisters, please don't hold back. Buy whatever you desire." After a moment of hesitation, Wu Jiao selected a wallet, bringing her total to exactly 200 yuan. Meanwhile, Hua Yihan found herself in a dilemma, torn between a silk scarf and a pair of earrings she adored, both of which were quite expensive, exceeding 200 yuan. As someone who often struggled with making decisions, she hesitated, unsure of which to choose. Noticing her indecision, Su Qingchuan snapped his fingers, summoning the attendant. "Wrap all of these up." The attendant, taken aback by the unexpected large order, had previously underestimated these students' purchasing power. Hua Yihan quickly protested, No, I can't possibly take all three." Su Qingchuan gestured for the attendant to disregard her objections and insisted on having everything wrapped. Soon, several elegant gift boxes appeared at the counter. Qi Jing remarked with a smile, "At such a young age, you already know how to use money to charm hearts. I can only imagine how many girls will fall for you once you reach university." Qi Jie teased, "Little Su has a girlfriend. What does it matter? With looks like his, even without making a move, he will attract countless admirers. Men are all susceptible to temptation," Qi Jing replied. Su Qingchuan was tempted to ask her if she had been hurt by a scoundrel, given her evident hostility towards handsome men, but he kept that question to himself. Once the girls had completed their purchases, it was time to select a gift for his official girlfriend, Qingchuan. In 1994, without credit cards, Su Qingchuan scattered a stack of cash from start to finish, acquiring a plethora of gifts ranging from accessories to clothing. The other girls were somewhat shocked by the ease with which Su Qingchuan spent money, particularly as he never inquired about prices. If he fancied something, he simply had it brought to him. Although he felt a pang at the thought of spending so lavishly, the overwhelming sensation was one of astonishment. Qi Jing smirked, saying, "I told you not to save money for him. This guy doesn't look like a poor person at all." Wu Jiao and Hua Yihan exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of disbelief. After leaving the mall, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. The group sought a restaurant for late-night snacks, indulging without concern for their figures. Dining out in 1994 was remarkably inexpensive, costing less than 100 yuan for the entire meal. Once satiated, Su Qingchuan led the ladies to a Starbucks to enjoy a taste of the bourgeois lifestyle. Since they were indulging, they might as well go all out. Laughter and chatter filled the air until midnight, when Su Qingchuan drove the ladies back to their dormitory. Watching them charm the dormitory supervisor with playful antics brought a smile to his lips. "What are you thinking?" Qi Jian noticed the smile on Su Qingchuan's face and curiously asked, "You're grinning like that. You can't possibly have a crush on Xiaohan, can you?" Su Qingchuan replied, "What are you talking about? I merely find this scene quite amusing. Sister Jing, my aspiration is also to attend Kaida. In a month, I will transition to being a senior with you." "Really? Are you confident about getting into Kaida?" "I wouldn't say 100%, but I am quite certain," Qi Jie said. "All right, then I wish you success in your examination and may you achieve the top score." Su Qingchuan responded, "Thank you. Now let us take Sister Qi home." "What about you?" Qi Jie inquired. "I'll find a hotel to stay," he replied. "Why not stay at my house?" Qi Jie suggested. "That would be too much trouble. I didn't bring any gifts," Su Qingchuan said. "Are you still being formal with me?" Qi Jie remarked. "It's settled then. Do you know how to get to Tiantong Road?" "Of course," Su Qingchuan replied, pressing the accelerator as the car moved forward. Su Qingchuan knew little about Qi Jie's family. Though they had been close friends in their past life, their discussions had primarily revolved around business matters, and Qi Jie rarely spoke about her family, leaving Su Qingchuan unaware of her background. Tiantong Road was renowned as a wealthy district in the provincial capital, indicating that Qi Jie's family was certainly not ordinary. Half an hour later, the car entered Tiantong Road, where the external clamor seemed to fade away, revealing a serene and peaceful atmosphere, imbued with a sense of tranquility. Villas nestled amidst verdant trees, each valued at millions. In those times, several million yuan would translate into tens of millions a decade later. The car finally halted at the entrance of Villa number 88. Qijie leaned halfway out of the car window, and soon the electric gate slowly opened. The butler stood at the entrance, slightly bowing upon seeing Qijie. "Miss, you have returned." Qijie replied, "Fubo, thank you for your hard work." "It is my duty," the butler responded. "Where's father?" "The master and mistress have already retired for the night." Qijie turned to Su Qingchuan, saying, "It seems I will have to introduce you to my father tomorrow morning. Fubo, please arrange a guest room for my brother." "Certainly, sir. Please follow me." Su Qingchuan was genuinely tired. Upon reaching the guest room, he quickly washed up and fell asleep, not waking until dawn. After tending to his personal hygiene, Su Qingchuan exited the guest room and unexpectedly bumped into Qijie. "I was just about to come and wake you." Qijie remarked, "I didn't expect you to be awake already. Let us go, breakfast is ready." Su Qingchuan followed closely behind Qijie into the dining room. At the table sat a middle-aged couple. The man was perusing a newspaper while the woman was preparing coffee. Upon hearing their footsteps, the middle-aged woman lifted her gaze, her features bearing a striking resemblance to Qijie, with the absence of wrinkles on her well-maintained face, making her appear almost like Qijie's elder sister at first glance. Qijie introduced, "Dad, Mom, this is Su Qingchuan, the one I mentioned to you. The revival of Wenji Company is entirely thanks to him." Qijie's father set down the newspaper, revealing a square-shaped face that left Su Qingchuan momentarily stunned. The wealthiest man in Chuan Province, Qingchuan. Chapter 25. Insights on the tycoon. Su Qingchuan never anticipated that Qijie was the daughter of the richest person in Chuan Province. Qingchuan's name resonated like thunder. He was a legend in the business realm of Chuan Province, one of the first individuals to amass wealth following the reform and opening up, with a personal fortune that once exceeded 50 million. He was undoubtedly a prominent figure in the business community, and his enterprises garnered significant attention from the government, which channeled all favorable policies toward Qingchuan's companies. However, in 1995, the Qi Group suffered a devastating blow, with mass resignations at the upper echelons. Within 2 months, the Qi Group declared bankruptcy, and Qingchuan tragically leaped from the top of the company building, marking the end of his extraordinary life. The true circumstances surrounding the Qi Group's downfall remained shrouded in mystery. At that time, Su Qingchuan was attending university, and he learned of Qingchuan's death through the news, but did not pay it much heed. It was not until a decade later, while working on a business proposal, that he stumbled upon the case of Qingchuan. From the now yellowing documents, he uncovered the truth behind the bankruptcy of the Qi Group. He finally understood why Qijie had seldom reached out to him during their 4 years of university, and why her voice was often tinged with exhaustion during their sporadic calls. The roots of her distress lay here. Qingchuan assessed Su Qingchuan and said calmly, "Please, have a seat." After Su Qingchuan sat down, the housekeeper brought forth a traditional breakfast of soy milk, youtiao, fried dough sticks, and baozi, steamed buns. Su Qingchuan had assumed that someone as affluent as Qingchuan would favor Western-style breakfasts. Qingchuan, having consumed half a youtiao and a baozi, declared himself satisfied. The butler then presented a freshly ordered cigar, and as he smoked, he inquired, "Jie, how are the company operations progressing?" Qijie replied, "Dad, did we not agree to refrain from prying into each other's affairs? I am simply concerned for you. I am not intending to meddle in your company." Qingchuan responded, "Things are progressing well. We've eliminated the internal traitors and addressed the bad debts. The company is now moving in a positive direction. I must thank Xiao Su. Without his assistance, I could not have clarified the company's matters so swiftly," Qijie stated. "Indeed, heroes emerge in youth," Qingchuan remarked. "Xiao Su, do you play bowling?" "Just a little," Su Qingchuan replied. Qingchuan stood up and said, "Then accompany me for a game." The Qi residence featured a dedicated bowling alley, eliminating the need to venture outside. However, Su Qingchuan was puzzled as to why Qingchuan had invited him to bowl. Upon reaching the bowling alley, Qingchuan said, "As you are younger, you may open the game." Su Qingchuan picked up a bowling ball and, with remarkably precise form, rolled it down the lane. Although he did not achieve a strike, only 2 pins remained standing. Qijie was taken aback. She had not expected Su Qingchuan's bowling technique to be so refined. Where had he acquired such skill, being merely a university student? Qi Jinfan smiled faintly and followed suit, delivering a perfect strike. Your skill surpasses mine, uncle, Su Qingchuan acknowledged. Qi Jinfan took a seat and said, Xiao Su, I am curious about the origins of your marketing and financial knowledge. Where did you acquire such insights? Upon hearing this, Su Qingchuan sensed an underlying motive. Qi Jinfan was probing him, likely due to Qi Jie having exaggerated his capabilities. Arousing Qi Jinfan's suspicions, he might suspect Su Qingchuan of harboring ulterior motives in his association with Qi Jie or seeking to leverage Qi Jie as a stepping stone to infiltrate the Qi group. The wealthy often harbor intense suspicions, a sentiment Su Qingchuan was all too familiar with, having encountered numerous affluent individuals in his past life, each as cunning as a fox, with thoughts so profound they were unsettling. Please forgive me, uncle. For my knowledge is merely gleaned from books, Su Qingchuan replied, maintaining his composure. Books? Qi Jinfan responded with a smirk. I have reviewed your proposal. It is certainly not something one could conjure solely from reading. Xiao Su, my daughter is naive and easily deceived. Do you suspect I have ulterior motives, uncle? Su Qingchuan inquired. I merely wish to understand why a non-relative is so invested in my daughter's affairs, Qi Jinfan clarified. Father, are you investigating me? Qi Jie interjected. I am simply concerned for you. I have traversed more bridges than you have walked roads. I have consumed more salt than you have rice. In any business, vigilance is paramount. This is a lesson born from years of experience and the harsh realities of the business world, Qi Jinfan explained. Xiao Su is my friend and my adopted brother. What grounds do you have to say such things? Qi Jie retorted. Qi Jinfan cast a glance at Su Qingchuan and said, Xiao Su, do not take offense. I mean no harm, merely inquiring. If you are uncomfortable, I shall change the subject. Now, let us continue our game. Su Qingchuan shook his head. No need. Uncle, I shall not continue. Is this not merely the first frame? Will you abandon so easily? Qi Jinfan challenged. It is not surrender, but a strategic withdrawal, Su Qingchuan replied with a smile. Knowing when to stop losses requires considerable courage. Your performance today is commendable. If we continue, my defeat is inevitable. Since the outcome is already determined, why persist in futile efforts? Qi Jinfan's expression darkened. There was a deeper meaning in Su Qingchuan's words. Was he subtly admonishing him? Were today's youth so audacious? Xiao Su, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Qi Jinfan inadvertently uttered a classic line. Why would you think that, uncle? Su Qingchuan countered. Having navigated the business world for so many years, I have heard all manner of discourse. I am no stranger to the veiled insinuations. Your little tricks do not elude me. Qi Jinfan huffed in response. I commend your keen observation, uncle. However, my earlier remarks were not mere alarmism. The Qi group currently stands precariously on a rickety bridge, with wolves ahead, tigers behind, crocodiles in the river, and raptors in the sky. No matter which path is taken, it leads to ruin. Qi Jinfan was both astonished and furious. Furious that a mere youth could be so brazen, astonished at how he had discerned the Qi group's current plight. The group's dire circumstances were unknown even to Qi Jie, thus it was impossible that she had divulged this information to him. The only explanation was an internal leak. Yet, who would disclose such sensitive information to a student? Nonsense. Qi Jinfan had no intention of acknowledging the situation. With a decisive flick of his sleeve, he declared, Leave. You are not welcome in our home. Su Qingchuan responded calmly. It seems my words have struck a nerve with you, uncle. To be frank, the development of Qi group has no bearing on me whatsoever. If it weren't for Qi Jie, I wouldn't even utter these words. However, uncle, evading the issue is not the most effective solution. The greatest asset of the Qi family lies in its extensive chain of restaurants throughout the provincial capital, a business capable of generating substantial cash flow. Given the current scale of Qi group, I would estimate that the cash in your possession is around 1 billion. Am I mistaken? Such a significant sum naturally attracts attention. Someone has persuaded you, claiming they could facilitate Qi Group's listing on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. You were swayed and established an investment department, channeling this entire amount into it. According to that individual, the investment would double within a month, making the company's financials look appealing, and an IPO would be a mere formality. Yet, no one anticipated that this money would be lost, completely and utterly, without a trace. Presently, Qi Group's accounts are depleted. Although suppliers continue to deliver goods, they will soon realize that Qi Group has become a mere shell. At that point, they will come demanding payment. And without the funds to settle these debts, Qi Group will have no choice but to file for bankruptcy. Uncle, shall I continue? Chapter 26. Trust me, Qi Jinfan's countenance had turned ashen. Beside him, Qi Jia wore an expression of utter shock. Since the inception of her entrepreneurial journey, Qi Jia had established a pact with her father, vowing to steer clear of familial interference. She yearned to rely on her own capabilities rather than the weight of her lineage. Qi Jinfan, true to his word, had refrained from extending any advantages in business to his daughter. Yet he remained discreetly vigilant over her company. Recently, when Qi Jia's firm encountered a mole, it was Qi Jinfan who first identified the issue and cleverly alerted his daughter. While the predicament within her company was readily resolvable, the challenges confronting Qi Shi Group were far more formidable. Father, is what Xiaosu said true? Qi Jia's voice trembled with uncertainty. Qi Jinfan inhaled deeply, his gaze piercing into Su Qingchuan. Who divulged this information to you? Su Qingchuan, of course, would not reveal the source of his intelligence, for the insights he possessed were gleaned from his previous life as a business strategist. Even if disclosed, they would be met with skepticism. The conspiracy against Qi Shi Group had been orchestrated over the past 3 years by an individual who had painstakingly endeavored to dismantle the conglomerate, ultimately leading to its bankruptcy and seizing all its restaurant chains, which later became a renowned trademark after rebranding. What a bitter irony. Evading the question, Su Qingchuan remarked, Uncle, the individual who professed to assist in Qi Shi Group's public listing is precisely targeting the restaurant chains under your name. If you remain oblivious, he may very well succeed. At that juncture, all your decades of toil would become someone else's fortune. Qi Jinfan clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead pulsating with intensity. Having navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce for decades and maintained his position as the wealthiest individual in Chuan province for a decade, Qi Jinfan was certainly no fool. Prior to establishing the investment department, he had commissioned risk assessments, only proceeding once he confirmed the risks were manageable. The current predicament was, in fact, within his expectations. After all, in business, especially in financial investments, there are no ventures devoid of risk. Yet, Su Qingchuan's portrayal had fundamentally altered the nature of the situation. Qi Jinfan was reluctant to concede that Su Qingchuan was correct, for doing so would signify his own failure. The vicissitudes of the business world would transform into a mere jest, and the thought of such a narrative spreading would be unbearable. More critically, the individual orchestrating this entire scheme possessed an extraordinarily profound background. Qi Jinfan's trust in that person stemmed from their formidable connections. Utter nonsense. Qi Jinfan resolutely dismissed Su Qingchuan's assertions, rising to his feet. You, an outsider, have no idea from whence you derive these alarming claims. I acknowledge your strategic proposal is ingenious. However, running a company and promoting a strategy are entirely distinct matters. As a young man who has yet to receive a formal education, you simply do not grasp these complexities. This conversation ends here. Ah Fu escorted him out. Fubo stepped forward, bowing slightly. Mr. Xiaosu, please follow me. To be candid, had Su Qingchuan's temperament mirrored that of his past life, he would have walked away without a second thought. However, Qi Jia's pleading gaze anchored him, making it impossible for him to turn away. Simultaneously, Su Qingchuan harbored an ulterior motive, to forge a collaborative relationship with Qi Shi Group. Although their primary business was in the food industry, their logistics infrastructure was exceptionally robust. The future would belong to logistics. The swifter the logistics, the more firmly one could establish a foothold in the e-commerce arena. The formidable logistics system was the backbone of both Dog Dong and Tao Bao's ability to compete. As Su Qingchuan contemplated how to convince Qi Jinfan, Qi Jia seized the opportunity to voice her thoughts. Father, you have always taught me that in business, one must not be obstinate, but instead embrace diverse perspectives. No matter how astute an individual's insight may be, it is the collective wisdom that propels a company forward. I have always held this as my guiding principle, yet why can't you abide by it? Qi Jinfan gritted his teeth and replied, Very well, since Jia has spoken on your behalf, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can prove this is a ruse, I will apologize and offer you generous compensation. However, if you cannot substantiate your claims, I ask that you never meet my daughter again. Su Qingchuan replied, That is quite simple. Be careful with your words, young man. Qi Jinfan retorted with a cold snort. Su Qingchuan continued, Uncle, to demonstrate the truth of this matter, a single phone call will suffice. Contact the investment department and inquire where they have allocated funds, and you will gain clarity. Are you suggesting those projects are merely facades? Qi Jinfan queried. Very well. I shall call the investment department and ascertain the veracity of your claims. Qi Zhenfan retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected, and a fervent male voice resonated through the receiver. Uncle Qi, how may I assist you? Qi Zhenfan replied nonchalantly, Jia has returned. The individual sounded elated. I will come over immediately. I await your arrival. Qi Zhenfan concluded, hanging up. He turned to Su Qingchuan. I will summon him directly. Now let us see your capabilities. Qi Jia's brows knitted in concern. Father, that person isn't Xie Tingjun, is he? Qi Zhenfan nodded. Father, how can you still be in contact with him? Qi Jia exclaimed, visibly upset. Because the Xie family has connections, Qi Zhenfan offered a brief explanation. In business, personal feelings are secondary, profit is paramount. If collaboration can yield mutual benefits, former adversaries can indeed become allies. I have imparted this principle to you before, Qi Jia countered, yet I believe that regardless of the endeavor, one must possess a moral compass. The Xie family operates without boundaries. Father, I am truly disappointed. Qi Zhenfan stated, you are still young. Some truths will only resonate with you when you reach my age. Now, let us return to the living room and await his arrival. He will be here shortly. After Qi Jia stamped her foot, she approached Su Qingchuan once her father had departed and inquired, Xiao Su, do you truly possess the confidence to prove that all of this is a deception? Su Qingchuan nodded and replied, certainly. Qi Jia then remarked, the rise and fall of the Qi family rests entirely upon your shoulders. Do not let me down. Su Qingchuan smiled and said, Sister Qi, when have I ever disappointed you? Let us not keep Uncle waiting for too long. Chapter 27. Confrontation. 40 minutes later, a young man clad in a suit, adorned with a tie and donning sleek black, pointed leather shoes, strode confidently into the Qi residence. The butler, Fu Bo, guided him to Qi Zhenfan's study. Upon entering the room, the man's eyes brightened at the sight of Qi Jia. Xiao Jia, you're back. Why didn't you call me? Qi Jia's gaze, laced with lingering disdain, responded coolly. We are not very acquainted. Unfazed by her indifference, the man continued, we grew up together. How can you say we are not familiar? Xiao Jia, you are simply being too distant. Qi Jia replied dismissively. Qi Zhenfan interjected, Tingjun, I summoned you today to inquire about certain matters. Xie Tingjun replied, Uncle, feel free to ask anything. I shall speak candidly. Please, have a seat. Qi Zhenfan gestured. Xie Tingjun promptly moved towards Qi Jia in an attempt to sit beside her, but Su Qingchuan was quicker, having already claimed the spot. Xie Tingjun narrowed his eyes and said menacingly, young brother, perhaps you should find another seat. Su Qingchuan glanced at him and retorted, are we really so familiar? You. Xie Tingjun snapped, a wise person knows how to adapt. You are unworthy of this position. I shall remain here. What will you do about it? Su Qingchuan countered defiantly. Are you prepared to confront me? Xie Tingjun threatened. Do you know who I am? I do not, nor do I wish to, Su Qingchuan replied nonchalantly. Xie Tingjun scoffed 3 times. Very well. I have never met anyone so audacious in my presence. You are the first. Young brother, you have guts. Qi Zhenfan, unable to tolerate the exchange, remarked, enough. It is merely a seat, and sitting there is inconsequential. Tingjun, you may sit here beside me. Xie Tingjun shot a fierce glare at Su Qingchuan. You will regret this. Su Qingchuan dismissed him with indifference. After Xie Tingjun begrudgingly took his seat, he inquired, young brother, you seem unfamiliar. Which family do you hail from? Xie Tingjun suspected that someone from a notable family would not dare challenge him, pondering if Su Qingchuan might be an illegitimate child, as he had never seen him before in the circles of the provincial capital. You need not probe into my background. I am merely a child of an ordinary family, with no connections, and cannot be compared to young Master Xie, Su Qingchuan stated plainly. Xie Tingjun laughed in anger. Without connections, yet you dare to be so arrogant? It seems you are naive regarding the harsh realities of society. I must teach you a lesson. Oh, how do you intend to educate me? Su Qingchuan replied with a hint of sarcasm. Xie Tingjun declared, I shall handle you personally. I would not want to dirty my hands. Just a word of caution. Be wary of accidents when you leave. Watch out for other vehicles. This blatant threat of death was uttered in Qi Zhenfan's presence, showcasing Xie Tingjun's audacity. He did not regard the threat to another's life as a grave matter. Qi Zhenfan, feeling discontent, thought it inappropriate for someone to so recklessly threaten his guest within his own home. Enough of this bickering, he said. I did not invite you here to showcase your bravado. I have a serious question to ask. Where is my money? Xie Tingjuan's expression shifted slightly as he feigned composure. Uncle, what do you mean? I do not quite understand. Do not pretend to be ignorant. I am inquiring about the money you invested, Qingchuan pressed. Xie Tingjun replied, the funds are safely in the account. The recent market fluctuations may have caused slight losses. However, with the government's recent market rescue policies, it will not be long before the money begins to rise again. Please be patient. Qingchuan turned his attention to Su Qingchuan, indicating that it was his turn to speak. Young Master Xie, the stocks you purchased are virtually worthless and could be delisted at any moment. Even a novice in the stock market would not invest in such stocks, yet you have poured most of your money into them. I suspect you are using these empty shells to facilitate a capital transfer, Su Qingchuan articulated. Xie Tingjun sprang to his feet. You speak nonsense. Should you continue with such baseless accusations, you will not leave this room. Your agitation suggests my words have struck a nerve, Su Qingchuan observed. If you believe I am mistaken, then present tangible evidence to refute me. Do you dare? Xie Tingjun clenched his fists. Everything I have done is for the Qi Group's successful listing, and I have taken on unimaginable risks for that purpose. Yet you turn around and doubt me. Qi uncle, I am very disappointed. If you do not trust me, I shall withdraw. Calm down, Tingjun, Qingchuan urged. Entrusting you with the investment department indicates my faith in you. However, with the funds dwindling, is it unreasonable for me, as chairman, to inquire? The other board members also require a reasonable explanation. I will convene an internal board meeting tomorrow morning. Please prepare the recent investment report. Xie Tingjun secretly sighed with relief. Preparing the investment report would be manageable, allowing him to placate Qingchuan. The issue lay with this unexpected young man. Of course, uncle. I will have them compile the materials to ensure a satisfactory explanation for the shareholders at the board meeting, Xie Tingjun affirmed. I shall take my leave now. Fu, see him out, Qingchuan instructed. As soon as Xie Tingjun stepped out of the Qi villa, Qingchuan shattered a cherished teapot in frustration. Through the earlier exchange, Qingchuan had become utterly convinced that Xie Tingjun was deceiving him. He refrained from exposing him on the spot, as Xie Tingjun had been planning for years, and a hasty revelation could provoke an adverse reaction. Observing the furious Qingchuan, Su Qingchuan felt a twinge of sympathy. This was the price of relentlessly pursuing others, ultimately becoming the target oneself. Uncle, there is no need to be overly anxious. The situation has not deteriorated to an irretrievable extent. After today's probing, I believe Xie Tingjun will certainly hasten his efforts to usurp the assets of the Qi Group. If he proceeds with caution, our chances of victory in this battle could dwindle to nothing. However, should he act in haste, we will find an opportunity to exploit. Qingchuan gazed at Su Qingchuan and sighed. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Jier, your friend is quite remarkable. Su Qingchuan responded, Uncle Qi, you flatter me. In comparison to you, I am still quite inexperienced. After discerning Xie Tingjuan's plans, you promptly devised a countermeasure. I hold great admiration for this and aspire to learn from you. Flattery always brings joy, and Qingchuan was no exception. Yet, he soon began to lament. It is indeed too late to discover this. The funds that have already been dispersed will likely not be recoverable. With a smile, Su Qingchuan replied, not necessarily. Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. From your tone, do you possess a solution? Chapter 28. Allow me to take charge. The sum in question approaches 80 million. Are you confident in retrieving it? Qingchuan expressed his skepticism. Su Qingchuan replied with a smile, stating that if the funds were located elsewhere, the retrieval might pose significant challenges. However, within the stock market, reclaiming such an amount is relatively straightforward. Yet, I currently lack the necessary capital. I would require your assistance, Uncle Qi, for an investment of 4 million would suffice. I can manage 4 million, but I need to understand your plan, Qingchuan responded. Su Qingchuan explained, it is quite simple. We will engage in stock manipulation. Stock manipulation? Qingchuan furrowed his brow. As a rather traditional businessman, he was not well versed in the operations of the financial market, and the term stock manipulation only conjured associations with gambling. Su Qingchuan elaborated, leveraging small investments for significant returns is a common practice in the stock market. Even the legendary investor Warren Buffett began his journey this way. With proper execution, turning 4 million into 80 million poses no challenge. I cannot provide a detailed methodology in just a few words, but if you wish to understand, you will need to observe my actions closely. Very well. Qingchuan did not press further and promptly transferred 4 million to Su Qingchuan's account. It is in your hands now, Xiao Su. Rest assured, uncle. I will ensure that Xie Tingjun returns every single cent he has taken, Su Qingchuan assured him. Is there a computer at home? Yes. Qi Jie replied, there is one in my room. Do you need to use it? Of course, Su Qingchuan said. I never anticipated I would have the opportunity to visit Qi Jie's private quarters. This is quite a fortunate turn of events. Qi Jie playfully pinched his arm, teasing him for being mischievous. Upon entering Qi Jie's room, Su Qingchuan was taken aback by the decor, which was entirely in shades of pink. Qi Jie's youthful spirit was indeed exuberant. Moreover, the room was filled with an array of dolls, large and small, plush, leather, and wooden. It was a veritable collection. As Su Qingchuan surveyed the surroundings, he could not help but express his astonishment. Qi Jie, feeling shy, stomped her foot and urged him. Stop looking around and focus on your task. With that, she pushed Su Qingchuan in front of the computer. With a smile, Su Qingchuan opened the stock trading software on the desktop, deftly typing in a line of code. Hunyuan Medical. This stock was a pivotal element in Xie Tingjuan's scheme. In his previous life, Su Qingchuan had conducted extensive research on this stock. It had been a stagnant asset. However, after Xie Tingjun siphoned off Qi's assets, the stock suddenly surged in an astonishing manner, skyrocketing over 2,000 in just a month, with a market capitalization exceeding 1 billion. This amount precisely matched the total value of the Qi Group. In essence, Hunyuan Medical served as a vehicle for Xie Tingjun to divert Qi Group's assets, and the controlling interest belonged to the Qi family. They had painstakingly orchestrated this stock's introduction into the market a year prior, awaiting the opportune moment to transform it into a valuable asset. Yet, in this lifetime, Xie Tingjun would not be so fortunate. Su Qingchuan initiated his position with an investment of 1 million. This action immediately caused a significant stir. Hunyuan Medical had never witnessed such a large-scale accumulation of shares. The 1 million investment caused the stock to hit its ceiling price. Upon receiving this news, retail investors rushed to join the fray. However, their involvement was minor. The true significance lay with the investment institutions. These institutions found themselves bewildered, questioning why Hunyuan Medical had suddenly garnered such attention. While 1 million may seem trivial in the grand scheme of the market, its allocation to Hunyuan Medical appeared distinctly abnormal. What was the intent of the underlying investors? Were they orchestrating a scheme? Investment institutions, uncertain of the situation, chose to remain watchful. All of this unfolded precisely as Su Qingchuan had anticipated. He then executed another maneuver that left everyone astonished. He closed his position. The stock price of Hunyuan Medical began to plummet dramatically. Su Qingchuan's audacity stemmed from the fact that in 1994, the domestic financial market was still in its infancy, and the relevant laws and regulations were merely in draft form, presenting numerous exploitable loopholes. Had this occurred a decade later, his actions would have undoubtedly drawn scrutiny from regulatory bodies for potential fraud. However, in 1994, no such concerns existed. As Su Qingchuan closed his position, the retail investors who had hastily followed suit were thrown into a state of panic. Large investors fled, leaving the smaller ones vulnerable to being exploited. Closing their positions became imperative. Such a simple back and forth led to thousands of retail investors incurring significant losses, with public discontent beginning to simmer. The stocks sold by retail investors were all acquired by Su Qingchuan, who was now the nominal largest shareholder of Hunyuan Medical. It would not be long before the Xie family took notice. This stock could not fall into the hands of others, as it was a crucial medium for their plundering of the Qi Group. Allowing it to be seized by another would undermine 3 years of meticulous planning. Su Qingchuan commenced another round of buying, this time investing 2 million. The stock price of Hunyuan Medical began to fluctuate dramatically once more. Retail investors were now hesitant to re-enter the market. They could not afford to stumble into the same pitfall twice. However, some institutions, recognizing the intentions of the underlying investors, decided to join in. This was precisely the outcome Su Qingchuan desired. With only 4 million in hand, he needed the support of investment institutions to leverage the 80 million. As long as they were willing to participate, the subsequent phases of his plan would unfold seamlessly. The abnormal fluctuations in Hunyuan Medical's stock quickly reached Xie Tingjun's ears. At that moment, he was engrossed in investment reports in his office, contemplating how to manage the Qi Group's shareholders. A phone call from his secretary left him utterly bewildered. He rapidly opened his computer and logged into the trading software. Upon seeing the stock price of Hunyuan Medical, a cold sweat broke out over him. Who on earth is causing this chaos? Xie Tingjun felt an overwhelming urge to leap through the internet to confront the individual manipulating Hanyuan Medical stock price, wishing to exact retribution. They had concealed this stock for a year. Why was it suddenly exposed today? Wait a minute, something feels amiss. Could it be him? Xie Tingjun recalled the young man he had encountered at Qi's residence, who had boldly claimed to be siphoning off Qi's assets. At the time, he thought the young man was merely spouting nonsense. However, it now appeared that he possessed considerable knowledge. Nevertheless, Xie Tingjun quickly dismissed this notion. Hanyuan Yao was regarded as one of the most confidential secrets of the Xie family. How could a mere novice be privy to such insider information? The pressing matter was to stabilize the stock price of Hanyuan Yao. He promptly mobilized 6 million in funds, hoping this maneuver would deter the relevant institutions from entering the market. Upon witnessing this transaction, Su Qingchuan's lips curved into a subtle smile. He invested the remaining funds, further boosting the stock price of Hanyuan Yao. An increasing number of investment firms soon followed suit, causing the stock to hit its ceiling once again. Su Qingchuan exited the trading software and turned to Qingchuan, saying, "Uncle, it now depends on how these institutions will contend with the Xie family. I believe the Xie family, in their effort to protect this stock, will continue to inject capital. Our next course of action should be to short the stock. It won't be long before investment firms realize this is a meticulously crafted scheme, and when they begin to divest their shares, it will present us with the perfect opportunity to buy at the bottom." Qi Zhenfan did not fully comprehend Su Qingchuan's strategy, but Qi Jie, standing nearby, was thoroughly impressed. "Xiao Su, where did you acquire such an extensive knowledge of finance?" she exclaimed in astonishment. Su Qingchuan jested, "I had a dream, and in it, I met an old man with a white beard who imparted his wisdom to me." Qi Jie rolled her eyes in response, exclaiming, "You're off on another one of your fantastical tales." Chapter 29. Recovering losses in stark contrast to Su Qingchuan's serene demeanor, Xie Tingjun was in a state of frantic agitation, akin to an ant on a hot pan. By the time the morning trading session concluded, the stock price of Hanyuan Pharmaceuticals had surged by 10%, with countless large institutions intervening to further elevate its value. It was reasonable to anticipate that the stock price would continue its ascent following the afternoon market opening. Upon witnessing the glaringly red figures indicating the price increase, Xie Tingjun felt a wave of panic wash over him, and after a few rapid breaths, he hurriedly donned his coat and raced towards the company parking lot. He swiftly returned home, pushing open the door to his father's study. "Dad, this is bad." "I know," Xie Wanshan replied calmly. "The abnormal rise in Hanyuan Pharmaceutical stock price is clearly the result of sabotage. Do you have any idea who is behind it?" Xie Tingjun shook his head. "Not at the moment." Xie Wanshan gestured towards the sofa. "Sit down and let's discuss this." After taking a seat and gulping down a glass of cold water to quell the fiery agitation within him, Xie Tingjun began. "The situation is as follows." After listening to his son's account, Xie Wanshan lit a cigar and spoke slowly. "It appears our plan has been leaked. What baffles me is that this plan was highly confidential, known only to our trusted confidants. They would not divulge such information to Qi Zhenfan." Xie Tingjun clenched his teeth and replied, "I can't comprehend how Qi Zhenfan could have discovered it." Xie Wanshan said, "That is because you underestimate Qi Zhenfan. A man who has held the title of the richest in Chuan province for a decade is no ordinary individual. During his most glorious moments, our family had to remain in the shadows. Tingjun, do you genuinely believe your meticulously crafted plan is flawless? Do you have any idea how many messes I have had to clean up for you? I refrained from telling you to see if you could discover it on your own, but it appears you have been overly obstinate." Xie Tingjun's face flushed with embarrassment as he responded, "Dad, this is not the time for self-reproach. The pressing matter is how to resolve this issue. We have invested 3 years of effort. We cannot afford to falter at the final hurdle. Do I need to remind you? Before you arrived, elder brother, second brother, fourth brother, and the sisters all called to inquire about the situation. They are not benevolent souls. They are probing us. If this matter is not handled properly, the consequences will be dire," Xie Wanshan asserted. Xie Tingjun exclaimed, "Damn it. They truly know how to seize an opportunity. Now that numerous investment institutions have turned their attention to Hanyuan Pharmaceuticals, our adversaries are no longer just a single stockholder, but rather affluent investment firms." Xie Wanshan stated, "I will allocate all the funds at my disposal to you. It is imperative to stabilize Hanyuan Pharmaceutical stock price." Xie Tingjun, filled with excitement, replied, "Thank you, Dad. You can rest assured that I will see this plan through." Xia Wanshan added, moreover. Spread the news about the severed funding chain of the Qi group. Xia Tingjuan's eyes brightened. Of course, how could I have overlooked that? Once this news circulates, suppliers will undoubtedly storm the Qi group's doors, leaving them with no time to cause chaos in the stock market. Go ahead, Xia Wanshan instructed. If this task is not executed properly, both of us will be expelled from the core circle of the Xia family. Do you understand? Xia Tingjun nodded emphatically. Understood. In the afternoon trading session, Qingchuan did not rush to establish a position, but methodically divested his holdings. The shares he sold were quickly absorbed by eager buyers. However, the stock price of Honyuan Pharmaceuticals continued its relentless climb, demanding a price multiple times higher than before for acquisition. Qi Jinfan's initial capital of several million had already doubled. Qi Jinfan watched in astonishment. Despite the Qi Group's vast enterprise, its annual net profit, considering daily expenses and food waste, amounted to merely tens of millions. Qingchuan had earned more in an hour than the Qi Group's profits for half a year. The financial market truly lived up to its reputation. Sir, a group of people is outside demanding payment, Fu Bo whispered at the bedroom door. Upon hearing this news, Qi Jinfan was not surprised. He had anticipated such a scenario. Following the substantial blow in the stock market, Xia Tingjun would undoubtedly retaliate, and the most effective method would be to spread rumors about the Qi Group's financial instability, inciting suppliers to create a ruckus. Though this tactic was not novel, it was exceedingly effective. Xiao Su, continue your work. I have matters to attend to, Qi Jinfan said. Do you need me to withdraw some funds? Su Qingchuan inquired. With a calm smile, Qi Jinfan replied, no need. I have weathered far greater storms in my life. This minor disturbance is inconsequential. Su Qingchuan assured him, Uncle Qi, if you require funds, do not hesitate to ask. At least 10 to 20 million can be mobilized for emergencies. I understand. You carry on, Qi Jinfan said, departing. As soon as he left, the stock market underwent another shift. The stock price of Honyuan Pharmaceuticals continued to rise. Su Qingchuan leaned back in his chair, observing silently. He resembled a predator lurking in the shadows, awaiting the ideal moment to strike. Retail investors, spurred by excitement, forgot the painful lessons of the morning and rushed back into the market. Coupled with the substantial influx of funds from various investment institutions, Honyuan Pharmaceutical stock price skyrocketed like a rocket. Such an abnormal surge finally caught the attention of the Securities Regulatory Commission, which ultimately intervened to halt trading in Honyuan Pharmaceuticals. The situation took a swift turn. Xia Tingjun slumped in his chair, his mind consumed by a single thought. It's over. Was this the intent of that individual? To lure the Securities Regulatory Commission in, where a mere inquiry would reveal the underlying issues with Honyuan Pharmaceutical stock. If public relations were mishandled, delisting was a distinct possibility. After a brief trading suspension of half an hour, the stock of Honyuan Pharmaceuticals resumed trading, but large institutions began to sell off aggressively, leading to a catastrophic decline in stock prices. Xia Tingjun was at a loss, facing this predicament. The shares in his hand had become little more than worthless paper. Su Qingchuan moved the mouse slightly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The winds have shifted. Let Xia Tingjun face bankruptcy. Qi Jie gazed at Su Qingchuan with admiration. At that moment, he had transformed from a mere child into a business elite in her eyes. The phrase turning clouds into rain perfectly encapsulated someone like Su Qingchuan. In the brief span of merely 5 hours, from morning until now, he has managed to recover the entire loss of 80 million for his father, while simultaneously inflicting a significant setback upon the Xia family. Although the Xia family is affluent and influential, they will likely endure this minor setback with resilience. However, for Xia Tingjun, this ordeal shall become the most harrowing lesson of his life. The mere thought of Xia Tingjun's discomfiture brings an uncontrollable smile to Qi Jie's face. Chapter 30. Purchasing a house with a resounding crash, Xia Tingjun seized the computer from his desk and hurled it against the wall, shattering it into countless pieces. Following this, he swept everything remaining on the desk to the floor, letting out a heart-wrenching roar akin to a cornered beast. Damn it, damn it! The shrill ring of his phone abruptly interrupted Xia Tingjun's fury. He gazed at the vibrating device, spinning around on the desk, and hesitated to answer. Yet he knew he could not ignore it. As soon as he picked up, Xia Wanshan's furious voice erupted. What on earth are you doing? Xia Tingjun closed his eyes, despair flooding his voice as he replied, Dad, I have failed. Xia Wanshan slammed his fist onto the table, his family members seething with anger, demanding accountability for the situation. Panic surged within Xie Tingjun. Dad, you're not going to abandon me, are you? After all these years of hard work, just because of one failure, you want to cast me out of the Xie family? This is not about casting you out. It is about protecting you, Xie Wanshan stated firmly. Staying within the family will only make you a target. Your elders are ruthless. On the contrary, if you choose to leave voluntarily, you can minimize the risks. When the time is right, you may return. Do you understand? Xie Tingjun hung his head, filled with reluctance as he murmured, I understand. Have you identified the opponent? Xie Wanshan inquired further. Xie Tingjun responded, no. 3 years of effort, 80 million in cash, nearly 1 billion in assets, just taken away like that, and you don't even know who it is. How can I have a father like you? Xie Wanshan's fury escalated as he retorted, you must find out who that person is. I assure you, I will make them pay for this insult. You should hide for now. Xie Wanshan suppressed his anger, knowing he could not stand idly by while his own son was in danger. Xie Tingjun was taken aback. Dad, what do you mean? Is someone going to harm me? Do you think Qi Jinfan grew up without any struggles? Xie Wanshan replied, you must buy a plane ticket and leave the country immediately. You cannot return. Not while I am still alive. With a click, the call ended. Xie Tingjun gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his expression twisted with rage. Let me find out who it is, and I promise to send you to the depths of hell. Bastard. With the crisis at the Qi family resolved, Qi Jinfan felt remarkably uplifted. Despite having just endured a headache from a supplier dispute, the thought of his funds returning brought a smile to his face. Xiao Su, you have played a vital role this time. This is a small token of appreciation from your uncle. Please accept it. Qi Jinfan handed over a check. 5 million. Su Qingchuan exclaimed, Uncle, this is too much. Not at all, Qi Jinfan insisted. This is what you deserve. Without you, all my years of effort would have gone to waste. Please accept it. Qi Jie chimed in. Yes, Xiao Su, just take it. You've just established a new company. You need the funds. Su Qingchuan sighed and smiled. All right then, I'll accept it. Thank you, Uncle Qi. Xiao Su, you are truly talented. Have you considered joining my Qi group? Qi Jinfan inquired. Dad, Xiao Su is about to start university. How could she possibly work for us? Qi Jie interjected. She can always work part-time while studying. After graduation, she can join the company directly. It would be wonderful, Qi Jinfan stated with conviction. Su Qingchuan replied, I appreciate your kindness, Uncle, but I prefer to pursue entrepreneurship. Perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Seeing Su Qingchuan's determination, Qi Jinfan chose not to press further. After spending another night at the Qi residence, Su Qingchuan bid farewell the next morning. Driving smoothly back to Wanqing, he parked in the hospital lot, instantly attracting attention. An imported car with a plate number like 3/8 indicated its owner was no ordinary person. As Su Qingchuan stepped out, onlookers were astonished to see a student behind the wheel of such an exquisite car. Ignoring their gazes, he strolled into the inpatient department. Dad, Mom, little sister, I'm back. He called from outside the ward. Su Xinjin admonished, what are you shouting about? This is a hospital, you'll disturb others. Su Qingchuan chuckled. I'm just too excited. How is my little sister? Are you feeling all right? Su Qingxian pouted. I'm fine, just bored. Brother, take me out to play. Absurd. You're sick. How can you go out to play? Su Wei scolded. Su Qingxian protested. I asked the doctor. He said my condition is under control, and I can go out. As long as I don't overexert myself, it's fine. Brother 1T let me tire myself out. Right? Su Qingchuan replied. Mom and Dad, what she says is true. Staying in the hospital for too long isn't good. It's time for her to get some fresh air. Besides, the doctor sees no issues, so we need not worry. Eventually, Su Qingchuan successfully persuaded his parents, taking his sister out of the hospital. Brother, is that your car? Su Qingxian asked in astonishment. Isn't it beautiful? Su Qingchuan replied. Very impressive, Su Qingxian remarked. When you're better, I'll teach you how to drive, Su Qingchuan said while fastening her seatbelt. Where are we going? She asked eagerly. First, we'll pick up your sister Xinjin, then we'll go house hunting. This has been Su Qingchuan's long-held aspiration. Initially, he intended for his parents to handle the matter, but they hesitated to spend the money, causing the process to stall. Furthermore, he wanted to involve Qingjun, as she was already the designated fiancée, and such a significant event could not exclude her participation. Qingjun had also returned from the countryside, and, upon receiving Su Qingchuan's call, stood waiting outside the building. When she saw a black sedan approaching, she instinctively stepped up the stairs, only for the car to come to a stop right in front of her. As the window rolled down, Su Qingxian's excited face peeked out. Sister Xinjun. Qingxun was quite surprised. Is this your car? My brother bought it, Su Qingxian replied proudly. Hurry and get in, Sister Xinjun. With that, she vacated the front passenger seat and settled in the back. Su Qingchuan nodded approvingly. His sister truly had a keen sense of awareness. He hadn't spoiled her for nothing. Upon entering the vehicle, Qingxun remarked, Well, Su Qingchuan, you have certainly become quite accomplished, even purchasing a car. Su Qingchuan chuckled and replied, I possess other talents as well, which you shall soon discover. Where are we headed? To the southern section of the second ring road, to buy a house. The car journeyed to the southern segment of the second ring road in Anqing, where the first batch of urban villas had been constructed. However, despite the villas being completed for over a year, only a few had been sold, for in 1994, few were willing to invest over $1 million for a villa in a place like Anqing. The vicinity lacked parking spaces, and after much searching, Su Qingchuan finally found an open-air parking lot. He then took his sister's hand and strolled into the sales center. Inside the sales office, there were but a handful of guests, while the number of sales personnel greatly exceeded that of the clients. Yet, despite the abundance of sales staff, none approached the siblings. The majority were clustered around a couple, a man and a woman. The man, with his rotund figure, greasy complexion, and a nose marred by alcohol, was truly unappealing. The woman, although possessing some beauty, was adorned in gaudy attire, her every gesture reeking of vulgarity, causing discomfort to onlookers. Nevertheless, the sales staff continued to fawn over them, for the couple possessed wealth. More precisely, it was the man who was affluent. In contrast, Su Qingchuan and his sister appeared to be mere window shoppers, lacking the purchasing power, rendering them unworthy of the salespeople's time. Chapter 31. Who do you think you are? Su Qingchuan was indifferent to such matters and personally found himself averse to overly enthusiastic salespeople. When others displayed too much fervor, he felt uncomfortable. He preferred to observe quietly, make his selections, and proceed with the purchase, simple, effective, and comfortable. Leading his sister and girlfriend to the sand table, he inquired about their opinions. The two young women chattered excitedly, clearly enjoying themselves. Perhaps their animated discussion grew a bit too loud, catching the attention of a nearby couple. When the woman turned to face Su Qingchuan, her gaze lingered momentarily on his face before a subtle, cold smile graced her lips. Qingxun. Upon hearing her name, Qingxun lifted her head and followed the sound, spotting Luo Pingping. What a coincidence to run into you here, Luo Pingping remarked with a half-smile, pulling her companion closer. Qingxun, you're not actually considering rekindling your romance with Su Qingchuan, are you? Your taste is truly questionable. The man beside Luo Pingping looked at Qingxun with a greedy glare and even made a rather lewd gesture by licking his lips, saying, Darling, aren't you going to introduce us? Luo Pingping replied, She is my high school classmate and the campus belle of Anzhong. She may appear innocent, but who knows what she is really like. Su Qingchuan squinted at Luo Pingping, struggling to recall who she was. Who is she? He whispered to Qingxun. You don't remember Luo Pingping? Qingxun exclaimed in surprise. She was our classmate. No impression, Su Qingchuan stated. She dropped out in her second year, Qingxun explained. Su Qingchuan suddenly understood. No wonder he had no recollection. She was a dropout. Luo Pingping overheard their conversation clearly and scoffed. What is the use of studying? You still end up working for others. Just look at me. I'm doing splendidly. Today my darling is buying me a villa. Qingxun, what are you, a high school student, doing in a place like this? Don't tell me you plan to buy a house. That would be truly amusing. Do you even know the prices here? 1,200,000. You'll never earn that much in your lifetime. As for Su Qingchuan, just look at what he is wearing. I doubt it all adds up to even 100 yuan. As she spoke, she showcased her handbag, emblazoned with 2 letters, LV. Su Qingchuan cast a dismissive glance and let out a derisive chuckle. What are you laughing at? Luo Pingping retorted angrily. Are you perhaps envious? Can you afford such a bag? Su Qingchuan replied, Of course I cannot, for I cannot afford to lose face. Flaunting a counterfeit bag is something only a fool would do. Who says my bag is fake? Luo Pingping fumed. Su Qingchuan calmly stated, LV bags have unique anti-counterfeiting features and contain the signature of the founder inside. You can check your bag. The truth will be evident. After rummaging through her bag for some time without finding the alleged signature, a hint of panic crept into her mind. Darling, is he telling the truth? The man asserted vehemently. He is just talking nonsense. What does he know about luxury goods? LV is a top-tier brand. Su Qingchuan replied, Fine, Believe it to be real. After all, it is not I who will be embarrassed. At this juncture, Luo Pingping likely realized the truth about her bag, but she dared not admit it and stubbornly insisted it was genuine. Having already lost ground, she stubbornly clung to her companion's arm, signaling him to defend her against this perceived affront. By pointing out the bag's authenticity, Qingchuan had effectively slapped the man across the face, leaving him irate. Without needing Luo Pingping's prompting, he was already prepared to confront Qingchuan. "Where do you study?" the man inquired. Qingchuan replied nonchalantly, "I am a student." "Oh, a student? Are today's students so arrogant? Your entire fortune wouldn't even cover my cigarette expenses. When I was running a factory, you were still in diapers," the man sneered. Luo Pingping chimed in, "My darling runs an electronics factory in the suburbs, specializing in tape recorders, with an annual profit of around 15 million. In a few decades, such a statement would be viewed as standard pretentiousness, yet Qingchuan remained unconvinced. Tape recorders were nearing obsolescence. Could one truly earn such profits? It would be more plausible to lose money. Qingchuan remarked, "If a tape recorder factory is still profitable, I would willingly offer my head for a soccer ball. If you lack money, there's no need to flaunt wealth here. It's rather embarrassing, don't you think?" The man's chest heaved with anger as he clenched his fists, turning to the nearby sales representative and ordering, "I dislike this person, get him out. If he remains, I want to purchase a single property." The sales representative appeared troubled, and after a moment, the team leader stepped forward, saying, "Director Du, this isn't quite proper." "Is that so?" Director Du scoffed, "Then I shall take my leave." With that, he grasped Luo Pingping's hand and began to walk away. "Director Du, please wait." The team leader, realizing he was genuinely leaving, grew anxious. They hadn't sold a villa in months and were hoping for Director Du to make a purchase. "Don't rush off. I can handle the situation." She then cast a glance at her subordinates, who approached Qingchuan and coldly stated, "Classmate, please leave. Otherwise, I'll have to call security." Director Du and Luo Pingping exchanged contemptuous smiles. "Qingchuan, you were a star in school, but outside, you are nothing. The most important thing for a woman is to choose the right man. Look at my choice. He is splendid. Now look at your choice. He is utterly worthless. You should stop indulging in romantic tales and not let pure love brainwash you. In this world, money is paramount. With wealth comes respect. Without it, you will be cast aside." Luo Pingping declared triumphantly. Qingchuan's cheeks flushed with anger, and tears welled in her eyes. Equally exasperated was Qingchuan, but she had always been the obedient girl, never engaging in quarrels. Faced with such circumstances, she found herself at a loss, resorting only to silent indignation. Such incessant prattle. Qingchuan retorted coldly, "How could a decent person possess such a contemptible tongue? It seems you must have consumed something foul before stepping outside, for your words reek of unpleasantness. How dare you insult me?" Luo Pingping fumed, her anger palpable. "Do you believe I won't end you?" Chapter 32. The powerful backing. Qingchuan lamented, "Oh dear, I am so frightened. My dear, he insulted me." Luo Pingping, feeling wronged, sought solace from her partner. Director Du cast a venomous glare at Qingchuan, commanding, "Apologize to my woman, you brat." Qingchuan merely rolled his eyes in response. "Damn it, how dare you challenge me? I swear I will ruin you today." Director Du bellowed in a fit of rage. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, two figures appeared on the staircase leading to the second floor, their conversation audible to everyone present. "Director Dong, I truly apologize for troubling you. I feel quite guilty for having you come personally," the sales manager fawned, bending almost at a 90-degree angle in deference. The object of his flattery was none other than Dong Binhai, the district head of Qingxi District. The closure of the old silk factory was inevitable, yet the plot of land was no longer under the district's jurisdiction. "If you wish to acquire that land, you must approach the personnel at Qifan Company. As for the business loans you mentioned, the bank will provide you with a response," Dong Binhai replied in a businesslike manner. "Once again, I must trouble you to pay close attention to this matter, Director Dong." The sales manager continued to ingratiate himself. Dong Binhai, as the head of the district, was typically swamped with responsibilities and should not have been seen in a sales office. However, given the robust backing of this real estate company and the fact that the Villa District was originally sanctioned by him, the lack of sales after completion reflected poorly on him. Thus, he carved out some time from his busy schedule to conduct an on-site inspection. Unfortunately, he found himself ensnared by the sales manager. who relentlessly inquired about the use of the land post-factory closure, much to Dong Binhai's vexation. Yet, one does not strike a smiling face. Despite his frustration, Dong Binhai could only suppress his anger in light of the other party's humility. Little Su? A flicker of surprise crossed Dong Binhai's face as he caught sight of Su Qingchuan, and he quickly approached, exclaiming, "Are you here to purchase a property?" This scene left the sales manager and the saleswomen utterly dumbfounded. After all, this was the district head, displaying such enthusiasm towards a mere student. There must be some hidden agenda. Equally astonished were Director Du and Luo Pingping. Although Director Du's factory fell outside Dong Binhai's jurisdiction, he was nonetheless a significant official whose favor was essential. One could never tell when Dong Binhai might ascend further in rank. The fact that such a high-ranking figure was so courteous to a student stirred a sense of unease within Director Du. Su Qingchuan smiled in response. "Hello, Director Dong. I do intend to purchase a property, but I am quite dissatisfied with the service here. They were about to force me out, and I was preparing to leave." The sales manager broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. "Young man, what exactly happened? You can speak freely. Rest assured, I will not side with my employees. If they have done wrong, I will ensure you receive an explanation." Su Qingchuan replied, "I find it inappropriate to say such things. You should ask them directly to avoid any embellishments on my part." The sales manager turned abruptly, demanding, "Someone provide me with a reasonable explanation." The saleswomen fell silent, completely flustered. The sales manager discreetly scrutinized Su Qingchuan and noticed the playful smirk gracing his lips. With years of experience in the industry, the sales manager was adept at reading people and instantly grasped the implications behind Su Qingchuan's smile. As for Dong Binhai, his expression mirrored Su Qingchuan's, clearly awaiting the outcome of the situation. If this matter was not handled properly, not only would the old factory's land be lost, but securing the bank loan would also seem hopeless. The sales manager, steeling himself, declared, "You are all terminated. Go to the finance department to collect your salaries for this month, and then leave." The sales manager, showing some decency, did not completely sever ties. However, for the saleswomen, losing such an easy and lucrative job felt akin to a death sentence. The sales manager then approached Su Qingchuan respectfully, stating, "Mr. Su, I sincerely regret your prior experiences. From now on, I will personally assist you. For any property you are interested in, we will offer you a 20% discount off the original price. Would that be acceptable?" Su Qingchuan replied with a knowing smile. "One does not accept rewards for no effort. Such a grand gesture is beyond my means." The sales manager insisted, "Mr. Su, please grant us the opportunity to make amends." The sales manager's decision left Director Du and Luo Pingping utterly stunned. In the blink of an eye, they had gone from esteemed guests at the sales office to unwanted bystanders. The disparity was staggering. Ever since Director Dong's arrival, none of the sales personnel had even glanced in their direction. Director Du felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave, wishing to escape the humiliation. However, he could not afford to walk away. Doing so would embarrass Dong Binhai, a consequence Director Du could not bear. Although Dong Binhai might not stoop to the level of such a minor figure, the thoughts of those in power are the most difficult to decipher. To ensure he did not offend, Director Du had no choice but to remain and endure the torment. As for Luo Pingping, her mind had already malfunctioned when Director Dong greeted Su Qingchuan. She could not fathom how a mere high school graduate could possibly know such a prominent official. And the admiration in Dong Binhai's tone was utterly bewildering. It was simply outrageous. Even witnessing it firsthand, Luo Pingping struggled to accept this reality. "My dear, perhaps we should leave," she whispered to Director Du, unable to tolerate the situation any longer. "Leave? What nonsense." The moment she spoke, all of Director Du's frustration erupted. "It's all your fault. Are you a jinx? I swear, if this mess isn't resolved, your entire family will suffer the consequences." Feeling wronged, Luo Pingping replied, "What does this have to do with me? I had no idea he knew the district head. You are his classmate. How could you possibly not know?" Director Du retorted, exasperated. Luo Pingping remarked, "I dropped out in my second year of high school, and Su Qingchuan is merely an ordinary student. His family lacks any influential background." Director Du, with a dismissive wave of his hand, retorted, "We shall settle accounts later." The exchange between these two individuals reached Su Qingchuan's ears, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he said, "Manager, could you kindly request the irrelevant parties to exit? I prefer a tranquil environment." Su Qingchuan adeptly understood the art of leveraging circumstances. He recognized that the sales manager's courteous demeanor stemmed solely from Dong Binhai's influence, and thus, he intended to maximize the advantage of Dong Binhai's standing to its fullest extent. Chapter 33. Retribution. The sales manager turned to Director Du, whose face flushed crimson. He felt as though his dignity had been ruthlessly dragged through the dirt and trampled upon. It was deeply distressing, particularly so. The sales manager, however, displayed no regard for Director Du's pride. For how could a factory manager of a perpetually loss-making electronics firm possibly compare to a real estate company? Sir, please leave, the sales manager said coolly. Director Du nearly ground his back teeth to dust, yet he dared not unleash his fury upon the sales manager, nor could he muster the courage to address Dong Binhai. Instead, he cast a venomous glare at Su Qingchuan, his mind swirling with thoughts of revenge. Upon exiting the sales office, Director Du seized his mobile phone and made a call. I need you to find some thugs for me immediately. I have been humiliated today, and I must reclaim my honor, Director Du gritted through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, Luo Pingping's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, yes, find someone to deal with them. Otherwise, I cannot swallow this humiliation. Director Du swiftly slapped her across the face. Wretched woman, if it weren't for you, would I have lost such face? Get out of my sight. Luo Pingping covered her face. A mixture of fear and grievance etched on her features. Director Du climbed into his Santana, flooring the accelerator as he sped away, leaving Luo Pingping alone, bewildered in the wind. Inside the sales office, the sales manager eagerly invited Su Qingchuan to the VIP area to sit, presenting him with the floor plans for his consideration. Su Qingchuan pushed the plans toward his sister and Qingchuan, saying, you choose. The two leaned in together, murmuring as they examined the plans. Seizing this opportunity, the sales manager inquired, Mr. Su, are you the head of Qingchuan Company? Su Qingchuan replied, no. The sales manager's disappointment was palpable, and he secretly cast a glance at Dong Binhai. This is not what you indicated, he remarked. Dong Binhai was equally perplexed by Su Qingchuan's statement, but as the district head, he maintained his composure, listening to their conversation as a courtesy. Just as the sales manager was about to succumb to despair, Su Qingchuan shifted the conversation. However, I can act as the principal for Qingchuan Company. The sales manager erupted into a fit of coughing. Dong Binhai couldn't help but chuckle at the situation, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the sales manager, remembering how he had been similarly maneuvered by Su Qingchuan during their negotiations. Mr. Su, you truly are, the sales manager said, exasperated. I would like to inquire how Qingchuan Company plans to handle the land of the old factory. Su Qingchuan responded, we intend to demolish the old factory and construct a food street at the original site. The sales manager slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Mr. Su, your company's vision aligns perfectly with ours. I believe we can collaborate. Su Qingchuan replied, that is indeed a possibility. How should we proceed? The sales manager asked. Su Qingchuan said, as for the specifics, let us discuss them at the company. This is not the appropriate setting. He made this suggestion knowing well that the sales manager lacked the authority to make decisions and was merely waiting for someone with the power to negotiate with him. When Qingchuan Company signed the contract with the district government, the land of the old factory had been transferred to them. The transfer occurred because the district government was unwilling to bear the burden of the loan. Initially, to improve the situation of the silk reeling factory, the district government had mortgaged the land of the old factory to the bank, securing a loan of 24 million. However, the new factory failed to commence production, leaving the loan hanging over the district government. When Qingchuan Company took on the silk reeling factory, the government conveniently passed this burden along, expecting Qingchuan Company to assume the bank's loan. Upon discovering this detail, Su Qingchuan couldn't help but laugh. He had been contemplating how to acquire the development rights for the land, only to find the district government so readily transferring it. In 1994, domestic commercial real estate was still in its infancy, and the value of land had yet to be inflated. However, within 2 years, the commercial real estate market would surge, and that land would be worth a fortune. Su Qingchuan recalled that the land had eventually been acquired at a bargain price by a man named Ding Juanxiong, a legendary figure in Anqing and a master of finance. Even with only a few million, Ding Juanxiong dared to leverage tens of millions in business deals. When he purchased the old factory's land, his net worth was merely over 20 million, yet he had the audacity to operate on projects worth over $1 billion. This man was both bold and meticulous, a true titan in the business realm, yet his insatiable greed led to a rupture in his financial chain. His overly aggressive demeanor alienated many, and upon learning of his misfortunes, those he had offended eagerly conspired against him, ultimately leading to his imprisonment within half a year. If memory serves, this residential complex belonged to Ding Juanxiong, who, despite being unable to recover his losses, still sought to acquire the old factory's land, a testament to his audacity. Have you made your choice? Su Qingchuan inquired of his sister. Su Qingqing placed a floor plan before him, saying, "Let's go with this one." Su Qingchuan glanced at it and nodded. "Good." The sales manager immediately remarked, "Mr. Su, you have excellent taste. This is the finest villa among all our offerings. Our listed price is 1,500,000, but for you, it can be just 1 million. Su Qingqing stuck out her tongue. Just half a month prior, hearing such a price would have made her break into a cold sweat. Yet now, purchasing a house for 1 million felt as effortless as buying cabbage on the street, all thanks to her brother's remarkable success in generating wealth. With an opportunity so advantageous presented before him, Su Qingchuan was more than happy to save 50,000. All right, let us sign the contract. The sales manager promptly brought over the contract, and after a flurry of signatures, the villa became the property of Su Qingchuan. Unlike decades later, in 1994, one could receive the property certificate immediately upon purchase, as developers would finalize the certificates before any public sale. It was not until a certain and scrupulous developer invented the concept of pre-sale that obtaining a property certificate became a daunting task for ordinary citizens. Many had spent their life savings on a home only to find themselves unable to secure the certificate, a truly vexing situation. Su Qingchuan also transferred the payment to the real estate company's account. "Very well, let someone come to the company to discuss the land matter. I bid you farewell." Dong Binhai also rose to his feet, stating, "I shall take my leave as well." The sales manager responded, "Allow me to see you both off." Upon exiting the sales office, Dong Binhai exchanged a brief greeting with Su Qingchuan before departing in his vehicle. Meanwhile, Su Qingchuan, accompanied by his sister, strolled alongside Qingchuan toward the distant parking lot. Unbeknownst to Su Qingchuan, a group of ruffians had set their sights on him, stealthily trailing behind, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Chapter 34. Land rent. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Su Qingchuan gently tugged at her brother's sleeve. "Brother, it seems someone is following us." Su Qingchuan nodded in acknowledgement. "I am aware. Once you get in the car, make sure to lock the doors and windows." Qingchuan suddenly grew anxious. "What are you planning to do?" Su Qingchuan replied, "I need to ascertain their intentions." "Do not worry. Nothing untoward will happen in broad daylight." As they approached the vehicle, Su Qingchuan opened the door for the two girls, reiterating his instructions to secure the doors and windows. At that moment, someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Brother, may I have a word?" Su Qingchuan turned to face a wiry individual with a sinister demeanor. "What do you want?" "They're after your leg," the man replied. "We're merely doing a job, so please do not take offense. When the time comes, do not struggle. The more you resist, the more it will hurt. You might end up losing both legs." "How courteous of you," Su Qingchuan remarked with a hint of irony. "This is part of our service," the man said, snapping his fingers to signal his subordinates. "Go on, take him down." However, Su Qingchuan's response was swifter and more ferocious than anticipated. Like a hungry tiger, he lunged forward, driving his knee into the man's groin, then swiftly sidestepped behind him, seizing his head and forcefully smashing it against the car hood. With a resounding thud, the man collapsed, unconscious. The entire encounter lasted less than 5 seconds. The other thugs were left dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such decisiveness in their line of work. Su Qingchuan, gripping his wrist with his left hand, swayed it slowly, his gaze sharp and menacing. Next, the small-time criminals exchanged glances, intimidated by Su Qingchuan's presence, and none dared to advance. "What's the matter? Have you lost your courage?" Su Qingchuan taunted. "If you are unwilling to act, then be gone." Ultimately, they did not dare to engage, especially after their leader had been swiftly incapacitated. They hoisted their fallen comrade and retreated from the parking lot, dejected. Once assured they would not return, Su Qingchuan let out a long sigh of relief. Truth be told, he had been prepared to endure a beating, but he had not anticipated such cowardice from the gang. In a group confrontation, victory is typically elusive unless one possesses extraordinary skills or a formidable weapon. Otherwise, one risks being overwhelmed. The only way to minimize suffering is to target a single adversary decisively. It is crucial to intimidate the opposition to lessen the likelihood of injury. Su Qingchuan was well versed in this principle and had swiftly neutralized their leader. His knee strike had nearly rendered the man incapable of fathering children. and the sudden agony he experienced was likely more excruciating than childbirth. Following that, Su Qingchuan had slammed the man's head against the hood, leading to his immediate unconsciousness. A slight regret lingered in Su Qingchuan's mind, pondering who might be orchestrating this attack against him, as it was evident they were determined to cripple him. He considered hiring a bodyguard. After all, he was now a person of wealth and status, and having protection could deter nefarious individuals. Moreover, Qingjian also required a bodyguard, especially since she would be studying alone in Xiangjiang, a place known for its disdain towards mainlanders. Given her gentle nature, she could easily become a target. Su Qingchuan wanted her to have someone to ensure her safety. He quietly noted this in his mind before entering the vehicle. "Brother, are you all right?" Su Qingxian asked anxiously. Su Qingchuan smiled. "Of course, I am fine. You saw your brother's bravery just now. Wasn't it impressive?" Su Qingxian rolled her eyes. "Me and Sister Zhen were terrified. You still have the energy to joke? All right, it's all over now. Remember, do not mention this to Mom and Dad. I don't want to worry them." "Okay," Su Qingxian replied. Qingjian inquired, "Why did they target us?" Su Qingchuan shrugged as he started the car. "That remains uncertain for now, but I will find out. First, he would take his sister back to the hospital and then drop Qingjian at home. Finally, he arrived at Qifan Company. Upon seeing him, Zheng Huiying said, "I just received a call regarding inquiries about the old factory land. Are you familiar with the situation?" Su Qingchuan asked. "Did the caller mention their identity?" Zheng Huiying replied, "Qingyuan Real Estate." Su Qingchuan narrowed his eyes, realizing Ding Juanxiong's reaction was quicker than he had anticipated. It seemed he had long coveted this parcel of land. "We lack the funds to develop this land, so the best approach is to invite collaboration for development. However, we will not budge on price. Otherwise, I would prefer to hold on to it. I can afford the annual bank interest of several million," Su Qingchuan stated. "What is the proposed price?" Zheng Huiying inquired. 40 million, Su Qingchuan replied. "You should negotiate at this price. Those interested in this land will not consider 40 million excessive. Only those hoping to exploit the situation will think otherwise." Zheng Huiying nodded, asking, "What about the lease term?" 10 years, with rent adjusted according to neighboring restaurants, increasing annually. Additionally, the contractor will bear the costs for renovations, including the interior of the factory, the area in front, and the street-facing walls. Zheng Huiying expressed concern. "Are such conditions too harsh?" Su Qingchuan smiled. "Not at all. In fact, I have already relinquished a considerable amount of profit. The real estate sector will soon become a cornerstone of the domestic economy, and land value will only rise. Although our rent will increase accordingly, if developed properly, this old factory site could become an absolute cash cow. Let us revisit this matter once the first batch of interested contractors is confirmed. For now, our primary focus should be on procuring raw materials and launching the new factory, which will be quite labor-intensive. Huiying, please recruit a few more assistants to alleviate the workload." Zheng Huiying replied, "Thank you, Su Xiao, for your concern. I can manage for now, but I will consider your suggestion if it becomes overwhelming." Su Qingchuan remarked, "Ah, indeed, the director of the silk reeled factory is a highly capable individual. Sister Huiying might consider engaging with him more frequently." Zheng Huiying smiled and replied, "That is precisely my intention. The fundraising efforts are almost entirely managed by this director, who holds a revered position in the hearts of the factory employees. He is a very responsible leader. I shall interact with him more, as I will still need to rely on him for matters concerning the factory." Chapter 35. The class reunion. In the following days, tranquility reigned. The ruffian who had been thoroughly beaten by Su Qingchuan did not return to harass him, while Zheng Huiying, in collaboration with Director Zhao Dai of the silk factory, engaged in negotiations with the Qingyuan Real Estate Group regarding the leasing and development of the old factory site. Zhao Dai was quite animated. The commercial loan on the old factory land had long been a source of distress for him. Even though the silk factory was currently under the management of Qifan Company, the loan, including interest, still had to be borne by the silk factory. Leasing the land sooner would alleviate the factory's burden. Zhao Dai was a commendable factory director, but not a savvy businessman. He failed to recognize the true value of the land, focusing solely on shedding this burden. It was no wonder that in his previous life, Ding Juanxiong acquired the development rights to the old factory site at such a low price. However, under Su Qingchuan's guidance, Zheng Huiying held firm on the contract price of 40 million, refusing to budge, and insisted that Qingyuan Real Estate pay 3 years' rent in advance to secure the land. The two parties were firmly at odds on these 2 points, with neither willing to concede. Nevertheless, the major players, Su Qingchuan and Ding Juanxiong, had yet to enter the fray. Su Qingchuan was in no rush, as he held the initiative. He was certain Ding Juanxiong would seek him out, though he remained uncertain of the manner in which he would approach. One day, while escorting Qingjun home, she suddenly spoke. Qingchuan, there's a middle school reunion tomorrow, and they've invited both of us. Are you going? Su Qingchuan expressed his surprise. A middle school reunion? What is there to celebrate? Qingjun replied. Do you remember Zhang Lin? Su Qingchuan shook his head. I have no recollection. He comes from a business family and hasn't continued his studies since middle school. He went to work at his father's company. He made quite a bit of money last year, so he's organizing this reunion, probably to show off, Qingjun explained. Su Qingchuan remarked, such displays of wealth are rather pointless. I think I shall decline. Qingjun appeared troubled and quietly said, I've already agreed to go. The girls keep asking me, and I simply couldn't refuse. I know you're not fond of such gatherings, so just consider accompanying me. With a smile, Su Qingchuan replied, in that case, I shall attend. Qingjun beamed, you're the best, Qingchuan. Su Qingchuan pointed to his face. Aren't you going to reward me? You're insufferable. Qingjun teased, pinching Su Qingchuan's arm, her shy demeanor utterly enchanting. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek and dashed home, covering her face. Su Qingchuan touched the spot she had kissed, wearing a blissful smile. The following afternoon at 5 o'clock, Su Qingchuan drove Qingjun to the Jinjiang Zhiguang Hotel, one of the finest establishments in Anqing, where, in 1994, the average expenditure was nearing 800, making it a true haven for indulgence. As their Lingji car pulled up to the entrance, a valet promptly approached. Su Qingchuan tossed him the keys, taking Qingjun's hand as they made their way inside. Upon entering the hotel lobby, they were greeted. Young Master Su? Su Qingchuan recognized the sales manager and responded with a nod. I wasn't informed by Manager Zhang that you would be here, the sales manager said, excitement palpable. I will call Mr. Ding. Su Qingchuan interjected, I am here for a different matter today, so there's no need to call Mr. Ding. The sales manager hesitated but ultimately decided to make the call. Mr. Ding, I ran into young Master Su at Jinjiang Zhiguang. The Su from Qifan Company? Is he here for today's negotiation? Ding Juanxiong inquired. He claims he is not here for the negotiations, but I think it's necessary for you to come. Ding responded. I'll head over right away. Meanwhile, Su Qingchuan led Qingjun into the Qingfengting private room, one of the hotel's distinctive features, where each room bore a unique name, enhancing memorability and prestige. Ah, our distinguished beauty Qin has arrived. Let us welcome her with applause. The room erupted in enthusiastic clapping as Zhang Lin straightened his attire and approached Qingjun. His smile faded the moment he noticed her holding hands with Su Qingchuan, replaced by a cold expression. I believe I did not invite you, Zhang Lin said icily. Qingjun retorted, I brought him along. If you find it inappropriate, we will leave immediately. Zhang Lin, taken aback, felt a surge of resentment. He had not anticipated Qingjun's steadfast defense of Su Qingchuan. Never mind, we're all classmates, no need for such formality. Please, have a seat, Zhang Lin conceded. Throughout the exchange, Su Qingchuan remained silent, deeming it unnecessary to waste words on someone of Zhang Lin's ilk. Once seated, Zhang Lin cleared his throat and remarked, although some are not present, I, Zhang Lin, am not a petty person. Adding an extra pair of chopsticks is of little consequence. After all, I can easily earn 100 to 80,000 just by dabbling in the stock market. As he spoke, Zhang Lin cast a provocative glance at Su Qingchuan, who did not even acknowledge him. Zhang Lin's frustration boiled over as he clenched his fists and declared, Su Qingchuan, you are but a poor student, unworthy of Xinjiang. Should you have the sense to recognize your place, I could offer you some guidance on making money in the stock market, enough to cover your university tuition. Su Qingchuan replied nonchalantly, oh? And what if I choose to disregard such advice? Zhang Lin seethed. Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Sensing the tension escalating, a classmate named Tian Dan stepped in to mediate. Zhang Lin, we're all classmates. There is no need for hostility. Now that you're wealthy, we are no longer on the same level. Why be so aggressive? Didn't you mention wanting to share your stock trading knowledge? Everyone is eager to hear. Zhang Lin glared at Su Qingchuan, composed himself, and said, fine, I will continue discussing stock trading with everyone. Some impoverished souls should listen closely. When I'm done, you'll understand the gap between us. In the realm of stock trading, the paramount principle lies in aligning oneself with influential figures, Who are these influential figures? They are individuals privy to insider information. Fortuitously, I find myself among such individuals, maintaining excellent relationships with substantial investors. I possess an acute awareness of which stocks are poised to ascend and which are destined to descend. Otherwise, I would not be able to amass such wealth in a short span of time. I understand that many of you are still students, lacking disposable income. However, you could persuade your parents to allocate a modest sum for investment. A mere 20,000 yuan would suffice. I assure you that within a month, this investment will double, and within 3 months, you will undoubtedly reap sixfold profits. Qingchuan comprehended the underlying message. It became evident that this individual had come to solicit funds from his classmates. His words, upon closer inspection, bore an uncanny resemblance to a pyramid scheme. Chapter 36. The visit of Ding Juanxiong. The most salient characteristic of pyramid schemes is their tendency to ensnare those closest to the perpetrator, friends, family, and acquaintances, irrespective of the depth of their relationships. Zhang Lin's current demeanor is indistinguishable from that of a typical pyramid schemer. He manipulates his classmates into investing their funds, yet those present, aside from Qingchuan, are either naive students or ordinary individuals who have dropped out to work for them. Sums of 10 or 20,000 are astronomical. The audacity with which Zhang Lin targets such vulnerable individuals is truly alarming. Qingchuan tugged at Qingchuan's sleeve, asking, "Qingchuan, is he telling the truth? You believe his nonsense?" Qingchuan replied, "Are any of your close friends here? Warn them not to be deceived. As for others with whom you share a more casual connection, let them choose to believe what they wish." Qingchuan has never been one to show excessive compassion. The fact that he uttered such words is already a concession to Qingchuan. Were it not for her, he would have had little concern for the fates of these people. However, Zhang Lin overheard this exchange and sneered, "Qingchuan, do you doubt me? Do you have any idea how much I earn from the stock market in a year? It's an amount you could never hope to achieve in your lifetime. Do you, a mere pauper, dare to question me?" Qingchuan replied coolly, "Since you are so confident in your stock trading, why not place a wager?" "What kind of wager?" Zhang Lin inquired. "Very simple," Qingchuan stated. "Let us each stake 10,000 as our principal, with a time limit of 1 day, and see who can garner more from the stock market. You claim to have connections with major players. Surely, you won't shy away from such a bet." Zhang Lin erupted into laughter, saying, "Fine, since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. But I have one condition. If I win this wager, you must promptly remove yourself from Qingchuan's side." "Deal," Qingchuan replied. "Tomorrow at 9:30, let us meet at the entrance of the stock exchange. The classmates present will bear witness. Tomorrow I shall show you what it means to be a stock god," Zhang Lin declared. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and 3 impeccably dressed men entered, each holding a glass of wine. "Su Xiao, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," the man on the left said with a smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ding Juanxiong." This declaration sent ripples of astonishment throughout the room. Ding Juanxiong is a figure of immense wealth, the richest man in Anqing. Zhang Lin's family is but a pittance in comparison. How could such a person address Qingchuan as Su Xiao? Am I hearing things? This is the wealthiest individual in Anqing. Is he here to toast Qingchuan? Qingchuan responded, "You flatter me, Mr. Ding. I have been quite busy over the past few days and regret not being able to meet you sooner. Since fate has brought us together today, I would appreciate the opportunity to rectify that oversight. This is not the place for conversation. Would you be amenable to continuing our discussion in my private room?" Ding Juanxiong, a man of discernment, immediately sensed the tension in the air. Qingchuan's disdain was palpable. If he were unable to perceive such an atmosphere, it would truly reflect a lack of experience after all these years. Qingchuan was indeed eager to leave the private room. "Very well, but Mr. Ding, would you mind if I brought along one additional person?" "Of course not," Ding Juanxiong replied. "Su Xiao, this way, please." At that moment, Qingchuan whispered, "Qingchuan, if you are going to discuss business, I shall not accompany you." "Are you sure?" Qingchuan asked. "Can you endure staying here?" "We are all classmates. They won't go too far," Qingchuan said. "All right. If you can't stand it, come find me," Qingchuan suggested. Qingchuan smiled and nodded, "I understand. You go ahead." Qingchuan followed Ding Juanxiong out. No sooner had he departed than his classmates surrounded Qingchuan. "Xinzhen, how does Mr. Ding know Qingchuan?" He referred to Qingchuan as Su Xiao. Could he actually be a young master from a prominent family? Why is Mr. Ding treating him with such respect? With a hint of sarcasm. Qingchuan replied, In your eyes, isn't Qingchuan just a pauper? Why do you care so much about him? Though Qingjin appeared as innocent as a little rabbit, she was, in fact, quite cunning. She had not forgotten the disdainful expressions of this group earlier. Now that Ding Juanxiong had arrived to support Su Qingchuan, they were eager to curry favor. It was utterly revolting. Tian Dan interjected, Zhenzhen, how can you speak like that? Regardless of circumstances. We are all classmates. Your words are excessive. Qingjin retorted, is that too much to bear? If I were to reveal what Qingchuan has accomplished, you would likely be left speechless. What has he done? Tian Dan inquired, as the other classmates perked up their ears in anticipation. Qingjin recounted the recent events surrounding Su Qingchuan, particularly the silk factory contract, which had dominated headlines in Anqing, appearing on television and in newspapers, with Qifan Company's name frequently mentioned. You are lying. Zhang Lin seethed. The general manager of Qifan Company is clearly a woman. Qingjun replied nonchalantly, indeed, the general manager is a woman, but Qingchuan holds 30% of Qifan Company's shares. He is the second largest shareholder. Zhang Lin's body swayed as this revelation struck him. He was aware of Qifan Company, which had a registered capital of 5 million, coupled with profits from the silk factory contract. Their assets were approaching 10 million. In stark contrast, Zhang Lin's family's small workshop had barely a fraction of that, just over 100,000, an unfathomable disparity. If Qingjin spoke the truth, then Su Qingchuan's current worth had surpassed 1 million. A millionaire in 1994 is indeed a staggering figure. I refuse to believe it. You are deceiving me, Zhang Lin shouted, unwilling to accept this reality. Qingjin countered, if Qingchuan lacked any merit, would Ding Juanxiong deign to come here to toast him? You must understand that the decision-making power regarding that piece of land for the silk factory rests firmly in Qingchuan's hands. Zhang Lin slumped into a chair, utterly defeated. I have not lost yet. There is still tomorrow's wager. If I win, it will prove I am superior to Su Qingchuan. Zhang Lin clenched his fists tightly, vowing silently. At that moment, someone piped up, Qingjin. Since Su Qingchuan is so remarkable, could you possibly arrange for him to secure me a position at Qifan Company? It would be even better if I could be a small leader. Yes, indeed. He is a major shareholder of Qifan. Arranging a few positions would surely be a trivial matter. We are all classmates. It wouldn't be too much to ask for such a small favor. Please, arrange one for me as well. Qingjun was utterly taken aback by the shamelessness of this group of individuals. Each one of you is remarkably despicable. Qingjun raised her hand, pointing at her classmates, expressing her profound regret for having invited Qingchuan to this reunion. This shall be the first and the last time. From this moment onward, our camaraderie has reached its conclusion. Farewell. With that, she turned and departed, leaving not a trace of nostalgia. Chapter 37. A relaxed victory. Qingjun did not seek out Su Qingchuan, instead choosing to sit alone in the hotel lobby's lounge area. After approximately half an hour, Su Qingchuan emerged from the elevator, and upon spotting Qingjun, a smile instantly graced his face. How are you? Qingjun approached him, taking his hand in hers. Su Qingchuan replied, why are you sitting here all by yourself? The atmosphere in the private room was quite oppressive. Can you imagine what they intend to do? They want you to arrange positions for them at Qifan Company, and not just any positions, but leadership roles. It's quite amusing, really. Qingjin concurred, you are right. Such reunions with classmates hold no meaning for me. I shall not attend again. Su Qingchuan inquired, are you hungry? Indeed, Qingjin responded. Then let us go eat barbecue. Su Qingchuan suggested with a smile. Hand in hand, they exited the hotel. Qingjin asked once more, how was your conversation with that General Ding? Su Qingchuan replied, we chatted about trivial matters, and not a single serious topic was discussed. Ding Juanxiong remains quite cunning. The initiative is currently in my hands. If he becomes too eager, he will indeed find himself at a disadvantage. He likely intends to use bank loans to pressure us, but unfortunately for him, I am in no rush. He will come to seek me again. Qingjin chose not to pry further, as she was not well versed in business matters. After enjoying a delightful barbecue dinner at the night market, they returned home. The following morning, Su Qingchuan drove Qingjun to the hospital. She now spent the majority of her days there, and Su Qingchuan's parents had begun to regard her as a daughter-in-law, placing their relationship in a semi-public domain. A rather amusing incident occurred during this time. Su Qingjin approached Su Qingchuan, subtly inquiring whether he had engaged in any intimate relations with Qingjin. The nation's sexual education is rather antiquated, with parents often feeling embarrassed to impart such knowledge to their children. Many children born in the 80s and 90s experienced their sexual awakening through. Faced with this inquiry, Su Qingchuan could only chuckle helplessly. Assuring that he had not engaged in any relations with Qingjin, they remained in the realm of platonic love, yet to evolve into a physical connection. Su Qingjian breathed a sigh of relief and handed his son a box of condoms. I understand how young people are. If it were to come to that, remember to take precautions, all right? Su Qingchuan could only nod in agreement. With his father providing such encouragement, perhaps it was time for him to seize the opportunity and advance their relationship. What are you smiling about? Qingjin noticed the ambiguous grin on Su Qingchuan's lips and inquired. Su Qingchuan quickly attempted to suppress his smile, responding, "It's nothing." With such a radiant smile, could it be that you are thinking of that beauty again? Qingjin questioned suspiciously. Compared to other women, they are merely superficial. How could I possibly be interested? Su Qingchuan replied with a laugh. Pa, smooth talker. Qingjin's cheeks flushed as she lightly scolded him. Upon arriving at the hospital, Qingjin alighted from the vehicle and headed towards the inpatient building, while Su Qingchuan turned the car around to head to the stock exchange. He had a wager to fulfill that day. Zhang Lin had been waiting there for quite some time. When he saw Alexis pull up, he did not immediately associate it with Su Qingchuan until the latter stepped out of the car, jolting him back to reality. Alexis with the license plate number 38 and a toast directly from Ding Juanxiu. Zhang Lin regretted his decision. Such a person should be courted, not opposed. However, he found himself in a situation from which he could not retreat. He steeled himself to move forward. Zhang Lin had also invited a few classmates as witnesses, but upon seeing Su Qingchuan, they immediately flocked to him, infuriating Zhang Lin. Disinterested in conversing with these fair-weather friends, Su Qingchuan strode directly into the stock exchange, with Zhang Lin hastily following. The group ascended to the large trading room on the upper floor. Su Qingchuan's recent dealings with Xinqi had made him a prominent figure in the stock exchange, with many eager to seek his insights. However, after his profitable venture, he had not returned, leaving the investors disappointed. Now that the stock god had returned, a throng of people surged towards him, clamoring for him to introduce stocks and futures. What's happening? Don't crowd around my brother. Lu Chang pushed through the crowd to stand before Su Qingchuan. Xiao Su, what brings you here today? Su Qingchuan replied, I made a bet. I'm here to compete in the stock market. Lu Chang was taken aback. Who would dare challenge you? The stock god? Su Qingchuan pointed at Zhang Lin, him. Lu Chang scrutinized Zhang Lin for a moment, finding him vaguely familiar, but unable to recall where he had seen him. Conversely, Zhang Lin recognized Lu Chang. He was one of the Zhang family's most significant clients. The fact that Lu Chang was being so deferential to Su Qingchuan astonished him, especially when he referred to him as the stock god. Zhang Lin felt as though he had entered a labyrinth of misfortune. What kind of individual had he offended? Lu Chang did not recognize Zhang Lin. He patted his shoulder and said, Young man, your courage is commendable. Zhang Lin opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. The market is opening. The market is opening, someone shouted from the side. Su Qingchuan approached a computer, logged into the trading software, and deftly typed in a code, selecting a stock called Tiantong Mining. Zhang Lin, seated next to Su Qingchuan, observed his actions closely. When he saw Su Qingchuan invest all 10,000 yuan into Tiantong Mining, joy spread across his face. This was undeniably a worthless stock. Such an action, and he was still deemed a stock god? It was utterly ludicrous. Zhang Lin felt a surge of confidence and leisurely opened the software, purchasing shares in Qingdao Medical. He had received insider information indicating that Qingdao Medical had just undergone a board restructuring, and the stock was poised for a significant rise. After making his purchase, Zhang Lin clenched his fist in triumph. He was certain he would win this bet. Su Qingchuan lit a cigarette for himself, glanced at Zhang Lin's computer screen, and laughed aloud. What are you laughing at? Zhang Lin gritted his teeth and asked. Su Qingchuan replied, It seems this wager won't even require us to wait until the market closes this afternoon. What do you mean? Zhang Lin asked. You'll find out soon enough, Su Qingchuan said. And just then, a person rushed in from outside, exclaiming loudly, Everyone, there's a major issue. If you hold shares in Qingdao Medical, sell them immediately. Zhang Lin stood up abruptly, inquiring, What has happened to Qingdao Liao? The individual waved the newspaper in his hand, exclaiming, Qingdao Liao has concealed its financial losses and engaged in accounting fraud. Several senior executives of the company have already been taken away by the Securities Regulatory Commission. Zhang Lin snatched the newspaper, and as he read, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. No, This cannot be true. This is false news. Clearly, the board of directors is being restructured, and the stock is poised for a significant surge. Zhang Lin refused to accept the veracity of these reports. Yet the stock market proved unyielding. The shares of Qingda Iliao plummeted dramatically, swiftly approaching the limit of decline. Chapter 38. This method of apology does not appeal to me, to speak candidly. Su Qingchuan was somewhat taken aback upon receiving this news. He was indeed aware that Qingda Medical would face a catastrophic downfall, yet he had not anticipated the timing to be so fortuitous, coinciding precisely with the day he had wagered against Zhang Lin. It seemed as though fate itself was conspiring in his favor. What does it mean to be the chosen one? This was it. The stock had become utterly worthless, and by the time trading halted in the morning, the plunge in its value was projected to exceed 30%. In stark contrast, the stock chosen by Su Qingchuan, Tiantong Mining, though it had not seen a significant rise, had consistently appreciated. With the gradual recovery of the global economy, the construction industry was poised to become a thriving sector once more, and mining, being one of its foundational supports, would inevitably flourish alongside it. The earlier performance of deep tin futures had already demonstrated this principle. Therefore, investing in any mining-related stocks during this period would surely yield substantial profits. Zhang Lin stared blankly at the stock chart, utterly devoid of the capacity for rational thought. Su Qingchuan remarked, "The outcome is already determined. Do you have anything else to say?" Zhang Lin, bewildered, lifted his gaze, having lost the ability to think clearly. Su Qingchuan, lacking interest in tormenting a defeated opponent, exchanged a casual greeting with Lu Chang before elegantly departing from the stock exchange. Upon arriving at the hospital, as soon as the vehicle came to a halt, a throng of individuals surrounded him. Among this crowd, Su Qingchuan spotted the very individual he had previously beaten. Had this person come seeking revenge? Su Qingchuan steadied his nerves, contemplating an escape route. The group merely encircled the car without taking further action, leading to a stalemate. After a few minutes, Su Qingchuan opened the door and stepped out. One individual approached with a smile, saying, "Young Master Su, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Su Qingchuan furrowed his brow, responding, "I do not know you. I am Ding Ran, and Ding Juanxiong is my father," the young man declared arrogantly. "I heard that this fellow had offended you, so I brought him here to apologize. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and apologize." The individual who had been beaten by Su Qingchuan stepped forward immediately, saying, "I am sorry, young Master Su. It was my folly to offend you. I sincerely request your forgiveness." "Who instigated you to act against young Master Su?" Ding Ran inquired. "Director Du from the electronics factory," the man replied candidly. Ding Ran assured, "Rest assured, young Master Su, I will take care of this matter. I will not let that Director Du get away with bullying you." Su Qingchuan asked, "Is there anything else?" "No," Ding Ran replied. "However, I would like to invite young Master Su to dinner as a gesture of goodwill." Su Qingchuan replied calmly, "I am sorry, I am not available." After saying this, he took a few steps forward, paused after traveling about 4 or 5 meters, turned slightly, and remarked, "This method of apology does not appeal to me." Ding Ran's expression shifted subtly. Without further ado, Su Qingchuan briskly entered the hospital building. While ascending the stairs, Su Qingchuan took out his phone and called Zheng Huiying. "Sister Huiying, please pause the negotiations regarding the old factory land." "What is the issue?" she asked. "Ding Juanxiong is attempting to manipulate me. Let us leave him hanging." Zheng Huiying was perplexed, but as the de facto controller of Qifan Company, Su Qingchuan's directives were to be followed. "Understood. I will halt the negotiations immediately." Su Qingchuan stood in the corridor, adjusting his facial muscles to ensure he appeared unperturbed before entering the hospital room. "Oh, weren't you at the stock exchange? What brings you here at this hour?" Qin Zhen exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Su Qingchuan. "The trouble has been resolved. He will no longer bother you," he assured. "So soon?" Qin Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief. "I was fortunate," Su Qingchuan replied. "It's almost mealtime. What would you like to eat?" Su Qingchuan's sister, Su Qingchuan, raised her hand and said, "Brother, I want to eat liangfen." Su Qingchuan was utterly compliant with his sister's wishes, and since she desired liangfen, they would have it. "I will go order takeout," he began, but then paused, realizing that the takeout industry had not yet emerged in 1994 and that it relied heavily on the internet and telecommunications, leaving him without the means to pursue it at this stage. "I will go downstairs to buy it," he decided, putting his phone away. "What does Jinjin want to eat?" he inquired. Su Qingchuan eagerly responded, "Brother, let us go to Quanjing Alley. I haven't had Quanjing Alley's sadly infant in ages. Very well, then let us proceed to Quanjing Alley. The three departed the hospital, heading straight for Quanjing Alley. This alley was constructed during the mid-Ming dynasty and underwent renovation in the early Qing dynasty, with its layout preserved until the 1960s. By the 1970s, Quanjing Alley had become synonymous with chaos and disrepair, particularly within the first 800 meters, which housed nearly 3,000 residents in closely packed, hive-like homes. The sanitation and drainage systems were severely lacking, with only 2 public restrooms available, leading to long lines every morning, compounded by inadequate cleaning, allowing foul odors to waft for hundreds of meters. However, traversing the first 800 meters of Quanjing Alley would lead one to a different realm. This area had been designated by the municipal government as an ancient architectural district, protected by the Cultural Bureau, and ordinary citizens dared not construct illegally here. By the 1990s, savvy merchants began to recognize the land's value, realizing that if all the buildings were demolished for commercial development, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Yet, acquiring the land required addressing the living situation of nearly 5,000 residents, a financial burden that typical real estate developers could not bear, and the government lacked the funds to relocate the inhabitants. Consequently, the demolition efforts were significantly delayed until 2 years later when a catastrophic fire swept through Quanjing Alley, devastating the entire area and resulting in nearly 100 fatalities with thousands injured. The provincial government took this incident very seriously, ultimately facilitating the demolition of Quanjing Alley under special circumstances. The fire was indeed suspicious, and rumors circulated among the citizens of Anqing, suggesting that developers had hired some desperate individuals to start the blaze in order to save on demolition costs. Later, Qingchuan confirmed the truth of this rumor through certain channels, but at that time, he had no inclination to seek justice. After all, it had burned. And that was that. In the course of his second life, Qingchuan experienced a profound transformation in his mindset. When his sister mentioned Quanjing Alley, he was reminded of a tragic chapter from his past, prompting him to consider the possibility of taking action. The common people are innocent, and so too are the ancient structures that stand as testaments to history. During the nascent stages of commercial real estate development in the country, numerous historical buildings have been lost, as the government prioritizes performance over cultural heritage. While Qingchuan cannot save every ancient edifice across the nation, Quanjing Alley, as a cherished relic of his hometown, might be worth a valiant attempt at preservation. Chapter 39. Quanjing Lane. On the way to Quanjing Lane, Qingchuan placed a call to Song Wenli. Ever since joining Qingchuan Company, Song Wenli had found herself with little to do, while her contemporaries, such as Feng Yu, managed to engage in some business dealings with Qingchuan Company, leaving her feeling rather idle. Upon receiving Qingchuan's call, she felt a flicker of excitement, as work had finally come her way. Sister Song, I have a favor to ask of you. Please, young Master Su, go ahead. Could you help me gather some information regarding Quanjing Lane? Quanjing Lane? Is this part of the company's next project? Sort of. No need to rush. Take your time to collect comprehensive details, considering all aspects. If you require additional manpower, feel free to recruit 2 assistants. You may have any related expenses reimbursed by Sister Feng. Understood, young Master Su. Is there anything else you need? That's all. After hanging up, Qingchuan was met with curiosity from his sister. Brother, what are you planning? You are aware that Quanjing Lane is set for demolition, aren't you? Qingchuan nodded. I've heard rumors. Are you interested in getting involved? Quanjing Lane is an ancient structure from the Ming and Qing dynasties. It would be a shame to simply tear it down. I want to see if there's a way to preserve at least 1 or 2 of the old buildings. That sounds like a noble endeavor, Qingchuan's sister responded. Though it may prove challenging, Qingchuan added. All we can do is try, Qingchuan replied. The trio enjoyed some cold noodles within Quanjing Lane, exploring the inner collection of ancient buildings. The more Qingchuan observed, the more he felt that the destruction of such a site would be a tremendous loss, and he was determined to find a way to safeguard it for future generations, so they need not rely solely on photographs for memories. As Qingchuan strolled through Quanjing Lane with 2 lovely companions, Ding Juanxiong was receiving a report from his son. Did he really say that? Ding Juanxiong inquired. Ding Ran nodded. He maintained a cold demeanor throughout. Father, who is he that we must so eagerly appease him? He is the actual controller of Qingchuan Company, Ding Juanxiong replied. Is that so? He is scarcely 18. How can he control Qingchuan Company? Ding Ran expressed his astonishment. Not everyone is like you. Idling away in your 20s, Ding Juanxiong remarked. This matter has been handled somewhat hastily. Just now, Manager Zhang from Qingchuan Company called to inform me that the renovation of the old factory has been temporarily shelved. Young Master Su is employing this strategy to remind me that he is not so easily manipulated. Ding Ran swallowed hard. What shall we do? That is not your concern. You may leave now, Ding Juanxiong said, dismissing him. Feeling somewhat awkward, Ding Ran exited the office. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Juanxiong picked up the phone and dialed. Director Dong? This is Ding Juanxiong. Are you free today? I would like to invite you to lunch. The following morning, Su Qingchuan arrived at Qingchuan Company. He had not intended to come, but Zheng Huiying's persistent calls compelled him to do so. The reason for her urgency was straightforward. Dong Binhai had come to Qingchuan Company and specifically requested to meet Su Qingchuan. Given his status as a district director, ignoring such a request could lead to complications for Qingchuan Company, regardless of its strong backing. Zheng Huiying, being merely an employee, did not wish to bear the brunt of any fallout, and thus urgently contacted Su Qingchuan for assistance. Upon his arrival, Zheng Huiying awaited him at the entrance, stating, Director Dong has come with Ding Juanxiong. With a wry smile, Su Qingchuan remarked, Ding Juanxiong certainly plays his cards well to bring in the district director. The successful renovation of the old factory is a significant achievement, capable of erasing all prior mistakes. Given its implications for political performance, Director Dong must be anxious, Zheng Huiying explained. I understand. Here is the project proposal. Please make 2 copies, Su Qingchuan instructed. Zheng Huiying took the proposal to make copies, while Su Qingchuan proceeded to the reception room. Director Dong and Ding Juanxiong were seated, one sipping tea while the other anxiously checked his watch. Xiao Su, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. It is not easy to meet you, Dong Binhai said with a smile, rising to greet him. Shall I introduce you? Su Qingchuan shook his head. I've already had a drink with General Manager Ding, so introductions are unnecessary. Very well, let us get straight to the point. Why has the renovation plan for the old factory suddenly been halted? Dong Binhai inquired. Are you asking on behalf of the district or for General Manager Ding? Su Qingchuan questioned. You're quite the clever one. Does it matter? Dong Binhai replied with a chuckle. Today, I need a clear answer. What does Qingchuan Company plan to do? Please, Director Dong, do not rush. Have a seat. Since we have broached this topic, I would first like to ask General Manager Ding for his opinions on the renovation of the old factory. Ding Juanxiong found himself uncertain about Su Qingchuan's intentions. Was he genuinely interested in his opinion, or was there something else at play? Perhaps he was displeased with Ding Juanxiong's decision to pressure Director Dong on behalf of Qingchuan Company. Having navigated the business world for many years, Ding Juanxiong had never felt so cornered. As he pondered how to respond, Zheng Huiying entered with the copies of the proposal, distributing them to Ding Juanxiong and Dong Binhai. This is a project proposal I prepared over the past few days, detailing the renovation plan for the old factory and subsequent investment attraction strategies. Director Dong, General Manager Ding, please take a look. We can discuss any questions later, Su Qingchuan said. As the 2 men perused the proposal, they gleaned entirely different insights. Dong Binhai saw a chance for political achievement, while Ding Juanxiong recognized Su Qingchuan's extraordinary commercial acumen. Is he truly only 18? When I was that age, I was still an apprentice, yet Su Qingchuan has already begun leveraging land to shift commercial assets. Such potential in the younger generation is indeed formidable. Once they had finished reviewing the proposal, Su Qingchuan spoke. The geographical position of the old factory is ideal for developing a commercial plaza. Anqing currently lacks a venue for young people to enjoy dining and entertainment. The front half could be transformed into a dining area, while the latter could accommodate various entertainment venues, bars, nightclubs, skating rinks, and billiard halls. All could be integrated seamlessly. This renovation plan will attract numerous collaborators. Naturally, Qingchuan Company will strive to seek out capable partners, such as General Manager Ding, who we would be delighted to work with. Ding Juanxiong is not the type of person who readily submits to the whims of others. Although Su Qingchuan's proposal left him profoundly shaken, he nonetheless discerned its flaws. The culinary industry is far more intricate than he had initially imagined. This proposal, whether intentionally or unintentionally, portrayed the industry in an overly simplistic manner. Regaining his composure, Ding remarked, "This proposal from young Master Su can indeed be described as remarkably brilliant. However, it also reveals a lack of understanding of the culinary field, indicating that there is substantial room for improvement, a fact that cannot be denied." With a smile, Su Qingchuan replied, "Indeed, but has Mr. Ding considered that when I present this proposal to potential partners, I need not worry about lacking assistance in refining it. That is not a concern. He continued, the most commercially valuable aspect of the entire plan lies within the dining plaza. Neither the silk factory nor Qingchuan company has a background in the culinary sector. Would it be possible to transfer this portion of the project to me? In addition to the rental fee, I am willing to pay Qingchuan company an extra 1 million. Ding Juanxiong fixed his piercing gaze upon Su Qingchuan, eagerly inquiring, what do you think? Chapter 40. The unease of Ding Juanxiong upon hearing Ding Juanxiong's words. Song Wenli, who was eavesdropping nearby, felt a sudden flutter in her eyelids. The ease with which money could be made seemed almost surreal. 1 million. It sounded almost as trivial as a mere 100. Is this the lifestyle of the affluent? If she were the head of Qingchuan company, she would have undoubtedly agreed immediately. Stealing a glance at Su Qingchuan, she noticed his demeanor remained unperturbed, which filled her with admiration. Despite his youth, Su possessed a remarkable composure that rivaled seasoned bureaucrats who had navigated the corridors of power for decades. Su Qingchuan's lack of interest stemmed from his ambitions that extended far beyond the realms of the food and entertainment industries. He was eyeing the entirety of commercial real estate, envisioning a thriving business district that would become commonplace in the future. Within this grand framework, any ventures in dining or entertainment were merely peripheral and thus failed to capture his interest. Ding Juanxiong, constrained by the limitations of his era, did not possess the foresight of Su Qingchuan. He remained ensnared within the narrow confines of the restaurant business, unaware of the lucrative potential of a mature commercial district. Thus, what Ding regarded as an irresistible proposition amounted to little more than trifles in Su Qingchuan's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Su inquired, Mr. Ding, how much rent do you intend to pay the silk factory annually? Ding Juanxiong replied, I can offer between 1 to 1.5 times the rent of the adjacent properties. Song Wenli nearly choked on her saliva upon hearing this. An annual rent reaching several million was staggering, especially considering the silk factory's annual earnings barely exceeded 1 million, and after deducting essential expenses, the net profit was less than 600,000. The labor of thousands over a year yielded less than what could be earned from leasing land. It seemed Ding Juanxiong was determined to acquire the silk factory. How about this? If you can present 5 million tomorrow morning, I will consider collaborating with you, Song Wenli mused, thinking that given Ding Juanxiong's wealth, 5 million should be a trivial sum. However, when she observed Ding Juanxiong's expression, she realized that the wealthiest man in Anqing did not appear as affluent as she had imagined. His gaze was evasive, a clear sign of unease. How could this be? Her admiration for Su Qingchuan surged like an unending tide. Even the wealthiest man in Anqing had found himself on the back foot against him. Su Qingchuan understood that Ding Juanxiong was currently unable to produce such a sum. His financial chain was already fraying. He sought to leverage the silk factory's land to revitalize his own enterprise. While he could scrape together 1 million, 5 million presented a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, it was crucial not to press too hard, as doing so could backfire. Regardless, Su Qingchuan held a deep respect for Ding Juanxiong and would have welcomed him into his fold as a valuable asset if circumstances permitted. Unfortunately, the proud magnate would not readily submit to a student's direction. Thus, the strategy was to stabilize him with enticing offers before plotting future endeavors. Wangji Group would establish a new company to manage this venture entirely. Mr. Ding, if you do not mind, you can invest 1 million for a 45% stake and take on the role of CEO of the new company. What do you think? Su Qingchuan proposed. Ding Juanxiong was momentarily taken aback, thinking the deal had fallen through, only to be pleasantly surprised by Su Qingchuan's renewed offer, which was indeed difficult to decline. In his mind, the old factory's land was worth tens of millions, and acquiring a 45% stake in the new company for just 1 million felt akin to finding a treasure. More importantly, he would be allowed to manage the company, which meant that Wangji Group would not interfere with his plans for renovating the old factory, allowing his visions to come to fruition. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions and detach from his elation, Ding Juanxiong inquired, how will the rent be structured? Su Qingchuan smiled and replied, the annual rent will be 3 million. I believe Mr. Ding can accept that. 3 million? Ding Juanxiong was taken aback. Is that too much? Su Qingchuan asked. Ding Juanxiong shook his head. No, it is too little. Do you truly trust me to execute this project? Su Qingchuan responded. If I cannot trust the wealthiest man in Anqing, I doubt I would find another worthy of my trust in the business waters of Anqing. Mr. Ding is my senior in commerce, and I have much to learn from you. Ding Juanxiong expressed, indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older. I am in awe of your broad-mindedness. I must apologize for my previous indiscretion and hope you can forgive my overstepping. Su Qingchuan replied, Mr. Ding, you are too kind. Chairman, do you have any further instructions? Dong Binhai remarked, I am not as knowledgeable about business matters as you both are, so I will leave the operations to you. However, I do have one request. The river near the old factory must be cleared. It concerns the reputation of the entire Western District. The old factory's wastewater, coupled with the indiscriminate dumping by nearby residents, has rendered the river foul-smelling, akin to a blight on the Western District. Provincial leaders have visited twice and issued stern criticisms. Therefore, I hope that alongside the renovation of the old factory, the environmental issues will also be addressed. Su Qingchuan assured him, that is only natural. We all have a responsibility to protect the environment. Moreover, a better environment will naturally attract more consumers, resulting in a win-win situation. Mr. Ding, I will leave this matter in your capable hands. Ding Juanxiong affirmed, no problem. Thus, the tripartite negotiations concluded successfully. Once the new company was established, the renovation of the old factory would be prioritized. Given Ding Juanxiong's capabilities, it was estimated that within half a year, the renovation would be well underway, at least to the point of being operational. However, creating a mature business district would take 2 years or even longer. Su Qingchuan was not in a hurry. Progress should be gradual. One must take life one step at a time. Taking too large of a leap could lead to missteps. After bidding farewell to Dong Binhai and Ding Juanxiong, Su Qingchuan intended to head directly to the hospital. However, one of the 3 salespeople he had previously dispatched, Ge Xingyang, returned. Su Xiao? Ge Xingyang exclaimed, stepping out of the taxi, his face alight with excitement. Guess what I brought back for you? Su Qingchuan replied, I cannot guess. What is it? Ge Xingyang hurried to the other side of the vehicle and opened the door. A middle-aged man alighted from the car, embodying the quintessential appearance of a technical professional. Ge Xingyang began, allow me to introduce. This is Su Qingchuan, the chairman of our Haichuan company, whom we affectionately refer to as Su Xiao. And this here is Zhuo Kuan, the deputy chief engineer of the R&D department at Wanyan Group. Upon hearing this title, Su Qingchuan's face brightened with delight, for this was indeed a genuine surprise. No market research report could rival the value of having someone well-versed in both the intricacies of DVD technology and the nuances of market trends. Chapter 41. The launch of the VCD player. Zhuo Kuan, aged 45, was a former researcher at a scientific research institute before joining Wanyan Company. Following the establishment of the Wanyan Group, he resigned from his public office to become the head of the technology department, later advancing to the position of deputy chief engineer in the research and development department. However, the decline of Wanyan Group was far swifter than his ascent. Last year, Wanyan Group produced its first VCD but failed to file for a patent. As soon as the product hit the market, it was swiftly disassembled by international giants who applied for numerous related patents. Consequently, Wanyan Group went from being the pioneer of VCDs to merely an assembler. Despite this, the chairman of Wanyan Group remained oblivious to the underlying issues, attributing the problems to inadequate promotion. Thus, he allocated $20 million for market promotion this year. With over $100 million in research and development costs rendered useless due to the lack of patents, and facing such exorbitant expenses while investing an additional $20 million in marketing, the company's downfall seemed inevitable. In an era before the rise of pirated discs, the market for video disc players could not develop, as a single disc was priced over 50 yuan. Purchasing a player without access to discs was pointless. It would serve merely as a decorative item. Advertising requires continuous investment. Any interruption would obliterate its effectiveness. If the $20 million were postponed until next year, it might have provided Wanyan Group with a lifeline, but spending it this year was tantamount to seeking demise. Zhuo Kuan understood this reality, which prompted his decision to leave Wanyan Group. Remaining in a company devoid of hope was merely a waste of youth. Su Qingchuan instructed Ge Xingyang to extend a warm welcome to Zhuo Kuan, suggesting they spend a couple of days enjoying Anqing, postponing work-related matters to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. He awaited the return of the 2 sales representatives, Ying Kuei and Qi Hao, to determine whether to commence VCD production. These 2 salesmen had traveled to Xiangjiang, the birthplace of pirated discs. If manufacturers there were already producing counterfeit discs, the VCD project would need to be launched immediately. 2 days later, Qi Hao and Ying Kuei returned, bringing news that Su Qingchuan had longed to hear. Pirated discs had emerged in both Xiangjiang and Pengcheng. The advent of counterfeit discs would accelerate the proliferation of video disc players. No longer hesitating, Su Qingchuan immediately resolved to initiate VCD production, aware of the urgency, as he was uncertain how long it would take his team to develop the first prototype. However, the immediate priority was to secure a suitable venue. An office building was clearly inadequate for machinery development. A factory site was essential, complete with a production line capable of manufacturing VCDs. Since the process involved mere assembly and did not require core technology, the demands on the production line were not excessive. A standard tape recorder production line would suffice. While Su Qingchuan busily inquired about the sale or rental of electronic factories, Qi Jie returned from the provincial capital, arriving with a tone of reproach. She confronted Su Qingchuan, questioning why he was pursuing VCD production. She demanded a reasonable explanation. Su Qingchuan blinked innocently, responding simply, for convenience. Qi Jie was momentarily dumbfounded, questioning the validity of such an explanation. Fortunately, her instinctive trust in Su Qingchuan remained intact, as he had previously exhibited remarkable composure and decisiveness in revitalizing Wenji Company and retaining Qi Group. His sudden interest in VCDs indicated his confidence in the industry. However, Wenji Group's two subsidiaries, one managing the silk reeling factory and the other overseeing the redevelopment of the old factory site, were unable to assist Haichuan at this time. "I will not obstruct your pursuit of the VCD project," Qi Jie stated earnestly. "But I must inform you that for the foreseeable future, Wenji Group is unlikely to allocate financial resources or manpower to support you." Su Qingchuan replied nonchalantly. "No worries. Our country may lack many things, but we have plenty of people. Finding some technicians won't be an insurmountable challenge." Gu Xingyang had informed him that several technicians from Wanyin Group were tempted by lucrative offers and were considering relocating to Wanqing. At this stage, securing 7 or 8 technicians would suffice to set up the framework. Once the market was developed and recognition achieved, it would be possible to expand production and hire more personnel later. With a resigned gesture, Qi Jie said, "Fine, in that case, I wish you great success. Aside from retaining one company in the provincial capital, I will transfer all other companies to Qifan. We can split the shares of Qifan Company evenly." Su Qingchuan shook his head, declaring, "No, that would be too generous. A 30% share is sufficient. Sister Qi, please don't insist. I will only accept this much." Qi Jie remarked, "Sometimes I truly cannot comprehend you. Many opportunities are right at your fingertips, yet you choose to forego them." Su Qingchuan chuckled, "That is simply because I am too greedy and desire more." A knock echoed at the conference room door, and Gu Xingyang entered, announcing, "Young Master Su, General Qi, the technicians from Wanyin Group have arrived. Would you like to meet them?" Su Qingchuan expressed mild surprise. "So soon? Of course, we must meet them. Please invite them to the conference room." Gu Xingyang replied, "Our conditions are too favorable for them to refuse." This was indeed true. The highest salary for these technicians at Wanyin Group was merely 600 yuan, and even managerial personnel, like Shuakun, earned less than 1,000. With Wanyin Group's financial chain severed, they had not received salaries for quite some time, let alone bonuses. In contrast, Haichuan Company offered salaries far exceeding the era's average. Starting from 2,000 yuan for ordinary technicians, with Shuakun's annual salary set at 150,000. To ensure Shuakun remained, Su Qingchuan had directly transferred this amount into his account. Consequently, Zhuokuan had no reason to depart. After a brief exchange with several technicians, Su Qingchuan discovered a prominent figure among them, Zhu Mingda, the head of the production department at Wanyin Group. Zhu, originally a technical expert, had later been reassigned to manage production. His technical prowess is quite impressive, and naturally, Su Qingchuan warmly welcomed such talent, offering him the same treatment as he did to Zhuokuan. After approximately an hour of discussion, the counterpart expressed readiness to commence work. It is noteworthy that individuals from the 1994 era exhibit an admirable simplicity. Had it been the later generations, technical professionals would often possess a certain arrogance, reluctant to engage without comfortable initial arrangements. However, at this moment, commencing work was not feasible as a suitable site had yet to be secured. Su Qingchuan entrusted Gu Xingyang and his team with full responsibility for the DVD player project, allowing them to dictate the arrangement of technical personnel, while he himself drove to the outskirts. There, he aimed to evaluate an electronics factory that was preparing for external sales. intending to acquire it outright if the price was agreeable. Chapter 42. The seizure of the homestead. This factory, known as Yingda, is situated in the northern district of Anqing, specifically in Yiyang Town, and specializes in the production of electronic tape recorders. As time has progressed, the market share of tape recorders has diminished significantly, leading Yingda Electronics to experience prolonged financial losses. In a bid to turn the tide, the factory manager made a bold decision to counterfeit the Yinwu tape recorder. Yinwu is one of the earliest domestic brands in the tape recorder industry, consistently maintaining the highest market share. Initially, Yingda Electronics profited from this imitation. However, it was not long before the Yinwu Group intervened to address the infringement, resulting in a hefty financial penalty that left the factory in a state of despair. Consequently, the local government has been searching for a suitable buyer. Upon learning of this situation, Gu Xingyang traveled to Yiyang Town to negotiate a potential acquisition. The leadership welcomed him warmly and proposed an incredibly low price of 1,500,000 yuan. In 1994, industrial land was indeed quite affordable, and the leaders of Yiyang Town, eager to shed this burden and attract new investors, even offered to exempt all taxes, except for business taxes, for the next 5 years. Such an irresistible proposition compelled Su Qingchuan to personally drive over for an inspection, fully prepared to sign a contract immediately if everything met his expectations. However, to Su Qingchuan's surprise, upon arriving at Yingda Electronics, he encountered an old acquaintance, Factory Director Du. This was the same individual who had previously confronted Su Qingchuan at a property sales office, only to be outmaneuvered by him. After attempting to retaliate, Director Du had been warned off by Ding Juanxiu, which left him visibly shaken upon seeing Su Qingchuan. What a coincidence, Director Du, Su Qingchuan remarked with a sardonic smile as he stepped out of his vehicle. I did not anticipate this factory belonged to you. Director Du's expression turned awkward as he stammered. Mr. Su, the previous incident was a misunderstanding, and I sincerely apologize. Standing beside Director Du was the deputy mayor of Yiyang Town, who inquired, what happened? Does Director Du have a grievance with Mr. Su? Su Qingchuan replied coldly, as a mere impoverished individual, how could I possibly have a grievance with Director Du? Since this factory is under your purview, I shall not encroach upon what is yours. Farewell. The deputy mayor, alarmed at the prospect of losing a potential investor, quickly stepped forward to block Su Qingchuan's path. Mr. Su, let us discuss this amicably. If Director Du has erred in any way, I shall ensure he apologizes. Upon saying this, he cast a furtive glance at Director Du taking the cue. Director Du approached and performed a deep bow. Mr. Su, I was wrong. Please, let us put this behind us. Su Qingchuan was taken aback by the drastic change in Director Du's demeanor, indicating that the factory's plight had reached a critical juncture. Delaying any further could lead to severe repercussions for Director Du. Given the gravity of the counterfeit situation, despite the financial losses incurred, a deeper investigation could result in a lengthy prison sentence. Very well, let us consider this matter settled, Su Qingchuan replied nonchalantly. The deputy mayor, visibly relieved, suggested, let us proceed to the office for a detailed discussion. The negotiation unfolded smoothly, with Su Qingchuan willingly accepting the 1,500,000 yuan price without attempting to negotiate further. The pertinent contracts had already been prepared by the electronics factory, requiring only his signature to finalize the acquisition. Following this, Su Qingchuan toured the factory and grew increasingly satisfied, securing the few technical staff available. Although they had not previously worked with VCDs, under the guidance of Zhu Mingda and Zhuoquan, he was confident they would swiftly master the necessary skills. Time was of the essence, for time equated to money. After signing the contract, Su Qingchuan politely declined the deputy mayor's invitation to dinner and drove back to the hospital. Brother, where have you been all day? Su Qingqing inquired. Sister Xinjin has been here all day, and you didn't even come to see her. I will call her, Su Qingchuan replied. Where are our parents? They have returned to the countryside, Su Qingqing informed him. I heard there was an issue at Grandpa's house, so they went back to handle it. Something happened at Grandpa's? Su Qingchuan asked in surprise. Do you know what it is? Su Qingqing shook her head. Dad, didn't he say? I need to make a call, Su Qingchuan declared, pulling out his phone, but was met with unanswered calls to his parents. A sense of unease washed over him as he continued dialing. Minutes later, the call connected, revealing his father's weary voice. Is that you, Qingchuan? Dad, what happened to Grandpa? Su Qingchuan asked anxiously. Su Xinjin sighed. Our neighbor is building a new house and encroached on our old home's foundation. Your grandfather went to reason with them, but he ended up taking a bad fall. The village doctor said he has a bone injury and needs to rest for a while. Su Qingchuan's expression darkened. This is outrageous. Outrageous is an understatement. When I confronted them today, they nearly assaulted me. Su Xingjian gritted his teeth. They are completely lawless. Clenching his fists, Su Qingchuan declared, Dad, I am driving back immediately. I will handle this matter. You take care of Grandpa. You're just a kid. What can you do? Stay in the city and look after your sister, Su Xingjian advised. I cannot ignore this. They have bullied our family. If we do not show them what we are made of, how will Grandpa maintain his dignity in the countryside? He will be trampled upon, Su Qingchuan asserted. But what can you do by coming back? Su Xingjian questioned. Dad, do you underestimate your son? I resolved the silk factory issue. How could I not handle a mere case of harassment? Su Qingchuan replied. And what of your sister? Who will look after her? Su Xingjian asked. Let Xingjian take care of her. I will speak to her shortly, Su Qingchuan stated. All right, since you insist on returning, I won't stop you. Drive safely, Su Xingjian said. I understand, Dad. Keep those people in check. We will address everything once I return, Su Qingchuan concluded before hanging up. Su Qingqing immediately inquired, Brother, what happened to Grandpa? Su Qingchuan recounted the events that had transpired at home. They are truly overstepping their bounds. This is unacceptable, brother. I must go back with you. You are unwell. It is not suitable for you to travel. No, Grandpa dotes on me the most. He has been injured by others. And it would be utterly unfilial of me not to return. Besides, I have no pressing matters, and the nurse has assured me that I can walk around freely. Su Qingchuan gazed at his younger sister, ultimately conceding with a mix of reluctance and affection. All right, I cannot resist you. Let me take you home to change into a fresh set of clothes. Su Qingqian smiled sweetly. I knew that my brother treats me the best. Chapter 43. Returning home. Upon returning to the Tongzi building, they fortuitously encountered Qingjian, who was carrying a lunchbox, preparing to deliver a meal to Su Qingqian. Why are you back? Qingjian inquired. Have you eaten? Su Qingchuan replied. We are hurrying back to the countryside. Back to the countryside at this hour? Qingjian questioned. What could be so urgent? Su Qingqian's eyes sparkled as she suggested, Sister Zhen, why not accompany us back? My hometown is quite delightful. Qingjian responded with a soft ah. Don't cause trouble, Su Qingchuan admonished. The old man has encountered a bit of trouble. I wish to assess the situation and deliver some money back home. Brother, I am not causing trouble. Sister Zhen is about to head to Xianjiang for studies soon, and once that happens, I will have to wait several months to see her again. Therefore, I want to seize every opportunity to spend more time with her. As she spoke, Su Qingqian cast meaningful glances at her brother. Understanding his sister's intentions, Su Qingchuan extended an invitation. If you are free in the next few days, you should join me for a trip back. Our hometown is nestled between mountains and waters. The scenery is quite lovely. Consider it a chance to unwind. Qingjian replied, I need to discuss it with my mother first. All right, then let us meet at the entrance of the Tongzi building shortly. After parting ways, the siblings returned home to pack their belongings. Su Qingchuan took all the cash he had, amounting to several tens of thousands, for any unforeseen circumstances. As they stepped out, they spotted Qingjian standing in the corridor with a small bag, smiling at them, indicating that her mother had consented. Su Qingqian cheered and rushed over to hug Qingjian's arm. Brother, quickly help Sister Zhen with her luggage. Su Qingchuan took over Qingjian's belongings and led the two sisters to the car, setting off towards their hometown. The distance from Anqing to their ancestral home was approximately 40 kilometers, with nearly half of the journey traversing bumpy country roads. Fortunately, Su Qingchuan's exceptional driving skills, coupled with the impressive performance of the Lexus, ensured a smooth return to Sujia village in Lifeng town. Sujia village, being remote and almost isolated from the world, erupted in excitement upon the sudden appearance of a small car. It is worth noting that most villagers had never seen a vehicle with four wheels. Their primary mode of transport was the ox cart. By evening, as families prepared their meals, Su Qingchuan's car drove into the village, attracting a throng of curious onlookers. The children, undeterred by the potential danger, ran around the vehicle, some daring enough to reach out and touch it, only to squeal and flee as if they had encountered a monster. Su Qingchuan gradually parked the car in front of his grandfather's house. A few villagers stood in the yard, astonished at the sight of the vehicle, and their surprise deepened further when Su Qingchuan alighted from the car. Isn't this the Su family boy? He is actually driving a car. They murmured. Which village is this girl from? She looked so refined. From her attire, it was evident she was a city girl, a rarity in the countryside. Such a beautiful girl. How could she be with that Su family boy? Isn't he still in school? Where did he get the money for a car? The Su family is not well off. Speculations flowed among the villagers, tinged with envy and resentment. The adage the rich are kind-hearted, the poor are scheming held some truth. While the countryside was not devoid of honest folk, it certainly harbored many who could not bear to see others thrive. Qingchuan, a familiar voice called from the crowd, unmistakably belonging to his grandmother. He took Qingchuan's hand and approached the elderly woman, whose hair was white as snow, her figure hunched, yet her face radiated joy. The siblings stepped forward and grasped their grandmother's hands. "Grandma, your grandchildren have returned." She nodded enthusiastically. "It's wonderful that you're back, wonderful indeed." "Grandma, this is Zhenzhen." Su Qingchuan introduced Qingchuan. "Hello, Grandma. I'm a classmate of Qingchuan." Qingchuan greeted politely. Grandma held Qingchuan's hand, exclaiming, good girl, come, let us sit inside. I'll get you some water." "Grandma, there's no rush for water. Where's Grandpa?" Su Qingchuan inquired. "He's lying down inside. He hurt his bones and can't move for now," Grandma replied. Su Qingchuan surveyed the surroundings. "Where are my parents?" "They are at the village chief's house. Your second aunt is there as well, discussing something," Grandma informed him. Su Qingchuan frowned. "They hurt someone and still want to discuss? What nonsense is that? Just pay the compensation and be done with it. There's no need for all this back and forth." Grandma sighed. "They are all villagers. It would be troublesome if things escalated." "Grandma, I'll go take a look," Su Qingchuan insisted. "You just returned. You should rest first," she replied, holding onto his hand, concerned that he might lose his temper. "Grandma, I'm not tired. My father is an honest man, and if I don't go, who knows how he might be treated." He reassured her, "Stay at home. We'll be back soon." With that, he led Su Qingxian and Qingzhen towards the village chief's house. The village chief operated the only grocery store in the village, selling essential items such as oil, salt, and condiments, but often at subpar quality, even peddling counterfeit goods. The villagers were well aware of this, yet had no alternatives. The nearest other store was over 10 miles away. Thus, even though they knew the village chief's wares were dubious, they had no choice but to purchase them. After all, they wouldn't starve. Through monopolizing the trade, the village chief became the wealthiest individual in the village, having acquired his title through financial means. Last year, he renovated his home, becoming the first in the village to own a 2-story building, and the yard was paved with cement, perfectly flat, which left the villagers envious. Consequently, most meetings within the village were held at the chief's house, and the conflict between the Su family and their neighbors was naturally to be addressed there. Moments later, Su Qingchuan arrived outside the village head's residence, only to unexpectedly encounter his mother, Su Wei, who was squatting by the roadside with a face full of grievances, seemingly having shed tears. Upon witnessing this scene, a surge of anger welled up within Su Qingchuan, prompting him to stride over and inquire, "Mother, who has wronged you?" Su Wei hastily wiped away her tears and rose to her feet, responding, "No, the wind blew sand into my eyes." "Qingchuan, since you have returned, please persuade your father not to let matters escalate beyond control." Chapter 44. Enduring mockery, Su Qingchuan remarked, "Mother, your line of thinking is misguided. They have already bullied us, and if we continue to yield, how will grandfather maintain his standing in the countryside? He would be trampled upon." Su Wei expressed her dilemma, "But they are our fellow villagers, and we cannot offend your second aunt's family. If this escalates, it will only bring shame upon our family." Su Qingchuan responded, "Mother, kindness can invite bullying. I understand your concerns, yet they are entirely unnecessary. If we concede, even slightly, they will take advantage of us." Su Wei, growing anxious, retorted, "How can you say such things and remain obstinate?" Su Qingchuan insisted, "Leave this matter to me, for I am now an adult, fully capable of handling it. Your second aunt dares to bully us simply because they believe we owe them money. I have returned to resolve this issue." Qingjin interjected, "Aunt Su, I believe Qingchuan is correct. Sometimes, one cannot be overly kind." Su Wei sighed, "Very well, I suppose I must let you handle it. My only request is that you do not completely sever our relations." Su Qingchuan assured her, "I will do my utmost." At that moment, a raucous voice emerged from the courtyard of the village head. "Su Xinjian, you have grown quite audacious, daring to challenge me. Do not forget who lent you money for Qingchuan's education when there were no funds." And we also contributed when Qingchuan was hospitalized. Now, over a mere piece of land, you dare to speak so harshly to me? Besides, let us be honest, your family is impoverished. What do you need so much land for? Can it bear children or lay eggs? You cannot even build a house. It is nothing but waste. What is wrong with me claiming a bit? You claim your old man fell by his own doing. It has nothing to do with us, and the villagers can attest to that. You even dare to demand medical expenses from us. Shameless. Amidst the chorus of accusations and insults, Su Xingjian's voice appeared feeble, yet he maintained his stance. I will repay you, including the contributions you made during Qingchuan's hospitalization. Our Su family does not take advantage of our fellow villagers. However, the land is ancestral property, and we cannot relinquish it. Those are fine words. Bring the money forth now, and I might believe you. Su Xingjian's face flushed. I have yet to retrieve it. I will go to the credit union in town tomorrow. Stop with the excuses. Today's matters should be resolved today. Who knows if you will even acknowledge the debt by tomorrow? You bunch of scoundrels. Qingchuan's illness is a bottomless pit. To give up on her treatment is a waste of money. Exactly. How can you claim to treat your daughter while failing to repay your debts? What a disgrace. That is leukemia. A bone marrow transplant costs hundreds of thousands. Even if we sold your entire family, we could not afford it. A loud crash interrupted the conversation, followed by Su Qingchuan's voice. Everyone, be silent. After a brief moment of shock, the second aunt was the first to react, sarcastically stating, I wondered who had such a loud voice. It is merely you, the good-for-nothing. The village head wore an irritated expression, for the sound was caused by Su Qingchuan striking the iron gate with a wooden stick. Su Xingjian, how have you raised your son? He has no manners. Su Qingchuan replied coolly, my upbringing is reserved for those of refinement. The implication being that they were unworthy of witnessing his cultured demeanor. The village head's face twisted with anger. No one in the village had ever dared to speak to him like that. This Su Qingchuan was indeed audacious. Su Xingjian commanded, return home. Father, I am here to resolve this issue, Su Qingchuan stated, gesturing for his sister to hand over the bag. Upon opening it, stacks of crisp bills were revealed. The onlooker's eyes widened at the sight of the money. How could Su Qingchuan possess such wealth? When had the Su family become so affluent? Su Qingchuan placed 2 stacks of money before his second aunt. This is the money I borrowed from your family, repaid in full with interest. He then scattered the remaining cash, clearing all debts, even giving the village head 1,000 yuan. This amount represented more than half a year's income from his grocery store. The village head held the money, his expression uncertain. Could this money be tainted? Before Su Qingchuan could speak, someone interjected. It was the second aunt's son, Gao Chong, known as Chonghua, a notorious village troublemaker. From the moment Qingzhen entered the courtyard, his gaze remained fixated on her. He had never seen such a beautiful girl, and his jealousy towards Su Qingchuan grew like weeds in spring. However, he knew he could never attain such a stunning girl. Since he could not have her, he resolved to destroy her instead. I wager this money was earned through Su Qingchuan's dubious means, Gao Chong sneered. Did you not see how stylish that girl is? Her family must be wealthy. The second aunt scoffed. Indeed, like grandfather, like grandson, the family is full of freeloaders. You have brought disgrace upon our ancestors. Su Qingchuan replied nonchalantly. All this money was earned through my own labor, clean and honest, worthy of the heaven's scrutiny. You boast without basis, Gao Chong derided. As a student, where would you earn such sums? If money were so easy to make, our village would have been prosperous long ago. Su Qingchuan glanced at him dismissively. With your intellect, it would be difficult for me to explain. You would not comprehend. Gao Chong erupted in anger. Do you dare call me stupid? Su Qingchuan scoffed. You are not merely stupid. You are foolish and ignorant. Were it not for the beauty of our nation, how could someone like you share its nationality? Gao Chong was furious, yet Su Qingchuan remained unperturbed. After having been blocked by thugs previously, he had prepared weapons such as steel pipes and baseball bats in his vehicle. If Gao Chong dared to make a move, today would be a lesson for him. Su Xingjian stood up, positioning himself between the two, declaring, enough. The money has been returned. All past debts are hereby resolved. We shall discuss matters regarding the residential land tomorrow. Qingchuan, come home with me. Su Qingchuan replied, Father, do not rush. I still have a few words to convey. Upon uttering this, his gaze slowly swept across the faces of everyone present, his voice cold and haughty. I can comprehend your scorn towards my family, for we have indeed borrowed money, and borrowing inevitably diminishes one's dignity. However, that belongs to the past. I have repaid the debt, and thus, we share no further entanglements. My grandfather's residential land, along with several acres of fields on the hillside, should anyone dare to covet these possessions, do not blame me for turning hostile. Chapter 45. You are unworthy. These words resonated with a profound intensity, leaving everyone in the courtyard utterly stunned. It was astonishing that an 18-year-old student could utter such statements. It is noteworthy that all those present were considered elders of Su Qingchuan, and in rural society, the hierarchy of age and respect is deeply revered. Su Qingchuan's actions were nothing short of a challenge to authority, violating ancestral customs. Yet, with an undeniable aura of confidence, Su Qingchuan rendered them speechless, leaving them at a loss for a retort. As Su Qingchuan turned to leave, the onlookers finally regained their composure. Gao Chang bellowed, "Damn it, who do you think you are? You dare to shout at me? I will beat you senseless today, and let us see who dares to stop me." Gao Chang was naturally brash and had grown accustomed to wielding power in the village. Having been humiliated by Su Qingchuan, he was seething with rage, and without hesitation, he charged forward. Su Xingjian stepped in front, delivering a fierce kick that sent Gao Chang sprawling. "Who dares to touch my son? I will fight to the death with anyone." Gao Chang's mother rushed over to help her son up, glaring at Su Xingjian with resentment. "Su Qingchuan, if you have guts, don't hide behind your father. Come out and face me one-on-one." Su Qingchuan whispered a few words to his sister, who promptly dashed away, returning moments later with 2 baseball bats in hand. Su Qingchuan gripped the bats, striking the ground rhythmically. "Come on. If you don't beat me to a pulp today, you are nothing but a dog raised by a whore. Come." Despite Gao Chang's bravado, he was merely a village ruffian, limited in both experience and courage. How could he intimidate someone like Su Qingchuan, who had lived 2 lifetimes? It would be a disgrace to the reincarnation community if he were cowed by such a petty thug. Gao Chang's bravado was swiftly overshadowed by Su Qingchuan's unwavering confidence. At that moment, Qingjin stepped forward with a gentle yet firm voice, addressing the assembled crowd. "Uncles and aunts, you are mistaken. I am not a child from a wealthy family. My parents are ordinary wage earners. Thus, the assumption that Qingchuan is rising to prominence because of me is unfounded. On the contrary, Qingchuan is exceptionally talented. He has founded a company that addresses the livelihood of thousands. He assists others in stock trading, earning hundreds of thousands in a single day. Every penny he earns is clean, so I urge you not to underestimate his capabilities." With her innocent and unblemished visage, these shrewd words left Su Qingchuan momentarily astonished. Was this truly the Qingjin he knew? A complete transformation from pure to cunning, yet he found it delightful. Her declaration was akin to pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil, causing an uproar. "Is what you said true? He can earn hundreds of thousands? The Su family boy has started a company? Can one even start a company at 18? I am uncertain, but perhaps now that he is an adult, it is possible." The crowd buzzed like sparrows perched on a telephone pole. One woman seized the moment to pull her son aside, whispering, "Quickly call your uncle. Isn't he the factory manager in Anqing? Have him verify whether this little girl speaks the truth. If it's false, I will deal with them." Gao Chang replied eagerly, "All right. But what if it's true?" A glimmer of greed flickered across the woman's face as she responded, "If it is true, then it is even better. If their family is so wealthy, isn't it only natural for them to care for their relatives back home?" Gao Chang gave a thumbs up. "Mother, you are wise. Let us hurry and call. Give me some money then. How can I make a call without it?" Gao Chang said, "Didn't I just give you 10 yuan last week? Have you already spent it?" His mother retorted, "I used it all up." Gao Chang replied, "You reckless boy. Do you know how long I must save to accumulate 10 yuan? She lamented, rummaging through her pocket for some cash, handing over several bills to her son. Gao Chang scoffed, "Is this all? How much can a phone call cost? Hurry up." His mother kicked him lightly. He dashed to the general store to make the call, as it was the only communication tool in the village, charging 50 cents per minute for both outgoing and incoming calls. A few minutes later, Gao Chang returned with a peculiar expression, whispering to his mother, "Mom, Uncle said we shouldn't offend him. Su Qingchuan just bought his factory." His mother's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? Your uncle's factory was sold to Su Qingchuan?" "Yes, it was sold today," Gao Chang confirmed. Gao Chang's uncle was the director of the electronics factory, but they seldom interacted, so Su Qingchuan was unaware of this connection. His mother's expression shifted rapidly, and after a pause, she remarked, "Since his family is so wealthy, we must consider our options carefully. Your wedding dowry is now secured." Gao Chang, feeling guilty, added, "But I just offended him. That's irrelevant. Such quarrels among the younger generation are trivial, she dismissed with a scoff. Just keep quiet and let me handle this. Gao Chong rubbed his hands together with excitement. Mom, aim high. 10 or 80,000 is not enough. Hopefully, we can secure around 200,000, and then we will never have to worry again. His mother adjusted her demeanor, putting on a smile as she approached Su Qingchuan, saying, Qingchuan, your brother was a bit rash earlier. I apologize on his behalf. We are family, so let us not hold grudges. Su Qingchuan replied indifferently, I rarely hold grudges, as I usually take action immediately if I have one. However, you are correct, we are family, and there is no need for formality. His mother's spirits lifted as she continued, right, we are family. By the way, your brother has been dating the girl from the neighboring village area for a few years now. It's time to discuss marriage. What do you think? Su Qingchuan responded with a knowing smile, Aunt. I believe I understand what you are implying. She continued, let me be direct. Aria's family is asking for several thousand in dowry, along with 2 large tiled houses, a television, a recorder, and a bicycle. Calculating all the odds and ends, it amounts to nearly 100,000 yuan. With your current success, this sum must seem trivial to you. Su Qingchuan replied, Indeed, 100,000 yuan is but a trifle to me. Are you in agreement then? An heir inquired eagerly. Su Qingchuan's expression darkened. What exactly do you mean by that? Provide the funds, An heir insisted. Did you not just state? Su Qingchuan retorted with a cold smile. When did I ever say I would lend you money? An heir, do not delude yourself. What do you mean by that? An heir's countenance instantly fell. Su Qingchuan articulated each word with precision. My meaning is quite clear. You are unworthy. Even if I were to toss money to a beggar by the roadside, I would not spare a single coin for you. You, An heir exclaimed in exasperation. I am your elder. Is this how you speak to your elders? Do not presume that a mere handful of money allows you to trample upon us, your impoverished relatives. Let me tell you, though I may lack riches, my dignity remains intact. A laughable notion. If you possess such dignity, why then do you seek to borrow money from me? Your words are more melodious than a song, scoffed Su Qingchuan. I consider you family, yet do you regard us as such? You wish to utilize my grandfather Tian's land. You wish to claim his homestead, and now that I have money, you directly ask for it. How can one consume without contributing? An heir was so incensed that she nearly lost her breath. Su Qingchuan's words were indeed venomous. Su Qingchuan, do you not fear the scorn of the villagers for humiliating your own elder? Do I appear to be one who concerns himself with such matters? Su Qingchuan replied indifferently. Chapter 46. No future. Upon witnessing Su Qingchuan's indifference, Aunt resorted to her ultimate tactic, throwing a tantrum. Her voice, already loud, reached a crescendo that seemed intended for the entire village to hear. Come and see. Su Qingchuan, the ingrate, has forgotten his impoverished relatives now that he has money. Su Qingchuan regarded her performance with cold detachment. Eventually, even the village head could no longer bear to watch and interjected, Aunt, please rise. What kind of spectacle is this, rolling on the ground? He has returned your money. What more do you desire? Qingchuan, you've prospered. Do make an effort to visit us more often. Su Qingchuan replied, Director, I would appreciate your assistance regarding my grandfather's homestead. The village head understood that a mere 1,000 yuan was not easily acquired, and accepting it would entail responsibilities. Yet, he remained unperturbed. After all, Aunt was in the wrong concerning the homestead issue. With the authority of the village head, he was confident he could handle a woman like her without difficulty. No worries. I will resolve this matter by tomorrow morning, ensuring your satisfaction, he assured. Su Qingchuan, feeling no attachment, left with his family. Gao Chong helped Aunt to her feet. Mother, they have departed. With venomous eyes, she glared at the retreating figures of the Su family, gritting her teeth. Let them enjoy their arrogance for a while. Everyone experiences a downer eventually. Just wait until that time comes. I will relish in mocking them. Now let us head home. Once again, the village fell silent. Upon returning to his grandfather's home, Su Qingchuan found his grandmother seated in the yard, her face etched with worry. You're back. How did it go? She asked anxiously upon seeing the family return. Su Xinjian nodded. It's all resolved. His grandmother sighed in relief. That's good. It's merely a matter of a homestead. Giving them some is no issue. Su Qingchuan reassured her. Grandma, I am reclaiming the homestead, and I have repaid all debts. You need not worry anymore. Tomorrow, I will purchase a landline at the post office, and you can call me whenever there's a need. I have a car and can return at any time. Why waste money on that? His grandmother retorted, her eyes narrowing. You are about to start university. That is what truly matters. Su Qingchuan smiled. Grandma, your grandson is quite wealthy now, truly. If you don't believe me, ask my father. Su Xinjin chuckled. Mother, it's true. Qingchuan has grown up and can earn money. He has bought a car and a house. Once the house is renovated, I will bring you both to the city to enjoy life. His grandmother waved her hands. No. I cannot adapt to city life. The countryside is much more comfortable. But I am delighted that Qingchuan has achieved success. She added, I'll prepare some meatballs. Sit, everyone, please sit. That night, laughter and joy echoed through the Su family's courtyard, enveloping them in warmth and happiness. The following morning, Su Qingchuan drove to the post office in town, swiftly paying for a landline, prompting the staff to promptly accompany him back to the village. By afternoon, the telephone was operational. Su Xinjian busied himself teaching his parents how to use the phone when Su Qingchuan received a call from Zhu Mingda. Young Master Su, do you have time to come over? A significant matter has arisen that requires your judgment, Zhu Mingda stated. Su Qingchuan replied, certainly, I will return immediately. His sister also needed to return to the hospital for an infusion, so Su Qingchuan took her and Qingjin back to the city, leaving his parents to continue handling related affairs. Su Xinjian now felt quite confident. Should anyone from the village dare to cause trouble, he would confront them without hesitation. Upon returning to Wanqing, Su Qingchuan first dropped his sister off at the hospital and then hurried to the factory in Yiyang town. Zhu Mingda and Zhuo Kuan were waiting at the factory gate for him. As Su Qingchuan stepped out of the car, he inquired, what is this urgent matter? Zhu Mingda handed him a magazine, saying, this just arrived this morning. It states that Texas Instruments has abandoned the development of VCD chips. Su Qingchuan was taken aback, swiftly snatching the magazine and flipping to the relevant content. This was a purely English publication with no Chinese translation. Zhu Mingda intended to translate for him, but soon realized it was unnecessary. Su Qingchuan comprehended it effortlessly. This is an opportunity, Su Qingchuan concluded, closing the magazine with gravity. Texas Instruments possesses formidable technological prowess. It is inconceivable that they cannot develop VCD chips. Their abandonment of this project can only indicate a lack of faith in the future of VCD, prompting them to avoid further financial investment. However, VCD is poised to dominate the global market as the most sought-after home player. In due time, Texas Instruments will surely regret today's decision. Director Zhu, can you obtain the contact information for their executives? Zhu Mingda replied. I will do my best. Be swift, Su Qingchuan insisted. The VCD situation is urgent. If we can establish a chip collaboration with Texas Instruments, it would immensely benefit our company's future development. Zhu Mingda, now the factory director, and Zhuo Kuan, still the chief engineer of the R&D department, were both focused on the task at hand. Engineer Zhu, how long will it take to assemble the first VCD? Su Qingchuan turned to Zhuo Kuan. Zhuo Kuan responded, we can complete it in half a month. Good. I will use this half month to secure Texas Instruments, Su Qingchuan declared. There's also the matter of our factory's name. We should consider a change, Zhu Mingda suggested. Su Qingchuan replied, I have already thought of one, Feda Electronics. Feda, soaring to great heights. Young Master Su, this name is refreshingly straightforward, Zhu Mingda laughed. That's the essence of it, Su Qingchuan nodded. Now, let us each focus on our tasks. I need to prepare for the discussions with Texas Instruments, and Director Zhu, please expedite obtaining their contact information. Absolutely, Zhu Mingda affirmed. Exhibiting remarkable efficiency, Zhu Mingda managed to procure the email address of Texas Instruments executives by the afternoon and gathered several reports on their chip development. The chip technology of DAE originates from Si Gaobo, which is also a partner of Wanyin Group. Wanyin Group invested nearly 100 million yuan, entrusting Si Gaobo to develop the first VCD chip. Regrettably, Wanyin Group did not apply for a patent for this technology, allowing Si Gaobo to reap the benefits. DAE acquired the relevant technology from Si Gaobo and endeavored to innovate upon the original technology, thereby facilitating a patent substitution, unlike Wanyin Group, which found itself perpetually working for others. However, at a critical juncture in the research and development phase, DAE's market research department submitted a report to the board, elaborating on the prospects of VCD in Europe and America. In simple terms, it stated, there is no future. Chapter 47. Field Investigation. In 1994, the majority of enterprises in the West were oblivious to the concept of the Asian market, while those that recognized its potential reaped considerable profits throughout the 1990s. Take Sigabo, for instance. Leveraging its patented VCD chip technology, the company amassed over $1 billion in profits from the Asian market during that decade. Of course, there were historical limitations. Domestic VCD sales in 1994 were barely at 100,000 units, and the total sales for the following year only just surpassed 1 million. Given the vast population base, such sales figures were nearly negligible. However, the Asian market, particularly the domestic market, possessed unparalleled potential due to its sheer number of consumers, making it easier for products to gain immense popularity. The proliferation of pirated discs only accelerated the domestic VCD market, causing it to surge as if on drugs. The piracy industry would not be corrected until a decade into the next century, and before that, the use of pirated materials was considered a norm by many. Qingchuan authored a comprehensive 10-page market research report detailing the prospects of VCDs in Asia, hoping to persuade the executives at DE to continue their investment in chip development. Concurrently, he dispatched Gu Xingyang to Beijing to directly meet with Yao Yuan, the head of DE's Asia-Pacific operations. Gu Xingyang successfully secured a meeting with Yao Yuan, but was soon dismissed, as Yao viewed him as a fraud. How could an ordinary domestic electronics factory audaciously claim to assist DE in chip development? It was preposterous. Gu Xingyang relayed this news to Qingchuan, who instructed him to remain in Beijing at the company's expense, insisting that he persist in meeting Yao Yuan daily, regardless of the latter's indifference. With no other option, Gu Xingyang reluctantly continued his stay in the capital. Meanwhile, Qingchuan's email correspondence with DE's chairman began to yield results. In 1994, an email from across the ocean had a significant visual impact. Upon opening the email, the chairman was taken aback by the well-crafted market research report. He noted the high level of English proficiency displayed in the report, filled with professional terminology. It was well known that many domestic entrepreneurs had limited English skills, and the translators they employed were often subpar. Encountering someone with such exceptional English skills and an impressive report piqued the chairman's interest. After receiving a response from the chairman, Qingchuan began to fully utilize his negotiation skills, gradually infiltrating the chip industry. Due to time zone differences, his conversations with the chairman typically commenced at midnight and concluded at dawn. Thankfully, his youthful vigor allowed him to endure several sleepless nights. Ultimately, Qingchuan's eloquence and solid expertise successfully convinced the chairman to resume research on the VCD decoding chip. At this juncture, Qingchuan presented his trump card, a technical solution for the decoding chip, sourced from Zhuoquan, the deputy chief engineer of Wanyan Group, who had left without signing a confidentiality agreement. Morality aside, this solution enabled DE to promptly restart their decoding chip research, significantly shortening the development timeline. Within a month, the first batch of decoding chips could be produced. After this outcome, Qingchuan leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply before succumbing to exhaustion. He had been so fatigued, unable to recall the last time he had a full night's sleep, as his mind was consumed by thoughts of decoding chips, Texas Instruments, and emails. Fortunately, his diligence bore fruit, and he succeeded. This initiative would directly alter the market landscape for VCDs, dismantling Sigabo's monopoly. And Qingchuan had successfully entered the chip industry. This was the future's mainstream, and it was precisely why Qingchuan was so eager. Technology is the primary driving force of productivity. The previous era, where companies like Huawei were stymied by Western chip technology, remained vivid in his memory. To change this status quo, effort must commence at this very moment. Simultaneously, Yao Yuan received a call from the chairman instructing him to conduct a field investigation at an electronics factory known as Feida. Yao Yuan was taken aback by the effectiveness of Qingchuan's strategy, which even managed to sway the chairman, thus sparking his interest in Feida. He retrieved Gu Xingyang's business card and located him in a hotel. Gu Xingyang had been in Beijing for nearly 20 days, attempting to meet with Yao Yuan every day without success. Just as he was losing hope, Yao Yuan took the initiative to visit him, expressing a desire to travel to Anqing to inspect the Feida electronics factory. Overwhelmed with emotion, Gu Xingyang could hardly contain his tears. Finally, the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. The following morning, the two boarded a plane to arrive in Chengdu, the capital of Sichuan province. Upon arriving at the airport, they were greeted by Ying Kuei, a colleague sent to assist, who drove Qingchuan's Lexus. They sped towards Anqing, where, Upon arrival at the Feida factory in Yiyang town, they were met by Su Qingchuan, Zhu Mingda, and Zhuokuan, the core personnel of Feida, who stood at the factory entrance waiting to welcome them. After disembarking, Gu Jingyang promptly introduced General Manager Yao. This is Mr. Su Qingchuan, the controlling shareholder of Feida Electronics. Su Qingchuan extended his hand. Mr. Yao, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Yao Yuan shook his hand while observing his surroundings. The factory environment was quite pleasant, adorned with lush trees and exuding an air of elegance. However, Yao Yuan remained focused on his purpose. He had come to Feida to obtain a comprehensive technical solution for their chips. The solution Su Qingchuan had provided to the DAI chairman had abruptly ended at a critical juncture. The chairman understood this was a negotiating tactic employed by Su Qingchuan, but he had no choice but to respond to the challenge. Consequently, he authorized Yao Yuan a maximum funding limit of 20 million. This quotation, established in 1994, was already remarkably substantial. However, Yao Yuan, as the head of DAI in the Asia-Pacific region, undoubtedly had to consider the interests of DAI, knowing that it was impossible to produce the entire 20 million in one go. Negotiations were inevitable. Before discussing the specific details, Su Qingchuan prepared a significant gift for Yao Yuan, a complete VCD machine. This prototype was the result of countless hours of work by Zhuokuan and dozens of research and development personnel over the past half-month. Although its appearance left much to be desired, Zhuokuan asserted that it was the most stable VCD available on the market. Upon seeing this prototype, Yao Yuan's assessment of Feida elevated to a new level. Despite the small size of the factory, their research and development capabilities appeared commendable. Chapter 48. The first step of Feida after the tour concluded, the next phase unfolded, a tense and exhilarating negotiation. Yao Yuan, seated in the position of the general manager for the Asia-Pacific region of DAI, demonstrated his acumen by refraining from mentioning any pricing. His intention was twofold: to ascertain the baseline of Feida Electronics and to gauge any potential strategies the counterpart might have. However, he underestimated Su Qingchuan. Su Qingchuan was acutely aware of the future prospects of the VCD market. Simply put, he had confidence. Should DAI choose not to collaborate with him, he could always seek partnerships with other enterprises, one of which, though its name eludes him, had also entered the VCD chip industry in 1997, competing on equal footing with Sigaobo notably. The domestic VCD market had already surpassed 40 million by 1997. Thus, Su Qingchuan remained unhurried. Engaging Yao Yuan in casual conversation, headquarters had allotted Yao Yuan merely a day for this meeting. As Su Qingchuan continued to evade the main topic, Yao Yuan, unable to suppress his impatience, finally inquired, "Mr. Su, I wish to know what your proposal entails in terms of pricing." With a smile, Su Qingchuan replied, "I can provide this proposal today free of charge." Yao Yuan furrowed his brow, asking, "What does Mr. Su desire?" Su Qingchuan stated, "I hope that Feida Electronics can participate, to some extent, in the development of decoding chips at DAI." This request took Yao Yuan aback. He had not anticipated such ambition from the young man before him. "I cannot provide an immediate response to this request," Yao Yuan pondered. "I need to report to headquarters for the chairman's decision." "Not a problem. I can wait," Su Qingchuan assured him. As Yao Yuan took his leave, Su Qingchuan escorted him to the factory entrance and asked Gu Jingyang to drive him to a hotel in the city. After bidding farewell to Yao Yuan, Su Qingchuan exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Zhu Mingda, saying, "Lao Zhu, I have a proposal for you." "Please, Su Xiao," Zhu Mingda replied. Su Qingchuan continued, "I will raise both your and Lao Zhu's annual salaries to 400,000. Zhu Mingda and Zhu Kuan exchanged glances, bewildered by Su Qingchuan's intentions. An annual salary of 400,000 was indeed among the highest in the current domestic market. Su Qingchuan added, "Alternatively, you may forego your salaries in exchange for 4% equity in Feida Electronics. The choice is yours." Zhu Mingda instantly understood, declaring, "Su Xiao is magnanimous and possesses remarkable resolve. In my view, DAI has no reason to reject our demands. Therefore, Feida will indeed soar to great heights. I choose equity." "Lao Zhu, what about you?" Zhu Kuan smiled. "Together we rise and fall," Zhu Kuan replied. Su Qingchuan raised a fist, proclaiming, "Tomorrow morning, all answers will be unveiled. Now, let us return and rest. You have worked hard these past 2 weeks." The following morning at 10 o'clock, Yao Yuan returned to Feida Electronics, bearing a fax document from the chairman of DAI. He had acquiesced to Su Qingchuan's requests. Feda Electronics would receive one-third of DE's total chip production and could dispatch technical personnel to DE for further training and participation in chip development. With only 2 chip suppliers in the market, DE offered Feda Electronics a price of $1.80 per chip. Should a third supplier emerge, the price would revert to $30. These terms were remarkably favorable. Given the likelihood of a third chip supplier emerging at least 3 years hence, it meant that for the next 3 years, Feda could procure the most stable decoding chips at an incredibly low price, while also acquiring a degree of core technology. This outcome surpassed Su Qingchuan's prior expectations. Both parties signed a letter of intent at Feda Electronics. Yao Yuan graciously declined Su Qingchuan's invitation to dine, taking the contract back to Beijing. Su Qingchuan had intended to drive Yao Yuan to the airport personally, but fatigue had rendered him unfit to drive, so he had Gu Zhengyang take him instead. Returning to the hospital, Su Qingchuan greeted his sister and then lay down on the adjacent bed to rest. The neighboring bed had been reserved by Su Qingchuan for convenience in caring for his sister at night. His slumber was profound, and upon awakening, he found a doctor checking on him. While his mother anxiously inquired, "Doctor, how is my son?" The doctor replied, "The examination revealed no significant issues. He may just be overly fatigued." Su Qingchuan sat up, assuring, "Mom, Dad, I'm fine, so don't worry. The doctor is right. I just needed to rest a bit longer, but I am fully recovered now." He leaped out of bed, demonstrating his robust health. "You scared us half to death," Su Wei exclaimed. Lightly tapping Su Qingchuan's arm, "What on earth led you to this state?" Su Qingchuan's younger sister, Su Qingqian, added, "Xinjin Jie was quite frightened too. Brother, you should call Xinjin Jie right away." Just as Su Qingchuan retrieved his phone, Qingjin appeared at the door with a thermos. "You're awake?" Qingjin exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Su Qingchuan replied, "I'm sorry to have worried you." Qingjin shook her head, saying, "I just feel so useless, unable to assist you." "You have already helped me immensely," Su Qingchuan reassured her. "What's in the box?" "It smells delightful. I'm quite hungry." "It's chicken soup prepared for you," Qingjin explained. "My mother simmered it for 4 hours. Drink it while it's hot." As Su Qingchuan savored the soup, Qingjin softly mentioned, "Qingchuan, I will be leaving tomorrow." Su Qingchuan paused mid-sip. "Is the school starting so soon?" "I need to familiarize myself with the environment," Qingjin responded. "I have no pressing matters. I can see you off," Su Qingchuan offered. Qingjin's face brightened. "Is that possible?" "Of course," Su Qingchuan assured her. "Mom, Dad, I'll leave Qingqian in your capable hands. Don't worry about home. Just take good care of Xinjin. I think you shouldn't go to Xiangjiang. It's too far," Su Wei remarked. "The educational environment in Xiangjiang is indeed superior," Su Qingchuan countered. This was not an exaggeration. In 1994, the educational landscape in Xiangjiang was indeed better than that of the mainland. However, as the new millennium approached, education began to deviate, rendering attendance in Xiangjiang unwise at that time. Once satiated, Su Qingchuan took Qingjin's hand and left the hospital, as they needed to arrange for her passport and travel permit. Under normal circumstances, the process of obtaining these documents would require an extensive amount of time. However, Su Qingchuan managed to contact Dong Binhai, and with just a single phone call, Su Qingchuan's passport and travel permit were swiftly arranged on the very same day, an astonishing speed indeed. Qingjin had purchased a ticket for an economy class seat, but Su Qingchuan effortlessly upgraded it to first class. Furthermore, he procured an oversized suitcase, which he filled to the brim with various delicacies from his hometown, including sausages, cured meats, debanjiang, and pickled vegetables, all of which are difficult to find in Xiangjiang. For those who venture far from home, the most cherished flavors are those of their native cuisine. With all preparations completed, Su Qingchuan and Qingjin embarked on their journey to Xiangjiang. Chapter 49. My favorable impression of you upon arriving in Xiangjiang. Su Qingchuan first proceeded to the university to complete his enrollment. Following that, he invested in a long-term rental of a residence near the campus, which served a dual purpose, providing Qingjin with her own living space and functioning as the office for Haichuan Company's Xiangjiang branch. This branch was essentially a shell company, with no intention of engaging in external business. Its sole purpose was to intercept the profits from the decoding chips acquired from Day. Xiangjiang has long been recognized as one of the most tax-friendly free trade zones internationally, with countless companies registering there. Funds can circulate through Xiangjiang before returning to the domestic market, allowing for the benefits afforded to Hong Kong merchants. Day's research and development of chips was progressing rapidly, with formal production expected in 2 to 3 months. Currently, the mainstream decoding chips on the market are from Sigabo, priced around $80 each, with local agents in Xinjiang taking a $20 cut. Consequently, the cost for domestic DVD player manufacturers to acquire decoding chips approaches a staggering 1,000 yuan. Establishing a company in Xinjiang could effectively reduce profits by at least $40. In the coming years, the explosion of the DVD player market would yield a wealth that could be astonishingly substantial. Qingchuan felt uneasy in trusting this company to anyone else. Thus, he decided to hand it over to Qingchuan. She willingly accepted, delighted to assist Qingchuan, regarding the specifics of her role as inconsequential. After spending a few enjoyable days with Qingchuan in Xinjiang, and completing the requisite couple's activities, Qingchuan found himself wishing for more time to explore Xinjiang, had it not been for his impending enrollment deadline. Bidding farewell to Qingchuan, he returned to Wanqing, and promptly continued on to the provincial capital to report to the financial university. Anticipating many future matters that would require him to leave campus, Qingchuan made a special request for off-campus housing. Generally, such privileges are not readily granted due to management concerns. However, where there are regulations, there are always loopholes, and human-made rules can always be circumvented. Having spent 4 years at the financial university in his previous life, Qingchuan was well acquainted with its intricacies. He successfully obtained the necessary documentation for off-campus residence and turned his attention to the matter of renting a place. In 1994, property prices in the provincial capital were relatively modest, with a home costing around 2 to 300,000 yuan. Just as Qingchuan was preparing to visit various developments, he received a call from Qijie. "Are you at the financial university?" Qijie inquired. "Just left the campus. Planning to check out some nearby developments to buy a place." "I won't be living on campus," Qingchuan replied. "Don't bother buying. I have a vacant property available for you to move into," Qijie offered. "That seems a bit too generous," Qingchuan responded. "Property prices are not high right now. Purchasing a unit wouldn't be difficult," Qijie countered. "But renovations are necessary, and you would have to wait several months before moving in, right? If you wish to buy, I won't stop you, but until your place is ready, you're welcome to stay at mine." "All right then. Thank you, Sister Qi," Qingchuan agreed. "Just come to Xinjiang Jiguang," Qijie instructed. "Shenglong Company is hosting a celebration, and they informed me early on to invite you. I have already accepted, so do me this favor." "Not a problem. I have nothing else on my agenda, and will arrive in half an hour," Qingchuan assured her. Upon arriving at Xinjiang Jiguang, he found Qijie elegantly attired, awaiting his arrival. It was evident that the celebration was of considerable significance. "You even drove here," Qijie remarked. "There's no one at home to use the car, and I anticipate frequent travel between the two locations, so having a vehicle is more convenient," Qingchuan explained. Locking the car door. "What is this celebration for?" Qijie teased. "You will find out shortly." Upon entering the banquet hall on the top floor, Qingchuan encountered Xia Songtao, who appeared exceedingly exuberant. Upon seeing Qingchuan, he enveloped him in a bear hug. "Little Su, it's wonderful that you could make it. What has got Director Xia so excited?" Qingchuan inquired. "It's all thanks to you. Remember that planning proposal you drafted for me? I used it to host an unprecedentedly successful promotional event. This event has opened the digital mobile phone market in the entire Southwest region, and for the first time, Ericsson's market share has surpassed Motorola in my jurisdiction. How could I not be thrilled?" Xia Songtao exclaimed. "Congratulations, Director Xia. It seems you have made significant progress," Qingchuan responded. "I can't take all the credit. Without your proposal, I wouldn't have dared to be so ambitious with the promotional event," Xia Songtao said, draping his arm over Qingchuan's shoulder. "Come on, let us go inside and talk." As they entered the banquet hall, staff members from Shenglong Company greeted Qingchuan one by one, their admiration for him bordering on fervor. Had it not been for the differing nature of their respective companies, many of them would have considered switching to Haichuan Company. After finally managing to disperse the crowd, Xia Songtao handed Qingchuan a glass of champagne. "What have you been busy with lately? I couldn't find you anywhere, and you didn't answer my calls." "I bought an electronics factory to produce DVD players," Qingchuan replied. "You're venturing into the VCD industry?" Xia Songtao expressed surprise. "We conducted market research on this, and it doesn't seem promising. What are your thoughts?" Qingchuan chuckled. "Director Xia, you believe VCDs lack potential? How about we place a bet on it?" Xia Songtao nearly agreed but hesitated, recalling Qingchuan's almost supernatural market instincts, and rephrased his response. Would you like us at Shenglong Company to act as your agent? We are the largest agency in the Southwest region. If Fada Electronics entrusts the market to us, I can immediately provide a 5 million yuan advance as a security deposit. Su Qingchuan replied, Director Xia, your generosity is truly overwhelming. However, I adhere to the principle of not accepting rewards without merit. Since the prototype for the DVD player hasn't even been developed yet, it feels premature to discuss a deposit. I'm not this generous with everyone, Xia Songtao stated. Little Su, you are the only one who has captured my attention. 5 million is a small sum. Do you know that my reward from Ericsson headquarters is nearly 10 million? Plus, with the distribution funds shared by the channels, Shenglong currently enjoys a cash flow of nearly 80 million. A year ago, when I invested my entire fortune to secure the agency rights for Ericsson, I could not have anticipated such remarkable outcomes, and all of this is attributed to you. Therefore, Xiao Su, I have unwavering faith in your vision and even greater confidence in your capabilities. Since you hold a favorable view of the DVD player sector, it is inevitable that this industry will soon yield substantial profits. Entering the market at this moment is indeed fortuitous. Chapter 50. An unexpected encounter at Shenglong Company. Su Qingchuan remarked, since Director Xia has spoken so candidly, it would be somewhat embarrassing for me to decline this payment. Indeed, Xia Songtao handed him a check. Upon examining it, Su Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. Is this filled out incorrectly? Shouldn't it be 5 million? With a grand gesture, Xia Songtao replied, the additional 3 million is for your planning fees. Do not even think about postponing. That proposal in my mind is worth every penny. Su Qingchuan, not one to be overly modest, recognized that he was indeed in need of funds. Operating an electronics factory that merely engaged in assembly required minimal investment. However, once it came to chips, even at the entry level, it would burn through cash at an alarming rate. The few technicians selected by Zhuokuan were preparing to journey across the ocean to Dui, aiming to participate as much as possible in the chip development process. At the same time, Su Qingchuan needed to allocate funds for purchasing a residence on Quanjing Lane, a reflection of his idealism as a reborn individual, unwilling to see his ancestors' legacy dissipate into nothingness. The 8 million in funding effectively alleviated his immediate financial concerns. Now, I wish to discuss a personal matter with you, Xia Songtao stated. Su Qingchuan replied, Director Xia, please feel free to speak your mind. You saw earlier how our planning team holds you in the highest regard. Each one has been urging me to invite you to the company to give a lecture and impart some knowledge, Xia Songtao proposed. What do you say? Would you consider it? Su Qingchuan responded, Director Xia, you are putting me in a bit of a predicament. As a student, how could I dare to teach others? Knowledge knows no hierarchy. The skilled are the true teachers. Your expertise surpasses that of these university graduates who have only been navigating society for a few years. Do you know that? Xia Songtao continued, when I received your proposal, the planning department advised me to proceed with caution, suggesting I not follow every step outlined in your plan. I disregarded their counsel and promoted your proposal as you had designed it, and every step of the presentation unfolded precisely as you predicted. Now, those young fellows are utterly convinced. At this juncture, Qi Jia interjected, Director Xia, you ought to refrain from flattering him. This guy cannot handle compliments. His head will surely swell. Xia Songtao erupted in hearty laughter. You are mistaken, Qi Zong. In my eyes, Xiao Su is the god of planning. My earlier words were spoken from the heart. So what do you say, Xiao Su? Will you give it some thought? Ultimately, Su Qingchuan declined the request. He truly lacked the inclination to give lectures and did not possess the habit of taking on apprentices. Seeing his resolute attitude, Xia Songtao did not pursue the matter further, but instead invited Su Qingchuan to tour Shenglong Company. This request was one Su Qingchuan could not refuse, and they agreed to meet at the company entrance the following morning. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Su Qingchuan arrived punctually at the entrance of the building housing Shenglong Company. Xia Songtao personally welcomed him into the company. Once inside Xia Songtao's office, Su Qingchuan settled into a plush leather sofa, admiring the opulent decor, and remarked, Director Xia, you certainly know how to indulge in luxury. Merely average, this decor style and the embellishments have little to do with me. Xia Songtao began, but his words were interrupted as a tall woman entered, carrying a tray. The woman, though not quite matching Qi Jia in beauty, was nonetheless strikingly attractive. Notably, she entered without knocking, a clear indication that she was no ordinary employee. Recognizing the setting as the chairman's office, where subordinates were expected to knock before entering, Su Qingchuan inquired. Director Xia, would you care to introduce me? The woman smiled brightly and introduced herself. You have keen eyes, young Master Su. I am Chen. Su Qingchuan promptly stood. Ah, so you are Sister Chen. I have long admired your name. Long admired? Chen replied with a teasing smile. It seems Director Xia has mentioned me quite often in front of you. Not frequently, perhaps just once or twice, but each time he described you as a celestial beauty. I was left wondering if such a lovely woman truly existed. Now that I see you, I realize Director Xia was not deceiving me, Su Qingchuan stated. Chun-Yi chuckled, her shoulders shaking with laughter. I did not expect you to be so adept at complimenting women. Su Qingchuan, with utmost seriousness, replied, this is not mere flattery. It is a statement of truth. After their brief introduction, Chun-Yi excused herself from the office, allowing the two gentlemen to continue their conversation. Xia Songtao had invited Su Qingchuan to the company primarily to discern his enthusiasm for the VCD project and to discuss subsequent marketing strategies. As time slipped away unnoticed, they were only reminded of its passage by the rumbling of their stomachs. Xia Songtao sighed. Listening to you speak is more enlightening than 10 years of study. Your market acumen is truly remarkable. Rest assured, when your first batch of products is ready, I will mobilize all our elite resources for promotion, ensuring that your product becomes the best-selling VCD brand in the entire Southwest region. Su Qingchuan replied, I must extend my gratitude to you in advance. Director Xia. Now, let us dine while we converse, Xia Songtao suggested. There is an excellent Hunan restaurant nearby. Their braised pork is exquisite, and you simply must try it. Whatever you prefer, Su Qingchuan responded. Upon exiting the office, Xia Songtao also invited his wife, Chen-Yi. Just as they approached the company entrance, Su Qingchuan encountered two familiar faces, Qi Jing's roommate, Hua Yihan, and Lu Hui, the girl from before who had been heavily made up and was with a boyfriend. Upon spotting Su Qingchuan, the two women paused. What a coincidence. You are here as well? Su Qingchuan blinked, momentarily at a loss for an adequate explanation. Ultimately, he offered a vague response about coming to visit. Quickly regaining control of the conversation, he inquired, what brings you here? Hua Yihan whispered. We received a flyer on the street stating that Shanglong Company is seeking temporary workers, so we thought we would come and see if we could apply. Upon hearing these words, Chun-Yi was immediately engulfed by a sense of crisis. While Lu Hui did not provoke much concern, the striking beauty of Hua Yihan was undeniably overwhelming. At first glance, Chun-Yi could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Therefore, she resolutely decided against allowing such a stunning young woman into the company, not even as a temporary worker. Are they friends of Su Xiao? Chun-Yi inquired. Su Qingchuan replied, she is my sister's college roommate. Well, that can be considered a form of friendship, Chun-Yi responded. However, it seems rather inappropriate for Su Xiao, who has his own company, to have his friends work at Shanglong. Chapter 51. The wealthy young master. Although Lu Hui had only met Su Qingchuan once, the impression left by his Lexus was indelible. Her boyfriend had mentioned the car on numerous occasions, declaring it the vehicle a true man should drive, embodying the essence of male romance, to the point where Lu Hui's ears felt as if they might develop calluses from hearing it so often. Lu Hui's boyfriend came from a relatively well-off family, and any car that could astonish him was undoubtedly extraordinary. Likewise, anyone capable of driving such a vehicle was certainly not an ordinary individual. Furthermore, given Su Qingchuan's close relationship with Qi Jie, and the fact that the entire dormitory was aware of Qi Jing's background, it was reasonable for them to surmise Su Qingchuan's own connections. Does Qingchuan's brother have a company in the provincial capital? Lu Hui inquired with a smile. Are there any plans for hiring? I might pass, but I must at least secure a position for your sister Hua. You have no idea. This morning, I accompanied her in search of employment, but after visiting 3 or 4 places, she was left dissatisfied. The men recruiting were so captivated by your sister Hua that they nearly frightened her away. Su Qingchuan remarked, Sister Hua seems quite eager to find work. Perhaps she has her own reasons. Hua Yihan lowered her head, fixated on her shoelaces, remaining silent. Lu Hui interjected, recently, someone has been pursuing Yihan. Su Qingchuan turned to Xia Songtao, wearing an understanding expression, saying, Mr. Xia, I would appreciate your care for my 2 sisters. Chun-Yi pinched Xia Songtao's side from behind, causing him to grimace before quickly donning a smile and retrieving his business card to hand to Lu Hui. This young lady may take my card to the HR manager. He will arrange a job for you. As for this one, he gestured towards Hua Yihan. You will have to sort that out yourself, Xiao Su. Upon receiving Xia Songtao's business card, Lu Hui was taken aback. She never expected that the man standing beside Su Qingchuan was the chairman of Shanglong Company. As an undergraduate seeking employment, her prospects had been limited to roles such as distributing flyers or serving as a receptionist. Yet now, with the chairman's personal attention, surely the HR personnel would provide her with an opportunity. This was an extraordinary chance for Lu Hui. If she navigated it well, she could secure a position at Shanglong Group after graduation. Thus, Lu Hui promptly offered Hua Yihan up. Little Hua, I will be working at Shanglong. If you wish to find a job, just consult Xiao Su. With that, Lu Hui dashed into the elevator, leaving Hua Yihan blushing and bewildered. Have you eaten, little sister? If not, you are welcome to join us, Chen Yi invited. Hua Yihan, at a loss for words, mechanically followed Su Qingchuan, resembling a marionette. During their meal, Xia Songtao and Su Qingchuan continued their discussion on the market for video players, with Su Qingchuan articulating his thoughts while Xia Songtao attentively listened. Hua Yihan was astonished that someone as young as Su Qingchuan could hold the attention of a successful individual like Xia Songtao. Considering his impressive car and affluent demeanor, she began to harbor a different sentiment towards him. Youthful wealth combined with striking features is indeed a compelling combination, and Su Qingchuan epitomized both qualities. After their meal, Chen Yi pulled Xia Songtao away, claiming they had a banquet to attend, though her true intention was to prevent her husband from remaining too long in Hua Yihan's company due to the potential risks involved. Let me drive you home, Sister Hua, Su Qingchuan suggested. Hua Yihan nodded, taking her seat in the passenger side. Now that it's just the two of us, if you have any troubles, feel free to confide in me. Perhaps I can offer some advice, he said as he drove. Hua Yihan sighed. It's nothing significant, just someone I wish to avoid. A suitor? Su Qingchuan inquired. Hua Yihan nodded. His family supplies my father's factory, and he takes advantage of that to annoy me daily. With my parents practically eager to sell me off, I truly cannot bear it any longer. I just want to find work to escape for a while. Does your family really have a company in the provincial capital? Su Qingchuan replied. Not at the moment, but we should soon establish a branch office since I will be spending most of my time in the provincial capital. Having an office there would be more convenient. Then I shall reserve a position in advance. You must hire me, Hua Yihan insisted. Su Qingchuan smiled. All right, I will keep a spot for you, Sister Hua. As they conversed, the car had already entered the community where Hua Yihan resided, halting at the entrance of her building. Upon glancing outside, Hua Yihan's expression soured. It was him again. Su Qingchuan tilted his head to take a look, spotting a young man loitering at the entrance. His demeanor exuding a sense of arrogance that was utterly distasteful. I can understand why Sister Hua wishes to escape. This man makes me feel nauseous, Su Qingchuan remarked. Hua Yihan sighed, and before she could speak, the young man approached the car and began tapping on the window. Su Qingchuan rolled down the window, regarding him with indifference. However, the young man ignored him and directed his attention to Hua Yihan, asking, Yihan, who is he? Hua Yihan took a deep breath, suppressing her disgust as she replied, I do not know you well. Please refrain from addressing me in that manner. Who he is has nothing to do with you, understand? With that, she forcefully pushed the door open, nearly causing the young man to stumble. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by her parents who had just emerged from their home. Hua Yihan's mother rushed over to steady the young man, admonishing, Xiao Hua, how can you behave like this? You should be more cautious when getting out of the car. You almost made him fall. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the car emblem. A Lexus. In China, this was already considered a luxury vehicle, and the license plate bearing 3/8 signified that its owner was of considerable standing. Who is he? Hua Yihan's mother inquired. Hua Yihan was irked by her mother's attitude towards Duan Hong, which she found excessively sycophantic. Moreover, her mother had been persistently encouraging her to accept Duan Hong's advances, causing a rift in their relationship. Thus, Hua Yihan had no inclination to respond to her mother's question. You child, I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? Her mother retorted. Finally, Hua Yihan impatiently responded, just a friend, all right? Upon hearing the term friend, Duan Hong's expression darkened, his brow arching as he haughtily replied, a friend? Yihan, you are too naive. The world is quite complex. Do not carelessly make friends outside. Chapter 52. Venturing into the real estate industry, the words of this affluent young man elicited a laugh from Su Qingchuan. It was evident that he had never faced the harsh realities of society, and his attempts at wooing women were rudimentary, relying solely on financial means. For someone as introverted and beautiful as Hua Yihan, the urge to rebel was most pronounced. The more he forbade her, the more she desired to defy him. This young Master Duan had the audacity to meddle in Hua Yihan's friendships, which was nothing short of self-destructive. As anticipated, upon hearing his remarks, Hua Yihan's displeasure was palpable. With her brows furrowed, she retorted, "What business is it of yours who I choose to befriend? Who do you think you are to lecture me?" "Yihan, I am only looking out for your best interests," Duan Hong persisted, oblivious to the impatience in her tone, revealing himself to be rather dull-witted. Hua Yihan's mother weighed Su Qingchuan standing in her mind, a young man driving a Lingji car, his wealth likely comparable to Duan Hong's, yet his appearance far surpassed Duan Hong's, exuding a distinct charm. If her daughter were to date him, it seemed quite promising. Thus, Hua Yihan's mother promptly extended an invitation, saying, "Since you are friends, why not come to our home for a visit?" Su Qingchuan engaged the handbrake, opened the door, and smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, Auntie, but I have other commitments and cannot stay long. I will bring a gift next time I visit Uncle and Auntie." Duan Hong's displeasure was immediate. He exclaimed, "You think there will be a next time? I warn you to stay away from Yihan. If I see you with her again, I won't hesitate to deal with you." With a scoff, Su Qingchuan replied, "You think you can threaten me? A nouveau riche without any real skills dares to speak to me in such a manner? Get lost." Su Qingchuan possessed an inherently rebellious streak. In his previous life, he navigated the business world with unparalleled cunning and ruthlessness, never allowing grudges to linger. Those who crossed him faced immediate retribution. Reborn, he believed he had softened, yet this individual was drawing out his more defiant side. Duan Hong's face flushed with rage. The moment Su Qingchuan exited the vehicle, a sense of crisis washed over him. Su Qingchuan was undeniably handsome, a paragon of attractiveness. In comparison, he felt utterly diminished, and the prospect of competing against such a rival left him with little hope. Thus, he resorted to threats, hoping to intimidate Su Qingchuan, only to find that Su Qingchuan was impervious to such tactics. "Fine, you have your nerve. Just wait," Duan Hong pointed at Su Qingchuan. Su Qingchuan dismissed the dim-witted threat, turning to Hua Yihan. "Sister Hua, I shall take my leave now. I will call you once I have everything prepared." Hua Yihan nodded. "Drive safely." Indeed, Su Qingchuan replied cheerfully, returning to his car and speeding away. As Duan Hong watched the taillights disappear around the corner, a green light of jealousy sparked in his eyes. He had never endured such humiliation. If he did not reclaim his dignity, how could he ever face Hua Yihan again? "Young Master Duan, please come in and sit for a while," Hua Yihan's mother suggested. Duan Hong coldly responded, "No need. Yihan, just wait and see. I will prove who is truly the right person for you. That boy is nothing but a decorative pillow." Hua Yihan entered the house without acknowledging him. Frustrated, her mother stomped her foot. "This girl has no manners. How can you ignore young Master Duan when he is speaking to you?" Duan Hong interjected, "Auntie, I shall take my leave now and will visit again another day." Without a backward glance, he exited. Hua Yihan's mother turned to her husband, exclaiming, "Why do you stand there like a wooden post? Our daughter has become so unruly because of your indulgence. Now she has offended young Master Duan. Do you still want to keep the factory running?" Hua Yihan's father replied, "Such matters should respect our daughter's wishes. One cannot force a cow to drink if it does not wish to." "You know nothing," Hua Yihan's mother retorted. "Young Master Duan is a fine person. Can our daughter suffer by being with him? What good is beauty if she associates with someone like that? He dared to speak to young Master Duan in such a manner. Can we trust our daughter with him? Are you not thinking too far ahead?" Hua Yihan's father said, "I cannot bear to argue with you, you stubborn fool. I will go talk to Yihan. We cannot continue to indulge her like this." With that, Hua Yihan's mother flounced into the house. Su Qingchuan returned to the community where the apartment given to him by Qi Jia was located. Upon entering, he found the decor quite pleasing, aligning perfectly with his taste and the spacious layout. Approximately 250 to 280 square meters combined, could indeed be classified as a luxury residence. Each room was furnished with bedding and linens, ready for immediate use, devoid of any unpleasant odors, instead wafting a subtle fragrance. Clearly, Qi Jia often arranged for the place to be cleaned. After a long day, Su Qingchuan felt quite fatigued and soon fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, a delightful aroma roused him from sleep. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he emerged from his bedroom to find Qi Jia bustling in the kitchen. "Qi Jia?" Su Qingchuan called out. "You are here so early?" Qi Jia set the breakfast on the table, saying, "Come eat quickly. We have to go see my father soon." "I'll freshen up first," Su Qingchuan replied, entering the bathroom. After a refreshment of over 10 minutes, he emerged revitalized and took a seat at the dining table, inquiring, "Is there something my uncle wishes to discuss with me?" Qijie shook her head. "He did not tell me. He only insisted that I bring you along. Hurry and eat." Not wishing to pry further, Qingchuan quickly finished his breakfast and followed Qijie to her family's villa. Qingchuan was in the garden watering the flowers. Upon seeing Qingchuan, he set down the watering can and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Xiao Su, you finally made it. I have something to discuss with you. Come, let us go to the study. Jie, please prepare a pot of tea." "All right, Dad," Qijie responded. Upon entering the study, Qingchuan offered Qingchuan a cigar, which Qingchuan declined, shaking his head. "I'm not accustomed to smoking." Qingchuan then produced a package of premium Xiaoxiong Mao and tossed it to him. "Try this instead." Qingchuan lit one up and asked, "What is it that uncle wishes to discuss with me?" "Two matters at hand. The first is that Xie Wanshan, the head of the Xie family, has stepped down. His son, Xie Tingjun, is rumored to have gone abroad to evade the storm and is unlikely to return in the near future." Qingchuan remarked. Qingchuan replied, "This is indeed quite favorable news. And what about the other matter?" Qingchuan's expression turned slightly serious as he said, "I wish to discuss the real estate sector with you." Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. Uncle Qi has developed an interest in the real estate industry. Chapter 53. Essentially a windfall, Qingchuan remarked with a smile. "After the lessons learned from the previous experience, I have resolved to distance myself from the financial sector, as it is not my forte. The real economy is where I should focus my research." After a period of investigation, I have discovered that the real estate industry holds immense potential for the future. Many real estate developers from Xinjiang have already begun to acquire land in Rongqing. Qingchuan furrowed his brow in recollection, as it seemed there was some truth to this. The renowned tycoon from Xinjiang had reportedly started his land acquisition journey in the mainland in 1994. He would sell the land but refrain from developing it, waiting for its value to appreciate, ultimately profiting handsomely upon resale. Such actions infuriated the government, which, 2 decades later, declared his enterprise blacklisted, prohibiting any investment in Rongqing. Qingchuan held a deep disdain for such individuals. No matter how wealthy they were fools in his eyes. If he could thwart their endeavors, it would indeed be a service to the common folk of Rongqing. The real estate sector is likely to become a pillar of the economy, as the demand for housing and commercial land will surge with the growth of the national economy. Entering the market at this stage could yield substantial profits at a relatively modest cost. "Xiao Su, I knew our opinions would align," Qingchuan enthused. "What do you say to joining me in this venture?" "I would like to, but unfortunately, my funds are insufficient," Qingchuan replied. "Entering the real estate market requires significant cash flow. I only have a few million, which is barely enough for a few apartments, let alone land acquisition." Qingchuan countered. "You lack funds, but I possess them. Xiao Su, I value your insight and market acumen. I do not require your money. I seek your partnership. If you are willing, I can offer you a 20% stake in the real estate company." Qingchuan shook his head repeatedly. "That is unacceptable. To take a 2% stake without contributing anything would invite scorn if word got out." "Do not worry, Xiao Su," Qingchuan reassured him. "Truth be told, I consider the 20% stake to be modest. Once the company is established, I will grant you additional shares and greater authority. All I need is your analysis on which lands to acquire and which to avoid." Hearing this, Qingchuan could not help but wonder if Qingchuan possessed some prophetic ability, given his clear understanding of the future trajectory of real estate development in Rongqing. He thought of Quanjing Alley. If he partnered with Qingchuan, preserving the ancient residences there would become significantly easier. Moreover, with the Qi Group being a leading enterprise in Sichuan province, their real estate company would undoubtedly be a favored guest among local governments. "All right, since you hold me in such high regard, I would be remiss to decline further. I am willing to join Qi Real Estate," Qingchuan declared. Qingchuan clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Excellent. There is no time to waste. Let us commence our planning. Recently, I received a tip-off that the government plans to auction a parcel of land, right here." As he spoke, Qingchuan opened a map of Rongqing, marking a region in red ink. "South of the city?" Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. "What is the area?" "Approximately 20 acres, Qingchuan replied. "Not large, but not insignificant either. The southern part of the city has always received the government's attention, housing no fewer than 20 top-tier companies from both domestic and international markets, including Ito Yakato, Wangfujing, Pacific, and Oshan. Although this land is somewhat off the beaten path, I personally believe in its promising future development. It will undoubtedly become another central business district in the south. One could not deny Qingchuan's status as a tycoon, even without the halo of rebirth. His years of business experience and insight had allowed him to accurately predict the future potential of this land, garnering Su Qingchuan's admiration. If memory served correctly, this parcel of land was ultimately acquired by Wanda Group, which spent 2 years constructing Wanda Plaza, making it the premier commercial center in the southern part of the city. The core value of the land multiplied 200-fold compared to the auction price, and the average price of surrounding commercial properties skyrocketed to $6,000. In 1994, $6,000 per square meter was considered exorbitant. Yet, even with such prices, properties were in high demand and would be swiftly snatched up. By the year of Su Qingchuan's rebirth, the highest property prices in the southern region had surpassed $60,000, making it the most sought after in all of Rongqing. This meant that acquiring and properly developing this land could provide Qi real estate with a lifetime of dividends. Uncle's analysis is quite sound, and I too hold a favorable view of this area. The southern region is renowned as the affluent district of Rongqing, with over 60% of the wealthy residing there. It boasts the highest number of luxury boutiques in the city. It is conservatively estimated that the annual transaction volume for luxury goods exceeds 200 million. Thus, investing in commercial real estate here is indeed an excellent choice, though I suspect there will be considerable competition, Su Qingchuan noted. Qingchuan nodded, adding, as far as I know, 6 real estate companies have already expressed strong interest in this parcel, including 2 from Hong Kong. What is the auction price set by the government? Su Qingchuan inquired. 20 million. Qingchuan replied. Su Qingchuan nearly burst out laughing. 20 million? That's essentially a gift. There is nothing more to discuss. We shall proceed with the purchase. What is your maximum bid for this land? Su Qingchuan sought to ascertain Qingchuan's limit. 60 million, Qingchuan stated. Acquisition and development require funds. 20 million will cover the initial development investment, which is barely sufficient. Once the framework is established, attracting investment will pose little difficulty. Su Qingchuan snapped his fingers. Excellent, let us bid at that price. I believe our chances of success exceed 90%. Those so-called Hong Kong investors are mostly just facades, attempting to exploit the mainland without any real commitment. However, we must remain vigilant regarding several domestic real estate companies, as they may have other channels to learn of future government plans. Qingchuan remarked, according to some insider information. It appears that the CF family is also interested in this parcel. After suffering significant losses last time, they are undoubtedly eager to recover. Su Qingchuan chuckled. If they dare to compete, I wouldn't mind letting them suffer another setback. Then, it is settled. Xiao Su, you will be wholly responsible for the auction affairs, Qingchuan instructed. Rest assured, Uncle, I will ensure that we secure this parcel of land, Su Qingchuan pledged confidently. Chapter 54, Xiangjianghua family in the provincial capital, Xie family. After Xie Wanshan stepped down from his position as the family head, he truly transformed into a retired elder, spending his days in leisure, taking a birdcage for strolls in the nearby park to exchange experiences with other bird-keeping seniors. Otherwise, he would busy himself with nurturing flowers and plants at home, leading a carefree life. One day, upon returning from the park, the butler informed him that Xie Tingjun had returned. Xie Wanshan's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment, he said, "Have him come to the study." Before long, the father and son met in the study. Xie Wanshan's face was grim as he inquired, "What brings you back?" Xie Tingjun clenched his fists, declaring, "I seek revenge." "Revenge?" Xie Wanshan responded coldly. "What do you have to exact revenge with? Get out of the country immediately. If you dare return without my permission, do not blame me for turning against you." Xie Tingjun protested, "Dad, I simply cannot accept this. They can target me, but why must you also be against me? You have worked diligently for the Xie family for so many years, and just because of a single mistake, you lost your position as the family head. How can that be justified?" Xie Wanshan replied indifferently, "It is merely a title. What significance does it hold? Did not Chiang Kai-shek also get ousted, yet still manage to control everything from behind the scenes? Thus, it matters not who occupies that position. What is crucial is who commands the respect of those beneath. Your inquiry disappoints me. As my son, how can you lack such insight? Let me ask you, why did you lose this battle?" Xie Tingjun swallowed hard and said, "Because the Su family is too cunning. A talentless fool." Xie Wanshan scolded, "Losing is not terrifying. What is dreadful is failing to recognize one's own shortcomings. Accepting defeat is one thing, but blaming the opponent for their cunning is another. If we speak of cunning, we were the ones who initiated it. The Su family merely retaliated. Qingchuan, I have always held high hopes for you since childhood, and your performance has been commendable, to the point that I overlooked your development, believing you could manage many things without my guidance. However, this failure has made me realize that you still lack some refinement. The most vital trait of a businessman is vision, and you have yet to cultivate that. Xie Qingchuan lowered his head in shame, apologizing. I am sorry, father, for disappointing you. Disappointment is not the right term. You possess many merits, Xie Wanshan said. Consider this loss a lesson bought with money. If you can learn from this failure, then it holds value. Besides, losing to Qi Jinfan is not shameful. I have battled him for years without gaining any advantage. To think you could obliterate Qi Jinfan in one fell swoop is overly naive. Xie Qingchuan asked, so, is this matter to be brushed aside? Xie Wanshan took a sip of tea and replied, certainly not. If we do not reclaim our footing, how can the Xie family continue to establish itself in the provincial capital? Xie Qingchuan's expression brightened. Father, do you already have a plan? Xie Wanshan said, I have a friend in the provincial government who revealed some information to me. There is a piece of land in the southern part of the city that is about to be auctioned, and Qi Jinfan has shown strong interest in it. Qi Jinfan wishes to venture into the real estate industry? Xie Qingchuan sneered. That old fool has quite an appetite. The real estate sector is likely to become a pillar of the national economy. If he lacks even this vision, he is unworthy of being the wealthiest in Chuan province. His interest in this land only signifies that its value will soar in the future, Xie Wanshan remarked. Xie Qingchuan nodded. I understand. This land belongs to the Xie family. Xie Wanshan said, if you can acquire this land, it will rectify your previous errors. You will no longer need to hide abroad. I entrust this matter entirely to you. Do not let me down. Xie Qingchuan stood up, chest out, and declared, Father, just watch. This time, I will not fail. Xie Wanshan stated, in your mother's name, I have established a real estate company in Xiangjiang. From now on, you will be the head of this company, competing for this land as a Hong Kong businessman. Should you fail again, you shall no longer be my son. Xie Qingchuan nodded silently. I will not disappoint you, father. With that, he turned and strode out. Watching his son's departing figure, Xie Wanshan sighed softly. My son, if you can overcome this hurdle, no one will be able to impede your progress in the future. In the Provincial Government Affairs Office, Su Qingchuan and Qi Jie arrived to apply for auction qualifications. As they reached the office door, they unexpectedly ran into an old acquaintance, Xie Qingchuan. Taken aback by the encounter, Xie Qingchuan was flooded with a mix of old grievances and new enmities. His recent misfortunes were largely attributed to this man. Moreover, he suspected that his disastrous stock market losses were also orchestrated by this individual behind the scenes. Has the threshold for auctions been lowered to such an extent? Even students can apply for qualifications now? Xie Qingchuan remarked coldly. Qi Jie stepped forward, saying, Qingchuan represents our Qi real estate. Xie Qingchuan scoffed. I must say, Qi Jinfan has truly lost his touch to trust such a young brat. Young man, do not expect to acquire this land. It belongs to the Xie family, he added. Su Qingchuan replied indifferently, is that so? Then let us wait and see. Xie Qingchuan leaned closer, his expression menacing as he declared, everything I have lost will be reclaimed this time. Just wait. I will ensure you experience the taste of having nothing. Very well, I shall wait, Su Qingchuan responded. Xie Qingchuan squinted, surprised by Su Qingchuan's calm demeanor. For someone so young, he was surprisingly astute. Unable to provoke him, Xie Qingchuan dismissed his verbal assaults, snorted, and exited. Su Qingchuan shrugged at Qi Jie, remarking, this is what we call impotent rage. Qi Jie noted, I thought he was still abroad. I did not expect him to sneak back. It seems the Xie family has not completely abandoned him. Su Qingchuan stated, this time, let us ensure the Xie family fully relinquishes him. The procedures were completed swiftly. After transferring a deposit of 20 million to the government account, they received their auction qualification certificate. As they exited the government affairs office and headed towards the parking lot, a woman suddenly blocked their path. Excuse me, sir, please hold on. Su Qingchuan cast a glance at her. She appeared to be in her 30s, adorned in a beige floral dress, her feet elegantly encased in white pointed high heels. The latest fragrance from Chanel enveloped her, its scent detectable even from several meters away. Her hair was artfully highlighted, a harmonious blend of burgundy and black that added to her allure. Do you have any insights to share? Su Qingchuan inquired. I would not presume to advise, the woman replied with a gentle smile. I am merely curious as to what you have done to provoke such ire from the young master of the Xie family. Su Qingchuan responded, I see no necessity to divulge that information. If you wish to know, you should inquire directly with Xie Tingjun. With that, he took Qi Jie by the hand and headed towards the parking lot. We shall meet again, the woman's voice echoed from behind. At that time, I trust you will reveal everything to me. Su Qingchuan quickened his pace. Upon reaching the parking lot, Qi Jie looked at him with a teasing smile. Who would have thought, little Su, you possess such charm? Su Qingchuan, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, Sister Qi, please refrain from teasing me. I have no idea who that woman is. Qi Jie then asked, have you heard of the Guo family from Shangjiang? Chapter 55. The future of major distributors. Su Qingchuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the Guo family associated with Sun Hongkai. Qi Jie nodded in affirmation. The Guo family is one of the 4 prominent families of Shangjiang, and Sun Hongkai Properties stands as the largest real estate company in Shangjiang. Its former leader, Guo Duxing, passed away 4 years ago, leaving the family under the control of his wife, Guang Xiaoqing, their eldest son, Guo Binxiang, their youngest son, Guo Binlian, and their daughter from the second marriage, Guo Shanglan. Although Guo Shanglan is a child of the second marriage, she was greatly favored by Guo Duxing, who bequeathed her a 3% stake in Sun Hongkai Properties, more than her 2 elder brothers. However, Guo Shanglan promptly exchanged 1% of her shares with her 2 brothers and the legitimate wife. A shrewd move that prevented her from becoming the scapegoat while ensuring her voice within the family, all while pacifying the 3 from the main wife. Truly a masterstroke. The internal discord of the Guo family commenced in 2008. Prior to that, the decision-makers within the family were quite united. Yet, spurred by Western conglomerates, they aggressively inflated Shangjiang's property prices before the handover, aiming to recoup their investments and withdraw entirely, leaving the mainland with a devastated Shangjiang. Among them, Li Jiaqing was the most egregious. As of the year of Su Qingchuan's rebirth, the Li family's assets had exceeded 2 trillion. It can be said that this wealth is entirely ill-gotten, with Li Jiaqing's methods of amassing wealth being utterly abhorrent. In contrast, the Guo family appears far more benevolent. Although they have engaged in some unethical practices, they have not lagged behind in land development. Most of the land they acquired was developed within 3 years, while Li Jiaqing hoarded land for over a decade or 2 before selling it for substantial profits. If the Guo family is among our competitors, our chances of success would be virtually non-existent. Su Qingchuan mused, estimating the Guo family's current assets to be several hundred billion. We cannot afford to provoke them. Qi Jie remarked, if that is the case, we can only concede. We cannot compete on hard power, but perhaps we can seek collaboration with them later. Su Qingchuan queried, why do you think Guo Shanglan approached me? Qi Jie replied with a playful smile, it must be because you are handsome. Su Qingchuan chuckled, please, Qi Jie, let us be serious. I am serious, Qi Jie insisted. If she were not attracted to your looks, why would she go out of her way to greet you? There would be no need for it otherwise. Su Qingchuan countered, I believe Guo Shanglan might know something. She seems particularly interested in the discord between me and Xie Tingjun. Have you noticed? Qi Jie responded, have you? I don't feel that way at all. Su Qingchuan continued, the more I think about it, the more I believe it is possible. Qi Jie, did you not mention that Xie Tingjun has gone abroad to avoid the limelight? Why has he suddenly returned? He must have found a new backer. No family within Chuan province can support the He family. They can only seek external assistance, making Hong Kong businessmen the ideal partners. Qi Jie pondered for a moment. Your analysis seems quite sound. It appears we are destined to be estranged from this piece of land. Su Qingchuan narrowed his eyes, not necessarily. Oh, what are your thoughts? Qi Jie inquired. Su Qingchuan licked his lips. Perhaps we can shift our perspective, abandon the land, and focus on development instead. We could also involve General Manager Xia in the investment. Xia Songtao? His family has always been in terminal agency, with no connection to real estate, Qi Jie remarked. Su Qingchuan replied, if there is no connection, we can create one. Xia Songtao is a highly ambitious individual. As long as I clarify the pros and cons to him, he will surely agree. Qi Jie, let us divide our efforts. You gather information on the Guo family, and I will speak with Director Xia. Upon arriving at the headquarters of Shenglong Company, Su Qingchuan did not require an appointment to meet Xia Songtao, as it was a strict order from Xia Songtao that no one should obstruct Su Qingchuan's visit. He successfully met with Xia Songtao, who greeted him jovially, asking what had brought him there today. Su Qingchuan replied, Director Xia, your face is glowing. It seems business has been prosperous lately. Indeed, Xia Songtao laughed heartily. You Haven T come to discuss the VCD project, have you? Has the prototype been completed? Can we launch the promotion immediately? Su Qingchuan quickly interjected. No, it's still in its infancy. I am here to discuss another matter. What is it? Please, have a seat, Xia Songtao said, as he opened the office door and called for Chun Yi to prepare 2 cups of tea. Chun Yi's voice came from afar, saying she was working on it and would be there shortly. Once Xia Songtao settled down, Su Qingchuan got straight to the point, stating, Director Xiao, I am here on behalf of Qingchuan Real Estate to discuss a potential collaboration. Qingchuan Real Estate? Xia Songtao expressed mild surprise. You have joined the Qi family? Xiao Su, this seems rather ungrateful. I extended an invitation to you, and you turned around to join them instead? What about your own enterprise? Has it all been merged into theirs? Su Qingchuan clarified, that is not the case. I am in a cooperative relationship with the Qi family, not an employee. I see. Then what kind of collaboration are you seeking? Xia Songtao inquired. Su Qingchuan asked, have you ever considered the future transformation of Shenglong Group? Xia Songtao frowned. What do you mean by that? Shenglong Group is currently the largest distributor in the city, and many products rely on major distributors for promotion. However, this promotional model is not immutable. Once the market becomes saturated, the survival environment for major distributors will become increasingly precarious. To put it bluntly, the golden era for VCDs was in the mid-90s, and by 1998, with market saturation, manufacturers would naturally seek to control the market directly, rather than funneling funds to distributors. At that point, what path lies ahead for major distributors? This statement left Xia Songtao momentarily speechless. Recently, he had been reveling in victory and had not thought this far ahead. Now, with Su Qingchuan's reminder, he realized that everything before him could be considered a bubble economy, which, once burst, could send Shenglong Group plummeting into the abyss. Xia Songtao immediately grew anxious, stating, Xiao Su's analysis is highly insightful. What do you believe should be the future path for a major distributor like Shenglong Group? Su Qingchuan remarked, the developed nations of Europe and America have already provided us with the answer. In the future, the largest market share in the electrical appliance industry will undoubtedly be monopolized by large shopping malls and hypermarkets. Products will transition directly from the factory to the sales floor, allowing consumers to engage face-to-face without the intercession of major distributors. This model has achieved unprecedented success in Europe and America, and I believe Shenglong Group can entirely replicate this approach. Xia Songtao pondered. Are you suggesting that Shenglong Group should commence the establishment of large-scale shopping malls immediately? He continued, did I not send Gu Jingyang to the capital last time? Upon his return, he informed me that there is an electrical retail store in the capital called Guamei. This store is the first in the country to eliminate intermediaries, enabling direct communication with manufacturers. More importantly, they began their strategic planning 2 years ago and have now become the preferred choice for local residents when purchasing electrical appliances. Therefore, I believe the transformation of Shenglong Group can commence its groundwork from this moment forward, Su Qingchuan concluded. Chapter 56. The auction commences. Transitioning towards terminal sales represents the most optimal transformation model for a major distributor like Shenglong Group. Su Qingchuan regards Shenglong Group as one of the pivotal partners for the future, hence he generously divulges the operational model of Guamei Electronics to them. Human energy is inherently limited. It is impossible to cover every aspect. The path Su Qingchuan intends to pursue is centered around high-tech core industries, leaving little time to attend to terminal sales. Rather than relinquishing this opportunity to competitors like Guamei and Suning, it is more prudent to bestow it upon Shenglong. Xia Songtao sank into contemplation, while Su Qingchuan, undisturbed, leisurely sipped his tea. Chun Yi, another executive from Shenglong Group, entered to serve tea and remained, overhearing the latter part of Su Qingchuan's remarks. She subsequently engaged in hushed discussion with Xia Songtao. After approximately 5 minutes, Xia Songtao resumed the conversation. What does Xiao Su believe should be the initial focus for Shenglong Group's transformation? Su Qingchuan replied. Currently, the domestic home appliance market has reached a stage of surplus. To illustrate with our provincial capital, the wholesale appliance business is dominated by a state-owned enterprise, Rongqing Home Appliances. However, this company has been incurring losses since 2 years ago, with their losses surpassing 100 million this past half year. Xia Songtao's eyes immediately brightened. Are you suggesting we could acquire this enterprise? Precisely, Su Qingchuan affirmed. Although Rongqing Home Appliances is suffering losses, their channel resources remain the strongest among provincial home appliance firms. By acquiring Rongqing Home Appliances, Shenglong Group can seamlessly take over these channels, eliminating the need to establish a market presence from scratch. Once the first step is successfully executed, this model can be replicated in other cities within the province, allowing Shenglong Group's terminal sales outlets to flourish across all major first-tier cities within 3 years. Xia Songtao appeared greatly invigorated by this prospect, pacing back and forth in the office. Xiao Su, you've shared so much. How does this relate to Qi's real estate? Chun Yi interjected, noticing Xia Songtao's excitement had clouded his judgment. Su Qingchuan explained. Qi's real estate initially intended to acquire a parcel of land in the southern part of the city for commercial development, but discovered formidable competition from the Guo family of Xiangjiang. Their strength is undeniable, and a head-to-head confrontation is futile. Thus, a compromise is necessary. We can concede the land to them, but we must secure the development rights. Relying solely on Qi's real estate may not sufficiently persuade the Guo family. But with Shenglong Group's backing, I believe they will not refuse our collaboration. Chen Yi pondered for a moment before asking, could you elaborate on that? Su Qingchuan responded, it's quite simple. Shenglong Group would be responsible for establishing the largest appliance market on this land, while Qi's real estate would develop the most bustling food street in the province's capital. The combination of dining and shopping is emblematic of a mature commercial district. And both Qi Group and Shenglong Group fit this criterion perfectly. Once we make our move, which other companies in the province would dare to compete with us? Xia Songtao clapped his hands in agreement. Excellent, it's settled then. Su Qingchuan felt a quiet sense of relief. Matters were progressing more smoothly than he had anticipated. It appeared that the vision he had painted for Shenglong Group was indeed quite alluring, successfully persuading Xia Songtao. However, this was merely the first step of the entire plan. Numerous challenges still loomed ahead, and it was far too early for celebration. Upon exiting Shenglong Group, Su Qingchuan promptly returned to the Qi residence to share the news with Qi Zhenfan. Upon hearing the update, Qi Zhenfan experienced a mix of joy and concern. He was thrilled about the deep collaboration with Shenglong Group, but lamented the loss of the land he had high hopes for. Feeling regretful to relinquish it so easily, Qi Zhenfan remarked, the elder of the Xia family is a notable figure, having achieved numerous accomplishments, which is why the Xia family maintains a low profile in the province. Nevertheless, their strength is formidable, particularly as they recently orchestrated the promotion of Ericsson, whose market share has now eclipsed that of Motorola in the province. It is rumored that Ericsson plans to launch a Chinese-language mobile phone next year, which will further expand its market share unless Motorola follows suit with a similar offering. However, development rights are always more straightforward than land acquisition. Xiao Su, is there truly no way to address this? Su Qingchuan replied, there is indeed a potential solution, albeit one fraught with risk. Oh, please elaborate, Qi Zhenfan urged. I suspect that Xie Tingjun may have entered into a contractual relationship with the Guo family. However, Xie's enterprises are predominantly investment-focused, lacking strength in the real economy. Therefore, I boldly conjecture that the collaboration between the Xie and Guo families involves Xie handling the land auction while Guo manages the subsequent commercial development, with Xie contributing the land as equity. Yet, establishing a mature commercial center cannot rely solely on Hong Kong capital. We can leverage this point, combining Qi Group's culinary expertise with Shenglong Group's retail prowess, leaving the Guo family with no valid reason to reject our collaboration. We could subsequently negotiate resource exchanges with the Guo family, reducing the Xie family to mere landholders devoid of any development rights. Qi Zhenfan expressed his admiration. Xiao Su, you continue to impress me. This strategy is quite astute. Proceed with it, and I will fully support you. Su Qingchuan assured. Uncle Qi, rest assured, I will execute this matter flawlessly. As the day of the auction arrived, a line of luxury cars lined the entrance of the municipal grand hall, with the province's most notable merchants in attendance. However, most were merely there to observe, well aware that this auction was essentially a one-horse race, with others only expected to receive the scraps. In 1994, mainland businesses faced considerable pressure from Hong Kong capital, typically opting against direct confrontation. Su Qingchuan's Lexus, among a sea of luxury vehicles, appeared rather unassuming. Yet he was the youngest participant in the auction crowd, a fact that was sufficient to draw attention, especially alongside the stunning Qijia. As they approached the entrance, they spotted Xie Tingjun waiting there. Su Qingchuan smiled and remarked, Could he be waiting specifically for me? Qi Jie replied, it's quite possible. Upon noticing the duo, Xie Tingjuan's face contorted into a menacing grin as he stepped forward to obstruct their path. Su Qingchuan calmly inquired, does young Master Xie have any guidance to offer? Xie Tingjun, however, paid him no heed and turned her gaze to Qi Jie. I am profoundly disappointed in you for associating with such a person. Has your father lost his senses, or have you simply become blind? Qi Jie retorted with annoyance, mind your words. Who I choose to associate with is none of your concern. I adore you. Yet you would rather be with a mere fool than spare me a glance, Xie Tingjun said through gritted teeth. Qi Jie, I shall make you realize that rejecting me is the gravest mistake you will ever commit in your life. Qi Jie, her expression filled with indignation, replied, you make me feel nauseous. Step aside, we are going in. Su Qingchuan reached out and pushed Xie Tingjun aside, coldly stating, a good dog does not block the way. Xie Tingjun clenched his fists, barely restraining himself from striking out, but ultimately held back. Gazing at Su Qingchuan's retreating figure, he seethed, it won't be long before you kneel before me, begging for my forgiveness. Just wait and see how I deal with you two insipid lovers. Chapter 57. The exorbitant land price upon entering the auction venue and taking her designated seat, Qi Jie remarked, Xie Tingjun is nothing but a lunatic. Do not take his words to heart. Su Qingchuan chuckled in response. I could not be bothered to argue with a dog. Your mindset is truly commendable, Qi Jie replied. As they spoke, the auctioneer ascended the stage, raising his hands to signal for silence. Welcome, esteemed guests. I am your host for today's auction. Before we commence, let us warmly welcome the investors from Xiangjiang, Mr. Guobinxiang, Ms. Guoxianglan, and Mr. Guobinxiang's eldest son, Guozhen. Despite prior knowledge of the Hong Kong merchants' identities, the announcement incited a wave of murmurs throughout the crowd. The title of Hong Kong merchant held significant weight in this era, and the Guo family's assets had surpassed 100 billion. In comparison, Qingchuan, the wealthiest man in Chuan province, could only be regarded as middle class, rendering other local businessmen even less noteworthy. Once the guests had expressed their astonishment, the auctioneer continued, without further ado, let us begin the auction. The item up for bid is a commercial land parcel of 26.5 acres located in the Shuangqiao district, along with the overall commercial development rights for the area. The starting bid is 20 million, with increments of no less than 1 million. Please place your bids. Before he finished speaking, someone had already raised their paddle. The price quickly soared past 30 million. After reaching 30 million, the fervor of bidding cooled, with each subsequent offer increasing by only 1 million. When the price reached 50 million, Xie Tingjun finally raised his paddle. 50 million. A collective gasp echoed through the room. To purchase a piece of commercial land not even 30 acres in size for such an amount demonstrated Xie's resolute determination. It is noteworthy that in 1994, many merchants still focused on the physical economy, neglecting commercial real estate. It required considerable audacity to spend 50 million on land during such a time. Following his bid, Xie Tingjun cast a triumphant glance at Su Qingchuan, who did not disappoint him, raising his paddle once more, 60 million. Other prospective bidders fell silent, clearly recognizing that a rivalry had emerged between the Xie and Qi families. Interfering would undoubtedly be unwise. They could only watch to see which family would ultimately secure the land. Xie Tingjun smirked coldly, his gaze fixed upon Guozhen in the VIP section. Prior to the auction, Xie Tingjun had already established communication with Guozhen, who had verbally promised numerous things, thus alleviating Xie's concerns about spending money. As long as he acquired the land, the Guo family would handle all subsequent commercial development, allowing Xie to reap the financial rewards. With the Guo family's substantial resources, it should take less than a year to cultivate a thriving commercial district, transforming profit into an everyday reality. Raising his paddle once more, Xie declared, 70 million. Su Qingchuan pondered briefly before responding with, 72 million. Xie Tingjun, with a derisive smile, retorted, if you lack funds, do not come here to pretend. Do you not know your own worth? Do you truly believe that being backed by the Qi family grants you free rein? The auctioneer tapped his microphone, stating, I kindly ask all guests to refrain from mentioning matters unrelated to the auction. Thank you. 72 million. Are there any further bids? Xie Tingjun interjected, 80 million. Qi Jie gently tugged at Su Qingchuan's sleeve, asking, shall we continue bidding? Su Qingchuan nodded. 82 million. Xie Tingjun scoffed. What is this, a game of adding 2 million at a time? Auctioneer, I bid 100 million. A wave of excitement swept through the room. 100 million was the total net worth of many merchants present. The CF family was truly willing to take risks. All eyes then turned to Su Qingchuan, eager to see if he would counter the bid. Qi Jie felt a twinge of anxiety. The current price had far exceeded their prior expectations, and even if they won the bid, Qi Realty could not afford such a sum. It was unwise to continue bidding. However, before Qi Jie could voice her concerns, Su Qingchuan raised his paddle. 110 million. 200 million. Xie Tingjun roared. Qi Jie quickly grasped Su Qingchuan's hand, insisting, "Little Su, we cannot continue bidding." Su Qingchuan responded, "Indeed, the price has escalated excessively. Let us concede this time." The auctioneer waited for a moment before realizing Su Qingchuan had withdrawn, promptly announcing the land's ownership. Xie Tingjun, brimming with satisfaction, remarked to Su Qingchuan, "You little brat, you are still too inexperienced to compete with me." Su Qingchuan smiled and replied, "Congratulations, young Master Xie. Are you now attempting to curry favor with me? It is too late. All the harm and humiliation I have suffered shall be repaid in full." Xie Tingjun remarked, "Young Master Su, harmony breeds wealth. Why must you be so irate? You are afraid." Xie Tingjun laughed heartily. "So you finally understand fear? It is futile, Su Qingchuan. I will ensure you experience what it means to have nothing, to live a life worse than death." Su Qingchuan shrugged. "I do fear, but my fears differ from what you imagine, young Master Xie. I fear for your well-being." Xie Tingjun's expression darkened. "What do you mean?" Instead of answering, Su Qingchuan walked directly to Guo Binxiang, presenting a business card. "Mr. Guo, I am Su Qingchuan, representing Qi Realty. I wish to extend an invitation to you for a discussion." Xie Tingjun, hearing this, became agitated and shouted, "Su Qingchuan, are you out of your mind? What qualifications do you have to speak with Mr. Guo? Step aside." Su Qingchuan ignored him and continued to focus on Guo Binxiang. "Mr. Guo, would you do me the honor?" Guo Binxiang, speaking with a somewhat halting command of Mandarin, replied, "Young friend, it seems we have nothing of substance to discuss." Su Qingchuan countered, "Who knows, perhaps as we converse, something might emerge." Xie Tingjun gestured insistently towards Guozhun, hoping the latter would speak on his behalf, given the benefits he had received. Guozhun nodded slightly, acknowledging Xie, and said, "I have encountered many like you who merely seek to ingratiate themselves with my father. Please leave us be. We have no time to waste." Ms. Guoxianglan remarked coolly, "Zhan, you are becoming increasingly disrespectful. When is it your turn to speak?" Guoxianglan was born to Guodushing at the age of 55, and now she is merely in her early 30s, just a few years older than Guozhun. However, in terms of familial hierarchy, she is considered Guozhun's aunt, thus reprimanding her nephew is entirely justified. Guozhun dared not challenge his aunt, and could only retreat in discontent. Guo Binxiang raised his wrist to glance at his Rolex watch, and said nonchalantly, "Very well, I shall grant you 1 minute. If within this minute you can present a reason that stirs my heart, I shall engage in discussion with you." Su Qingchuan responded, "In the first half of this year, the Hong Kong stock market crash has inflicted severe losses upon the Guo family." Guo Binxiang's expression changed instantly. This young man was indeed rubbing salt into the wounds of the Guo family. Su Qingchuan continued, "I can help the Guo family recover this loss." "What did you say?" Guo Binxiang retorted angrily, "You insolent youth, are you mocking me?" Chapter 58. The terrifying woman. In 1994, the Southeast Asian financial crisis erupted. Led by Soros, international financial tycoons invaded the Hong Kong stock market, mercilessly plundering it, resulting in the bankruptcy of over 1,000 small and medium-sized enterprises. The prominent companies led by the 4 major families also suffered significant losses. However, compared to the others, the Guo family, due to their inclination towards the mainland, was particularly targeted by these international financial giants, witnessing a market value evaporation of nearly 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Had it not been for the mainland's eventual assistance, the Guo family might have faced irreversible decline. Nonetheless, the Guo family's vitality was severely compromised, widening the gap between them and the other 3 families. They faced targeted adversity in Xinjiang, effectively being compelled to shift their focus to the mainland market. As the eldest son, Guo Binxiang bore the heaviest burden. In the days when Guo Dushing was alive, the Guo family's prestige in Xinjiang was unparalleled. At this critical juncture, someone unexpectedly approached Guo Binxiang, claiming they could help the Guo family recover their losses. While intrigued, Guo Binxiang couldn't help but harbor doubts about the person's credibility. All of Guo Binxiang's reactions fell within Su Qingchuan's calculations. Had it been a temperamental, wealthy individual, they might have summoned security to eject him. Guo Binxiang possessed the demeanor of an ancient Confucian scholar, typically refraining from overt displays of displeasure. It was precisely this understanding that allowed Su Qingchuan to confidently engage him in conversation. Mr. Guo's skepticism is entirely understandable, Su Qingchuan remarked. But consider this. If I lacked capability, would I dare to make such a commitment in public? Moreover, I represent the Qi family. Mr. Guo, when you invest in Rongqing, you cannot be unaware of the Qi family's background. Although our scales may differ, our standings in our respective fields are comparable. Even if you do not trust me, surely you must trust the Qi family, no? Guo Binxiang fixed his penetrating gaze on Su Qingchuan's face for several seconds, attempting to discern the young man's intentions, only to find him equally inscrutable, possessing a depth that rivaled his own. A truly formidable young man. Guo Binxiang inhaled deeply. What is it that you seek in offering me this assistance? With a smile, Su Qingchuan replied, Mr. Guo, I humbly represent Qi Real Estate and Shenglong Group, extending an invitation to the Guo family for a strategic partnership to jointly develop a mature commercial district. Shenglong Group? Guo Binxiang paused in surprise. You have connections with Shenglong Group? Su Qingchuan assured him, I possess many hidden cards. It all depends on Mr. Guo's willingness to engage. Guo Binxiang let out a hearty laugh. What an impressive young man you are. It has been many years since I encountered someone of your caliber. Very well. I have been residing at the International Hotel these past few days. You are welcome to visit me at any time. Elated, Su Qingchuan maintained his composure, smiling as he responded, I will certainly pay you a visit. At that moment, Guo Zhan interjected quietly, Dad, this person is clearly lying. How can you trust him? Qi Real Estate and Shenglong Group are reputable enterprises in Rongqing. Would they entrust such significant authority to a mere novice? You must not believe him. Guo Binxiang shot a stern glare at his son, disappointment etched across his face. When your grandfather ventured into the world, he was no older than this young man. With merely a few hundred Hong Kong dollars, he began from humble beginnings and ultimately established a vast empire. His story teaches us not to underestimate the youth. If you fail to understand this principle, I am truly disappointed in you. Guo Zhan forced a smile, retreating to the side in embarrassment. Guo Binxiang patted Su Qingchuan's shoulder. Young man, I await your visit. Guo Binxiang held high standards, generally unimpressed by ordinary businessmen. Yet today, he favored a young novice, inviting him to the hotel and offering a friendly pat on the shoulder, an occurrence unprecedented in his experience. It is worth noting that several key government officials stood beside the Guo family, accompanying Guo Binxiang on various inspections in Rongqing. Local entrepreneurs had attempted to engage with him, but were met with indifference. This was indeed a rare sight. Secretary Chen, our Guo family seeks to engage in deep cooperation with capable and visionary enterprises to jointly develop the commercial land in the Southern District, striving to create a commercial hub that radiates throughout the Southwest region. The Qi family coincidentally possesses such capability. As the saying goes, one should complete good deeds thoroughly. Guo Binxiang, having navigated the business world for many years, was well aware of this principle. Since he had decided to partner with the Qi family, it was only beneficial to speak favorably of them in front of government leaders. Though Secretary Chen was not the highest-ranking official among the accompanying personnel, his position was unique as he served as the secretary to the current number 1 in Sichuan province, effectively granting him direct access to the upper echelons. Guo Binxiang understood the intricacies of domestic politics and thus engaged directly with Secretary Chen, ensuring a swift and effective exchange. Understood, Secretary Chen nodded. I will inform the leaders of this matter. Guo Binxiang nodded slightly, not lingering further, and led his family toward the exit. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air, and everyone was momentarily taken aback as a figure lunged forward, their face contorted with rage and eyes bloodshot, shouting hoarsely, Guo Binxiang, you cannot treat me this way. We had an agreement to collaborate with the Xie family. Why have you reneged? I purchased the land, yet you hand over the development rights to another. How can such dealings exist? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, you shall not leave. Secretary Chen erupted in fury. This is outrageous. Security, remove him. Guo Binxiang furrowed his brow. Hold on, Mr. Xie, we have never met. How can we discuss collaboration? Xie Tingjun turned to Guo Zhan. He said it. Guo Binxiang's expression darkened, casting a disapproving glare at his son. Did you make any promises to others? As the primary responsible party for the development of the mainland commercial district, all collaborations required Guo Binxiang's approval. If Guo Zhen had dared to make commitments without his father's consent, it would be a serious act of defiance, potentially jeopardizing his inheritance rights. Thus, Guo Zhen vehemently denied. He is slandering me. I have never made any promises. Dad, you must believe me. At most, I said I would consider it, but I absolutely did not agree. I swear on my life. Guo Binxiang's complexion finally eased a bit. Secretary General Chun remarked, Mr. Guo, let us depart from this place. Guo Binxiang nodded and proceeded forward. Behind them, Xie Tingjun continued to bellow, Guo Zhen, you scoundrel. I have served you like a grandson these past few days, and now you turn your back on me? That is 200 million. Guo Zhen retorted irritably, what nonsense are you shouting? If you don't want to, then don't. Worst case, we'll just pay a little breach of contract fee. It's not the end of the world. With that, he swiftly followed his father out. Guo Xianglan lingered at the back, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she observed Su Qingchuan. Well done, she commented. If one were to identify the most cunning and astute individual in the Guo family, it would undoubtedly be Guo Xianglan. Prior to 2008, she had little recognition, but during the internal strife within the Guo family, when Quang Shaoqing and the Guo brothers, Guo Binxiang and Guo Bin, were at loggerheads, it was ultimately Guo Xianglan who benefited, inheriting the majority of the family's wealth. She took this fortune abroad to secure her future, leaving the Guo family with a dismal aftermath. Su Qingchuan remained highly vigilant towards this woman, uncertain of her true intentions. Do not be so tense, Guo Xianglan said. I am aware of many of your matters, which is why I hold you in such high regard. You investigated me? Su Qingchuan furrowed his brow. Guo Xianglan smiled faintly. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. If one does not understand their opponent, how can they discuss cooperation? My brother can be quite obstinate, and my nephew is rather inept. Their shared flaw is that they look down upon mainland merchants. I, however, see differently. The mainland market is hundreds of times that of Xiangjiang. While the Guo family can stir up storms in Xiangjiang, in the mainland, they are no different from other merchants, merely possessing a bit more wealth. The commercial rules differ vastly between the two regions. Attempting to impose Xiangjiang's practices on the mainland will inevitably lead to failure. Thus, for the Guo family to establish a foothold in the mainland, they must find a reliable partner. And Xie Tingjun is unworthy. Yet you, with several million in capital, have penetrated the stock market and recovered over 100 million in losses for the chief family. Such financial acumen and insight are precisely what the Guo family seeks in a collaborator. So, how does my explanation resonate with you? Chapter 59. The complete exit of the Xie family. Su Qingchuan was taken aback by the meticulousness of Guo Xianglan's investigation, his wariness towards this woman reaching its zenith. Guo Xianglan seemed to sense Su Qingchuan's apprehension and smiled, saying, Mr. Su, there's no need to be overly anxious. I am not one to pry into the privacy of others. Well then, let us conclude our conversation for today. Farewell. With that, she gracefully turned on her heel and departed. Once she left, Qi Jia quietly remarked, this woman is rather intimidating. Su Qingchuan nodded slightly, acknowledging, after all, she was nurtured by Guo Duxing. Let us go. We must inform Uncle Qi of this monumental good news. Just as they were about to leave, Xie Tingjun rushed over, his face ashen as he glared at Su Qingchuan. Su Qingchuan, you are scheming against me. How could I possibly misunderstand your words, young Master Xie? Did I force you to bid? It was entirely your choice. How can you lay the blame at my feet? Su Qingchuan replied with a smile. Xie Tingjun shouted, stop pretending. You are indeed plotting against me. You must have conspired with that old scoundrel Guo Binxiang beforehand, orchestrating a duet at the auction, with the sole aim of dragging me down. Su Qingchuan retorted, such a vivid imagination, young Master Xie. It would be a shame not to put it to paper. I will fight you, Xie Tingjun declared, raising his fist to strike. Nearby, security swiftly restrained him. Xie Tingjun, like a rabid dog, howled and struggled. Su Qingchuan, may you meet a wretched end. You will descend into the depths of hell. I will not relinquish the development rights to that land. Abandon all hope. Su Qingchuan adjusted his attire and replied nonchalantly, then hold on to it tightly. We can always seek development elsewhere. With so much land in the southern city up for auction, you cannot truly believe you possess a treasure. This statement drained the last vestige of strength from Xie Tingjun, who collapsed onto the ground like a puddle of mud, his gaze blankly fixed ahead. Moments later, He unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Qingchuan felt no sympathy for such a man. He even contemplated delivering a final blow. Young Master Xie, in just a few months, you have caused the Xie family to incur losses of several hundred million. I am quite curious as to how much more the Xie family can afford to squander on such a prodigal son. With that, he laughed heartily and departed. Xie Tingjuan's vision darkened, and he fainted. Su Qingchuan, indifferent to Xie Tingjuan's fate, drove back to the Qi family's villa. On the way, Qi Jie had already shared the good news with her father, Qingchuan, who stood at the door to greet them. Xiao Su, welcome back in triumph. Qingchuan exclaimed with a hearty laugh, embracing Su Qingchuan. Well done. You maintained your composure in the face of Guo Binxiang. I might not have managed it myself. You are truly remarkable, Xiao Su. Su Qingchuan modestly replied, it was nothing extraordinary. The Guo family merely possesses more wealth. However, in business within the mainland, money is not the most vital factor. Connections are paramount. Guo Binxiang understands this well. Once I presented Qi Shi Real Estate and Shenglong Group together, he had no grounds to refuse. While this reasoning held true, few could genuinely grasp its depth. Su Qingchuan added, I have prepared some fine wine. Let us not return until we are intoxicated tonight. Qi Jie quickly interjected, Dad, Xiao Su is still a student. Qingchuan retorted confidently, when I was Xiao Su's age, I could already handle a gene of liquor. That cannot be compared, Qi Jie said, exasperated. Su Qingchuan replied, I do not typically drink, but I shall indulge in a few cups to celebrate with uncle. That is the spirit. Come, the meal is ready, Qingchuan said, taking Su Qingchuan's hand and leading him to the dining hall. Su Qingchuan was quite restrained, consuming only about 2 liang before stopping. Qingchuan did not press him further and began drinking heartily, quickly downing half a gene of baijiu, his complexion becoming rosy and vibrant. Observing this, Qi Jie confiscated the remaining alcohol. Dad, we shall stop here for today. Any more, and you shall be drunk. All right, I shall heed your advice, Qingchuan conceded. Xiao Su, enjoy the dishes. The abalone was airlifted today and is exceptionally tender. Do try it. Qi Jie cautioned, Dad, the Xie family has suffered significant losses. They will not let this go easily. We must remain vigilant. Su Qingchuan selected an abalone for himself and reassured, rest assured, they will not stir up any significant troubles. The contract clearly stipulates the development timeline. If the Xie family were to acquire the land, how would they fund its development? Should they seek other partners? We have the Guo family as allies. How many in Chuan province would dare to oppose us? Thus, the best course for the Xie family is to allow the auction to fail, preserving their dignity. Failing the auction, Qi Jie murmured. If that were to occur, the Xie family would lose face entirely. Su Qingchuan stated, in the face of survival, what is dignity worth? If Xie Wanshan lacks the courage for even this, I would truly look down upon him. Qingchuan added, Xiao Su is correct. Xie Wanshan will certainly not pay that sum. However, attempting to settle with a few million in penalties will not be so simple. This time, I assure you, the Xie family will suffer genuine repercussions. At the provincial hospital, Xie Tingjun regained consciousness, staring blankly at the ceiling. Sitting beside the hospital bed, Xie Wanshan sighed in relief upon seeing his son awake, but a wave of helplessness surged within him. Father, I have been schemed against, Xie Tingjun murmured. I am aware, Xie Wanshan replied. They employed open tactics. Your skills were insufficient, leaving you with no choice but to concede. Xie Tingjun clenched his teeth and declared, No, I refuse to accept defeat. Father, I seek vengeance. I want to trample Su Qingchuan beneath my feet. Xie Wanshan replied coolly, And how will you exact this vengeance? Can you bear the losses of over 1 billion? Xie Tingjun paused, astonished. Over 1 billion? Isn't the penalty only a few million? Naively optimistic, Xie Wanshan scolded. The municipal leaders are furious over this matter. How could a mere few million appease them? The penalty is 40 million, not a penny less. Otherwise, all the assets under the Xie family name will face liquidation. That is too extreme, Xie Tingjun exclaimed. You are the one who handed them the knife. Do not blame others for their ruthlessness, Xie Wanshan said. I have already purchased your plane ticket. You must leave tonight. Where can I go? Xie Tingjun asked, bewildered. Xiangjiang, Xie Wanshan remarked. To seek vengeance, one must address the root of the issue. The Guo family does not wield absolute power in Xiangjiang. There are numerous clans that surpass them. Xie Tingjun lowered his head. I understand. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the inability to learn from it. The first half of your life has been too smooth, leading you to underestimate the prowess of others. I hope these two failures will enlighten you on the truth that there are always greater mountains beyond the hills. Xia Wanshan patted his son's shoulder. Put forth your best effort, and do not let me down again. With that, he exited the hospital room. Xia Tingjun's fists gradually clenched, his nails digging into his flesh. Su Qingchuan, Qizhenfan. Wait until I return from Xiangjiang. Your demise shall be at hand. Chapter 60. Pre-sale. The news of the failed auction of the Xia family soon spread throughout the business circles of Chuan province. Most people wore expressions of schadenfreude, while the Xia family's partners appeared as mournful as if they had lost a dear relative. The Xia family was gravely weakened, and it was highly probable that the substantial debts owed to them would remain unrecoverable. The Xia family's downfall was closely linked to their long-standing business practices. Their dealings were characterized by ruthlessness. Many individuals who had previously collaborated with the Xia family vowed never to engage with them again. Consequently, the Xia family had made many enemies, and now that they were in decline, these individuals were eager to exacerbate their misfortunes. However, Su Qingchuan had little concern for the future of the Xia family. In his eyes, they were already fading into irrelevance and posed no threat. His primary focus was on recovering the financial losses sustained by the Guo family in the stock market. At the International Hotel, in the presidential suite, Guo Binxiang hosted Su Qingchuan. Their interaction was devoid of unnecessary pretense. After a brief handshake, they delved straight into business matters. Young man, I will be departing for Xiangjiang tomorrow. The affairs of Chuan province will be handled by the regional manager, and the Qi family will liaise with him on related matters. Guo Binxiang stated. Su Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. Mr. Guo, does this imply that you are willing to collaborate with us? Guo Binxiang replied calmly. The development rights are in your hands. If I do not cooperate with you, then with whom shall I work? You seem well informed, Mr. Guo, Su Qingchuan remarked. This morning, the municipal government sent representatives to visit Qizhenfan, implicitly suggesting that he acquire the land in the southern part of the city. Qizhenfan, a shrewd individual, understood their intentions clearly, but was only willing to pay 60 million. 200 million was out of the question. After urgent negotiations, the municipal government eventually agreed to this proposal. As Su Qingchuan arrived at the International Hotel's entrance, he received a call from Qizhenfan relaying this information. To his surprise, Guo Binxiang was also privy to such news. We are outsiders, so we must exercise greater caution, Guo Binxiang candidly acknowledged. Young man, it is now your turn. Su Qingchuan replied, Mr. Guo, Soros and his associates have taken away vast wealth, leaving behind a ravaged Xiangjiang. However, I see this as a land of opportunity. Countless small and medium-sized enterprises have gone bankrupt, and what they leave behind is highly valuable. Are you referring to the land? Guo Binxiang inquired. Indeed. This is the opportune moment to enter the market, Su Qingchuan affirmed. Guo Binxiang expressed his disappointment, stating that if Su Qingchuan's advice was merely superficial, it was of no real value. Even the cheapest land requires investment, he remarked. Moreover, the land in Xiangjiang is a completely different concept from that in the mainland. You understand this, do you not? Su Qingchuan smiled and replied, I am well aware. I have a method to effectively circumvent the financial issues. Oh, please, enlighten me. Pre-sale. Pre-sale? Guo Binxiang echoed. Su Qingchuan explained, after acquiring the land. We can immediately commence sales. Buyers need only pay a deposit of 20 to 30% to secure a property, with the only cost being a wait of several years before taking possession. The deposits received can then be used to purchase additional land, thereby perpetuating this model. Mr. Guo, as a master of financial leverage, I trust you require no further elaboration on the specifics. The pre-sale strategy was initially devised by Li Jiaqing after the millennium, later adopted and modified by real estate developers in the mainland, which led to a plethora of unfinished buildings that ultimately required government intervention to manage. Guo Binxiang, at the very least, was a conscientious developer. Even if he engaged in pre-sales, he would not exploit them as Li Jiaqing had done, leaving others in a lurch after profiting. I admire your strategy, Su Xiaoyu, Guo Binxiang said, addressing him with newfound respect. Pre-sale, a brilliant idea, Su Qingchuan remarked. There is another rather ingenious approach. The Guo family could apply for a loan from the bank. I suspect no bank in Xiangjiang would refuse a loan to the Guo family. With bank funds to acquire land, and using buyers' funds to purchase even more land, this cycle could allow the Guo family to amass a significant portion of Xiangjiang's territory. Upon hearing this, Guo Binxiang sighed. As they say, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. I am greatly impressed by your vision, Su Xiaoyu. Should this endeavor succeed, you will be a great benefactor to the Guo family. Su Qingchuan replied, Mr. Guo, please do not say so, we are partners. Guo Binxiang laughed heartily. Indeed, we are partners. Should you visit Xiangjiang in the future, do not forget to come to my home as a guest. Su Qingchuan scratched his head and said, Mr. Guo, I do have a small favor to ask of you. Speak freely, Guo Binxiang encouraged. My girlfriend is studying at Xiangjiang University of Science and Technology, and I hope you can arrange for 2 bodyguards to protect her around the clock, Su Qingchuan requested. Certainly, I will ensure that your beloved is provided with the finest bodyguards in Xiangjiang, guaranteeing her safety, Guo Binxiang assured him. Su Qingchuan performed a respectful bow. Thank you, Mr. Guo. Once these matters were settled, Su Qingchuan officially embarked on his university journey. Though his previous life as a student had been akin to that of an ascetic, it bore a glimmer of brightness. This brightness being his girlfriend from university, Yi Jiaxuan. Su Qingchuan once believed he would walk hand in hand with Yi Jiaxuan to the end, yet he was unprepared for her abrupt disappearance on graduation day. He searched frantically, but found nothing. Su Qingchuan could accept a breakup. What he could not comprehend was the absence of any explanation. To vanish without a word seemed utterly unreasonable. Yi Jiaxuan's departure closed off Su Qingchuan's heart entirely. He lost interest in women and became consumed by the pursuit of wealth, transforming into a brooding figure, ultimately leading to a tragic downfall where he was thrown from a high building. Had fate not granted him a second chance, Su Qingchuan's life would have been defined solely by failure. Now, returning to the university campus, Su Qingchuan pondered a singular question. Should he continue to seek out Yi Jiaxuan? They met during an open class, and their acquaintance gradually blossomed into a romantic relationship. Student Su, are you truly unwell? You appear to be bursting with vitality, inquired the director of the political education office, tapping the desk lightly. Su Qingchuan, regaining his composure, continued to weave his tale with calmness. Director, I genuinely suffer from congenital arrhythmia. The doctor has advised me against engaging in strenuous activities. Therefore, I am unable to participate in military training. The director cast another glance at the medical report, struggling to reconcile the notion of arrhythmia with the vibrant individual before him, yet the document was indeed authentic. Ultimately, the director acquiesced to Su Qingchuan's request, permitting him to abstain from military training. Though he was not inclined to let Su Qingchuan off so easily, assigning him an alternative task, the Blackboard Bulletin. Chapter 61. The prototype emerges if circumstances permitted. Su Qingchuan would truly relish the experience of university life. His previous academic years were marked by an austere existence, akin to that of an ascetic. However, Su Qingchuan could scarcely indulge in leisure, as after a few days of creating blackboard newspapers at school, he received a call from Zhu Mingda, informing him that the first prototype of Feida's DVD player had been completed and inquiring whether he had time to return and take a look. This was an opportunity he could not miss. Su Qingchuan hurried to request leave from the director of the political education office, but the response was a firm refusal. Having already evaded military training, how could he dare to ask for leave again? Was a freshman supposed to act so presumptuously? Left with no choice, Su Qingchuan called Qi Zhenfan to see if he had connections to procure a leave of absence. Fortunately, Qi Zhenfan had a good relationship with the president of the University of Finance, and, with a mere phone call, resolved the matter. Next, Su Qingchuan contacted Gu Xingyang, requesting him to drive over and pick him up. While awaiting Gu Xingyang, a call from Qi Jie came through. You're asking for leave just a few days into the semester? Has something happened? The first prototype of the DVD player has been completed. I'm hurrying back to take a look. I'll join you. Can you spare the time? I have quite a few matters to attend to with Qi Fan, but I can hitch a ride with you. All right, I'll be at the entrance of the University of Finance. Come find me. Half an hour later, Qi Jie arrived at the entrance of the University of Finance, and they proceeded to a nearby milk tea shop for a brief respite. In that era, milk tea was still a novelty. Only the provincial capital of Sichuan had the conditions to open such shops, and they must be located at the university's entrance, for the price of a cup of milk tea was roughly equivalent to a student's daily meal budget. Middle and high school students could not afford such indulgences, leaving only university students willing to spend on this treat. After enjoying a cup of milk tea, Gu Xingyang soon arrived at the entrance of the University of Finance. 2 hours later, Su Qingchuan and Qi Jie returned to the Feida Electronics Factory in Yayang Town, Anqing. To Su Qingchuan's surprise, he encountered Dong Binhai at the factory entrance. "Director Dong, what brings you here?" Su Qingchuan approached quickly after alighting from the vehicle, greeting him with a smile. Dong Binhai replied, "Manager Zhu informed me that your first DVD player has been completed. I happen to be handling some business in the Western District, so I thought I would stop by." He then acknowledged Qi Jia with a courteous nod. Su Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. He doubted that Dong Binhai's visit was merely coincidental and sensed some ulterior motive. However, there was little cause for concern as Dong Binhai was unlikely to harbor ill intentions towards Fada. "Xiao Su, 3 different brands of DVD players have already emerged at Ningdu Square. It seems your factory is lagging behind," Dong Binhai remarked. Su Qingchuan replied, "The assembly technology for DVD players is quite accessible. Those small factories along the coast can produce finished products within 2 to 3 months. However, these branded DVD players come with numerous issues and lack after-sales service. If consumers opt for these cheaper options, they will likely require repairs after only a few uses. So you're suggesting that sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood," Dong Binhai said. Su Qingchuan nodded, "Precisely. My vision for Fada Electronics has never been to be a mere assembly factory. I aim to establish Fada as a top-tier domestic brand, so the quality of our first product must be impeccable. Although we are somewhat behind schedule, I firmly believe that as long as the quality is assured, success is merely a matter of time." Dong Binhai cheerfully patted Su Qingchuan on the shoulder. "Xiao Su, you possess great ambition. Every conversation with you is enlightening." "Director Dong, you flatter me," Su Qingchuan humbly replied. As they conversed, the group ascended to the second floor of the factory's office building, where the prototype was displayed on a table, lacking even an outer shell. Upon seeing the prototype, Su Qingchuan felt a pang of disappointment. Would this contraption even function? Zhu Kuan, the chief engineer of the technical department, was responsible for presenting the prototype. As Zhu Kuan elaborated, Su Qingchuan's confidence gradually began to build. Despite its unappealing appearance, this prototype was the most competitive DVD player on the market. It was more stable than both the venerable Wanyan and the emerging Samsung. In their race for market share, Samsung hastily copied Wanyan Group's technology and, instead of utilizing the more stable second-generation decoding chip, opted for the problematic first generation, all in a bid to seize the DVD player market swiftly, intending to improve quality gradually once they captured sufficient market share. Compared to Wanyan, ordinary consumers were more inclined to trust a prestigious international brand like Samsung. In the 1990s, the consumer mindset in China was still somewhat enamored with foreign products, believing that they were superior to domestic offerings. Consequently, upon the launch of Samsung's first DVD player, its sales swiftly outpaced Wanyan, establishing it as the best-selling DVD player brand in the country. Zhu Kuan employed a plethora of technical jargon, leaving Dong Binhai and Qi Jia momentarily bewildered, as they lacked understanding of DVD player manufacturing technology. However, Su Qingchuan comprehended everything clearly. Once Zhu Kuan concluded his presentation, Su Qingchuan turned to Dong Binhai and inquired, "Director Dong, may I now know the true purpose of your visit to Fada?" With a smile, Dong Binhai replied, "You truly are hard to deceive. Before I answer your question, you must first inform me of the scale Fada aims to achieve." Su Qingchuan spread his fingers and stated, "Director Dong, the initial investment for Fada amounts to 5 million. I will continue to inject capital, and by the end of this year, the investment will exceed 20 million. Such a substantial amount? Dong Binhai furrowed his brow. "I have consulted with several individuals, and they agree that DVD players will become the mainstream player, surpassing VCRs, but the process will be lengthy, approximately 3 to 4 years. Yet you are making such a significant investment from the outset. Do you have such confidence in the DVD player market?" Su Qingchuan replied, "That analysis is overly conservative. Let me put it this way, by next year, the DVD player market will surpass that of VCRs." "Are you serious?" Dong Binhai asked. Su Qingchuan nodded emphatically, "Absolutely serious." Dong Binhai exhaled quietly, saying, "Well, with your assurance, I feel more at ease. Now I can reveal the purpose of my visit to Fada. Your company lies within the jurisdiction of the Southern District, yet Fada Electronics has set up shop in the Western District. Do you know how envious I am?" Su Qingchuan sensed that matters would not be so straightforward. A figure like Dong Binhai valued achievements above all, and with such a significant accomplishment now attributed to Qingxi District, he was naturally unwilling to concede. Thus, he traveled a considerable distance to explore potential remedies. "If Director Dong has any directives, please feel free to express them," Su Qingchuan stated. What Fei Dao can accomplish, we shall not refuse. That is precisely the sentiment I was hoping to hear. Dong Binhai replied. I would appreciate your support for the enterprises in Chengnan. While you acquire the core technology for your DVD players from abroad, perhaps you could consider local options for components like the machine casing and packaging. Dong Binhai revealed his ulterior motives with a glimmer of cunning. Su Qingchuan readily agreed. I will instruct the procurement department to prioritize enterprises from Chengnan when sourcing components. But there is one stipulation. The quality must be impeccable. Dong Binhai reassured him, rest assured, I will convene a meeting upon my return. Anyone who dares to supply Fei Dao with substandard products will find themselves expelled from Chengnan. Chapter 62. After receiving a satisfactory response, Dong Binhai quickly took his leave, and Qi Jia also needed to rush to Qifan Company to handle matters related to the silk reeling factory, following Dong Binhai. Su Qingchuan remained at the factory to continue discussions with Zhu Mingda and Zhou Kuan regarding the DVD player. Currently, Fei Dao Electronics, if operating at full capacity, could easily produce around 2,000 DVD players per month. However, the initial investment had already been exhausted, leaving the factory in a precarious position. Su Qingchuan was indifferent to these concerns. His goal was straightforward, to ascend to the pinnacle of the DVD manufacturing industry from the very beginning, thereby distancing himself from other manufacturers. Thus, he was willing to invest liberally, and he had already devised a comprehensive promotional plan in his mind. Once the first batch of products was launched, it would mark the true rise of Fei Dao Electronics. He intended to summon Song Wenli to transfer several million from her account to the factory, as he had other plans for the remaining 3 million. Upon leaving the factory, Su Qingchuan headed directly to the hospital. His family was present, yet they did not expect his return at this hour. Wasn't he supposed to be at school? Brother, why are you back? Su Qingxian asked, blinking her large, watery eyes in curiosity. Su Qingchuan replied, I came back to handle some matters. How are you feeling? Su Qingxian responded, the doctor said they have found a suitable bone marrow match for me, and I can undergo the surgery in a month. Su Qingchuan's face lit up with joy. Really? Su Qingxian nodded. Excitedly pacing the hospital room, Su Qingchuan exclaimed, that's wonderful. For this month, you must strictly follow the doctor's advice to take care of your health, understand? Don't worry about the money. I have plenty. As long as it can cure you, I can afford any expense. Su Qingxian felt deeply touched. You're the best, brother. Su Qingchuan sighed with relief and turned to his parents, saying, Dad, tomorrow I will transfer 1 million to the family. My sister's surgery is the most pressing matter, so don't hesitate to spend. He continued, there is another matter I need you and Mom to assist with. Su Xinjian had long ceased to doubt his son's ability to earn money. Hearing the figure of 1 million no longer elicited the same excitement. He remained calm and asked, what is it? I want to purchase 2 properties in Quanjing Alley, Su Qingchuan stated. Quanjing Alley? What is so great about buying houses there? Just because you have money doesn't mean you should spend it frivolously, Su Xinjian replied, somewhat exasperated. Father, the houses in Quanjing Alley are all ancient buildings with significant artistic value. Moreover, I have a premonition that Quanjing Alley is likely to undergo redevelopment soon, whether as a commercial district or a tourist attraction. The properties we acquire will appreciate in value. Consider it a proactive investment. Money sitting in the bank is of little use, and the interest is hardly worth mentioning, Su Qingchuan explained. Su Xinjian asked, where did you hear this information? I have my channels, Dad. There's no need for you to pry, Su Qingchuan replied. Remember to purchase under the name of Qingchuan Company, not personally. All right, tomorrow your mother and I will head to Quanjing Alley to take a look. If we find something suitable, we will buy it. I estimate the price of each property to be between 800,000 and 1 million. The final price will depend on your mother's negotiation skills. Su Qingchuan added with a smile. You little rascal, teasing your father now, Su Xinjian chuckled. After spending a day in Anqing, Su Qingchuan returned to school. Observing his classmates enduring military training under the scorching sun, he felt immensely relieved by his decision. University life was undoubtedly delightful, but military training was not part of that enjoyment. Wandering into the student union, he unexpectedly bumped into the chairperson of his department's student union, Xi Minglan. Where have you been? Xi Minglan asked, somewhat displeased. She had never encountered a freshman like Su Qingchuan, who seemed utterly unrestrained. Skipping military training was one thing, but he had even neglected tasks assigned by the student union. Even more shamelessly, he had taken leave. The period of new student enrollment was typically a busy time for the student union, and with Su Qingchuan absent, Xi Minglin found herself unable to find a replacement, forcing her to cover for him. This had even delayed her date with her boyfriend, so it was no wonder she was upset. Unaware of Xi Minglin's frustrations, Su Qingchuan remained remarkably calm in the face of her pointed inquiries. I took leave to go home. So what? So what? Do you know how much trouble your absence caused us? Xi Minglin retorted, exasperated. Su Qingchuan frowned slightly. As a freshman, how could I possibly have such influence? You really overestimate me. I don't want to argue with you. Immediately go to the auditorium and help set up the venue. Tonight's welcome party will have the school leaders present. If it goes awry, just wait for your punishment, Xi Minglin commanded. This was truly an unexpected misfortune, Su Qingchuan thought. Had he known, he would have stayed in Anqing a couple more days to avoid this hassle. Nevertheless, he proceeded to the auditorium. The welcome party was an annual tradition every autumn, serving to showcase what university life entailed to new students, provide them with a chance to unwind amidst military training, and demonstrate the school's strength, thereby enhancing the newcomer's sense of belonging. In his previous life, Su Qingchuan had no interest in attending welcome parties. After each day of military training, he worked part-time at the cafeteria to earn some money, leaving no time for leisure activities. However, in this life, he was determined to fully embrace the experience of university life, so attending the welcome party was a must. Arriving at the auditorium, he found it already bustling with activity. Balloons, banners, and promotional displays adorned the space, while members of the student union were making final preparations. Upon stating his purpose, someone handed him a work badge, instructing him to assist with costumes and organize the instruments backstage. This individual also revealed exciting news to Su Qingchuan. Tonight's welcome party would feature heavyweight guests. Su Qingchuan scoffed, unimpressed. It was likely just some third-rate celebrity looking to earn a bit of performance fee. With the work badge in hand, he made his way backstage, where the atmosphere starkly contrasted that of the front stage. It was a cacophony of noise, chaos, and disorder. Countless performers rushed about, changing costumes, applying makeup, and rehearsing lyrics, creating a scene of palpable tension. Su Qingchuan arrived at the area where the musical instruments were displayed, feigning a busy demeanor while, in truth, merely idling away the time. Approximately 40 minutes later, a sudden uproar erupted from outside, among which one voice pierced through the air like a sharp dagger, striking deep into Su Qingchuan's heart. He dashed out in haste and beheld that familiar silhouette. Chapter 63. Mad for her Qinshi. The girl who illuminated Su Qingchuan's life in his previous existence was also the one who departed just as he was on the brink of success. Qinshi left with unwavering determination, vanishing from Su Qingchuan's life without leaving a trace. Upon seeking answers from her parents, he learned that Qinshi had gone abroad to marry. Su Qingchuan refused to believe this, pleading with her parents for her contact information. Yet they remained obstinate, ultimately drawing the attention of the authorities. Shortly thereafter, Qinshi's parents moved away, clearly wishing to sever ties with Su Qingchuan. He succumbed to profound despair. The death of his sister had already left an indelible scar on his heart, and Qinshi's disappearance drove that wound deep into his very soul. He became unrestrained, bloodthirsty, and ultimately amassed countless enemies, leading to his tragic demise by falling from a building. After being reborn, Su Qingchuan exerted great restraint in not thinking of Qinshi, even during his financial prosperity, refraining from seeking her out. Yet fate is capricious. The more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Upon encountering Qinshi again, memories long buried surged forth like a deluge from the depths of an ancient well. Su Qingchuan felt a series of pangs in his chest, his breathing becoming labored. However, this pain swiftly transformed into fury, for someone was laying hands on Qinshi. Student, please do not be so indifferent. Is it too much to ask for your contact information? Do you know who I am? I'm sorry, I have no interest in knowing. Please show some respect. Ah, such a fiery spirit. I find myself quite fond of girls like you. Allow me to introduce myself. After hearing my name, you surely will not remain so aloof. I am not interested. Don't leave. As Qinshi attempted to depart, the self-satisfied man reached out to grasp her wrist. Yet, his hand was seized by another, inflicting excruciating pain, resulting in a dislocated joint. He emitted a wretched cry, stumbling backward while clutching his injured hand. With a cold gaze and a sinister demeanor, Su Qingchuan spoke in a voice that sent shivers down the spine. If you dare extend your claws again, I will make you regret it. The man, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, called out for help. Tiger, Strong, come quickly. I've been attacked. Two men rushed over. Young Master Li, what happened? Tiger exclaimed, noticing the drooping wrist of Li Xiao in astonishment. You've dislocated it? Of course. This scoundrel injured me. Deal with him. Li Xiao bellowed. Tiger and Strong clenched their fists, cracking ominously. How dare you lay hands on young Master Li? You must be seeking death. Qingchuan interjected. He was the one who harassed me first. You are utterly unreasonable. Qingchuan was taken aback. He had not expected Qingchuan to speak on his behalf. This feeling was one he had not experienced in a long while, instantly transporting him back to his previous life. Tiger remarked, young Master Li's interest in you is a blessing. Do not be ungrateful. Li Xiao cursed. Enough of your nonsense, attack. Tiger swung his fist. But Qingchuan swiftly dodged and seized a nearby stool, striking Tiger's head with force. Stunned, Tiger stumbled forward, and Qingchuan seized the opportunity to continue his assault. The principle of fighting is singular. Be ruthless. Only through overwhelming force can one subdue an opponent. Any hint of weakness invites a merciless onslaught. Dazed from the blows, Tiger forgot to retaliate, crouching on the ground and wailing. Strong, armed with an electric guitar, launched an attack on Qingchuan, striking him hard on the back. Yet, undeterred, Qingchuan retaliated by hurling the stool, which struck Strong in the face, shattering his nasal bone and unleashing a torrent of blood. From the onset of the confrontation to the incapacitation of both assailants, the entire affair unfolded in less than a minute, akin to a flash of lightning. Li Xiao and his two henchmen had lost their fighting spirit, yet Li Xiao continued to hurl insults, as if he were the one in a position of advantage. His arrogance hinted at a potentially formidable background, yet Qingchuan pondered and could not recall who Li Xiao truly was, suspecting his connections were not as strong as he claimed. Utter another word, and you shall lose the use of your other wrist, Qingchuan declared coldly. This warning caused Li Xiao to temper his bravado. Moments later, the student council president arrived backstage. Qingchuan, you have gone too far. How could you resort to violence? Shi Minglan shouted upon her arrival. Qingchuan cast her a glance, but remained silent. Sensing support, Li Xiao regained his confidence. Is this student of yours? This is unacceptable. Look at what he has done to my hand. I cannot perform tonight, and you shall compensate me for my emotional distress and medical expenses. Shi Minglan repeatedly apologized. I am deeply sorry. This was a mistake on our part, and I assure you I will provide a satisfactory resolution. Make him kneel and apologize. Li Xiao demanded, reveling in his perceived power. Shi Minglan frowned. While she held no affection for Qingchuan, forcing him to kneel was excessive. It was a blatant humiliation. An apology is acceptable, but kneeling is unnecessary. Refusing to kneel, are you? Then prepare for misfortune, Li Xiao sneered. Do you know who my father is? I will make you all pay dearly. Qingchuan chuckled coldly. Very well, I await your attempts. Shi Minglan reprimanded. Must you speak so much? The priority is to placate him, and we can address your transgressions later. Upon hearing this, Qingchuan interjected, Hello, senior. I am Qingchuan, a freshman from the finance department. The incident began when this person harassed me, and this classmate intervened on my behalf. Shi Minglan turned to Li Xiao. Is that so? Li Xiao, with a menacing glare, replied, And what if it is? Being noticed by me is her fortune. She ought to recognize that. Qingchuan's voice remained icy. If you utter such words again, I will ensure you live your life as a eunuch. Li Xiao instinctively tightened his legs. For Qingchuan would do anything, even resorting to violence when provoked. At this moment, the school authorities had also arrived at the scene. Li Xiao immediately began to feign sorrow, saying, Uncle Wei, please advocate on my behalf. Just look at my hands. See what has become of them. The Uncle Wei he referred to was none other than Wei Shuda, the director of the Political Education Office. Chapter 64. My performance, what happened? Wei Shuda inquired. This fellow dislocated my hand. I merely sought to request a contact number from that girl, and he resorted to such brutality. Such a student does not deserve to remain at Qaeda. He should be expelled immediately. Li Xiao, increasingly arrogant, was no longer satisfied with merely having Qingchuan kneel and beg for mercy. He aimed to have him expelled from Qaeda altogether. Wei Shuda, upon seeing Qingchuan, felt a surge of anxiety. Although he was merely a freshman, he was acquainted with Qingchuan, who had even spoken to the principal on his behalf, indicating a significant relationship between the two. Qingchuan might even be a distant relative. Li Xiao, oblivious to the predicament facing Wei Shuda, boasted from the sidelines. You better brace yourself for misfortune. Even if you kneel and plead with me now, it will be of no avail. You will certainly be expelled from Kai. De Su Qingchuan rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage with such a self-satisfied individual. Enough. Take them to the infirmary and tend to their injuries first, Wei Shuda commanded. Li Xiao was taken aback. Uncle Wei, you won't let him off the hook, will you? Wei Shuda regarded Su Qingchuan, contemplating for a moment before saying, apologize to him, and we shall consider this matter settled. What? Li Xiao erupted in fury. My hand is dislocated, and 2 of my friends are injured, and an apology is all that suffices? Wei Shuda, how can you be the director? You would protect such a troublemaker, and I will report you to the education committee. Just moments ago, you called me uncle, and now in your haste, you resort to my name. Wei Shuda's expression darkened as he addressed Li Xiao. Then go ahead and file your complaint. Li Xiao realized he had gone too far with his words and quickly retracted. Uncle Wei, I was just speaking out of turn. Please don't take it to heart. However, this guy cannot go unpunished. Look at my hand. It's in shambles. And zhuang, his nasal bone is fractured. We cannot indulge such violent behavior. How I manage my affairs does not require your guidance. After speaking, Wei Shuda turned to Su Qingchuan. Come with me. Li Xiao was left utterly dumbfounded, simultaneously realizing that Su Qingchuan was not an ordinary individual. Otherwise, Wei Shuda would not be so protective of him. Remaining any longer would only make him a laughingstock. With a fierce glare at Su Qingchuan's back, Li Xiao left with his 2 lackeys. You are a freshman. Can't you be more disciplined? Wei Shuda expressed his discontent. Were it not for President Qi's intervention, I would not have let you off the hook today. Su Qingchuan replied. Director, I was merely acting in defense of justice. That fellow was being inappropriate with a female classmate. As a member of Qaeda, how could I allow him to tarnish the school's reputation? Don't you agree, Director? Such sophistry is absurd, Wei Shuda retorted impatiently. This time, I will let it slide. If you dare cause trouble again, I will show no leniency. Su Qingchuan smiled. I will strive to be a model student. As Wei Shuda turned to depart, Su Qingchuan waved. Safe travels, Director. After bidding farewell to Wei Shuda, Su Qingchuan returned to the entrance of the changing room, where Chun Shi and Shi Menglin awaited. Upon seeing Su Qingchuan, Shi Menglin exclaimed, I have never encountered such a headstrong freshman. Now look, their band cannot perform, leaving a gap in the program. What do you suggest we do? Chun Shi interjected. Senior, please do not blame this classmate. If anything, it is my fault. What does that have to do with you? It's all because of this guy, who is impetuous and prone to trouble. Shi Menglin said through gritted teeth. Su Qingchuan replied, it's just a program. What is the big deal? If necessary, I can step in. You? Shi Menglin laughed in disbelief. Are you going to take the stage and just stand there? All you do is cause chaos. Su Qingchuan remarked. If you don't believe me, then I have nothing more to say. I'm leaving. Shi Menglin stomped her foot and scolded. You've created such a mess, and then just walk away. Do you have no shame? Su Qingchuan halted, looking at Shi Menglin with helplessness. I have already proposed a solution. You disagreed. So what more can I do? Shi Menglin glanced at her watch. Do you really sing? Should I request a live performance? Su Qingchuan responded. Shi Menglin's internal conflict began. After 3 minutes of silence, she finally spoke. Fine, I will trust you this once. But if you dare deceive me, I will not spare you. What song will you sing? And do you have a backing track prepared? Su Qingchuan replied. No need. I will accompany myself without any backing. Is that true? Shi Menglin was skeptical. This is a serious matter. Please don't mess around. Su Qingchuan chuckled. Senior, can you not have a bit more faith in your junior? Rest assured, I will not embarrass you. Shi Menglin bit her lip. All right, then hurry and prepare. I will inform the host about the program change. By the way, what is the name of the song you will sing? Su Qingchuan replied, The Ordinary Road. Shi Menglin pondered. Whose song is that? Su Qingchuan stated, It's an original. Shi Menglin's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Qingchuan reminded, Senior, time is of the essence. Shi Menglin finally snapped out of her shock, casting a meaningful glance at Su Qingchuan before turning to leave. After she departed, Su Qingchuan sighed in relief. This senior truly gave him a headache. In his previous life, he had heard of Shi Menglin's reputation, but at that time, he was preoccupied with studying and earning money, showing no interest in student council activities, thus limiting his knowledge of her to mere hearsay. Thank you. Chun Shi's voice pulled Su Qingchuan back to reality. Slowly turning, he gazed intently at Chun Shi's face, a visage that had captivated his thoughts for many years. Their reunion stirred a tumult of emotions within him, reminiscent of a river surging endlessly. Su Qingchuan's fervent gaze left Qingxi feeling somewhat flustered, her cheeks flushed with 2 shades of crimson. She quickly lowered her head and said, "Classmate, could you please stop looking at me like that?" Su Qingchuan closed his eyes and exhaled. "I apologize. I have been rude. I still have to prepare for my performance, so I shall take my leave. Goodbye." With that, he fled in haste. Watching Su Qingchuan's retreating figure, Qingxi muttered, "He truly is an odd person." Su Qingchuan sprinted to the restroom, desperately splashing cold water on his face. After a few minutes, his panicked emotions gradually settled. Qingxi's impact on him was, as always, formidable. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Su Qingchuan murmured, "Heaven, are you toying with me?" Chapter 65. I miss you. Shi Menglin paced anxiously backstage, increasingly feeling as though she had lost her sanity. How could she have allowed Su Qingchuan to take the stage? Goodness, what decisions had she made? Yet, the host had already completed the introduction, and Su Qingchuan was about to step onto the stage to commence his performance. This time, he even brought a piano into play, with her hands clasped in silent prayer. Shi Menglin hoped that Su Qingchuan would not make a fool of himself. Even if his singing was somewhat lackluster, it was imperative that he did not ruin the moment. Approaching the piano, Su Qingchuan placed his hands gently upon the keys and inhaled deeply. This song was dedicated to a girl. After a brief opening remark, his fingers danced across the keys, the melody rippling like a spring flowing through the grand auditorium. He sang, "Oh heavens! Cannot you see how much I love her? How could 2 people who are clearly in love be torn apart by you?" The moment Su Qingchuan's voice resonated, it astonished everyone in the auditorium, including Shi Menglin backstage. She could hardly believe that this seemingly carefree and unserious young man possessed such a remarkable vocal talent. When she learned he would be performing an original song, she anticipated something akin to a lackluster pop tune. However, the beauty of the song captivated her. The lyrics struck a chord deep within her, evoking memories of her former boyfriend. Oh heavens, please do not tell her in secret that in countless quiet nights, someone is thinking of her. At this point, tears welled in the eyes of several girls in the audience. Su Qingchuan's voice held a certain enchantment, piercing through the listeners' eardrums and reaching their hearts, transforming into a delicate feather that gently stirred each individual's emotions. In this era, a solo piano performance already carried significant weight, and when combined with singing, it exponentially heightened its allure, especially if the performer was also handsome. The girls in the audience whispered among themselves, eager to discover Su Qingchuan's identity. Qingxi, gazing at the radiant figure of Su Qingchuan on stage, suddenly felt as if the song were meant for her. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought. How could it be for her when they had only met once? This song was undoubtedly for the girl he held dear in his heart. She pondered who the fortunate recipient of such a perfect boyfriend could be. In the days to come, take good care of her. In my absence, do not let her be mistreated. Do not allow anyone to enter her heart, only to leave her. As he sang these lines, Su Qingchuan's voice grew thick with emotion. He recalled the days spent with Qingxi before his rebirth. She was the sole light in his dark world. In a sense, Qingxi was his salvation, the angel who kept the demons within him at bay. Yet, this angel ultimately departed without a word. Su Qingchuan could not fathom what he had done wrong to warrant her abrupt exit, leaving without even a farewell. His parents, who had once been so proud of him, had turned their backs in an instant. These questions coiled around him like a constrictor, ultimately consuming him. With the release of his inner nightmares, Su Qingchuan lost the very essence of his humanity. As the song concluded, tears streamed down his face. He turned to face the audience, and perhaps by some cosmic design, his gaze fell upon Qingxi amidst the crowd. "I miss you," he uttered, his voice trembling, before swiftly descending the stage. The auditorium fell into a profound silence, the audience still reeling from the emotional performance. It was not until the host took the stage that the audience reacted, erupting into applause and whistles. Su Qingchuan did not greet anyone. He left the school directly and made his way to a nearby bar. This establishment was familiar to him, having visited it only a handful of times, always in the company of Qingxi. His memories of the bar were primarily of its alluring proprietress. The name, dreamed back to the 80s, lingered in his mind even after all these years. Seated at the bar, he ordered a glass of whiskey. As the bar typically catered to regulars, Su Qingchuan stood out as a stranger, prompting the proprietress to pay him closer attention. "Would you like ice?" she inquired. Nodding in affirmation, He watched as she poured the drink herself. With a warm smile, she remarked, "You look a bit unwell. Have you experienced a heartbreak?" "Does looking unwell necessarily mean one has suffered a heartbreak?" he replied, taking a sip of his drink. "I have managed this place for 6 years and have seen many young souls like you. I understand this feeling. This drink is on me. After you finish, try to forget her," she advised. Qingchuan emptied his glass and pushed it back towards her, requesting, "Another one, please." "You might get drunk," she cautioned. "It would be unwise for a student to get intoxicated," he countered, producing 5 crisp 100 yuan bills and placing them on the bar, stating calmly, "Pour the drink." With a sigh, the proprietress filled his glass again. "Tell me, why would a girl who loved you deeply yesterday leave without a word today, without any means of contact? What could be the reason?" After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "Perhaps she has her own unspoken struggles." "Unspoken struggles?" Qingchuan scoffed bitterly. Even the gravest unspoken struggle does not warrant a complete lack of communication. Perhaps it is a struggle so immense that even words cannot bridge the gap. The closer two people are, the less they wish to hurt one another, preferring to bear the burden alone, she suggested. Qingchuan raised his glass and drank it in one go. She then poured him a glass of soda water. "All right, my young friend, life is still quite beautiful. Look forward," she said, placing 500 yuan into his hand. "Consider it my treat. Take this back with you." "Thank you. Speaking with you has lightened my heart," he replied. With a chuckle, she remarked, "I inadvertently played the role of a confidant." Qingchuan retrieved a 100 yuan note, placed it under his glass, and departed, stating, "I believe in compensating for my drinks." As she watched his retreating figure, the proprietress murmured softly, "What an intriguing young man he is." Qingchuan returned home, pulled up the quilt to cover his head, and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the following day, he found everything had returned to normalcy. In the subsequent fortnight, Qingchuan diligently reveled in his university life, refraining from seeking out Qinshi. Meanwhile, Xi Minglin persistently troubled him at intervals. Whether by requesting he write articles for the school newspaper or compelling him to attend to various trivial matters within the student council. She even concocted a particularly grandiose rationale, claiming that due to Qingchuan's earlier altercation, he needed to atone for his misdeeds through labor. Qingchuan opted to evade her as much as possible, addressing matters only when he could no longer avoid them. Soon, the National Day holiday arrived, bringing with it exhilarating news for Qingchuan. The Fada DVD player was ready for market launch. Chapter 66. Preparations for takeoff. Qingchuan sought out Xia Songtao. The marketing efforts for Fada still required the expertise of Shenlong, especially since both parties had previously established a certain understanding. If the marketing tasks were entrusted to another company, Xia Songtao would likely confront Qingchuan with ire. However, the entire marketing plan was crafted solely by Qingchuan. Shenlong, in essence, was merely an executor and did not participate in the planning process. Typically, agencies prefer not to deal with such clients, as professional matters ought to be handled by professionals. Often, proposals conceived by clients themselves tend to be rather lackluster. Yet, Qingchuan had already demonstrated his planning capabilities through tangible actions, which left Xia Songtao with no objections. In fact, he eagerly anticipated Qingchuan personally overseeing the entire promotional strategy, looking forward to the innovative ideas he might produce. Upon handing the proposal to Xia Songtao, the latter's eyes sparkled after perusing just a couple of pages. This plan surpassed the previous one from Ericsson and was brimming with audacity. "I truly wish I could recruit you to our company," Xia Songtao remarked. "You give me the impression that with you, peace could be secured." Qingchuan chuckled. "You flatter me, General Xia." "No, if this proposal were devised by one of our employees, I would immediately promote him to vice president," Xia Songtao asserted. "In 3 days, prepare for your name to resonate throughout the land." 3 days swiftly passed. Qingchuan drove to the airport to welcome an important figure, Qingchuan. As previously mentioned, Qingchuan was certain to return on the day Fada's DVD player made its debut. Although they had been apart for just over a month, Qingchuan's longing for Qingchuan had become overwhelming. Her naturally shy disposition led her to embrace him right there at the airport. "I missed you so much," she whispered in his ear. "I missed you too," Qingchuan replied. Satisfied, Qingchuan stepped away from his embrace. The two strolled hand in hand to the car, where Qingchuan opened the door for her. Their vehicle soon arrived at the venue for the promotional event, the Jinjiang International Hotel. The hotel's exterior was draped in a layer of red cloth. lending an air of mystery that piqued the curiosity of passers-by regarding what lay beneath. Qingchuan inquired, "Is this your advertising preparation?" Qingchuan, taken aback, responded, "Quite perceptive of you." Qingchuan shot him a glance. "Do you really think so little of my intelligence?" Qingchuan grasped her hand, assuring her, "Of course not. You are the brightest in my eyes." Upon entering the hotel, Qi Jie and Xia Songtao were already waiting in the lobby. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone took the elevator to the top floor. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they could see the side wall of the adjacent building, also concealed beneath red cloth, echoing the hotel's wall advertisement. As darkness fell, the surrounding advertising lights illuminated, directed at the two walls. Light filtered through the crimson curtain, revealing a vague rectangular shape behind it, along with two large characters, though their exact nature remained indecipherable. Not only were the curious citizens observing, but Qingchuan too was fixated on the red curtain. "Is that Feida's advertisement?" Qingchuan asked. Qingchuan nodded. "Yes, but I seem to have overlooked one detail." "What did you overlook?" Qingchuan asked curiously. "I should have hired a spokesperson," Qingchuan suggested, glancing at her. "I think you would be perfect." "Forget it. I don't want to face the camera," Qingchuan giggled. "But you do have a point. During my time in Xinjiang, I noticed many companies hire major celebrities as spokespeople, and their sales are quite impressive." Qingchuan sighed. "Once this promotional event concludes, I shall find a spokesperson." "Brother, Xinjian," a voice suddenly called from behind. Qingchuan and Qingjian turned to see Qingqian running towards them, embracing her sister. The entire Su family had gathered today. Qingjian and Su Wei beamed with pride as they watched their son shine amidst the crowd. They had never imagined their son would radiate such brilliance. Qingchuan approached, saying, "Dad, Mom, I hope the journey here wasn't too exhausting." Qingjian shook his head. "We had a special vehicle to bring us. How could we be tired?" "Son, you have grown and matured. I am proud of you." Su Wei added, "Your mother is proud of you too." Qingchuan smiled. "It might be a tad early for pride, but I will ensure you have even more reason to be proud in the future." After chatting with Qingjian, Qingqian leaped onto Qingchuan's back, giggling uncontrollably. "All right, stop teasing your brother and get down," Su Wei said. Qingqian whined. "No, I want my brother to carry me." Qingchuan replied, "Very well, I shall carry you on stage for the speech." Qingqian laughed and quickly jumped down. "Brother, you are so annoying." Qingchuan gently ruffled her hair, asking softly, "You are about to undergo surgery. Are you scared?" Qingqian tilted her little face up. "Not scared, but I have a small request. Can you accompany me to the hospital when I have my surgery?" Qingchuan pinched her cheek. "Of course, I will be there with you." "I knew you were the best brother," Qingqian beamed. At that moment, Xia Songtao and Qi Jie approached, and Qingchuan introduced them to his parents. Qingjian could hardly believe he was conversing with the daughter of a tycoon and a wealthy individual worth billions. Xia Songtao said, "Little Su, could you come with me for a moment?" Qingchuan nodded, "Sure. Sister Qi, please take care of my family." "Go ahead, I'll look after them," Qi Jie replied. Following Xia Songtao to another side of the banquet hall, an Asian man and a Caucasian man were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Xia Songtao, they immediately ceased their dialogue and greeted him. "Allow me to introduce," Xia Songtao began. "This is Mr. Tong Bingjian, General Manager of Philips Component Division in China. And this is Mr. Henry, the head of SCAVA in the Asia-Pacific region. Standing beside me is the founder of Feida Electronics, Mr. Qingchuan." After hearing Xia Songtao's introductions, Qingchuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the other party would have such influence, managing to invite leaders from both Philips and SCAVA. It was undoubtedly due to Xia Songtao's prestige. Qingchuan shook hands with the two, saying, "Welcome to Feida's product launch. I assure you, tonight's presentation will not disappoint." Chapter 67. All our deceptions. Sagabai provided the decoding chip, while Philips supplied the optical pickup mechanism. Both are indispensable core components of a DVD player. From this perspective, Tong Bingjian and Henry could be seen as the architects of Feida's fate. However, Qingchuan believed that it would not be long before the dynamics of their relationship would shift. In just a month, Dai's chip would be ready for production, and by then, Feida would no longer need to cater to Sagabai's whims. Similarly, the difficulty of producing the mechanism was not insurmountable. With sufficient investment, Feida could certainly develop its own molds for the mechanism. Of course, at this stage, it was still essential to act according to the wishes of these two individuals, ensuring they remained oblivious to Feida's intent to liberate itself from their influence. Otherwise, a supply chain blockade could prove disastrous for Feida. Having encountered numerous influential figures in his previous life, and being a notable figure himself, Su Qingchuan found managing such situations to be effortless. Both Tong Bingjian and Henry were taken aback by Su Qingchuan's performance, which exceeded their expectations. More importantly, while Su Qingchuan communicated with Henry in English, Tong Bingjian spoke in Cantonese. As a native of the two Guang provinces, Tong Bingjian struggled with Mandarin, and conversing in Cantonese with Su Qingchuan made him feel much more at ease. Su Qingchuan's remarkable linguistic talent also astonished Xia Songtao, who wondered how many secrets this individual was concealing. After a casual conversation lasting over 10 minutes, Xia Songyun, the marketing director of Shenglong Group, announced from the podium that the launch event for Feida's new product was officially underway. Su Qingchuan politely bid farewell to the two industry magnates, adjusted his attire, and strode confidently towards the podium. Su Qingxian clenched her small fist and whispered words of encouragement that only she could hear. "Brother, go for it." Upon reaching the podium and gazing at the eager faces below, Su Qingchuan felt remarkably composed and at ease, having experienced such scenes countless times before. "Hello everyone, I am Su Qingchuan from Feida Electronics. Firstly, on behalf of Feida Electronics, I extend the warmest welcome and sincerest gratitude for your presence. However, I must inform you that tonight's star is not me, but..." As he spoke, Su Qingchuan raised his hand and gestured towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Please look over there." The lights in the banquet hall dimmed instantly, further accentuating the brilliance of the lights outside. A red curtain fell, and dozens of bright white beams illuminated the advertisement wall. This air of mystery was finally unveiled at this moment. The Feida DVD player. The combined rental cost of the two advertising walls approached 2 million, yet Su Qingchuan unhesitatingly secured them, determined to ensure that every passerby would experience the visual impact of the Feida DVD player. To amplify this impact, the entire advertisement focused solely on the Feida DVD player, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Looking up, the entire DVD player would fill every viewer's gaze, undeniably breathtaking. The media present began to snap photos frantically, their flashes harmonizing with the external light beams, further showcasing the grandeur of the Feida DVD player. Tong Bingjian raised an eyebrow as he glanced outside, feeling in that moment that Feida Electronics was destined for greatness. After all, this was merely a product launch, yet Feida dared to create such a spectacle. Having attended numerous product launches for various DVD brands, Tong Bingjian noted that Feida's momentum was unparalleled. Henry, standing beside him, shared a similar sentiment. Once the media's photo session concluded, Su Qingchuan cleared his throat twice, redirecting everyone's attention back to the podium. 2 years ago, the first DVD player emerged in our country, and today, 2 years later, the DVD player has become the most mainstream player in the market. Feida Electronics has established a high level of trust with Shenglong Group, which will be responsible for promoting Feida Electronics throughout the entire Southwest region. Su Qingchuan spoke for approximately 3 to 4 minutes, concluding his speech, as the guests present were not particularly interested in listening to an individual speak at length. Moreover, excessive verbosity might overshadow the true star of the evening, the DVD player, rather than himself, Su Qingchuan. Following the speech, several of Feida Electronics executives brought the DVD player to the display stage. This time, Feida Electronics launched only one model of the DVD player, but offered it in 3 colors: vibrant red, deep black, and silver white. The red DVD player, possessing the most visual impact, took center stage in the demonstration. However, the audience seemed less interested in the content of the films and more captivated by the 3 DVD players on display. Zhu Mingda and Zhuo Kuan were stationed nearby, responsible for providing explanations. Su Qingchuan adjusted his tie and loosened the top button of his shirt, making his way to the banquet area to grab a glass of champagne, which he downed in one go. Xia Songtao approached with his own glass, smiling as he said, "Here's to Feida Electronics, soaring to great heights." Su Qingchuan's earlier composure on stage once again astonished Xia Songtao. That level of poise was something even he could not guarantee for himself, especially considering Su Qingchuan was merely a freshman in college. This was what they called talent, a born businessman, the kind that fortune favors. Su Qingchuan smiled and replied, "There is no need for such formality, General Manager Xia." Just then, Tong Bingjian approached, offering his congratulations as well. Feida Electronics displays remarkable ambition. This is the most substantial endeavor I have witnessed from a domestic manufacturer. Today's promotional event can only be described as perfect. Congratulations. Su Qingchuan responded, "Thank you, Mr. Tong, for your confidence in Feda. We are merely a new brand entering the market, starting from zero in terms of market influence and share. Therefore, we would greatly appreciate your continued support." This statement was, in fact, Su Qingchuan's way of laying groundwork for future collaboration. He believed that all individuals involved in the DVD player industry, even high-ranking executives like Tong Bingjian, had yet to realize the formidable market share the DVD player industry would command in the future. Su Qingchuan intended to leverage this foresight to secure supply contracts with major suppliers ahead of time. While the research and development of decoding chips posed more challenges than that of mechanisms, the production process was relatively straightforward. The patented technology of the mechanism was not particularly advanced, yet it involved a production process more intricate than that of decoding chips. From this perspective, Philips effectively held the domestic DVD player manufacturers in a chokehold. Should Philips fail to supply their mechanisms, the DVD player market would inevitably grind to a halt. Last month, Philips' production of core components was approximately 50,000 sets, the majority of which were supplied to Samsung and Huanyan, while Feda Electronics purchased only around 2,000 sets. This procurement order certainly failed to capture Tong Bingjian's attention. His presence today was solely to honor Xia Songtao. Upon hearing Su Qingchuan's remarks, Tong Bingjian suddenly felt as though he had been ensnared in a trap. Chapter 68. Su Qingchuan's determination. Philips is most eager to collaborate with promising manufacturers, and I perceive such potential in Feda. Tong Bingjian, however, is quite cunning and refrains from making any definitive statements. He wishes to wait for Su Qingchuan to reveal his true intentions before making a decision. How could Su Qingchuan be unaware of Tong Bingjian's thoughts? He smiled faintly and remarked, "Today's launch event is merely a small step for Feda. Soon we will expand our market from the southwest region to the entire country. The 4 major super first-tier cities and 16 first-tier cities will all showcase Feda's products." In 1994, the term super first-tier had yet to be coined, and Su Qingchuan's introduction of this concept piqued Tong Bingjian's curiosity. "Which 4 cities does Mr. Su refer to?" Su Qingchuan replied, "Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. These cities represent the pinnacle of the domestic economy, and they will become the next targets for Feda's conquest, and it will not take long. Mr. Tong will witness it as soon as tomorrow." Tong Bingjian could not entirely trust Su Qingchuan's words. Such audacity in market promotion was beyond even Samsung's capabilities. How could a fledgling manufacturer possess such boldness? Even if they did, where would the funds come from? Market promotion is a voracious beast. If the scale becomes too large and product supply cannot keep up, the inevitable outcome is a break in the capital chain. At this moment, Tong Bingjian felt that this young man was somewhat too boastful. Indeed, Feda's presentation tonight was impressive, but such arrogance seemed unwarranted. Su Qingchuan had been observing Tong Bingjian's expressions and noted a hint of disdain in his eyes. He said, "Mr. Tong, currently, the only manufacturer in the country utilizing second-generation decoding chips is Feda. All other manufacturers are using the first-generation chips from SIGUP. Do you know what this implies?" Tong Bingjian raised an eyebrow. Su Qingchuan's meaning was unmistakable. He was showcasing Feda's research and development capabilities. Decoding chips differ from core components. They cannot simply be purchased and used directly. A specialized program must be written, which requires a high level of expertise. Other domestic manufacturers, in their haste to seize market share, did not invest the necessary time to develop their own programs and opted for the first-generation chips along with their accompanying programs. While this approach may hasten market capture, it also sows numerous quality risks. In the coming months, the repair rate for DVD players would soar to 70%. All due to issues with the decoding chips. The first-generation chips are simply not stable enough. From the outset, Su Qingchuan had insisted that Zhuokuan and his team utilize second-generation chips, and the team at Day was also working tirelessly to design them. Since Feda entered the market, it had already distanced itself from other manufacturers. Feda's research and development capabilities are indeed commendable, Tong Bingjian remarked vaguely. Su Qingchuan continued, "Philips' core components are powerful. Pairing them with first-generation chips would result in significant waste, while the second-generation chips can achieve a harmonious coexistence with the core components. The better our machines sell, the more we can demonstrate the strength of Philips' core components, a notion that you must agree with, Mr. Tong." Tong Bingjian nodded in agreement. Mr. Su, are you implying that you wish to establish Fada as the leading brand of DVD players in the country? Su Qingchuan queried. Do you believe Fada lacks that capability? Tong Bingjian hesitated, his smile replacing the unfinished thought. I am aware of your concerns, Mr. Tong. I would like to share with you that from now until February of next year, a total of 6 months, Fada will procure 150,000 core components from Philips, Su Qingchuan stated calmly. This figure astonished both Tong Bingjian and Xia Songtao, who had been listening attentively. How many? Xia Songtao exclaimed, his voice altered. Su Qingchuan replied, 150,000 sets. Fada's production capacity can increase to such an extent in a short time? Little Su. One must not rush in business, especially in the technology sector, where one must proceed steadily. Currently, Fada's monthly production is only a bit over 2,000 units. To break through to 150,000 in 6 months is truly daunting. Xia Songtao expressed genuine concern for Su Qingchuan. Were it another partner, he would not have cared about their fate. Tong Bingjian's expression shifted slightly. He felt there was no longer any need to continue the conversation with Su Qingchuan. He had initially held high hopes for Fada's prospects, but now it seemed rather unremarkable. 150,000 sets. Even Samsung would hesitate to procure such a quantity. Mr. Su, if Fada possesses the capacity to expand the market, our supply of core components will naturally keep pace. However, discussing specific numbers at this stage seems somewhat premature. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Tong Bingjian stated, eager to depart. Mr. Tong, please hold on, Su Qingchuan interjected, then called out to Feng Yu in the crowd, Sister Feng, come here for a moment. Feng Yu, currently in charge of Fada's finances, promptly approached upon hearing Su Qingchuan's summons. Young Master Su, what can I do for you? Su Qingchuan inquired, how much money remains in Fada's account? Feng Yu replied, approximately 5 million. Why do you ask? Su Qingchuan instructed, transfer 3 million to Philip's account immediately. Tong Bingjian furrowed his brow. What is the meaning of this action, Mr. Su? Su Qingchuan explained, the 3 million is a deposit. I genuinely intend to order 150,000 sets of core components, and am not jesting with you. If you are concerned that we may act as second-hand dealers, we can stipulate in the procurement contract that if the core components sold to Fada appear in machines from other manufacturers, the procurement will be immediately terminated, and a penalty of 10 times the breach of contract will be enforced. Tong Bingjian clasped his hands behind his back, his fingers rubbing together, a small gesture he made when deep in thought. Su Qingchuan was in no rush, leisurely awaiting Tong Bingjian's response. It seems Mr. Su is quite optimistic about the DVD player market, Tong Bingjian remarked. Su Qingchuan nodded affirmatively. Very well, I shall sign this contract, Tong Bingjian conceded. I have a flight tomorrow afternoon. Let us meet at the hotel in the morning to sign the contract. Su Qingchuan exhaled in relief. Had Tong Bingjian rejected this request, he would have truly faced a headache. After all, in a few months, as the DVD player market surged, Philips core components would become the focal point of competition among major manufacturers. Signing the contract in advance would position Fada favorably in the race for market share. Tong Bingjian bid farewell and departed. This time Su Qingchuan did not attempt to retain him, instructing the staff to see him out. Henry spent the entire evening anticipating a discussion with Su Qingchuan regarding the contract, yet it seemed that Su Qingchuan had no such intentions. Engaging him instead in conversations about the local customs and various delicacies of the homeland. Henry felt quite vexed, yet was powerless to change the situation. If the other party was unwilling to sign the contract, he certainly could not forcefully deliver the chips to their factory. Could it be that they intended to produce their own chips? Henry shook his head, dismissing this notion. Currently, all the technological enterprises in Huaxia combined might not be capable of manufacturing chips. How could a small factory like Fada possess such capability? If Su Qingchuan were to learn of Henry's thoughts, he would surely burst into laughter. Although Fada currently lacks the capacity to research chips, Dai certainly can. In a month's time, Henry would likely be lamenting in frustration. Chapter 69. Collective regret. In the end, Hung Li could not attain his desires and departed after lingering for over an hour. Su Qingchuan, however, was unperturbed by the prospect of Sagabai undermining him, as the decoding boards he had procured were sufficient to meet the production demands for the forthcoming month. Once Dai's chips were available, he could completely extricate himself from Sagabai's influence. Thus, his demeanor towards Hung Li was notably indifferent. After Hung Li and Tong Bingjian took their leave, Su Qingchuan shifted his focus to other distributors, all of whom had been recruited by Xia Songtao. This was precisely why Qingchuan had entrusted the agency rights to Shenglong, as Xia Songtao's reputation held substantial weight. Even if he had sought out Qi Jinfan, the outcome would not have been superior, for each field boasts its own expertise, and Shenglong Group specialized in distribution. Xia Songtao had merely introduced a few prominent distributors, and the average ones did not require formal introductions to Qingchuan. The distributors present were visibly disgruntled by the demands put forth by Feida that evening. How audacious for a fledgling enterprise to boldly request that distributors pay upfront before receiving goods. Where did they find the audacity? Those distributors with less substantial resources chose to depart midway through the soiree. Qingchuan observed this, yet did not intervene, as it served as a means of selection. Those lacking the patience to remain until the end were unworthy of representing Feida's DVD players. Moreover, he was confident that Feida's DVD player would emerge as the market leader, and those who missed this opportunity would inevitably lament their decision and arrive with cash in hand, seeking agency rights. The remaining distributors, constrained by Xia Songtao's influence, did not regard Qingchuan with significant respect. Xia Songtao guided Qingchuan to a corner where the distributors congregated, making introductions one by one. Their interest appeared rather tepid. Qingchuan was unfazed, engaging in casual conversation with the distributors, anticipating a potential shift in dynamics. Among the crowd was a middle-aged man named Lu Siyuan, the purchasing department director of the Rongqing Home Appliance Trading Center, currently the largest venue for home appliance sales in Rongqing and the preferred choice for local consumers. Out of respect for Xia Songtao, Lu Siyuan reluctantly agreed to prepay for 40 DVD players from Feida, placing them in the far corner of the trading center. All promotional efforts were orchestrated by Feida, with the trading center providing no assistance. Lu Siyuan believed that these 40 DVD players would sell a mere 1 or 2 at most, given that Feida's pricing was set at $3,499, only 200 less than Samsung's models. It was baffling that such a nascent company would price their product so high. However, to Lu Siyuan's astonishment, all 40 units sold out within an hour. Upon receiving a call from his subordinate, he was left dumbfounded. Could it be that Feida had orchestrated this themselves? Just then, a nearby individual expressed similar disbelief. Is this for real? All 30 units sold out. Are these genuine consumers, or mere shills? After the caller ended the conversation, Lu Siyuan offered him a cigarette, saying, "Hey, did your company also purchase Feida's DVD players?" The other person, recognizing Lu Siyuan, replied, "Director Lu, I didn't see you earlier, my apologies. Yes, we couldn't refuse President Xia's request, so we took 30 units. They've already sold out, over 3,000 for each unit. Are the consumers in Rongqing really that affluent?" Lu Siyuan pondered. If one vendor sold out, it might have been a setup. But 2 vendors selling out would imply something different. Such tactics are easily exposed. Feida Electronics and Shenglong Group were intertwined, and if fraud were at play, it would tarnish Shenglong Group's reputation. How could sales be so robust? Lu Siyuan was baffled. Sales representatives on site explained that most customers were drawn in by the advertisements. Recently, Feida's promotional efforts had been extensive, and many consumers were eager to experience this product. Moreover, the stability of Feida's DVD player was indeed unparalleled in the market. Regret washed over Lu Siyuan as he swiftly turned back to find Qingchuan. He had intended to depart when he received the call. Upon returning to the banquet hall, he discovered Qingchuan was no longer present. Panic set in. The home appliance trading center was the largest in Rongqing, and tonight marked Feida's debut showcase. Tomorrow would see the true onslaught of advertisements. And if the trading center could not present the merchandise, Lu Siyuan's position as purchasing department director would be jeopardized. Regardless, he needed to urgently procure dozens of units from Feida. Unable to locate Qingchuan, Lu Siyuan sought out executives from Shenglong Group, pleading for their assistance in securing several units, even offering to transfer 7 million in advance for the goods. The executives led him to Xia Songtao. Lu Siyuan dashed forward, grasping Xia Songtao's hand, imploring, "President Xia, I truly need your help this time. Where is Mr. Su? I must see him." Xia Songtao leisurely swirled his wine glass, replying, "Now you believe?" Lu Siyuan nodded fervently, I believe. Previously, when he had asked for payment, everyone had been reluctant to comply. Now, obtaining goods was proving to be a far more arduous task. The representative from Yongla had just signed a contract with Xiaosu, securing 120 units. Lu Siyuan was filled with regret. Observing his expression, Xia Songtao relished the moment, relishing the irony of these short-sighted individuals finally recognizing their folly. President Xia, please help me. If Feida's products do not appear in the home appliance trading center tomorrow, I will be finished. Lu Siyuan pleaded. Xia Songtao said, All right, I will speak with Xiao Su, but you understand the conditions. Lu Siyuan replied, I understand. I can prepay the 7 million. Xia Songtao responded, Good. With your word, I am reassured. Lu Siyuan exhaled in relief. Yet he knew he could not fully relax until the merchandise was displayed in the trading center. Xia Songtao located Su Qingchuan, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with his family, and conveyed Lu Siyuan's request. Upon hearing the figure of 7 million as a prepayment, Su Xinjian and his wife exchanged a glance, both perceiving a flicker of astonishment in each other's eyes. Their son has indeed become increasingly remarkable. Su Qingchuan remarked, At the commercial center, we have reserved 50 machines for him, but no more can be accommodated. Feida's current monthly output hovers around 3,000 units, with approximately 1,500 units allocated for the entire southwest region, while the remainder must be dispatched to major cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen for promotion. Xia Songtao replied, 50 units will suffice to bring Lu Siyuan some delight. Su Qingchuan added, Director Zhu is likely to harbor intense resentment towards me. He must elevate production to 5,000 units within the upcoming month, which places immense pressure upon him. Xia Songtao chuckled. It is through pressure that motivation arises. Chapter 70. Qingzhen's subtle sorrow. Qingzhen, I will accompany uncle and aunt back to the hotel first, she said as she approached Su Qingchuan. Su Qingchuan felt a pang of guilt. I apologize, I am quite occupied this evening. A man engrossed in his career is undeniably the most charming, Qingzhen remarked, rising on her tiptoes to plant a soft kiss on Su Qingchuan's cheek. In the past, she would never have dared such a bold action. But tonight, witnessing Su Qingchuan shine amidst the crowd, her heart raced unexpectedly. She felt as though she could never catch up to him. Her desire to study in Xiangjiang stemmed from a yearning to acquire more knowledge and broaden her horizons. Yet, her growth paled in comparison to Su Qingchuan's, and the gap between them seemed to widen. Though he treated her with kindness, a sense of unease lingered within her. This kiss served as a form of self-soothing. Su Qingxian, standing nearby, teased, Oh, how envious I am. Qingzhen blushed. Don't tire yourself too much. We will wait for you at the hotel. At that moment, Qi Jie approached and said, Little Su, I will take uncle, aunt, and Zhen, along with Qian Qian, to the night market. You need not worry. Thank you. Qi Jie, Su Qingchuan replied. Why be so polite with me? You go ahead and be busy, Qi Jie responded. Once his family departed, Su Qingchuan loosened his tie and exhaled deeply. Xia Songtao, with a bemused expression, remarked, Little Su, as someone who has been through it, I offer you this piece of advice. Do not let a woman bind you too early. Su Qingchuan rubbed his nose and replied, It seems Sister Chun is quite strict with you, Manager Xia. Xia Songtao smirked knowingly. Yet, Su Qingchuan felt that his fate was irrevocably entwined with Qingzhen's. They were destined to be together. Not wishing to dwell on this matter, he shifted the conversation. How is the acquisition work for Shanglong progressing? Very smoothly. We are now just waiting for construction to begin on the land. In about 6 months, Shanglong Group's appliance retail outlet will emerge in the southern part of Rongqing. Su Qingchuan inquired, Have you considered expanding to Anqing? Xia Songtao laughed heartily. For your sake, Su Qingchuan. I must find a nest in Anqing. Su Qingchuan replied, Your words make me feel quite anxious. However, since you plan to settle in Anqing, I happen to know a great location. What place? Xia Songtao asked. Wanjing Lane, Su Qingchuan responded. The Ming and Qing architectural complex is somewhat disheveled on the outside, yet the interiors are well preserved. Currently, residential properties there can be acquired for just over $1 million. Such an asset, even if Wanjing Lane were to be demolished, would yield substantial compensation. If Anqing alters its strategy and develops Wanjing Lane, the potential for property appreciation is immeasurable. Xia Songtao narrowed his eyes, saying, Why do I feel you are hiding something? Do you suspect I would harm you? Su Qingchuan countered. You would not harm me, but others might. Xia Songtao continued. Your encouragement for me to buy property in Wanjing Lane suggests you hold great optimism for its future. Do you foresee it becoming a tourist attraction? Xia Songtao, possessing a keen market insight, quickly sensed the business opportunities embedded in Su Qingchuan's suggestion. He realized that Su Qingchuan might have received some insider information from government departments, as his own prolonged stay in the provincial capital left him unaware of Anqing's urban planning. Qingchuan nodded. Indeed, I am quite optimistic about Wanjing Lane's prospects. If it were simply to be flattened, it would be a shame. There are many similar old lanes near the provincial capital, yet the leaders there have a long-term vision, opting for renovation rather than demolition. Anqing, being impoverished, tends to focus more on the immediate financial gains from economic development than on the slow returns from protecting ancient lanes as tourist spots. Xia Songtao was taken aback by Qingchuan's foresight. Such contemplations were typically reserved for middle-aged idealists. Yet here was a student demonstrating a keen interest in the development of ancient lanes. Nevertheless, Xia Songtao trusted Qingchuan completely, leaving no grounds to refuse his request. Very well, I shall proceed with the purchase, he declared. Qingchuan replied, You are quite generous, Manager Xia. In that case, I will prepare a design proposal that will ensure your property appreciates significantly. You also engage in interior design? What other secrets do I not know about you? Xia Songtao exclaimed in surprise. Qingchuan humbly replied, I have a slight understanding. Xia Songtao glanced at his Rolex watch and said, Time is of the essence. Let us change locations to continue our drinks. I am a student and cannot indulge excessively in alcohol, Qingchuan stated. Xia Songtao pointed at him and said, Do not speak nonsense. You may be of student age, but your mindset resembles that of a man in his 30s. Qingchuan was astonished to discover Xia Songtao's keen perception, recognizing the mature soul hidden within him. Very well, since you have extended such a warm invitation, I cannot refuse, Qingchuan agreed. Also, change how you address me. Calling me Manager Xia feels distant. I am only a few years older than you, so calling me brother will not be a loss, Xia Songtao added. With no reason to refuse such a minor adjustment, Qingchuan complied. As they exited the hotel, Xia Songtao went to retrieve his car. Qingchuan suggested, Brother Tao, if you have been drinking, I should drive. Such a small amount of alcohol is nothing. Get in the car, Xia Songtao insisted. In the 1990s, driving under the influence was commonplace in the country. Even if stopped for inspection, a little bribe would suffice. Xia Songtao's drinking capacity was impressive. Having only consumed a few glasses of champagne at the gathering, which felt to him like mere refreshments, he was eager to invite Qingchuan for another drink elsewhere. Seeing Xia Songtao's determination to drive, Qingchuan, albeit reluctantly, took the passenger seat. You are the first man to sit in my passenger seat, Xia Songtao teased. Enjoy the privilege. Qingchuan replied, Perhaps I should sit in the back instead. Fasten your seatbelt. We are about to depart. Xia Songtao declared, pressing the accelerator down, causing the car to surge forward with a roar. To Qingchuan's surprise, Xia Songtao drove to the vicinity of the university and led him into the 80s bar. With his familiar demeanor, it was evident that he frequented this place often. As a billionaire, it seemed peculiar for him to indulge in such an establishment. If there were nothing noteworthy within, Qingchuan would be left utterly astounded. Chapter 71. A melodramatic romance. The geographical location of the Baling Bar is rather advantageous, surrounded as it is by numerous universities, including the Art College of Quansheng Normal University. It is well known that those who study art are often stunningly beautiful, and the girls from Chuan Province are already renowned for their allure. Thus, every evening, this street becomes a vibrant hub of activity, frequented not only by university students, but also by many men over 30, all of whom are well aware of the allure of female university students. Qingchuan had only visited this alley twice with Chun Shi in his previous life, and his primary impression of it was the sheer number of people. The Baling Bar stands out as a unique entity on this street. Its business has consistently been lukewarm, yet it manages to survive. During Qingchuan's 4 years at university, the surrounding establishments changed owners multiple times, yet the Baling Bar remained steadfast. In the past, Qingchuan did not understand, but now he begins to grasp the situation. A bar that is frequented by the likes of Xia Songtao could hardly be operated by an ordinary person. Perhaps it is owned by a wealthy individual seeking a recreational venue. Xia Songtao led Qingchuan to the bar counter and lightly tapped the surface, ordering 2 glasses of whiskey. The bar's beautiful proprietress, with her back to them, was arranging the liquor cabinet. Upon hearing the sound, she turned around, her face alight with joy. Qingchuan keenly noted this detail. It seemed that the proprietress had ties to Xia Songtao. This was a surprising discovery, indicating that Xia Songtao did not regard Qingchuan as an outsider, as he was willing to introduce his acquaintances to him. Allow me to introduce my little brother, Su Qingchuan, Xia Songtao said. The proprietress regarded Su Qingchuan with a playful smile. You seem to have recovered from your heartbreak quite swiftly? Xia Songtao blinked. When did Xiao Su experience a heartbreak? Your girlfriend just kissed you at the gathering today. Su Qingchuan felt a wave of embarrassment. The proprietress quickly realized her potential misstep, but, being skilled in the art of conversation, seamlessly shifted the topic, saying, Hello, I am Qiu Weitong. Su Qingchuan gave a slight nod. As Qiu Weitong poured the drinks, Xia Songtao continued to scrutinize Su Qingchuan. Xiao Su, what is this about a heartbreak? Xia Songtao inquired, his curiosity ignited. Su Qingchuan replied, Sister Weitong misinterpreted. I am not heartbroken. I am in a passionate romance. Xia Songtao chuckled. Your eyes betray you. This is a classic sign of deceit. But alas, every man has his secrets, so I shall refrain from pressing further. Su Qingchuan mused that the distinction between asking or not asking was negligible, as he was already resigned to the notion in his heart. Of course, this was merely a minor interlude and would not affect their relationship. As Qiu Weitong served 2 glasses of whiskey, just as Su Qingchuan reached to take one, a delicate, pale hand brushed against his arm, seizing Xia Songtao's glass instead. When Su Qingchuan raised his hand, their arms collided, sending the glass tumbling and spilling its contents onto Su Qingchuan. Wei Yu, what are you doing, being so clumsy? Qiu Weitong complained while handing Su Qingchuan a white towel to wipe his clothes. The owner of the delicate hand, however, appeared unfazed and remarked, What does it have to do with me? Who told him not to pay attention when reaching for his drink? I haven't even blamed him for spilling mine. Once Su Qingchuan had wiped himself off, he turned to observe the young woman. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Qiu Weitong's, with the most notable difference being her eyes. While Qiu Weitong's eyes shimmered with a gentle warmth, this young woman's gaze exuded mischief. Seeing her eyes, Su Qingchuan's mind instantly conjured the name of a character from martial arts literature, Huang Rong. This woman was just as spirited and clever as Huang Rong. Qiu Weiyu, unperturbed, locked eyes with Su Qingchuan. Most boys would find it difficult to withstand her alluring gaze. Yet with his extensive life experiences, Su Qingchuan remained unaffected by Qiu Weiyu's captivating charm. Qiu Weiyu was equally surprised, feeling a thrill of excitement akin to that of a hunter spotting its prey. She cast a flirtatious glance at Su Qingchuan, introducing herself, Handsome, I am Qiu Weiyu. And what is your name? Xia Songtao burst into laughter at the sight. Qiu Weiyu smacked the bar. What are you laughing at? Xia Songtao, holding his stomach, replied, Weiyu, he is only 18. Don't you think you are being a bit too forward? Qiu Weitong behind the bar also joined in the laughter. Qiu Weiyu squealed, Impossible. How can he be only 18? He clearly looks like a middle-aged man, just like you. Su Qingchuan took a sip of his drink and muttered, Alas, I did not realize I had become so old. Qiu Weiyu began frantically tugging at her hair, exclaiming, What a blunder. How could I, the aunt, also misjudge? Xia Songtao, this is your fault for not warning me. Xia Songtao countered, How can I be blamed for this? Blame you, it is all your fault. She pouted, then jumped off her chair, stomped her foot dramatically, and stormed away. Qiu Weitong, looking apologetic, said, I am sorry, my younger sister has been spoiled by our elders. If she has offended Mr. Su in any way, please forgive her. Su Qingchuan replied, Sister Weidong, please call me Xiao Su, just like Brother Tao does. As for your younger sister, she is quite endearing. Xia Songtao chuckled, You are the first man to say she is adorable. If only you were not already in a relationship, otherwise, we could have arranged a marriage between you and Weiyu. With this statement, he effectively acknowledged Qiu Weidong's status as a lover. Su Qingchuan felt a flicker of curiosity. Qiu Weitong did not appear to be someone in dire financial straits, so why would she willingly play the part of a lover to Xia Songtao, residing in such a modest bar? As Qiu Weitong refilled Xia Songtao's drink, she mentioned, I met Songtao in 1980. Su Qingchuan thought, There is no need for further explanation. No wonder this bar is named Dreaming Back to the 80s. It all made sense now. A cliched, melodramatic love story, yet it unfolds incessantly around us. Indeed, life is often more melodramatic than the dramas we see on television. Su Qingchuan must concede that the moment he laid eyes on Chun-Shi at school, his heart began to thrum with an exhilarating rhythm. A sensation that also surfaced in the presence of Qingchuan. In other words, if he does not resolve this pulsating feeling, it is highly probable that Su Qingchuan will find himself confronting a predicament akin to that of Xia Songtao throughout his life. He harbors no desire to become a scoundrel. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that, whether it be Qingchuan or Qin Shi, he cannot bring himself to let go. Su Qingchuan downed the contents of his glass in one gulp, massaging his temples with one hand. His head ached terribly. Chapter 72. Guo Binxiang's vision. On this particular evening, Su Qingchuan found himself in a state of inebriation. He was carried back to the hotel by the bodyguard of Xiaosong Tao. Others presumed that Su Qingchuan was intoxicated due to the successful first steps of Fei Da, which filled him with joy. However, the true reason remained known only to him. The following morning, he awoke to find it was already past 10 o'clock. Qingjian sat on the sofa in the room, engrossed in her studies. Upon hearing movement from the bed, she set her book aside and approached him with concern, inquiring if his head still ached and if he needed water. Su Qingchuan responded with a soft grunt. Qingjian brought him a cup of warm water, which he downed in one gulp, feeling somewhat relieved. "Thank you for taking care of me," he said, grasping her hand. With a hint of playful reproach, Qingjian remarked, "Why did you drink so much?" "Because I was happy," Su Qingchuan replied. "Being happy doesn't justify excessive drinking. It's harmful to your health," she admonished. "If you drink that much again, I want to take care of you." In a playful act, Su Qingchuan pulled Qingjian into his embrace, declaring, "I'm going to depend on you for life." She squirmed slightly, laughing, "Go brush your teeth. You reek of alcohol." Defeated, Su Qingchuan abandoned his early morning kiss idea. At that moment, the door swung open, and his younger sister, Su Qingxian, bounced into the room. Upon seeing them on the bed, she immediately covered her eyes and exclaimed, "I'm sorry, I forgot to knock." Qingjian scrambled off the bed, hurriedly explaining, "It's not what you think. Don't leave." She rushed over to grab Su Qingxian, adding, "Your brother just woke up and needed water. I stumbled and he caught me." Su Qingxian burst into laughter. Qingjian playfully pinched her. "You little tease, Qingxian. Jinjin, you're just too adorable. If I were a boy, I would surely like you." Su Qingxian replied with a cheeky grin. "Flattery will get you nowhere," Qingjian retorted. Su Qingchuan sat up and asked, "Qingxian, what brings you here so early?" "We have to return to launching. The doctor only granted me a day off, and I need to get back for a checkup," Su Qingxian explained. "This is of utmost importance. I will arrange a car to take you back immediately," Su Qingchuan declared. With a grin, Su Qingxian replied, "I knew my brother is the best." Qingjian added, "I also need to return to Shangjiang this afternoon. I'm heading to Shangjiang as well. We can go together," Su Qingchuan said. "You're going to Shangjiang?" Qingjian asked, pleasantly surprised. "Is that true?" "Of course. I have some matters to attend to there and plan to stay for about 3 to 4 days," he confirmed. After freshening up, the three of them made their way to the hotel lobby, where they reunited with their parents. A car was already waiting outside, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Qingjian escorted his wife and daughter into the vehicle for their return journey. Su Qingchuan then accompanied Qingjian to Rongqing International Airport, where he spent a considerable sum to purchase 2 first-class tickets for a flight to Shangjiang departing in an hour. The journey from Rongqing to Shangjiang would take approximately 3 hours, and they arrived in Shangjiang just after 5 in the afternoon. Su Qingchuan dropped Qingjian off at her school, as she had evening classes and could not accompany him. After parting ways with her, he set off to visit Guo Binxiang. Guo Binxiang greeted Su Qingchuan warmly. Ever since he obtained the pre-sale concept from Su Qingchuan a month ago, he had returned to Shangjiang and rapidly acquired land, using it to secure loans from banks. Through his network, he successfully obtained the pre-sale permits. However, the pre-sale model was entirely new, and Guo Binxiang was cautious, initially testing the waters with a single plot of land. The outcome was remarkable. Within half a month, the best units had sold out, and the funds invested in the land had already returned. This sales performance confirmed the viability of the pre-sale model, and now all that remained was to continuously acquire land and replicate the model. The losses Guo's family had incurred in the financial market would soon be recouped. Thus, Guo Binxiang was genuinely grateful to Su Qingchuan. "Are you here in Shangjiang for a specific purpose, Su Xiaoyu?" Guo Binxiang asked, pouring him a cup of tea. "I'm here to explore the stock market," Su Qingchuan replied candidly, revealing his intention. Fei Da Electronics had received an excellent market response upon its initial launch, but was facing a financial shortfall. The deposits provided by distributors could only sustain Fei Da for a month, and any further delay would exacerbate the funding issues. Furthermore, Su Qingchuan had always intended to manufacture the core components himself, necessitating direct involvement in the circuit board production, which was under the purview of Zhu Mingda. At the party the previous night, Zhu Mingda had informed him of a components factory in Anqing that was looking to sell. Su Qingchuan immediately instructed Zhu Mingda to contact the factory's owner, emphasizing that no matter the cost, they must secure the factory. This was a matter of technical reserves, and frugality was not an option. In addition to technical reserves, another significant expense would be market promotion. For a new product, the most direct and effective way to maximize influence from the outset was through aggressive advertising. Fada Electronics had surpassed Samsung in Rongqing because it spent over 4 times as much on promotional expenses. Following this, the promotion in the major cities of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen would conservatively require upwards of 50 million. Su Qingchuan was in urgent need of funds and thus considered the Hong Kong stock market. The 1994 stock market crash had severely affected Xinjiang, but such disasters often brought opportunities. Now, in October, the worst of the crisis had passed, making it an opportune time to enter the market. Do you have knowledge of stocks, Su Xiaoyu? Guo Binxiang inquired. Somewhat, Su Qingchuan admitted. Guo Binxiang pondered for a moment and said, would it be possible for you to guide my somewhat inept son? Su Qingchuan genuinely admired Guo Binxiang, a savvy individual whose worth was in the billions. His keen eye for talent and decisive nature were exceptional. It was important to note that the people of Xinjiang held a significant disdain for those from the mainland, viewing them as unsophisticated and unworthy of engagement. Even though the Guo family had maintained good relations with the mainland, the air of contempt persisted. Guozhan was undoubtedly reluctant to learn from Su Qingchuan, yet Guo Binxiang recognized the potential within Su Qingchuan. Thus, he humbly lowered his stance, determined to place his son in close proximity to Su Qingchuan, fearing that Guo Xiao might not be amenable to the arrangement. Su Qingchuan remarked, does he dare to object? Guo Binxiang, embodying the authority of a family patriarch, declared, as long as you, young friend Su, consent, I would not hesitate to bind him to your side, even if it requires physical restraint. Su Qingchuan smiled and replied, since Mr. Guo holds me in such high regard, it would be rather inappropriate for me to decline. Guo Binxiang nodded in delight, saying, then it is settled. Thank you, young friend Su. Chapter 73. The unyielding Guozhan. That night, Su Qingchuan settled into the Guo residence. As he prepared to retire for the evening, he unexpectedly received a phone call. Miss Guo, what brings you to call me at this late hour? Su Qingchuan inquired, stepping out onto the balcony with a cigarette in hand. From his vantage point, he could behold the entire scenic expanse of Qingshui Bay. Guo Xianglan replied, what? Are you displeased that I called you? Not at all, Su Qingchuan responded. It's just that your sudden call at this hour has made me a tad anxious. Are you afraid I might consume you? Guo Xianglan laughed heartily. You certainly are quite delectable. I find myself quite fond of your type. Let us not go there, Miss Guo. If this continues, I shall have to hang up, Su Qingchuan retorted. Can you not exhibit a bit of playfulness? Guo Xianglan asked. All right then. I shall refrain from teasing you, she said. I just learned that my brother has sent Guozhan to accompany you on a tour of the stock market. Is that true? Indeed it is. Why not include me? Su Qingchuan replied. Are you not afraid I might lead you astray? He inquired. I trust you will not disappoint me, Guo Xianglan assured him. Even if you were to lead me astray, I would not mind. Consider it a lesson learned. With a chuckle, Su Qingchuan remarked, now that you have put it that way, I find myself lacking a valid reason to refuse. Let us meet tomorrow morning then. Sweet dreams. Guo Xianglan coyly responded, I hope you dream of me. With that, the call ended, and Su Qingchuan instinctively swallowed hard. The allure of a 30-year-old woman was undeniably formidable. Even through the telephone, he felt a flutter of unease. The following morning, Su Qingchuan dressed meticulously and made his way to the dining hall, where Guo Binxiang was already seated, engrossed in the newspaper. Guozhan sat across from him, his expression sour, and upon seeing Su Qingchuan, his demeanor soured even further. His father had actually sent him to shadow this man, claiming it was for the purpose of learning. What could a provincial bumpkin possibly teach him? He was a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania, albeit through monetary means. Still, it was a symbol of status. The institution Su Qingchuan attended in China could not even compare. Yet, his father insisted he accompany this man. Guozhan flatly refused, only to be met with his father's casual ultimatum, refuse, and he would forfeit his inheritance. Reluctantly, Guozhan acquiesced. Ah, Su Xiaoyu, you are awake. Please, join us for breakfast, Guo Binxiang said, folding the newspaper. Su Qingchuan nodded slightly and took a seat opposite him. Guozhan huffed disdainfully, turning his body away. Before long, Guo Xianglan descended the staircase, resplendently dressed in an elegant outfit that exuded both luxury and a hint of youthful modesty. The juxtaposition of these contrasting qualities was exquisitely embodied in Guo Xianglan, representing the allure that captivated countless men. "Are you dressed so splendidly for a date, auntie?" Guozhen inquired. Guo Xianglan shot him a glare and gracefully seated herself beside Su Qingchuan. "I am here to learn from Qingchuan," she clarified. Guozhen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Auntie, are you serious?" Guo Binxiang interjected. "Do you believe everyone is as naive as you?" Frustrated, Guozhen took large bites of his bread, likely imagining it was Su Qingchuan's head. After breakfast, Guo Binxiang departed first, followed closely by Su Qingchuan. Guozhen drove out in a sports car, only to be chastised by Guo Xianglan. "Go fetch the SUV. A sports car is hardly appropriate." Guozhen had intended to go alone, but with his aunt blocking the exit, he dared not confront her, ultimately returning to switch vehicles. Guo Xianglan ushered Su Qingchuan to the back seat, further aggravating Guozhen, who now found himself relegated to the role of a mere chauffeur. If word of this spread, where would his dignity lie? "Drive, are you daft?" Guo Xianglan tapped his shoulder. Fuming, Guozhen pressed the accelerator, and the car roared out of the villa compound. On the road, Guozhen glanced in the rearview mirror at Su Qingchuan, who appeared unfazed, his eyes closed in relaxation. This only ignited a surge of irritation within Guozhen. "Hey, do you know anything about stocks?" he asked. Su Qingchuan, without opening his eyes, replied nonchalantly, "I have a basic understanding." "Basic understanding? Are you mocking me?" Guozhen retorted. "My time is valuable. I cannot afford to waste it here. Once we arrive at the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, you follow your path, and I shall follow mine. Let us not interfere with one another. And do not report back to my father." Guo Xianglan interjected. "Ajan, do you think I am invisible?" Guozhen replied. "Auntie, you heard him. This guy knows nothing about stocks. What could I possibly learn from him? If I wanted to learn about trading, I'd be better off seeking Li Juanxiu." Guo Xianglan's expression shifted dramatically. "What did you just say?" Realizing his blunder, Guozhen quickly apologized, knowing his aunt held a deep aversion to the name Li Juanxiu. "I was mistaken, auntie," he quickly clarified. Guo Xianglan huffed, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Su Qingchuan then opened his eyes and stated, "What you choose to do is of no concern to me. I only agreed to accompany Mr. Guo to the stock market to earn some money. If you are unwilling, then our verbal agreement is null and void." "You? Help me make money?" Guozhen laughed in disbelief. "What gives you the right? Do not think that just because you have secured some pre-sale, you are a master. You are merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." "Think as you wish," Su Qingchuan replied dismissively. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, Su Qingchuan and Guo Xianglan exited the vehicle, while Guozhen sped off, clearly intent on leaving the scene. Guo Xianglan expressed her apologies, saying, "I'm sorry, my nephew has been spoiled." "Not a problem," Su Qingchuan replied. "He will come to regret this." "Are you truly confident?" Guo Xianglan inquired. "Do you doubt me?" "I do not," she affirmed. Su Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. "You will soon find out. Let us proceed. We must first open an account." As computers had yet to become widespread, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange was bustling with crowds each day. The arrival of Guo Xianglan has undoubtedly caused quite a stir, as it is rather uncommon for individuals of her stature to personally visit the exchange. Immediately, designated personnel were dispatched to attend to her. Su Qingchuan took the opportunity to open an account, thereby circumventing the usual queuing time. Subsequently, under the manager's arrangement, he was escorted to a VIP room. The VIP room at the Hong Kong Stock Exchange is far more opulent than those in mainland exchanges, resembling a hotel suite replete with every amenity, including computers, televisions, and even refrigerators. Seated before the computer, Su Qingchuan noted that the internet speed in Xiangjiang surpassed that of the mainland, allowing for significantly quicker access to websites. After a brief perusal of the Hong Kong stocks, he discovered that the current market trends mirrored his recollections. The most dynamic sector was healthcare, as Xiangjiang had been implementing medical reforms for the past 2 years with commendable results, consequently igniting fervor in the healthcare sector. Even during the stock market's downturn, the healthcare sector remained relatively unscathed. Conversely, the telecommunications sector was viewed with skepticism. It could be described as a barren wasteland within the Hong Kong stock market, a place where even the most uninformed novice would hesitate to venture. Chapter 74. Unexpectedly became a rival in love. Guo Xianglan stood beside Su Qingchuan, elegantly holding a glass of red wine. exuding an air of contentment. Recently, the medical sector has attracted a great deal of capital, with many of my friends believing that one could profit effortlessly in this domain, practically guaranteeing returns. Guo Xianglan took a sip of her wine and remarked gracefully. Su Qingchuan countered, there is no such thing as a risk-free investment in this world. If someone in the stock market tells you otherwise, they are undoubtedly trying to ensnare you. Guo Xianglan inquired, are you suggesting that the medical sector is poised for a significant downturn? Su Qingchuan replied, I can't make any guarantees, but I firmly believe in a principle that applies universally. When everyone thinks something is a surefire way to make money, it is usually on the verge of collapse. Guo Xianglan pondered this for a moment, finding some truth in his words. Then which sector do you favor? Before Su Qingchuan could respond, the door was abruptly pushed open from the outside. Guo Xianglan's expression darkened instantly. Surely, the manager of the exchange wouldn't dare to intrude uninvited into the VIP room. Turning around to reprimand the intruder, she was astonished to find that it was Guozhen. Asian, I thought you had no interest in this. What brings you back? Guo Xianglan queried. Simultaneously realizing why the manager had opened the door, it was evident that only members of the Guo family were allowed such liberties. Guozhen did not answer her, but instead stepped aside, allowing a reasonably handsome young man to enter. His gaze immediately fixated on Guo Xianglan, and with a tone that dripped with an unsettling sweetness, he said, Xianglan, you are indeed here. Guo Xianglan's face paled as she struggled to suppress her anger, stating, I did not invite you into this room. Asian invited me, the young man replied. Indeed, I encountered young Master Li on the way and had a brief chat. He was willing to teach me, so I accompanied him back to the exchange, Guozhen explained. Why did you bring him here? Guo Xianglan coldly retorted. Xiao Yi, don't be so unwelcoming. I believe young Master Li is quite. Silence, Guo Xianglan shouted. Throughout the exchange, Su Qingchuan remained silent, initially struck by the familiarity of the young man's face, and only later recalling his identity when Guozhen referred to him as Li Xiao. Li Jianxiong, the son of the renowned stock god Li Zhaoji from Xianjiang. From a young age, Li Jianxiong exhibited an extraordinary acumen for finance. At 18, with 600,000 Hong Kong dollars entrusted by his father, he adeptly turned it into over 31 million, thus gaining fame overnight. Following his studies abroad, upon returning, Li Zhaoji gradually entrusted him with managing the family business, where Li Jianxiong excelled, earning the moniker of Little Stock God among investors in Xianjiang. However, Su Qingchuan was taken aback to learn that Li Jianxiong harbored feelings for Guo Xianglan. This was intelligence he had not possessed in his previous life. Xianglan, who is he? Li Jianxiong asked, noticing that Guo Xianglan's gaze often drifted towards Su Qingchuan, a hint of jealousy creeping into his demeanor. Does it concern you? This is my VIP room. Please leave, Guo Xianglan stated firmly. Guozhen interjected, allow me to introduce him. This is Li Jianxiong, son of the illustrious Mr. Li Zhaoji. And the gentleman standing beside my aunt is here from the mainland to trade stocks. Li Jianxiong's expression turned somewhat amused. Mainlanders understand stocks? Su Qingchuan replied indifferently. I possess a modest understanding. How intriguing. Li Jianxiong laughed heartily. I had assumed that people from the mainland were only adept at speculation or dealing in clothing and counterfeit DVDs. Your ignorance is astounding, and yet you dare to laugh? Su Qingchuan retorted coolly. How dare you call me ignorant? Li Jianxiong's temper flared. A mainlander daring to be so arrogant. Who did he think he was? I was merely expressing a sentiment. Do not take it personally, Su Qingchuan said with a hint of a smile. Li Jianxiong's expression grew somewhat menacing as he gritted his teeth. Pretty boy, the Hong Kong stock market is a highly sophisticated financial arena. Your mainland financial sector has only just begun to develop in recent years. The entire market is riddled with pitfalls. Do not presume that just because you've made some money in the mainland, you can come here and act recklessly. This is not your domain. You should return to the mainland promptly. Guo Xianglan was highly displeased by this statement. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Qingchuan was a guest of the Guo family, and Li Jianxiong's words felt like a slap in the face to them. What infuriated her further was Guozhen's apparent support of Li Jianxiong, as if he were siding against his own family. Li Jianxiong, mind your language. Qingchuan is my friend. I will not allow you to insult him in such a manner, Guo Xianglan reprimanded. Li Jianxiong replied, Lan, if you wish to learn about stock trading, come to me. Do not associate with these unworthy individuals. It diminishes your stature. Just look at him. He exudes a sense of vulgarity from head to toe. Su Qingchuan glanced down at his attire. Although not clad in luxury, His physique allowed him to carry even a simple garment with an air reminiscent of a runway model at Paris Fashion Week. Jealousy, pure and unadulterated jealousy. Li Juanxiong continued to deride Lan. I have encountered many like him, using underhanded tactics to present themselves as experts, deceiving newcomers like you who are not well versed in the financial market. Once you hand over your money to him, it won't be long before he squanders it all. Do not trust such individuals. Guo Xianglan's hands trembled in anger, and she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Just then, Su Qingchuan stood up, gently patting her shoulder and softly saying, "Leave it to me." Those three simple words possessed a calming magic. Guo Xianglan's anger dissipated instantly, and a smile began to grace her lips. Li Juanxiong, seething with jealousy, could hardly contain himself, for Guo Xianglan had never looked at him with such warmth. The financial market is fraught with uncertainties, and no one is ever in a position to guarantee unyielding success. Over the years, Li Xiao had earned some fortune and acquired the title of Little Stock God. Do you truly believe that you can become a master of the stock market? My silence towards you stems from the conviction that you are utterly unworthy of engaging in conversation with me. Who would have anticipated your audacity? Without the support of your father, you would amount to nothing. What right does a man who relies on his family have to speak so arrogantly before me? Dismiss your unwarranted sense of superiority. I am not swayed by such trivialities. Should you dare to prattle on further, I would not hesitate to allow you to experience the formidable consequences of the socialist iron fist. Chapter 75. In my eyes, you are nothing. Upon hearing these words, Li Juanxiong's expression darkened to the color of a burnt pot. Guozhen, standing nearby, felt the ripple of fear that had once gripped him in the mainland under Su Qingchuan's influence. With mere phrases, this individual had swayed his father, obliterating the agreement between himself and Xie Tingjun. Ultimately, Guozhen had no choice but to abandon Xie Tingjun to preserve his own standing. However, such actions had severely tarnished his credibility. In future business dealings in the mainland, Guozhen would have to pay a steeper price to gain the trust of partners. This was the reason for Guozhen's displeasure towards Su Qingchuan. Yet, upon hearing Su Qingchuan's remarks, Guozhen suddenly realized the error of his ways. He had been mistaken from the outset. In business, one must choose sides, and it appeared he had never aligned himself correctly. Li Juanxiong's approach was merely a means to an end concerning his aunt. He had never genuinely regarded Guozhen as a friend, always adopting a condescending demeanor when speaking to him. In stark contrast, Su Qingchuan had faced all his provocations with composure, which rendered the disparity between them unmistakable. Guozhen swallowed hard and instinctively moved closer to Guo Xianglan. However, Guo Xianglan was too preoccupied with her own anxieties to pay attention to her nephew. Su Qingchuan's earlier comments had thoroughly offended Li Juanxiong, a man notoriously known for his narrow-mindedness and vengeful nature. Su Qingchuan's words would undoubtedly provoke his wrath. If matters escalated, the Guo family might not be able to shield Su Qingchuan, as there was no justification for going to war with the Li family over an outsider. Had she known Su Qingchuan would utter such words, Guo Xianglan would have certainly intervened. Now it was too late. As expected, once Su Qingchuan's words came to an end, Li Juanxiong erupted in fury. You dare to rely on your family? You dare to claim I lack capability? You question my professional standards. No one in Xiangjiang has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. You, a mainlander, are bold. If I do not teach you a lesson today, how will I ever maintain my standing in Xiangjiang? I challenge you. Let us wager one day's earnings. Each of us putting up 10 million at stake. By the end of the trading day, whoever profits more will be declared the winner. What do you say? If you lack the funds, I can lend you some. After venting his frustration, Li Juanxiong glanced at Guo Xianglan. In his imagination, she should be captivated by his bravado, yet she was entirely fixated on Su Qingchuan, unable to tear her gaze away. This realization only fueled Li Juanxiong's rage, making him feel as if he might ignite. Guo Xianglan approached Su Qingchuan and whispered, "Qingchuan, he is intentionally provoking you. Do not stoop to his level." She said this because Li Juanxiong was not a fool like Guozhen. He was genuinely skilled, and his reputation as a minor stock god was not self-proclaimed. Su Qingchuan, in this regard, likely could not match him, making a wager with Li Juanxiong unnecessary. Su Qingchuan turned to Guo Xianglan, inquiring, "Miss Guo, do you believe I cannot win?" Guo Xianglan replied, "I believe it is unnecessary. What can one achieve with 10 million? Why throw it into the stock market?" Su Qingchuan responded, "I find it quite necessary." Guo Xianglan grew somewhat irritated, wondering why he could not comprehend her good intentions. The exchange between them only served to further ignite Li Juanxiong's fury. He clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, even producing audible creaks. Mainlander, if you lack the courage to face me, you can crawl through my legs, and I shall let it slide. Guo Xianglan, her face pale with anger, retorted, this is excessive, Li Juanxiong. Stay out of this, Xianglan. This is a battle between men, Li Juanxiong asserted. Su Qingchuan placed a hand on Guo Xianglan's shoulder, whispering reassuringly, before stepping forward and declaring, I accept your wager. However, in your terms, you only mention the consequences I would face if I lose. You fail to specify what I would gain should you lose. This seems rather unfair. Li Juanxiong laughed heartily. Do you really think I would lose to you, a mainlander? Life is full of uncertainties, Su Qingchuan replied calmly. Fine. If I lose, I will pay you 10 million. Su Qingchuan shook his head. That is far too mundane. How about this? The loser must strip completely and exit the trading floor, shouting 3 times, I am a fool. Li Juanxiong's expression shifted slightly. The stakes of this wager were indeed harsh. Money was of little consequence to these wealthy scions. They valued their reputation above all. To be stripped and humiliated in public would obliterate the Li family's honor, subjecting them to ridicule for years to come. Meanwhile, if Su Qingchuan were to lose, he could simply choose not to return to Xiangjiang, as he would still thrive in the mainland. Li Juanxiong's countenance darkened as he weighed the pros and cons. He realized he had no way out since he had initiated the wager. Retreating now would render all his prior bravado a mere joke. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, Mainlander, your courage is commendable. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Very well, I shall play along. I hope that when you lose, you do not renege on your debt. He then turned to Guo Xianglan, stating, Today, I shall prove to you who truly understands the stock market. This individual beside you is nothing but a complete fraud. Guo Xianglan furrowed her brow and coldly retorted, You are utterly tiresome. Li Juanxiong was genuinely puzzled. What could a young mainlander possess that could captivate a mature woman like Guo Xianglan to the extent that she would oppose him? In matters of wealth, the mainland youth is undoubtedly no match for me. In terms of appearance, I do not fall short either. The only aspect in which he surpasses me may be his age, being a decade younger. Li Juanxiong continually reminded himself internally to refrain from anger. Repeating this mantra until the flames of irritation were quelled, he found no inclination to retreat to his own room, opting instead to observe the market from Guo Xianglan's VIP lounge, directing operations via his mobile phone. Su Qingchuan yawned and stretched lazily, settling onto the sofa with no intention of purchasing stocks. Observing his nonchalance, Li Juanxiong could not help but taunt, Mainland lad, spare us your posturing. No one is swayed by your antics. Su Qingchuan shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, What I do is none of your concern. Focus on your own stocks. Li Juanxiong's fists clenched tightly in response. Unfazed, Su Qingchuan picked up a magazine and began to peruse its pages. Chapter 76. Do you understand stocks? Observing Su Qingchuan's demeanor, Guozhen mused that this fellow was once again putting on airs. Yet, it seemed that every time he attempted to impress, he succeeded. This time, however, uncertainty lingered. Guo Xianglan approached and whispered, Are you out of money? Su Qingchuan candidly admitted, I cannot produce 10 million. Upon hearing this, Li Juanxiong erupted in boisterous laughter, exclaiming, If you lack funds, what business do you have here? To dare to act recklessly in the Hong Kong stock market without a million to your name. Do you truly consider this a marketplace for vegetables? Wagering against you is beneath me. If you are broke, simply fulfill the bet and crawl through my legs. He spread his legs wide, gesturing invitingly. Guo Xianglan, infuriated, retorted, Enough with the insults. Is it merely 10 million? Who cannot produce that? Qingchuan, I shall cover this amount for you. Li Juanxiong felt as if his chest might explode from rage. He was astonished that Guo Xianglan had revealed such a demure side in front of him. When had she become so superficial, enamored with a mere puppy? Did she not appreciate the allure of a mature man? Su Qingchuan closed his magazine and remarked, Very well, Ms. Guo, I cannot refuse your kind offer. Let it be so. Li Juanxiong sneered, Relying on a woman. How shameful. Su Qingchuan replied, It is certainly preferable to relying on someone incapable of providing support. Guozhen nearly burst into laughter. Su Qingchuan possessed a remarkable talent for retort, rendering his opponents speechless each time. This was a skill worthy of further inquiry. Initially, Su Qingchuan's plan was to utilize the few 100,000 he had to earn back 10 million before honoring his wager with Li Juanxiong. Although this approach would significantly diminish his profit efficiency, circumstances dictated his hand. Ultimately, Qingchuan intervened, resolving his predicament. Qingchuan would not decline such goodwill. "Ms. Guo, once I profit, I shall repay you double," he assured her. Qingchuan rolled his eyes. "Are you addicted to boasting? If you win, I shall read my name backwards." Qingchuan calmly replied, "There is no need to read your name backwards. Merely running naked would suffice." Qingchuan finally realized that whatever he said seemed to provoke a retort from Qingchuan. Continuing this verbal sparring would likely result in his humiliation. He decided to let Qingchuan revel in his arrogance for now. By afternoon, he would reclaim his principal along with interest. Qingchuan summoned his exclusive trading advisor, instructing, "Invest the entire 10 million into this stock." The advisor nodded repeatedly. Individuals of Qingchuan's stature typically did not execute trades personally. They delegated such tasks to trading advisors. In contrast, Qingchuan did not enjoy such privileges, but he did not covet them. Trading was most enjoyable when conducted personally, as relying on another diminished the thrill. Within the VIP room, a computer was available. Qingchuan logged into Qingchuan's private account, which boasted a balance exceeding 10 million. He swiftly entered a stock code and invested the entire sum. Throughout the transaction, Qingchuan made no attempt to conceal his actions. Everyone in the VIP room witnessed which stock he purchased, Diandaingku. Qingchuan erupted in laughter. "Xianglan, your 10 million is destined to vanish," he exclaimed. "You see, he dares to buy Diandaingku. Now you know I was not deceiving you. This fellow is merely a charlatan. Even a fool recognizes that stocks in the medical sector are the most lucrative. He should not have invested in Diandaingku. With such limited skill, how can he be so audacious? Truly laughable. If you do not understand stocks, you can find any vegetable vendor outside the exchange and seek their counsel on trading. I can guarantee that even they know which stocks are currently profitable," Qingchuan boldly declared, fully aware of Diandaingku's reputation. Indeed, Diandaingku had a notable background, founded by Li Wenla, the eldest son of another Li family in Xiangang. Since its IPO, Diandaingku had consistently incurred losses and had nearly faced delisting during the stock market crash in the first half of the year, accumulating losses nearing 3 billion since its inception. Even novice investors in Xiangang understood that Diandaingku was a stock to avoid. Purchasing it was tantamount to financial suicide. Yet, Qingchuan had recklessly thrown 10 million into it. To demonstrate his generosity, Qingchuan proclaimed, "This is not bullying. I grant you a chance to reconsider." Xianglan and Guozhan were both filled with concern. Guozhan was less affected, as he had never been particularly fond of Qingchuan. Even if the latter were to suffer a total loss, it would not significantly impact him, and perhaps it would be a blessing, sparing him from his father's insistence that he learn from Qingchuan. However, Guoxianglan's feelings were quite different. She was not distressed about the money, but rather worried for Qingchuan himself. Since the moment she first laid eyes on Qingchuan, her long-dormant heart had been stirred anew, perhaps a manifestation of love at first sight. Yet, the disparity in their ages rendered her hesitant to express her feelings. As for whether Qingchuan had a girlfriend, that was of secondary concern. After all, among the wealthy elite of Xiangang, who did not have multiple romantic entanglements. Having grown up in such an environment, Guoxianglan had long since acclimated to it. Now, witnessing Qingchuan invest 10 million into Diandaingku, she feared that this wager was already lost. "Qingchuan, did you make an error in your trading? If it truly was a mistake, you should sell immediately and choose another stock. I will bear the losses," Guoxianglan whispered. "Though I am not well versed in the stock market, I am aware of Diandaingku's chronic losses." Qingchuan turned to her, smiling. "This is not a trading error. I have confidence in Diandaingku for reasons that defy explanation. Ms. Guo, I implore you to trust me." Yet, Guoxianglan hesitated, ultimately sighing, "Very well. If you insist, I shall refrain from further argument. I hope you are correct." Qingchuan could not explain to Guoxianglan that he was reborn, possessing foresight regarding the trajectory of the Hong Kong stock market. If one were to speak candidly, it is likely that they would be dispatched to a mental institution. Observing that Qingchuan showed no intent to alter his demeanor, Qingchuan let out a disdainful snort, remarking with derision, "I hope by the close of trading this afternoon, you can still maintain your current composure." Qingchuan deemed him unworthy of response. As time gradually slipped away, the morning trading session swiftly approached its conclusion. Li Juanxiong's trading advisor entered, bowing respectfully as he reported, "Young Master Li, we have garnered a profit of 4 million this morning." This achievement could only be deemed moderate, considering the initial capital amounted to 10 million, yet earning a profit signifies that Li Juanxiong's decisions were astute. The medical sector is indeed the current darling of the Hong Kong stock market. It is slightly less than I anticipated, but it is of no significant concern, Li Juanxiong replied nonchalantly. By the way, what is the status of Dianda Inca's stock price? The trading advisor cast a sidelong glance at Qingchuan and responded in a teasing tone. In response to young Master Li, it remains consistent, oscillating precariously near the limit down. Mr. Su's initial investment of 10 million has dwindled to a mere 8 million. Li Juanxiong waved his hand, signaling the advisor to withdraw, then turned to Qingchuan. So, what do you think? Have you conceded? Qingchuan maintained his calm demeanor and replied coolly, "There is still the afternoon session. You truly are one who does not shed tears until faced with the coffin." Li Juanxiong coldly remarked, "I look forward to seeing how you fare by the close of trading this afternoon." Chapter 77. The advertisements are lamentable. Qingchuan glanced at the time and then stepped outside. Li Juanxiong immediately remarked, "Trying to escape?" Without turning back, Qingchuan retorted, "Escape? Not at all. I am simply hungry and going out for a meal. If you are concerned about me running away, perhaps you should hire a bodyguard to keep an eye on me. After all, with your family's vast wealth, one bodyguard should not be a burden." Naturally, Li Juanxiong could not bring himself to seek assistance in shadowing Qingchuan, as it would be far too undignified. After a few moments of silence, Qingchuan let out a disdainful chuckle and strode confidently out. Guoxianglan promptly followed suit. Guozhan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to accompany Qingchuan as well. At this point, it was evident that Li Juanxiong was not pleased with the situation. Once the Guo family had left, Li Juanxiong kicked over a chair, pacing around the room like an agitated bear, while the trading consultant nearby dared not utter a word. After several minutes, Li Juanxiong's temper began to subside. He took a deep breath and said, "I do not wish to go out. Have lunch delivered here." "Understood, young Master Li." The trading consultant nodded vigorously before hastily departing. Li Juanxiong gazed at the stagnant market, his eyes blazing with fury. Just a few more hours of patience, and he would be able to unleash this pent-up frustration. Once outside the trading hall, Qingchuan stretched lazily by the roadside and turned to Guoxianglan, saying, "Miss Guo, I am not well acquainted with Xiangang, and I have no knowledge of where to find good food. Are there any fine restaurants you would recommend?" Guoxianglan replied, "Let us go for seafood. There happens to be a seafood restaurant nearby with delightful flavors." "Excellent," Qingchuan exclaimed. Guoxianglan then playfully tapped Guozhan on the shoulder, instructing, "Go drive." "Hey, auntie, I am not a chauffeur," Guozhan muttered quietly. "I have yet to address the matter of you bringing Li Juanxiong to me." Before Guoxianglan could finish her sentence, Guozhan dashed out, "I will drive." Upon arriving at the restaurant, Guoxianglan expertly ordered the dishes, revealing her frequent patronage. Guozhan, however, was dissatisfied with the establishment, deeming it too shabby and beneath his status. Yet, fearing retribution from Guoxianglan, he suppressed his discontent. While waiting for their meal, Guozhan asked, "Qingchuan, are you truly prepared to go down this path unwaveringly this afternoon?" Qingchuan did not respond to his query, but instead approached the counter, requesting the proprietor to switch the television channel to Feitsue Finance. Feitsue Finance is currently the most professional financial channel in Xiangang, a must-watch for investors. Some traders even vigilantly monitor it throughout the day, anxious to catch any news. Following the market crash earlier in the year, countless retail investors exited the stock market, leading Feitsue Finance to experience a dismal period with plummeting ratings. Thus, the proprietor was somewhat taken aback by Qingchuan's request. However, the customer is always right. Their wishes must be fulfilled. As the channel was broadcasting advertisements, a promotion for Feida video disc player appeared. Guoxianglan remarked, "This is your company's product, isn't it?" Qingchuan nodded. Guozhan chided, "You are indeed quite generous, advertising even in Xiangang." Qingchuan replied, "Xiangang is touted as the Hollywood of the East, producing more films annually than Hollywood itself. In such a vibrant market, the prospects for video disc players are exceedingly bright, hence my presence here." Guozhan scoffed. With video recorders still in use, how could video disc players possibly become mainstream? You have spent so much on advertising. It seems like a futile endeavor. Guoxianglan shot her nephew a glare, saying, If you do not have anything nice to say, keep silent. Guozhen pouted, sulking over his tea. Su Qingchuan remained unperturbed. In this era, there are countless individuals who fail to see the potential of video disc players, including many like Guozhen. However, in just 2 months, the market will deliver a harsh lesson to such naysayers. The advertisements were outsourced, and this was Su Qingchuan's first encounter with advertising in Xiangang. After viewing them, he furrowed his brow in discontent. This is far too crude. The person responsible for the South China region must take accountability. How could such advertisements be released into the market? Of course, Su Qingchuan could comprehend the predicament of his subordinates. Fada video disc players' initial foray had been overly ambitious, and many employees were newly hired. Merely establishing a market presence required extensive effort, and the advertisements were likely handled with minimal oversight. Nevertheless, advertising is a crucial medium at present and cannot be treated so carelessly. Su Qingchuan resolved to personally create an advertisement once he returned. Though he was not trained in advertising, his vision surpassed the times, and crafting an impactful advertisement would pose no challenge. Once the advertisement concluded, 2 familiar hosts from Xiangang appeared on the screen, first recapping the morning stock market and then transitioning to a news segment. Li Wenle appeared on the television. Dear investors, I am Li Wenle. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude for your unwavering support of Dianda Communications, especially to those who stood by us during our hardships. On behalf of the Li Group, I extend my heartfelt thanks. I am here to announce some good news. Dianda Communications has secured telecommunications projects in Western and Central Europe and has established a strategic partnership with the Motorola Group. Dianda Communications will serve as Motorola's general agent across the Asia-Pacific region, and in Europe, our projects have already secured over $3 billion in financing. Li Wenle stood at the podium, speaking passionately, clearly elated. Dianda Communications was his brainchild, yet it had been operating at a loss, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, which had burdened him with immense pressure. At last, he could hold his head high. A slight smile crept across Su Qingchuan's lips. The memories showed no signs of deviation. In another timeline, Dianda Communications underwent a transformation on this very day. Li Wenle also earned the title of Little Superman on this day. Following the press conference, Dianda Communications experienced a meteoric rise in stock prices, becoming the first company to achieve profitability after the market crash, marking a significant turnaround in the Hong Kong stock market. Guo Xianglan and Guozhen felt as though they were electrified, a tingling sensation coursing through their bodies. Su Qingchuan, what is your connection to the Li family? Surely you are not the illegitimate child of Li Jiaqing? Guozhen swallowed hard and inquired. Su Qingchuan rolled his eyes in disdain, declaring, I have no affiliation with the Li family. In fact, I harbor a deep-seated aversion towards them. Then how did you know that Li Wenle would hold a press conference today? Guozhen pressed further. Guo Xianglan also perked up her ears, eager to uncover whether this was merely a coincidence or a deliberate act orchestrated by Su Qingchuan. If it is indeed a coincidence, it would be nothing short of astonishing. Yet, if it is not, it could evoke a profound sense of dread. Chapter 78. Lux. Su Qingchuan remarked calmly, I once assisted Ericsson with market promotion and gathered a wealth of information regarding Motorola. By chance, I stumbled upon an article in a foreign magazine that reported the collaboration between Dianda Communications and Motorola. It was at that moment I realized that Dianda Communications was poised for takeoff. Although my sentiments towards the Li family, particularly Li Jiaqing, are far from favorable, I must concede that Li Wenle possesses remarkable investment acumen. He has discerned the potential of the telecommunications industry in the future and is determined to establish a foothold in Europe, even at the cost of incurring debt. This family may lack integrity, yet their strategic foresight is undeniably formidable. Hearing this, Guozhen's heart raced. No one in the fragrant harbor dared to criticize Li Jiaqing's character so openly. A mainlander like Su Qingchuan had the audacity to make such remarks about the wealthiest man in Hong Kong. It was indeed a bold move. However, Guo Xianglan harbored doubts, believing that Su Qingchuan's reasoning, while seemingly grandiloquent, contained numerous flaws upon closer inspection. The most glaring inconsistency was how he could be so certain that Dianda Communications would hold a press conference today. If he missed the opportunity, he would face humiliation at the hands of Li Juanxiu. Yet, on this very day, Li Wenle convened a press conference, and Dianda Communications thrived. Guo Xianglan voiced her perplexities, to which Su Qingchuan attributed it to luck. Both Guo Xianglan and Guozhen were skeptical, but Su Qingchuan did not wish to divulge further. and they could not force him to speak. Su Qingchuan began to eat, while Guo Xianglan and Guo Zhen lost all appetite. Guo Zhen's thoughts drifted to the downfall of Li Juanxiong. Earlier that day at the exchange, Li Juanxiong had exhibited his arrogance to the fullest, ridiculing and trampling upon Su Qingchuan's dignity. Yet, in just a few short hours, the tide had turned, and with Li Juanxiong's proud character, he would likely find it unbearable. Strangely, Guo Zhen felt a refreshing exhilaration akin to sipping an icy beverage on a sweltering summer day. Li Juanxiong had always looked down upon him, even during his pursuit of his aunt, treating him with disdain. Guo Zhen had long harbored grievances, waiting for an opportunity to release them. This afternoon, Li Juanxiong would face his first significant setback in his investment career, likely exposing himself to ridicule at the exchange. The thought brought him immense satisfaction. Guo Zhen now understood why his father insisted that he accompany Su Qingchuan. There was indeed much to learn from him. While the ability to make money was one thing, the art of sophistication was another he could acquire. Reflecting on his previous attempts at showing off, he realized they were trivial and lacked refinement compared to Su Qingchuan's grand demeanor. With this realization, Guo Zhen lost all desire to eat, wishing he could sprout wings and fly back to the exchange to witness the distorted, anguished expression on Li Juanxiong's face. Su Qingchuan, however, remained unperturbed, leisurely enjoying his meal before returning to the exchange just in time for the market to open. With only 5 minutes remaining until trading commenced, Li Juanxiong was in the VIP lounge, unaware of the shocking news that had unfolded at noon. Upon seeing Su Qingchuan, Li Juanxiong sprang from the sofa, accepted a warm towel from his assistant, and scoffed. "You truly have the nerve to return? I thought you had fled to the mainland." Su Qingchuan settled into a chair, lit a cigarette, and replied nonchalantly, "I haven't witnessed your downfall yet. How could I leave?" Li Juanxiong's expression darkened as he tossed the towel to his assistant, rising abruptly and gritting his teeth. "You are quite the fool. Do you know that? Is every mainlander as inexplicably confident as you? Let me remind you, this is Xiangjiang, my territory. If you wish to wreak havoc here, dream on. I will not be the one to bear it all, but you will walk out of the exchange stripped of dignity." At that moment, Li Juanxiong's trading advisor quietly interjected, "Li Xiao, the market is opening." Li Juanxiong inhaled deeply, savoring the final moments of being clothed, mockingly addressing Su Qingchuan as a country bumpkin. Su Qingchuan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. He preferred actions over words, knowing that nothing was more exhilarating than witnessing a stock's ascent. Within a minute of the market opening, Li Juanxiong's face darkened, his investments in several medical stocks plummeting. The profits he had accrued earlier evaporated, replaced by losses on his principal investment. Li Juanxiong stared intently at the trading screen, watching as medical stocks fell across the board, all flashing red. How could this be? He turned to investigate the flow of funds. The trading advisor, using a state-of-the-art laptop, furiously typed on the keyboard, quickly tracking the fund's movement. Yet, he hesitated to speak. "What are you waiting for?" Li Juanxiong barked. "Have you found anything?" The advisor gulped, stammering, I found it." "Where did it go?" Li Juanxiong pressed. The advisor hesitated, but Guo Zhen couldn't contain himself any longer, bursting out, "The funds have likely gone to Dianda Communications." "You speak nonsense," Li Juanxiong retorted. "If you don't understand the stock market, keep your mouth shut, or you'll be seen as a fool." Guo Zhen, exasperated, shot back, "Li Juanxiong, you are utterly arrogant. Do you truly believe I lack temper? I assure you, that money has indeed gone to Dianda Communications. Why won't your trading advisor speak? He fears damaging your pride, but you really think yourself a significant figure?" Li Juanxiong suddenly turned, glaring intently at the trading advisor. Is what he said true? The advisor's lips twitched before he finally admitted, yes. Li Juanxiong collapsed onto the sofa, the light in his eyes fading. How could this happen? At that moment, Guo Xianglan, seated before the computer, interjected, "Dianda Communications is rising. The speed of the increase is rapid, indicating a flood of hot money pouring in. It has hit the limit." In mere minutes, Dianda Communications transformed from a penny stock to one that had reached its peak. The financial market is indeed magical. As Li Juanxiong absorbed this information, his body trembled uncontrollably, seizing the trading advisor's laptop to check the stock code for Dianda Communications himself. Desperate to confirm the astonishing rise. It is impossible. How can this be happening? Li Juanxiong's lips trembled incessantly. It will definitely plummet. It must. This is abnormal. It is evident that someone is manipulating the market. Su Qingchuan extinguished his cigarette, inhaling deeply before stating, "You are not new to the stock market. How can you utter such foolish words? Admit it, you have already lost." Li Juanxiong's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted at Su Qingchuan. "I refuse to believe it. I do not believe." Su Qingchuan replied, "Is it worthwhile to cling to your last shred of resistance? The principle of winners and losers, of gambling and accepting defeat, is something you cannot possibly misunderstand." Though Su Qingchuan's voice was not loud, it resonated profoundly within the ears of those in the VIP room. Earlier that morning, everyone had dismissed him as a madman for daring to invest 10 million in Dienda Communications. Yet now, the madman had transformed into a god. Meanwhile, the former god had plummeted from the heavens, sinking hopelessly into the mire. In a fit of irrationality, Li Juanxiong suddenly lunged at Su Qingchuan, grasping his collar tightly. "What is your relationship with Li Wenla? You must have been aware of Li Wenla's strategies all along, enticing me to enter the game deliberately, haven't you? Have you lost your mind, Li Juanxiong?" Released Qingchuan. "Do you truly think the Guo family is easy to bully?" Guo Xianglan and Guo Zhen spoke in unison. Su Qingchuan raised his hand, signaling them to calm down, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he disdainfully remarked, "Your frantic fury resembles that of a dog." Chapter 79. A flat price of 30 million. Li Juanxiong, consumed by rage, raised his fist to strike Su Qingchuan. However, Su Qingchuan was quicker, bringing him down to the ground before adjusting his attire and casting a gaze of utter indifference upon him, commanding, "Remove your clothes and exit." Seated on the ground, Li Juanxiong was overwhelmed with shame and fury. If he were to strip, there would be no place for him in Shangjiang. Yet, this wager was one he had ultimately lost. Failing to fulfill the bet would equally result in disgrace. The other three prominent families would not let such an opportunity slip by, and they would undoubtedly launch a media onslaught against him, leaving him no choice but to depart Shangjiang in disgrace. Regardless of which path he chose, the outcome remained the same. Taking a deep breath, Li Juanxiong uttered, "Su, do not push me too far." Su Qingchuan sneered, "If I were to lose, would you show me mercy?" Li Juanxiong fell silent, for Su Qingchuan was correct. Had he won, he would have undoubtedly forced Su Qingchuan to run out naked, showing no mercy. Thus, his plea for leniency was fundamentally untenable. Su Qingchuan, unperturbed, patiently awaited Li Juanxiong's next move. He was well aware that Li Juanxiong would never agree to strip himself and would devise some means to evade punishment. As for the method, it would depend on how clever the young master Li truly was. Yet, the approach Li Juanxiong chose only deepened Su Qingchuan's disdain for him. Even at this juncture, he refused to relinquish the airs of a young master, attempting to intimidate Su Qingchuan. "Su, our Li family is a prestigious lineage in Shangjiang. If I walk out naked today, you can forget about ever returning to Shangjiang." Hearing this, Guo Zhen immediately retorted, "Young Master Li, do not assume that your family holds absolute power in Shangjiang. Do you think the three prominent families are pushovers? Mr. Su is a distinguished guest of our Guo family. If your Li family dares to harm him, our Guo family will not stand idly by." Li Juanxiong glared at Guo Zhen, wishing he could bite off a piece of flesh from him. This fellow truly knew how to read the wind. He had been ingratiating himself with Li Juanxiong in the morning, and now he stood with Su Qingchuan. Truly a lapdog, loyal only to the one who throws him a bone. Yet, Li Juanxiong had to admit that the Li family could not dominate Shangjiang. Should conflict arise, even a victory would come at a heavy cost. Moreover, for those engaged in business, harmony is paramount, and his father would certainly not jeopardize their standing for the sake of pride. The current situation had become a stalemate, unless Li Juanxiong adjusted his posture, adopting a servile demeanor. "Mr. Su, as long as I am not forced to run naked, I can agree to any other conditions." This was a plea for mercy. Of course, his supplication was only for the present. Having survived this ordeal, Li Juanxiong vowed to make Su Qingchuan pay 100-fold in retribution. Su Qingchuan chuckled, "Very well, if you want to run naked. Then perhaps you could crawl beneath my legs instead." The frustration that Li Juanxiong had barely managed to suppress burst forth once again. Su Qingchuan remarked, "Are you angry? I am merely returning the favor." Only then did Li Juanxiong recall having said something similar earlier that day. Suddenly, Su Qingchuan's tone shifted. "In truth, I do not relish the sight of grown men running naked. After all, I do not have a penchant for such things. Thus, this method is not set in stone." Li Juanxiong's spirit soared. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of smugness. This mainlander was indeed fearful and dared not offend him too severely, likely aware that if he survived today, he would face wild retaliation. Yet, Su Qingchuan's next words plunged Li Juanxiong into despair once more. You shall walk into the trading hall and shout 3 times, Su Qingchuan is my grandfather. If you do that, I will let you go. What do you think, young masterly? Is that condition too excessive? Guozhen nearly burst into laughter, while Guo Xianglan wore a bemused expression. This fellow truly knew how to stir up trouble, demanding Li Juanxiong call him grandfather. If Li Juanxiong actually shouted that, Li Zhaoji would undoubtedly not let him off the hook. Who could endure suddenly having an extra father? Su, are you out of your mind? Li Juanxiong bellowed. Dream on if you think I will call you. Su Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. So you refuse to shout? Very well, then you shall strip. Either you call me grandfather, or you run out naked. Which humiliation do you find greater? You may ponder that, young masterly. With that, Su Qingchuan returned to his seat. Li Juanxiong's fists clenched tightly, his teeth nearly grinding against one another. He desired neither outcome, and he could not accept either. Qingchuan. Guo Xianglan approached him, speaking softly, let it go. Su Qingchuan turned to her and asked, Miss Guo, could it be that you harbor feelings for young masterly? Is that why you are defending him? If I were to lose today, would you plead on my behalf? Guo Xianglan bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Qingchuan, is this truly how you perceive me? Her expression startled Su Qingchuan, prompting him to hastily clarify. Miss Guo, I was merely jesting. Guo Xianglan replied with a mournful tone. Qingchuan, I have no feelings for Li Juanxiong. I am speaking up for you because I wish to help you. If you force him to strip or to call you grandfather, it will create an irreparable enmity with the Li Zhaoji family, which would be detrimental to your future endeavors. Su Qingchuan scratched his head. I apologize for not recognizing your goodwill, Miss Guo. Since you have expressed yourself so clearly, it would be ungracious of me to persist. Let this matter rest. Seeing Su Qingchuan relent, Guo Xianglan felt a weight lift from her heart. She then turned to Li Juanxiong. Young Master Li, my brother is graciously willing to spare you, but you must show some acknowledgement. Li Juanxiong nodded repeatedly. All right, I will offer 800,000 as compensation. How does that sound? Su Qingchuan replied, Young Master Li, are you offering me a beggar's pittance? What sum do you desire? Li Juanxiong inquired. Su Qingchuan extended 3 fingers, 30 million. Li Juanxiong gasped in disbelief. This is outrageous, an outright extortion. 30 million is no trivial sum for him. To amass such a fortune, he must sell a portion of his stocks. Guozhen, standing nearby, sarcastically remarked, Young Master Li, the wind blows the eggshell, wealth departs while one finds tranquility. Li Juanxiong could hardly contain his rage, wishing to silence this insufferable individual. Would it truly kill him to speak less? Chapter 80. The advertising girl Li Juanxiong ultimately acquiesced to Su Qingchuan's request, yet he found himself lacking the necessary funds. Consequently, he reached out to his family to muster a check amounting to 30 million. In this round, you have triumphed, Li Juanxiong remarked, gripping the doorknob of the VIP room without glancing back. However, time is on our side. We shall cross paths again in the future. At that moment, luck may not favor you so. With that, he swung the door open and strode away. Guozhen could not help but whistle. Even after such a defeat, he still has the audacity to make threats. Truly, he is a slave to his pride. Su Qingchuan meticulously tucked the check away, turned, and sat at his computer, resuming his stock trading. Nothing could delay his quest for profit, as Fada Electronics had countless financial needs on the horizon. Guo Xianglan was taken aback by Su Qingchuan's rapid emotional transformation. Just moments ago, he had been embroiled in confrontation, yet now he was wholly absorbed in trading stocks. This was the allure of Su Qingchuan, a significant reason for Guo Xianglan's infatuation. Though merely 18, he possessed a maturity that transcended his years. Guo Xianglan felt a pang of innocence in his presence, as if she were merely a young girl in comparison. In truth, her instincts were not misguided, for Su Qingchuan's psychological maturity was nearing 40, while she was just in her early 30s. Indeed, she was just a girl in the grand scheme. Naturally, this secret would remain forever unknown to Guo Xianglan. In the following days, Su Qingchuan reaped substantial profits through DIDA communications, coupled with the 30 million Li Juanxiong had lost to him. Within mere days, his net gain approached 60 million. Such an astounding capacity for wealth accumulation left Guozhen utterly in awe, to the point where he began referring to him as young Master Su. Nonetheless, Su Qingchuan understood that the key principle to profiting in the stock market was to withdraw promptly and his ambitions lay elsewhere. Thus, after swiftly liquidating his stocks, he returned to the mainland with over 60 million in hand. Guo Xianglan felt a deep reluctance to part ways, almost following him. But her feminine modesty preserved her final semblance of dignity, preventing her from truly pursuing him. Guo Zhen, not oblivious to his aunt's unusual affections for Su Qingchuan, experienced his own turmoil. If Su Qingchuan were to become involved with his aunt, would that not diminish his own stature? Unbeknownst to Su Qingchuan, he remained unaware of the thoughts pervading the minds of the aunt and nephew. He first sought out Qingchuan at school, spending several hours in her company, during which he observed that bodyguards were always discreetly present to ensure her safety. Guo Binxiang had indeed arranged for several private bodyguards to protect Qingchuan without her knowledge. Yet, despite their reluctance to part, the time for separation arrived. Su Qingchuan boarded his return flight, and, several hours later, found himself back in Rongqing. The foremost issue to address was the matter of advertising, for which he had already selected the perfect candidate, Hua Yihan. Firstly, he had previously promised her a part-time position at his company, and secondly, her exemplary image was ideal for a star. Such a remarkable resource would be a waste not to utilize. Arriving at the dormitory building of the girls from the financial university, Su Qingchuan called Hua Yihan. A few minutes later, Hua Yihan appeared before him alongside her roommates, Qi Jing, Lu Hui, and Wu Jiao. Ah, so this little fellow is indeed attempting to woo an older sister, Lu Hui teased as she approached Su Qingchuan. Qi Jing and Wu Jiao regarded him with amused expressions. Su Qingchuan, a mix of exasperation and amusement, replied, "Ladies, please refrain from jesting. I have serious business with Sister Yihan." "What serious business? Do share with us so we may judge your intentions," Qi Jing inquired, her curiosity piqued. Hua Yihan, youthful and fair, blushed deeply under her roommate's playful banter. Su Qingchuan earnestly declared, "I had promised Sister Yihan I would help her find work, but amidst my busy schedule, I completely forgot. I sincerely apologize for that. I am here to rectify my oversight." Hua Yihan's interest was immediately piqued. "Oh, what job?" Su Qingchuan responded, "To shoot an advertisement." Hua Yihan promptly shook her head. "No, I can't do that." Lu Hui interjected, "Little Su, are you genuinely seeking to have Yihan star in an advertisement? You aren't jesting, are you?" Su Qingchuan nodded affirmatively. "Of course it is sincere. In my eyes, Sister Yihan is someone born for the spotlight. When my company needed someone for an advertisement, she was the first person who came to mind." Well, such sweet words. They might just make one swoon," Qi Jing remarked. Su Qingchuan continued, "Sister Yihan, please consider. If you agree, we can visit the advertising company together tomorrow morning." Hua Yihan glanced at her roommates, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Let me think about it." After Su Qingchuan acknowledged her, he turned to depart. The moment he left, Qi Jing and the others began chattering excitedly, offering Hua Yihan advice. "Little Su is quite reliable," Qi Jing stated. "I heard from my sister that he possesses genuine talent. He built Haichuan Company from the ground up. And the recent advertising campaign for the Fada DVD player is his project. Is he not just barely an adult? Today's youth are truly remarkable. I was so naive at 18, Wu Jiao commented. Lu Hui teased, "Oh, so you're not naive anymore?" Wu Jiao was the only one in the dormitory with a boyfriend, and her recent frequent absences were all too easily inferred. "You are incorrigible," Wu Jiao laughed as she playfully wrestled with Lu Hui. Qi Jing turned to Hua Yihan and asked, "So, Yihan, what do you think?" Hua Yihan murmured, "I fear I might not do well." Qi Jing replied, "You haven't even tried. How can you say you won't succeed?" "I wholeheartedly agree with little Su. You're naturally suited for the camera. You should shine on the screen. Do not hesitate. Accept the offer." Hua Yihan gazed at her. "Am I truly capable?" Qi Jing affirmed, "Believe in yourself, Yihan. We will accompany you tomorrow." Finally, Hua Yihan mustered her resolve. "All right, I shall give it a try." That very evening, Hua Yihan conveyed her decision to Su Qingchuan, agreeing to participate in the advertisement. The following morning, Su Qingchuan drove them to the advertising company. This advertising agency has a collaborative relationship with Fada Group, and they are responsible for all advertising design in the entire Southwest region. Su Qingchuan is quite satisfied with their work. However, he harbors some discontent regarding the advertisement film, as the leading lady possesses an unsettling lack of expressiveness, her eyes devoid of any sparkle. It is precisely for this reason that Su Qingchuan declined to utilize the previous advertisement film. Today, he not only presents an impeccable advertising heroine, but also brings forth a remarkably substantial advertising concept. Chapter 81. Securing sponsorship. The advertising concept was also pilfered by Su Qingchuan. Yet in the realm of business, can it truly be deemed theft? Rather, it is a matter of foresight. He genuinely lacked the time to ponder over advertisements himself, so he replayed a series of classic ads from the future in his mind, and subsequently selected one creative idea. The personnel at the advertising agency, however, were blissfully unaware. Upon reviewing the proposal presented by Su Qingchuan, they were utterly astonished. It is often said that every profession has its specialists, yet the fact that such a flawless advertising concept was not conceived by these so-called professionals was somewhat embarrassing. Due to this remarkable advertising idea, the staff at the agency no longer harbored any objections to Su Qingchuan's involvement in the advertisement production. In any industry, it is generally frowned upon for outsiders to direct insiders. Yet Su Qingchuan was far from an outsider. He was, in fact, more knowledgeable than many insiders. Not to mention, the stunning young lady he brought along, Hua Yihan, was infinitely more beautiful than the previous advertising model. The advertising team escorted Hua Yihan to the backstage for a test shoot, while Su Qingchuan and Qi Jing rested on the sofas in the company lobby. Lu Hui, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Are you planning to invite Yihan to be the spokesperson for your company?" Su Qingchuan blinked and replied affirmatively. Lu Hui immediately, with stars in her eyes, exclaimed, "With Yihan's exceptional qualities, she is bound to become a superstar. I have made up my mind. From this day forth, I shall become Yihan's manager and cultivate her into an Asian megastar." Wu Jiao interjected, "I apologize, but Yihan agreed last night to let me be her manager. You are a step behind. Then I'll be her assistant," Lu Hui conceded. "As long as I can be by Yihan's side, the money will flow in endlessly." It is truly a blissful thought. As they engaged in playful banter, Su Qingchuan's phone rang. It was Xi Minglin, informing him of a matter concerning the student council that required his immediate attention. Su Qingchuan felt a twinge of exasperation. Xi Minglin had seemingly developed a penchant for summoning him. Despite not having agreed to join the student council thus far, she treated him as if he were her subordinate, frequently calling him for trivial matters. Anticipating his possible refusal, Xi Minglin preemptively stated, "The outcome of the previous incident has been resolved. If you return now, your punishment will be lighter. If you choose not to return, you will face probation." Su Qingchuan sighed. "I have matters to attend to back at school," he said. "Ladies, will you accompany me, or shall you continue to wait here?" Qi Jing replied, "We will wait here for Yihan. You may return alone." Wu Jiao added, "I did not mean to eavesdrop, but the voice of that woman on the phone sounded remarkably like Xi Minglin." Su Qingchuan nodded. "It was her, insisting I return to face punishment." Qi Jing remarked, "What do you expect? You were quite arrogant last time, taking down 3 individuals." She then added, "By the way, the song you sang last time was quite good. I searched for it for a long time and could not find it. Surely, you did not compose it yourself?" Su Qingchuan chuckled and quickly rose to leave. Lu Hui said, "Xiao Su is indeed an impressive individual, adept at business, singing, and even possessing remarkable creative abilities. Ah, how I wish I had met you sooner." "Stop with the infatuation," Wu Jiao interjected. "He already has a girlfriend." "I was merely expressing my admiration," Lu Hui pouted. Meanwhile, Su Qingchuan drove back to the school, heading straight for the student council's office. Xi Minglin and several key members had already gathered. Upon seeing Su Qingchuan, Xi Minglin coolly stated, "Good, now that everyone is here, we will assign tasks." Su Qingchuan was taken aback. Was he not to face punishment? How had this turned into a task assignment? Xi Minglin shot him a glance and said, "If you perform well on this task, your punishment will be nullified." Su Qingchuan shrugged and seated himself on a chair. "All right, I shall heed the senioress instructions. Next month marks the 70th anniversary of our school's founding, and a grand cultural performance will be held to celebrate this occasion. Each department's student council has specific responsibilities, and our department's task is to secure sponsorship." After stating this, Xi Minglin turned her gaze towards Su Qingchuan. "Su Qingchuan, this task is entrusted to you." Su Qingchuan queried, "Why me?" "Because you are the most qualified," Xi Minglin replied matter-of-factly. "A person who can drive a Lexus to school must come from a well-off family. Given your background, you are likely to have connections with prominent businesses in Rongqing. It is only fitting that you handle the sponsorship." Su Qingchuan pondered for a moment before agreeing. Xi Minglin had not anticipated his swift acquiescence. She had approached this with a trial-and-error mentality, yet he had accepted without hesitation. It seemed his family circumstances were indeed quite favorable, which saved her a great deal of trouble. Securing sponsorship is acceptable, but there is one prerequisite. Do not approach any dubious sponsors, Xi Minglan cautioned. Su Qingchuan assured her, rest easy, senior. The companies I contact will be legitimate. How much funding is required for the entire cultural performance? He asked. Xi Minglan replied, starting at 100,000. The more, the better. Su Qingchuan pursed his lips. Was that all? As Xi Minglan proceeded to delegate other tasks, Su Qingchuan interjected, Senior, if there is nothing more for me to do, I shall take my leave. Xi Minglan nodded, go ahead. With his hands in his pockets, Su Qingchuan exited the office building, unexpectedly encountering Chun Shi at the entrance. In that instant, he felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, rendering him utterly incapable of coherent thought, resembling a wooden post. Chun Shi, surprised to see him, joyfully exclaimed, Classmate, I did not expect to find you here. This is wonderful. I have yet to thank you for helping me last time. Before Chun Shi could finish her sentence, Su Qingchuan abruptly cut her off. I'm sorry. I have something to attend to, and he hastily fled, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Am I truly that frightening? Chun Shi pouted, appearing somewhat aggrieved. Su Qingchuan dashed out of the school, crouching by the roadside, gasping for breath. He realized that his feelings for Chun Shi were exceedingly complex. He both longed to see her and feared the encounter. Until he could untangle these emotions, it was perhaps best to maintain a distance. After catching his breath by the roadside, Qi Jing's call came through, inquiring whether he had completed his errands. If so, he was to proceed to the advertising agency to pick them up. Su Qingchuan was taken aback by the unexpected efficiency of the advertisement shoot, which wrapped up in less than 2 hours. Or perhaps, Hua Yihan was unable to fulfill the requirements of the advertisement shoot and had been rejected by the agency. Chapter 82. The sorrows of a beautiful woman. Su Qingchuan hurriedly arrived and discovered several enchanting young ladies lined up at the entrance of the advertising company building. Passers-by could not help but steal glances, as their beauty was simply captivating. Su Qingchuan parked his car in front of the young women and, once they settled inside, immediately inquired, why is it over so soon? Was the filming not satisfactory? Hua Yihan, with a flushed face, lowered her gaze, while the other three burst into laughter. It's not that it wasn't good, it was too good, Lu Hui explained. Wu Jiao added, but Yihan is shy. We asked her to reenact it, and she flatly refused. Yihan, we can't see it, but surely Xiao Su can. After all, you are working for their company. Hua Yihan, feeling bashful, gently pinched Wu Jiao's arm and whispered, stop it. Qi Jing, who was seated in the front passenger seat, suggested, let us find a place to eat first. Upon reaching the restaurant, they requested a private room, and Wu Jiao continued to urge Hua Yihan to perform the advertisement again. Hua Yihan adamantly refused, nearly on the verge of tears, prompting Wu Jiao to hastily apologize. All right, let us not pressure her anymore. Qi Jing interjected. Let us eat. Wu Jiao did not genuinely intend to tease Hua Yihan and offered apologies throughout the meal, eventually mending their friendship. Su Qingchuan paid the bill and asked, what plans do you ladies have for the afternoon? Qi Jing retorted, what does Xi Minglan want with you? Oh, the school is celebrating its 70th anniversary, and she asked me to seek sponsorship, Su Qingchuan replied. You certainly are the right person for that, Qi Jing said with a smile. By the way, didn't my sister rent a place to you? Yes, that is indeed the case, Su Qingchuan confirmed. Then let us head to that apartment, Qi Jing suggested. For the time being, we will make use of it. After all, as seniors, we will soon need a place to stay. Qi Jing's reasoning stemmed not from reluctance to part with the apartment, but rather from consideration for her roommates. During their time at school, Qi Jing had intentionally downplayed her family's financial status in front of her roommates, even opting for the same skincare products as them. She understood Wu Jiao and the others were sensitive, and if she offered them a whole apartment outright, they would likely refuse. However, if it came from Su Qingchuan, they would certainly accept it. Su Qingchuan, discerning Qi Jing's intentions, readily agreed and drove to the community. The young ladies chattered excitedly as they entered. Discovering that the apartment was exquisitely furnished and featured a duplex layout, with a total of 5 bedrooms, providing each of them with their own space. Who would have thought, Xiao Su, that you live so comfortably on your own? Lu Hui remarked casually as she sprawled on the sofa, looking utterly relaxed. When a girl displays such demeanor in front of a boy, it usually indicates one of 2 possibilities. She is either interested in him or considers him a close friend. Clearly, Su Qingchuan was in the latter category. I am a light sleeper, and even the slightest noise can disturb me, Su Qingchuan said. How could I possibly sleep with all the chatter and antics in a dormitory? The young ladies erupted in laughter. Wu Jiao, enviously, remarked, I wonder when I will be able to afford such a place. Su Qingchuan assured her, you all will certainly be able to buy a place in the future. I believe that. That is quite a promise you're making. If we can't, will you compensate us? Wu Jiao teased. Sure, if I genuinely cannot afford it, I will gift each of you a house, Su Qingchuan replied playfully. Oh my, Xiao Su, your words are so sweet, Wu Jiao said, playfully pinching his cheek. Lu Hui chimed in, urging him not to take advantage, yet she too joined in, playfully pinching and poking. Su Qingchuan, bemused, observed the lightheartedness until the girls began to tire, each finding a room to rest. The rooms were well equipped with bedding, ready for use. Hua Yihan approached Su Qingchuan and softly said, please come with me. In the bedroom she had chosen, she turned and locked the door, a gesture that sent a jolt through Su Qingchuan's heart. Was she about to make an audacious move? The seemingly delicate girl demonstrating such boldness was unexpected. Should he resist or not? As Su Qingchuan contemplated this, Hua Yihan spoke. During the shoot today, for some reason, I felt no nervousness in front of the camera. But away from it, I became so self-conscious. The others encouraged me to reenact it, but I lacked the courage. Only then did Su Qingchuan realize that Hua Yihan was confiding in him, as if he were a trusted confidant, sharing her inner turmoil. Some individuals are born for the spotlight. In my eyes, you are one of them. Yihan, Su Qingchuan said earnestly. Hua Yihan twisted the hem of her clothing and confessed, sometimes I feel utterly worthless. Hui Wei and Zhao Zhao possess strong social skills, and Jingjing is even more so. I, on the other hand, seem to lack everything and feel like a burden. Su Qingchuan crossed his arms and encouraged her with his gaze to continue. Expressing these feelings often alleviates the burden. Hua Yihan struggled to articulate her thoughts, a torrent of words caught in her throat, until she finally managed to utter, let me perform it for you. Su Qingchuan smiled and replied, it would be my honor. Hua Yihan's performance was essentially a song. Her voice was uniquely enchanting, resembling delicate bubbles rising in a crystal-clear spring, shimmering with iridescence under the sun's rays. Though easily shattered by a breeze, it exuded a fragile beauty. By the end of her performance, tears welled in Hua Yihan's eyes. Su Qingchuan immediately averted his gaze. He had to admit that at that moment, Hua Yihan had profoundly moved him, a memory he would likely cherish for a lifetime, etched into his very being. Thus, he dared not meet her gaze again, shifting his attention elsewhere. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat intimate. Su Qingchuan exhaled deeply, stepped over to open the door, and took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Once his emotions settled, Su Qingchuan turned back to face Hua Yihan, who still had tears in her eyes, yet her gaze burned with intensity. Is this acceptable? Hua Yihan asked. Su Qingchuan earnestly declared, I hope that in the future, Yihan will shine as brilliantly as she does in this very moment. Hua Yihan, filled with joy, momentarily overlooked the somewhat ambiguous way Su Qingchuan addressed her and replied, you are not just flattering me, are you? Su Qingchuan responded, I swear by the heavens, my words are sincere. Yihan, you are remarkable, truly exceptional. You are inherently suited for the spotlight. Believe in yourself. With that, he turned and departed, fearing that if he remained in the room any longer, he would be utterly captivated by Hua Yihan. Chapter 83. The rising star. Around 6 in the evening, the advertising agency delivered the rough-cut footage. Su Qingchuan had already set up a FATA DVD player in the room, ready to play the film as soon as it arrived. The advertisement was impeccable, divided into a 5-second cut for CCTV and a 20-second full version. This arrangement was intentional, as the 5-second cut was designated for broadcast on CCTV, while the full version would be extensively aired on various local stations. The rise of local stations would not occur until after the millennium. Prior to that, CCTV held the undisputed position of authority, with advertisements aired on CCTV being highly sought after by the public. A simple example would be Kungfu Yanjiu, a subpar beverage that, through advertising on CCTV, remarkably ascended to become the leading brand of baijiu in the country, overshadowing the likes of Mutai and Wuliangya. Health products such as Shengming, Yihao, and Jiningai also gained immense popularity after advertising on CCTV, despite their ineffectiveness, essentially being nothing more than syrup mixed with water. Due to its formidable promotional power, CCTV advertisements became coveted resources among manufacturers throughout the 1990s. Each year, A bidding conference for advertisements was held at the CCTV headquarters, with the most valuable time slot being the 5 seconds following the evening news. Kung Fu Yinjiu achieved its market resurgence thanks to this brief interval. However, this year, these 5 seconds belonged to Fada. Su Qingchuan held tens of millions in his hands. If he could not secure even a CCTV advertisement, he might as well abandon his ambitions. The other girls in the room were oblivious to such grand considerations. They were simply captivated by the advertisement's beauty and daydreaming about the glamorous future that awaited Hua Yihan as a superstar. Xiao Su, you must take this advertisement to that television station for airing, Lu Hui urged. Su Qingchuan replied, the 5-second advertisement is for CCTV, while the 20-second is for local stations. Wow, CCTV! Lu Hui exclaimed, excitedly grasping Hua Yihan's hand. Xiao Huahua, you are truly going to become famous, I tell you. Wu Jiao inquired. So, does this mean Yihan is now the spokesperson for your brand? Su Qingchuan explained, strictly speaking. Sister Yihan is currently the image ambassador for Fada DVD players, not yet a spokesperson. However, if Sister Yihan wishes to upgrade to the role of the overall brand spokesperson for Qingchuan Group, that would not be an issue. The salary would increase significantly, but so would the associated obligations, depending entirely on Sister Yihan's considerations. Lu Hui, curious, asked, how much does an image ambassador earn? And what about a brand spokesperson? The fee for an image ambassador is approximately 60,000 a year, requiring only some print and media advertisements. In contrast, the fee for a brand spokesperson is around 180,000, but it necessitates collaborating with the brand for promotions, especially in key cities, where the spokesperson must be present, Su Qingchuan clarified. Lu Hui hardly absorbed the latter part. Her attention was entirely captivated by the figure of 180,000. Xiao Huahua, 180,000. That's an incredible sum. My dad earns just a few hundred a month. It would take him decades to earn that much. No question about it. I want to be a spokesperson. It's just a bit of hard work, nothing to worry about. She exclaimed dramatically. Hua Yihan, astonished by the prospect of earning such a substantial amount from a mere advertisement, an 8,000 minimum and a maximum of 180,000, was equally taken aback. Though she came from a well-off family, the figure of 180,000 was staggering. Her father's factory likely earned only a few $100,000 a year, and with declining profits, the net income after expenses barely reached 200,000. The thought that she could earn her father's yearly income from just one advertisement was simply outrageous. Wu Jiao hesitated before asking, if she becomes a brand spokesperson, your company wouldn't expect Yihan to engage in those kinds of activities, would you? Su Qingchuan paused, a knowing smile crossing his face as he replied, what sort of activities does Sister Jiao refer to? Wu Jiao, being quite straightforward, expressed her concerns candidly, albeit hesitantly, about activities such as accompanying drinks, singing, and, well, those matters. Ultimately, she felt too shy to utter the words sleeping together. Su Qingchuan whistled, smiling as he said, those are merely normal commercial entertainments. As for any additional requests, that would depend on Sister Yihan's personal wishes. The company is very open-minded in this regard and respects the choices of artists. Before he could finish, he received a light slap on the back of his head. Qi Jing, hands on her hips, glared at him. What are you thinking, young man? What does respecting artists and being open-minded even mean? Let me tell you, Su Qingchuan. If you dare let Yihan engage in such activities, I won't let you off easily. Su Qingchuan feigned innocence, but it was Sister Jiao who asked. Lu Hui chimed in, laughing. Honestly, I'm not worried about anyone else. I just fear that Xiao Su might take the opportunity to propose some outrageous demands. Yihan is a bit naive. If she is not careful, she might fall for Xiao Su's tricks. So, Yihan absolutely needs an agent who can hold their ground, especially against Xiao Su. Her teasing made Hua Yihan blush, and from Su Qingchuan's perspective, he noticed a faint pink tint creeping up her neck. Remembering how she sang at noon, he suddenly felt the urge to propose some requests of his own. Quickly shaking his head to dispel such chaotic thoughts, Su Qingchuan said, as for the agent, it's up to Sister Yihan to decide. If she cannot find one, the company will also provide an agent. Qi Jing declared, no need to choose. I'll take the role. Su Qingchuan remarked, Sister Jing, being an agent isn't an easy task. How hard can it be? Don't underestimate me. Though I may not be as outstanding as my sister, I'm no slouch either. Qi Jing puffed her cheeks. Su Qingchuan asked, what does Sister Yihan think? Hua Yihan replied, I would like Jingjing to help me. Su Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. All right then, Since the party concerned has no objections, let us settle on that. Sister Jing, you must first take the initiative to understand the characteristics of an agent. Currently, there are no specialized agencies for training agents in our country. You will need to resolve all the information on your own. If there is anything you do not comprehend, feel free to consult me. Qi Jing remarked. Since I have promised to be Yihan's agent, I will certainly fulfill my responsibilities, so you need not worry excessively. Su Qingchuan snapped his fingers and rose from the sofa, saying, well then, I shall take my leave. I need to return to school, otherwise, Xi Minglin will undoubtedly lecture me again. He offered a farewell gesture. Chapter 84. Jealousy from the senior. On the way back to school, Su Qingchuan called the head of the Qingchuan Company's provincial office, informing him about the financial university's anniversary celebration and urging him to bring cash for exclusive sponsorship, ensuring that FADA DVD player advertisements would be omnipresent throughout the campus. Su Qingchuan did not subscribe to the notion that the celebration should be devoid of commercial interests. Spending money should yield commensurate results. Moreover, in Su Qingchuan's memory, the anniversary of the financial university was always a grand affair, with local media devoting substantial coverage to the event. Investing in the FADA DVD player could potentially generate considerable returns, making it a worthy endeavor. Unexpectedly, Xi Minglin received a call from the sponsoring company after work, presenting her with an irresistible sponsorship offer of 600,000. The sheer amount left Xi Minglin astounded. She had never anticipated that sponsorship for the anniversary could command such a sum. Initially, she had thought that tens of thousands would suffice. Immediately, she convened a meeting with the core members of the student council. Upon hearing the offer of 600,000, they nearly went into a frenzy, collectively dismissing it as a fraudulent scheme. Some even shifted their ire onto Su Qingchuan, accusing him of bringing in a scam company and calling for disciplinary action against him for his unreliability. Reflecting on their reactions, Xi Minglin found some merit in their concerns. Her already lukewarm perception of Su Qingchuan made her susceptible to biased interpretations, prompting her to confront him directly. A group of them stormed into Su Qingchuan's dormitory, only to be informed by his roommates that he was absent. Xi Minglin quickly called Su Qingchuan to inquire about his whereabouts. He had just reached the school entrance, and she instructed him to wait at the entrance of the third teaching building, where the group hurriedly made their way. Upon arriving at the third building, they found Su Qingchuan sitting pensively beside a flower bed. Without preamble, Xi Minglin accused him. You, Su Qingchuan, have brought a scam company to deceive us. Can you bear the responsibility if the anniversary goes awry? Su Qingchuan was bewildered. What scam company? I fail to comprehend. A male student behind Xi Minglin sneered, still pretending? Do you even know how much that sponsoring company is offering us? 600,000. You are just blowing smoke, Su Qingchuan, bringing in a scam company to fool us. What do you stand to gain? Frowning at the speaker, Su Qingchuan recognized him as Jia Bing, the vice minister of the logistics department of the student council, though he did not recall offending him. Why the hostility? Jia Bing harbored considerable animosity towards Su Qingchuan, stemming from jealousy. How could a freshman drive such an impressive car to school and outshine everyone during the welcome party? Even Jia Bing's girlfriend had been inquiring about Su Qingchuan's name. Jealousy among peers can often arise from the most inexplicable sources. And even if Su Qingchuan were to live another life, he would never grasp these nuances. He simply found the situation perplexing. Did the other party mention the name of the company? Ignoring Jia Bing, he turned to Xi Minglin and asked, what is the name? Qingchuan, she replied. Upon hearing this, Su Qingchuan felt reassured and responded, then there's no issue. We can await the contract signing. If you're concerned, you can draft a contract yourself. Or we could consult a lawyer at a nearby firm to review it. I'll cover the lawyer's fees. What is so impressive about having a bit of money? Jia Bing scoffed. Su Qingchuan's expression darkened. Did you consume something foul? Speak with such disdain? It is essential to note that Su Qingchuan was no meek individual. In his past life, he had committed numerous misdeeds. In this new existence, he had exercised considerable restraint. But that did not mean he would permit others to trample over him. What did you just say? Jia Bing roared. Don't think you're anything special just because your family has some money. Without your parents, you're nothing but trash. Xi Minglin sensed that Jia Bing's behavior was excessive and interjected. Enough. We're here to resolve an issue, not to argue. Su Qingchuan, can you guarantee that this 600,000 sponsorship is legitimate? Losing patience, Su Qingchuan replied, believe it or not. If you think the amount is too much, don't sign the contract. Also, I am not part of the student council, so do not involve me in future matters. With that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Jia Bing, gritting his teeth, remarked, Chairperson, look at his arrogance. We cannot indulge such freshmen, otherwise, they will think they can do as they please. He must be disciplined. Disciplined for what? Shi Minglin retorted. He assaulted someone, Jia Bing claimed. The school doesn't pursue it. Does the student council have the authority to discipline him? She countered. Jia Bing insisted. Even if we cannot impose punishment, we cannot allow him to act so brazenly. Shi Minglin waved her hand dismissively. Enough. Let us disperse. That company will be here tomorrow, and we will know the truth. The other student council members quickly scattered. But Jia Bing lingered behind, his expression twisted with malice. Damn it, I don't believe a freshman dares to act so insolently. He muttered, then donned a sinister grin, already plotting how to deal with Su Qingchuan. After a brief tour of his dormitory, Su Qingchuan, though not residing on campus, still retained his bed. University dormitory management is not as stringent as high school. There are no nightly inspections to check for absentees. In college, the most troublesome aspect is returning late at night when the dormitory manager refuses to open the door. As for whether beds are occupied, they care little. Of course, there are exceptions. For instance, the discipline department of the student council conducts checks, specifically targeting freshmen, as by the second year, students become seasoned and disregard the discipline committee. Only freshmen, still bound by high school mentalities, harbor an innate fear of upperclassmen. After greeting his roommates and sharing a pack of cigarettes, Su Qingchuan departed. Later that night, around 11, members of the discipline committee arrived. Noticing that Su Qingchuan's bed was unoccupied, they exchanged subtle smiles and, after inquiring about the student's name from others, left. Upon stepping out of the dormitory, the head of the discipline committee sent a message to Jia Bing, notifying her that Su Qingchuan was indeed absent from the dormitory. Jia Bing was elated. The matter of a freshman not returning to the dormitory at night could be both significant and trivial, with the judgment entirely in the hands of the student council. The leaders of the political education office would not dwell on such matters, directly accepting the resolutions proposed by the student council. This time, I wonder how you will remain so arrogant. Jia Bing excitedly clenched her fist, envisioning Su Qingchuan kneeling before her in a posture of pleading for mercy. Chapter 85. Facing disciplinary action on the morning following his misadventure, Su Qingchuan had initially planned to indulge in a leisurely slumber, but was instead jolted awake by a barrage of phone calls shortly after 8 o'clock, nearly driving him to exasperation. In this day and age, there was no option to block numbers, nor any caller ID feature. Su Qingchuan found himself either turning off his phone or answering the incessant calls. Who could be disturbing his peaceful dreams at such an early hour? Irritated, he answered the phone to hear the commanding voice of Shi Minglin, accompanied by another indistinct voice that ominously hinted at impending consequences. Prepare to face disciplinary action, it warned. With a yawn, Su Qingchuan retorted, I don't have time for this, before abruptly hanging up and removing the battery from his phone. No matter who it was. Even the highest authority would not disrupt his rest today. Yet, the serenity of his nap was ultimately shattered. Though the phone fell silent, a relentless knocking echoed from his door. Frustrated, he scratched his head, wondering why it was so difficult to enjoy a simple lie-in. Upon opening the door, he found Qi Jing fuming on the other side. Shi Minglin called me about you. What on earth are you doing? Fuming, Su Qingchuan shouted in frustration. Recalling how this woman had initially sought his assistance, only to later suspect that he had affiliated himself with a fraudulent company. Now they're threatening to discipline me? What have I done to deserve this? Qi Jing replied. The disciplinary action is due to your failure to return to the dormitory at night. Su Qingchuan scoffed. Are the school's disciplinary committee members still this insufferable? What good is complaining to me? You should return home. Although he was well aware that his wealth rendered any disciplinary record inconsequential, he understood the gravity of expulsion from the school, which would not fare well with his parents. Enough, he sighed. Let's go see what's happening. Qi Jing added. Shi Minglin mentioned that this situation could escalate or diminish depending on your attitude. When we arrive at school, do not engage in conflict with the student council. Sometimes one must yield. A true man knows when to bend. With a nod, Su Qingchuan changed his attire and headed towards the university. Upon arriving at the office of the Student Affairs Department, he found several key members of the student council and a leader from the department present. The moment they saw Su Qingchuan, Jia Bing's eyes lit up with predatory delight, as if he had spotted fresh prey. Su Qingchuan, you have blatantly disregarded school regulations by not returning to the dormitory at night. Representing the student council, hereby announce your disciplinary action. With a disdainful glance, Su Qingchuan interrupted, "Get lost." Jia Bing was taken aback. How could Su Qingchuan still exhibit such audacity at this juncture? Did he truly not fear the consequences? The leader of the Student Affairs Department frowned at Su Qingchuan's insolence. "Student Su, please mind your attitude. You have no right to argue after such a breach of conduct." Su Qingchuan replied, "Let us not waste any more time. Just announce the outcome. I will accept whatever punishment you deem fit." This was the first time the leader had encountered such a brazen freshman, their face reddening with anger. Jia Bing, inform him of the disciplinary action and ensure it is publicly displayed for 7 days. Also, notify his academic advisor that a student of such poor character must be strictly supervised. If he continues to defy authority, expulsion should be considered. Jia Bing nearly leapt with excitement, relishing the prospect of Su Qingchuan's downfall. "Now you won't be so brazen, will you? Show me what else you can do." As Su Qingchuan regarded the leader, he recalled that this individual had been dismissed for embezzlement every couple of years. Perhaps it was time to contemplate a preemptive strike against this leader? "Su Qingchuan, considering your abysmal attitude and refusal to reform, you are hereby issued a formal reprimand. Should you transgress again, you will be placed under academic probation. Any further violations during this period will lead to expulsion. Do you understand?" Jia Bing proclaimed loudly. Su Qingchuan casually dug into his ears and asked, "Why are you shouting? I am not deaf. Am I free to leave now?" Contrary to expectations, there were no displays of despair or pleas for mercy. Jia Bing was left dumbfounded, questioning what manner of person he was dealing with. This behavior was more akin to that of a seasoned senior than a first-year student. Su Qingchuan strode out of the office, and upon reaching the stairwell, he unexpectedly encountered Rin Xiao, the head of the Qingchuan provincial office, along with the vice president in charge of finance, and Xi Minglin, who were all descending from the upper floors, engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Su Xiao?" Rin Xiao's keen eyes immediately recognized Su Qingchuan, and he hurried down the steps. "I never see you at the company. What a surprise to find you here today." This address caught both the vice president and Xi Minglin off guard. The vice president turned to Xi Minglin. "Is this student from our school?" Xi Minglin nodded. "This is Su Qingchuan, a freshman. He was instrumental in securing this sponsorship." Observing Rin Xiao's demeanor towards him, it was evident that Su Qingchuan held a significant position within Qingchuan Company. The vice president smiled. "Your finance department truly harbors exceptional talent. A freshman so impressive." Xi Minglin's face flushed with embarrassment. Su Qingchuan was notorious within the finance department for his rebellious spirit. Not only had he been involved in past altercations, but he had also been reported for staying out all night, leading to today's disciplinary action. To be candid, Xi Minglin herself felt the punishment was somewhat excessive. A simple verbal warning would have sufficed. However, under pressure from Jia Bing and his cohorts, she, as the student council president, reluctantly acquiesced to the decision to impose a formal reprimand. Jia Bing approached the leaders of the Zhengzhou office with the student union's recommendations, and it was expected that they would be approved without objection, as the leaders would seldom challenge the opinions of the student union's core members in such matters. Su Qingchuan had just exited the office, presumably having received his disciplinary action. However, at this critical moment, he unexpectedly encountered the representative of Qingchuan Company, who addressed him as Su Xiao, causing Xi Minglin to sense that something was amiss. Chapter 86. Taking the train to the capital, Su Qingchuan softly remarked, "I do not wish to be a figure of notoriety. Let us not discuss my identity." Rin Xiao nodded in understanding. "How is the sponsorship matter proceeding?" Su Qingchuan inquired. Rin Xiao replied, "It has been finalized, a sum of 600,000 for exclusive sponsorship. All broadcasting equipment for this year's school celebration will be provided by FETA. Additionally, I plan to discuss with Director Zhu about possibly donating a batch of DVD players to the financial university." Su Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. "This is indeed a viable option. We can make the donation ceremony quite grand, ensuring that various media outlets within the province will give due respect to the financial university. Thus, we can achieve commendable advertising results with minimal expenditure." Rin Xiao asked, "Does this mean you approve of my decision?" "Certainly," Su Qingchuan affirmed. "You have done well. Should similar matters arise in the future, you may handle them autonomously." Rin Xiao felt a surge of joy within. Su Qingchuan was entrusting him with authority. As the person in charge, the most frustrating aspect was the necessity of reporting every matter, lacking any autonomy. Now, Su Qingchuan granting him this power was a testament to his trust in Rin Xiao's abilities. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, Ren Chao vowed. At that moment, the vice principal and Xi Minglin approached. Principal Liu, allow me to introduce this young master, Su Qingchuan, the son of our chairman. I hope you can extend your assistance, Ren Chao stated. Naturally, Principal Liu had no reason to decline, readily agreeing. Young master, I shall take my leave now, Ren Chao announced, as Principal Liu accompanied him out. Once they departed, Xi Minglin remarked, I did not perceive you to be of such stature. I have always preferred to remain low-key, Su Qingchuan replied. Low-key yet daring to stay out all night? Xi Minglin countered. What is the connection between the two? Su Qingchuan retorted. Furthermore, I personally disapprove of this method of targeting freshmen. Upperclassmen frequently stay out late, yet I have never heard of anyone receiving a demerit for such actions. I accept this demerit, but I wonder if there are ulterior motives at play, perhaps even personal vendettas. I believe the senior sister is well aware of this. Xi Minglin flushed at his words, fully aware that the demerit imposed on Su Qingchuan was instigated by Jia Bing. However, to maintain unity within the student council, she ultimately acquiesced to Jia Bing's actions. Now, being exposed by Su Qingchuan left her feeling both embarrassed and distressed. With a wave of his hand, Su Qingchuan departed. Upon returning to the student council office, Xi Minglin found Jia Bing and several other members celebrating. Upon seeing her, they immediately sought to take credit, only to be met with her sharp rebuke. Are you proud? Is it such an achievement to bully a freshman to this extent? When you all stay out late, where is your righteous indignation then? Jia Bing's smile faltered. Xi Minglin pointed at each member, citing their instances of staying out late this semester. Noting that each had at least 3 occurrences without facing any punishment. Su Qingchuan's demerit is self-inflicted, but it does not justify your personal vendettas. To celebrate this is truly repugnant, she concluded, gathering her belongings and leaving. Jia Bing turned to his companions. Is she all right? Who knows what triggered her? Another replied. Forget it. Women have their days each month. Let us go out for drinks to celebrate, Jia Bing declared, rallying his friends as they sauntered towards a bar outside the campus. In the following days, Su Qingchuan continued to stay out late, having no intention of residing at the school. Since the last inspection by the discipline department, they had not returned, specifically overlooking Su Qingchuan's dormitory while checking others. His roommates found this quite peculiar but did not dwell on it further. Unbeknownst to Su Qingchuan, he awaited the upcoming holiday. The 70th anniversary celebration was a momentous occasion for the financial university, resulting in an unprecedented 4-day holiday granted to all students during a non-legal holiday. Su Qingchuan planned to utilize this 4-day break to visit the capital. He intended to attend the annual advertising bidding conference hosted by CCTV. Accompanying him were Gu Zhengyang, the current marketing director of Feida, and Hua Yihan, the brand ambassador for Feida. Gu Zhengyang harbored a sense of trepidation towards the capital. He had previously endured considerable hardship while attempting to liaise with Yao Yuan, the head of the Asia-Pacific region for DRI. Perhaps it was for this very reason that Su Qingchuan entrusted him with the role of marketing director. His contemporaries, Ing Kuwei and Qi Hao, had secured positions superior to his own. As they journeyed to the capital for the bidding conference, Gu Zhengyang felt a swell of anxiety. Su Qingchuan had already communicated that Feida's objective was to secure the top bid. Last year's winning bid amounted to 40 million, and it was certain that this year's would be even higher. Given that Feida had yet to achieve complete profitability, they were still operating in debt. The thought of securing additional funds for advertising left Gu Zhengyang genuinely concerned about the stability of Feida's financial chain. Throughout the journey, he pondered this dilemma but refrained from discussing it with Su Qingchuan, who was engrossed in light-hearted banter with Hua Yihan. This was Hua Yihan's first experience traveling far from home, without family, and her excitement was palpable. Recently, Su Qingchuan had arranged for her to join a company in Rongqing specializing in cultivating poise and demeanor, teaching her how to stand, smile, and present herself naturally before the camera. By 1994, such companies had proliferated. As the advertising industry was thriving and the poise of advertising models was increasingly emphasized, in just a few days, Hua Yihan exhibited remarkable transformation. Her previously hunched posture had been replaced by an upright demeanor, her swan-like neck accentuating her delicate collarbone, enhancing her allure. On this journey to the capital, Su Qingchuan chose not to travel by plane, but rather by soft sleeper on the train, seeking to relish the leisurely pace of train travel. After all, with the advancement of time, traditional green trains would gradually be phased out, and such an experience would become increasingly rare. The scenic vistas along the journey left Hua Yihan in a state of continual amazement, her excitement akin to that of an innocent young girl unfamiliar with the ways of the world. Su Qingchuan leaned against the headboard, leisurely reveling in the beauty of Hua Yihan, his thoughts devoid of any base intentions, purely immersed in admiration. After enduring over 40 hours of tumultuous travel, the train arrived smoothly at the capital railway station. The next destination, the CCTV building. Chapter 87. The Bid King. Upon arriving at the CCTV building, they presented their invitation letter and received their access permits. The three individuals donned their permits around their necks and proceeded directly to the media hall. Inside the hall, nearly 200 people had gathered. It would not be an exaggeration to say that at least 2/3 of them were there specifically for the Bid King. Among this crowd, the most eye-catching figure was Kong Bin, the director of Kung Fu Yanjiu, the previous year's Bid King recipient. At this time last year, Kong Bin had invested a fortune to secure the first 5 seconds of the weather forecast advertisement slot. Everyone thought he was mad, as Kung Fu Yanjiu was still an obscure small winery with an annual revenue of less than 5 million. Spending tens of millions on advertising seemed utterly insane. However, to everyone's astonishment, from the time he secured the Bid King until today, the sales of Kung Fu Yanjiu had surpassed 700 million. Such terrifying advertising efficacy had completely elevated the status of the CCTV Bid King to a divine level. Gu Xingyang, as a formal representative of Feida, walked around the hall, exchanging business cards with most attendees while attempting to gather some commercial intelligence. However, everyone was quite cautious, and with Feida's low profile, it was even more challenging to attract attention. Returning to Su Qingchuan's side, Gu Xingyang remarked, "Young Master Su, this year's competition for the Bid King is likely to be exceedingly fierce. Last year's closing price was 32 million, and this year I estimate it might exceed 60 million. Perhaps we should abandon this time slot and avoid a futile struggle with those wealthy enterprises." Su Qingchuan smiled and replied, "The Bid King serves as a leading role, but between the end of the news broadcast and the start of the weather forecast, 13 advertisements can be inserted. Aside from the initial 5 seconds, the subsequent advertisements also yield considerable benefits." Gu Xingyang inquired, "It seems young Master Su has already made plans?" Su Qingchuan winked playfully, refusing to divulge. Gu Xingyang felt helpless but resigned, as after all, Su was the boss. Soon, the bidding commenced, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Since this bidding session employed a sealed bid format, each company had only one opportunity, necessitating extreme caution when filling in their amounts, fearing they might bid too low or excessively high and waste money. Su Qingchuan swiftly wrote down an amount, placed it in an envelope, and submitted it into the bidding box. The entire process took less than half a minute, making him the fastest in the room. Gu Xingyang, taken aback by Su Qingchuan's speed, hurriedly asked, "Young Master Su, how much?" Su Qingchuan winked and mischievously replied, I want to tell you, it'll drive you mad with anxiety. You'll find out during the announcement of the bids. For now, let us just endure a little longer." With that, he turned to engage in conversation with Hua Yihan, leaving Gu Xingyang in a state of confusion. In the entire venue, only Su Qingchuan remained composed, while everyone else appeared highly anxious, their expressions increasingly grim. After more than 10 minutes, the vendors returned to their seats, and the bid announcement officially began. The first bid stunned the audience, 68 million. The bidder was a liquor company. The success of Kung Fu Yanjiu had significantly stimulated other domestic liquor manufacturers, with 800 million in annual sales looming like an enticing morsel, prompting liquor companies to rush forward. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man displayed a triumphant smile, but within 2 seconds, his expression faded, as another liquor company offered 69 million, exactly 1 million more. The middle-aged man pounded his chest in frustration. Had the opposing bid been around 10 million higher, he would have been less troubled, but just 1 million was infuriating. The bidding continued, but subsequent offers did not exceed 65 million. The company that had bid 69 million appeared prepared to receive congratulations from all sides. At that moment, the staff responsible for announcing the bids presented a brand new envelope. After opening it and verifying the amount, he stood there in shock. After rubbing his eyes to confirm the figure was correct, he announced, Feida Electronics, 85 million. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Everyone began searching for the representative of Feida Electronics, and Gu Xingyang instantly became the center of attention. Before Feida's bid, the highest price had not exceeded 70 million, but Feda had pushed it close to 90 million. A display of audacity that was truly admirable and sparked curiosity about the company's background that allowed such a bold bid. At this moment, Qingchuan was too preoccupied to accept congratulations from others, as the bidding session was not yet over. What if a dark horse appeared midway? He anxiously clutched his pant legs, his palms sweaty. Noticing this, Qingchuan smiled, saying, "See? Whether I told you beforehand or now, the outcome remains the same. Relax. Everything is under control." Qingchuan responded with an "oh." Qingchuan offered no further explanation, as his confidence stemmed from his understanding of history. 85 million ensured the bid king would be firmly in their grasp. 10 minutes later, the bidding concluded, and Feda secured the title of bid king at this auction. Qingchuan exhaled in relief and turned to find Qingchuan suddenly serious. "Young Master Su, we won the bid king," Qingchuan exclaimed excitedly. Qingchuan raised an eyebrow and replied, "The real contest has only just begun." As advertising representatives began to exit, Pan Rong, the head of the CCTV advertising bidding department, approached with several staff members. "Congratulations to Feda Electronics. Tonight's idea belongs to you," Pan Rong said, shaking Qingchuan's hand. In this era, CCTV exudes an aura that can be somewhat intimidating to ordinary citizens, and Qingchuan felt unable to meet Pan Rong's gaze, instinctively bending slightly. Pan Rong anticipated Qingchuan's reaction, but when she shook hands with Qingchuan, her expression abruptly changed. This young man exuded such a powerful presence that it even overshadowed her own. Qingchuan smiled, stating, "The night of my dia not only belongs to Feda, but also to CCTV." Pan Rong inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Qingchuan replied, "The concept of promoting the bid king is to use it as a base to elevate the prices of all advertisements during other time slots on CCTV. That is the true objective of CCTV." Pan Rong silently inhaled. Her wariness of Qingchuan suddenly heightened several notches. This young man was somewhat intimidating. Chapter 88. Chaos and turmoil. The value of the CCTV advertisement king extends beyond those fleeting 5 seconds. It embodies the discourse power for an entire year ahead. In an era when information dissemination is not as fluid, CCTV stands as the most authoritative entity among all media, serving as the primary reference for the public when purchasing products. Securing the advertisement king title equates to assuming the position of a leader within the industry. Furthermore, CCTV will tirelessly promote the concept of the advertisement king to fulfill its own interests, for only by firmly establishing this concept can the advertising rates across all CCTV channels ascend. From this perspective, CCTV eagerly anticipates that the enterprises winning the advertisement king title will create miraculous market feats. The success of the advertisement king indirectly confirms the enchanting power of CCTV advertisements. Many advertising companies remain oblivious to this reality, thus finding themselves in a passive position while collaborating with CCTV. However, Qingchuan, a reborn individual, is acutely aware of the complexities involved. Consequently, he resolves to negotiate with CCTV. 85 million? He is no fool. How could he possibly produce such a sum? Pan Rong perceives a glimmer of cunning in Qingchuan's eyes, a trait never exhibited by other companies. Most firms harbor a natural trepidation towards CCTV, whereas this young man exhibits no reverence whatsoever. Pan Rong ushers them into her office, where Qingchuan straightforwardly states that Feda is willing to pay the amount corresponding to second place, that is, 69 million, but not as a lump sum. Rather, payments will be made quarterly. This proposal leaves Pan Rong astounded. She understands that in this day and age, no company can afford to pay nearly 90 million in one go. She had prepared for negotiations, but never anticipated that Qingchuan's demands would be so outrageous. Quarterly payments are acceptable, but the amount is the crux of the matter. An 85 million reduction to 69 million. Such negotiations are unheard of. Pan Rong certainly cannot agree to such terms. However, should the advertisement king be declared void at this juncture, it would inflict significant harm upon CCTV itself. Thus, CCTV concedes a bit, while not lowering the advertising fee. They agree to increase advertising placements during other time slots, ensuring that Feda's advertisements will appear not only on Channel 1, but also on Channels 3, 5, and 6. Negotiation is a dance of concessions. You take a step back, I advance a step. After nearly 2 hours of discussion, both parties formally reach a cooperative agreement, signing the advertising contract in Pan Rong's office. As for the upcoming press conference, Qingchuan harbors little interest, delegating all responsibilities to Gu Xingyang before departing the CCTV building with Hua Yihan. The air in the capital remains as arid as ever. Standing on the street, Qingchuan closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. "Let us go," he announces. "We're having Peking duck." Coming to the capital without indulging in Peking duck is akin to a wasted trip. Hua Yihan interjects, "But my father says Quanjude is a scam and not worth eating." Qingchuan laughs. "Fear not. Where I shall take you is undoubtedly the most authentic Peking duck in the capital." He leads Hua Yihan to the west of the city, discovering a quaint duck shop nestled within an alley. Despite her desire to maintain her figure, Hua Yihan samples only a couple of pieces before stopping, yet she admits that the duck is indeed delectable. Qingchuan has no such reservations, devouring the remaining duck, his belly protruding. After satisfying their hunger, Qingchuan takes Hua Yihan on a night tour of the capital. The capital, a magical metropolis, along with the domestic dual giants, boasts the most vibrant night markets in the country at this moment. Hua Yihan, always the obedient child, finds the night market to be a completely novel experience, marveling at everything that catches her eye. As a striking couple, they attract envious glances wherever they go. Hua Yihan feels a subtle joy within, albeit well concealed. They wander until around 10:30 in the evening before returning to the hotel. Unexpectedly, Qingchuan encounters Yao Yuan, the Asia-Pacific head of DE, waiting for him in the hotel lobby. Yao Yuan has been watching the hotel entrance, and upon spotting Qingchuan, he promptly stands and strides forward, extending his hand from a distance of 4 or 5 meters. "Congratulations to Feda for securing the CCTV advertisement king," he states. Qingchuan shakes his hand, replying, "Mr. Yao, you are quite well informed." Before Yao Yuan can respond, a flurry of screeching brakes emanates from outside the hotel, prompting everyone to instinctively look towards the source of the sound, revealing vehicles adorned with television station logos, the emblem of the capital television station. Staff members leap from the cars and rush into the hotel, demanding to know, "Is the staff of Feda Electronics residing here?" The hotel concierge points to Qingchuan, who stands a short distance away. The reporters swiftly converge upon him, asking, "Hello, are you Mr. Gu from Feda Electronics? We are from Capital Television and would like to interview you. May we have a moment of your time?" Qingchuan raises his hands in surrender. "You have the wrong person." The reporters pause, turning to the hotel concierge, who is equally perplexed, and quickly escalates the situation to the manager. The manager hurries over to assess the circumstances, and upon understanding, he addresses Qingchuan. "Mr. Su, please accept our apologies for the oversight." This apology appears to be imperative. If the advertisement king were to vacate the hotel, the manager's tenure would be in jeopardy. Should Feda require an interview, our hotel can provide the finest conference room for your use, free of charge, the manager insists. Qingchuan smiles. "I am merely an ordinary employee of Feda, not a key decision maker. The Mr. Gu you seek is likely on his way back. You should discuss this matter with him." Despite Qingchuan's declaration, the hotel manager remains committed to accommodating him, insisting on providing the conference room. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Qingchuan concedes, "Very well, then. I appreciate your assistance." The hotel manager promptly directs his staff to prepare the conference room, while on the other side, Gu Xingyang enters the hotel, surrounded by a throng of people. Emerging from the CCTV building, Gu Xingyang finds himself engulfed by the media, and upon finally arriving at the hotel, he is met with yet another swarm of reporters. The allure of the CCTV bidding king is indeed formidable. Upon encountering Gu Xingyang, Qingchuan gestured with a finger, saying, "Here he is, the person in charge of Feda Electronics whom you have been waiting for." The hotel manager proceeded to lead several staff members over. Qingchuan exhaled deeply, then turned to the ever-patient Yao Yuan and remarked, "Mr. Yao, let us relocate to a different venue for our discussion." Chapter 89. The expansive market. Since the last time Yao Yuan was lured to Rongcheng, more than half a year has passed. Qingchuan successfully persuaded the chairman of DE to resume the research on decoding chips. However, the market research department of DE remains skeptical about the prospects of DVD players. This arrogant bias was swiftly shattered by the market's response. In August and September alone, the total sales of DVD players in the Greater China region surpassed 200,000 units, with Feda DVD players capturing approximately a quarter of the market. The remainder was predominantly occupied by Samsung, New Technology, and BBK, with the rest taken up by counterfeit products. The competition in the DVD player market has begun to exhibit a somewhat brutal intensity. The two core components of DVD players, the decoding chip and the mechanism, are firmly controlled by Skyworth and Philips. However, Philips is not the sole supplier of mechanisms. Sony also provides them. New technology utilizes Sony's mechanisms, while the decoding chip remains a monopolized commodity, with Skyworth being the only player in the market. Over the course of 2 months, Skyworth has amassed profits exceeding $10 million from the Greater China region alone. This outcome has dealt a resounding slap to the experts in Ye's market research department, leaving them utterly disoriented. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, the chairman felt immensely relieved that he had agreed to restart the research on decoding chips. According to current trends, the DVD player market is poised to expand even further in the future. Even though the lifespan of this industry is relatively short, it is sufficient for Yi to reap substantial profits. The chairman personally issued orders to intensify the technological research on decoding chips. And according to the contract, FEIDA's engineers are allowed to participate throughout the process. Although the core technology cannot be disclosed to FEIDA's engineers, merely witnessing the development of such high-level chips constitutes an exceedingly rare experience. Currently, Yi's decoding chips have reached a critical juncture, and in approximately half a month's time, they will be ready for market launch. With FEIDA's engineers involved throughout, they can immediately utilize Yi's chips upon acquisition, eliminating the need to develop corresponding software. As the head of the Asia-Pacific region, Yao Yuan's inability to accurately assess the prospects of DVD players in the region reflects a degree of negligence on his part. Therefore, in the past few months, he has begun conducting a serious investigation into the future of DVD players, encompassing not only the Greater China region, but the entirety of Southeast Asia. The research findings indicate that the lifespan of the DVD player industry will not be extensive. With the proliferation of personal mobile devices, DVD players will gradually be phased out. However, during the years of DVD players' dominance in the market, they have been unequivocal leaders, with an exceptionally vast market capacity. Yao Yuan estimates that the DVD player market may exceed 10 million units next year. Yet, upon learning that FEIDA had secured the advertising rights from CCTV, he realized that his estimations were overly conservative. Consequently, he hurried to the hotel to discuss matters face-to-face with Qingchuan. Seeing Qingchuan effortlessly extricate himself from the throngs of media, Yao Yuan felt a twinge of sympathy for the reporters. When they eventually realize what they have missed, they will likely be incensed. Hua Yihan, feeling somewhat fatigued, returned to her room to rest while Qingchuan and Yao Yuan proceeded to a bar outside the hotel. Ordering 2 drinks to engage in a leisurely conversation, Yao Yuan began, first and foremost, congratulations to FEIDA for securing the advertising rights from CCTV. Upon hearing this news, the chairman promptly requested that I personally extend his congratulations to Mr. Su. Qingchuan replied, "This matter has even caught the attention of Mr. Williams?" Yao Yuan said, "FEIDA is our most valued partner, so we naturally keep abreast of your every move. However, the chairman does have a concern. Is FEIDA adequately prepared? Which kind of preparation does Mr. Yao refer to?" Qingchuan countered. "Production capacity," Yao Yuan stated earnestly. Last year's advertising rights holder, Kung Fu Banquet Wine, saw its sales multiply several times immediately after securing the rights. It is worth noting that the CCTV advertisement hadn't even aired at that time. Yet on the very night of securing the rights, their order volume exceeded 20 million, and within a month, it soared past 100 million. Kung Fu Banquet Wine's production capacity could not keep pace with the explosive growth in orders, forcing them to continuously acquire smaller wineries to artificially elevate their capacity. However, this approach compromised quality. This serves as a cautionary tale. FEIDA must not tread the same path. Qingchuan took a sip of his drink and smiled. The experience of Kung Fu Banquet Wine is not applicable. They are riddled with internal issues. If they manage to secure the advertising rights again this year, the thriving market may help suppress their internal problems. However, if they fail to secure it, their internal conflicts will erupt like a volcanic explosion, potentially leading to their demise. Hearing Qingchuan's perspective, Yao Yuan felt reassured. FEIDA is indeed a highly regarded business partner for Yi, and if FEIDA cannot accurately gauge the situation, securing the CCTV advertising rights would merely be a gimmick, prompting Yi to reassess their collaborative model with FEIDA. It now appears that FEIDA's acquisition of the advertising rights is not a mere whim, but rather a well-considered strategy. Mr. Su's clarity is a stroke of fortune for both FEIDA and Yi, Yao Yuan remarked. Su Qingchuan replied, Mr. Yao is too kind. Collaborating with De is also a stroke of fortune for Feda. Yao Yuan inquired, what figures does Mr. Su anticipate for the DVD player market next year? Su Qingchuan responded, monthly sales will reach at least 500,000 units, and this will continue to rise until the market reaches saturation. Personally, I estimate that the inventory of DVD players in the Greater China region should be around 150 million units, and it will take approximately 2 to 3 years to saturate this market. As for Southeast Asia, conservatively estimating, the inventory should be around 300 million units, though it may take slightly longer. Only when the domestic market reaches saturation, leaving no profits to exploit, will domestic manufacturers turn their attention to the smaller nations of Southeast Asia. Su Qingchuan's words aimed to reassure De. These figures were not mere fabrications, but based on historical data that genuinely existed. Upon mastering this data, De will undoubtedly comprehend the position of Feda within the domestic optical disc player market. His choice to procure decoding chips from a particular supplier will directly elevate that manufacturer to a position of industry dominance. Furthermore, as the domestic counterfeit player industry flourishes, it is certain that the leading enterprises, particularly Feda, will be the first to be emulated by various counterfeit manufacturers. This imitation extends beyond mere branding. It predominantly encompasses technological replication. Such technological imitation inevitably involves decoding chips and mechanisms. While De lacks the requisite expertise in the mechanism, he is on the verge of success with the decoding chips. Hence, De will resolutely oppose the prospect of Feda seeking refuge in the embrace of Sigabo at a critical juncture. Chapter 90. A low-key return to school. On this night, Su Qingchuan engaged in extensive discussions with Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan had received the authorization from Williams, the chairman of De, granting him full responsibility for the business dealings with Feda. Yao Yuan maximized his authority, offering Feda numerous advantages, including but not limited to chip supplies, engineer training, and a solid foundation for future technological collaborations. Technology is invariably the foremost productive force, and Su Qingchuan understood this better than anyone. As long as cooperation with De could be established, he was willing to sacrifice many benefits. However, it was imperative that De remained unaware of Feda's ambitions, for a technological barrier would be truly laughable. For Su Qingchuan, negotiations felt like child's play. By the end, Yao Yuan even experienced a peculiar illusion, perceiving the man before him not as someone decades his junior, but rather as someone decades his senior. Given the wealth of experience and skill he exhibited in negotiations, it was past 2 a.m. when Yao Yuan finally took his leave. The fundamental framework had been established by the two of them, and the subsequent execution would be entrusted to their subordinates. After bidding farewell to Yao Yuan, Su Qingchuan stepped onto the balcony, lit a cigarette, and admired the nightscape of the capital. In 1994, air pollution in the capital was not yet severe. One could still see the stars at night, complemented by the neon lights in the streets and the illuminated skyscrapers, creating a rather delightful nocturnal scene. This night belonged to Feda. The allure of the central television's advertising dominance was indeed a formidable weapon in this era. Next, Zhu Mingdao would have much to attend to, as he was now the factory director of Feda, tasked with the challenge of expanding production capacity. Su Qingchuan fell into a contented slumber, while others, like Tong Bingjian, the CEO of Philips Greater China, found it difficult to rest. Currently in Yangcheng, Tong Bingjian received the news that Feda had secured the central television advertising contract. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of excitement and anguish. The excitement stemmed from the realization that Mr. Su from Feda was indeed not deceiving. He could genuinely handle the procurement of 200,000 sets of mechanisms. This volume of orders was precisely what Philips welcomed. And with Feda rising to prominence in the DVD player industry, their use of Philips mechanisms would indirectly serve as an advertisement for Philips. Countless manufacturers would emulate Feda's technology, further expanding Philips' market share. However, the mechanisms market was not solely dominated by Philips. They faced a formidable competitor in Sony, which had significantly invested in mechanisms, resulting in fierce competition. 3 days prior to Feda's acquisition of the central television contract, Sony had entered into a supply agreement with a domestic DVD player brand, Xinka, establishing a strategic partnership. This development was dire news for Philips and for Tong Bingjian himself. Tong Bingjian had always held high hopes for Xinka. While Feda was the primary partner, he had never ceased communication with Xinka. His optimism was rooted in the fact that Qingchuan was a time-honored electronics manufacturer, possessing robust technological capabilities and immense recognition within the domestic market. Their products could be directly launched into the market upon leaving the production line, whereas Feida was still in the process of establishing channels, making it significantly inferior to Qingchuan from this perspective. However, Qingchuan had remained lukewarm to Philips' overtures until recently, when Tong Bingjian realized that Qingchuan had found a new partner, Sony. With Qingchuan lost, Philips could not afford to lose Feida as well. Tong Bingjian felt a pang of regret. Had he known earlier, he would not have been so indifferent towards Feida, and he pondered whether it was too late to remedy the situation. If Sony were to secure a contract with Feida first, Tong Bingjian's position as regional president would be in jeopardy. Having come to this realization, Tong Bingjian immediately called his secretary, disregarding the late hour, and instructed them to book a flight to Anqing, wishing to meet with Feida's factory director in person, ideally to meet Mr. Su directly. In contrast to Tong Bingjian's anxiety, Henry from Skyber remained remarkably calm, as the decoding chip market was currently monopolized by Skyber. Unless Feida could manufacture chips independently, they would have to procure them from Skyber. However, if Henry were aware of the agreement between Feida and Day, he would likely not be so composed. As the external world was stirred by the staggering sum of 85 million from the central television contract, Su Qingchuan returned to Rongqing discreetly with Hua Yihan. Yet, Hua Yihan's work was just beginning. She needed to coordinate the next phase of Feida's publicity and undergo various physical training, leaving her quite busy. In contrast, Su Qingchuan felt considerably more relaxed. He was resolute in his determination not to replicate his past life by pouring all his energy into work. When it was time to relax, he would indeed take that time. Strolling back to school. Although the anniversary celebrations had concluded, the festive atmosphere had not entirely dissipated. Advertisements for Feida's DVD players were ubiquitous within the community. While university students were not the primary consumer demographic for DVD players, many students at the Finance University hailed from affluent families. Once they had been influenced, Feida would undoubtedly be their first choice when their families decided to purchase a DVD player. Standing at the entrance of the teaching building, Su Qingchuan suddenly appeared somewhat perplexed, unsure of which classroom to attend. This was indeed a rather awkward predicament. Just as he contemplated skipping class, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Is the sun rising from the west today? Su, are you actually planning to attend class? Turning around, Su Qingchuan discovered that it was his roommate, Wu Liangzhe, who had addressed him. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit that Wu Liangzhe was the only classmate Su Qingchuan recognized. He had missed military training and had frequently skipped classes thereafter. He remembered Wu Liangzhe's name mainly because it was distinctive and easy to recall. The most notable difference in this life was that Su Qingchuan's roommates had changed. After all, he had repeated a year in school, so his previous roommates were still in their final year of high school. His current roommates were entirely new, none of whom he knew. Hello, Su Qingchuan replied politely. I forgot which classroom our large lecture is in. Wu Liang's laughed heartily and said, no worries, I will take you there. You truly arrived at an opportune moment, as today marks our first class meeting, during which we will select class officers. Su Qingchuan thought to himself, what does this have to do with me? Had I known it was a class meeting, I would have refrained from attending. For I have no desire to assume any role as a class officer. However, there exists an ancient adage in Huaxia. Once you have come, you might as well stay. Having already reached the entrance of the teaching building, it would be quite inappropriate to turn back at this juncture. Thus, he resolved to treat this as an opportunity to become acquainted with his classmates. After all, it would be rather unfortunate to spend 4 years in university without being able to distinguish the names of his peers. Chapter 91. Shun Bingqing followed Wu Liangzhe into the classroom for the large lecture, where all the students had already gathered. Upon seeing Wu Liangzhe walk in alongside Su Qingchuan, they were taken aback. Su Qingchuan had become something of a legend among the freshmen of the finance department. He had skipped military training, engaged in a physical altercation with senior students at the welcome party, and yet he was still able to perform on stage, astonishingly singing his own original song, which had led countless girls on campus to seek a demo from him. Moreover, during the school anniversary, the finance department's student council was tasked with securing sponsorships, and Su Qingchuan managed to single-handedly bring in an impressive sum of 600,000 yuan in sponsorships, a feat that would likely remain unbroken for many years to come. However, shortly after this accomplishment, Su Qingchuan was issued a severe reprimand. With the disciplinary notice still displayed in the announcement board, Such a multitude of remarkable achievements, all attributed to one individual, combined with his elusive presence, naturally draped Qingchuan in an aura of mystery. It is no exaggeration to say that, apart from a few of his dorm mates, the students in this class were witnessing him for the first time. The boys felt a twinge of jealousy, while the girls were visibly excited. And the reason was simple. Qingchuan was exceedingly handsome. Standing at least 6 feet tall, with a straight and upright posture, his chiseled features were striking, especially his captivating eyes. His casual attire only served to enhance his unique charm. Of course, the girls were not mere infatuated admirers. They simply appreciated Qingchuan's aesthetic appeal. If asked to take action, most would likely falter. Qingchuan, under the curious gazes of his classmates, made his way to the back of the classroom to sit down. Barely half a minute had passed since he settled in when the class advisor, Qingchuan, entered the room. Qingchuan had attended his class in a previous life, so he retained a faint memory of him. Qingchuan approached the podium, cleared his throat, and announced, "Classmates, after some time spent together, you should have developed a decent understanding of one another. The purpose of today's class meeting is to select class officers, and I hope everyone will actively participate. I hereby declare the class officer selection officially underway. First up for election is the position of class president. Is there anyone who would like to come up and speak?" Qingchuan encouraged the students with his gaze. The classmates exchanged glances, and ultimately most of their attention settled on a particular girl. Qingchuan, intrigued, inquired of Wu Yangzhe. "What is her name?" "Shen Bingqing," Wu Yangzhe replied. "She is the class beauty, and if all goes as expected, should also be the beauty of our department. You didn't see it during military training. Countless seniors lined up to deliver love letters to her, and the scene was utterly extravagant, akin to a celebrity fanfare." Upon hearing this name, Qingchuan's memory was reignited. Shen Bingqing was the most outstanding girl in the finance management and investment class at Qaida, consistently holding the top position in her class throughout her 4 years of university, and she had also been awarded the highest scholarship available at Qaida for 4 consecutive years. After graduating, Shen Bingqing joined a multinational corporation, rapidly ascending from an ordinary employee to the position of deputy director in just 4 years. It was during this period that she encountered Qingchuan at a cocktail party, where, after a brief exchange, they discovered they were both alumni of the same major. At that time, Qingchuan had already achieved great success and was a well-known entrepreneur, making Shen Bingqing's accomplishments appear somewhat modest in comparison. Perhaps it was this very reason that piqued Shen Bingqing's curiosity about Qingchuan, and curiosity often breeds fondness. Subsequently, she pursued him relentlessly, but alas, Qingchuan's heart belonged solely to Chen Shi, leaving Shen Bingqing unnoticed. The heartbreak in her romantic pursuits led Shen Bingqing to falter in her professional judgments, resulting in her company incurring nearly 100 million yuan in losses due to her errors. She bore the full weight of responsibility, and during this tumultuous time, she stumbled upon sensational news linking Qingchuan with a certain female celebrity. The cumulative pressures drove her to a desperate end. However, Qingchuan remained oblivious to Shen Bingqing's demise, his heart hollow and unable to accommodate anyone. Traversing the fabric of time, he found himself unexpectedly reunited with Shen Bingqing as a classmate, a peculiar twist of fate indeed. Should she choose to run for election, the position of class president would undoubtedly be hers. Wu Yangzhe mused, "Qingchuan, why not take a shot at the election yourself?" Qingchuan rolled his eyes, replying, "Don't be ridiculous. I have no interest in class officer positions." Wu Yangzhe struck his left fist against his right palm, stating, "Letting a girl be class president feels rather unsettling, doesn't it?" With a half-smile, Qingchuan retorted, "Why don't you give it a try?" Wu Yangzhe promptly shrank back. "Forget it. I lack the capability for that." Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Shen Bingqing ascended to the podium. She exhibited no shyness, standing confidently as she introduced herself and articulated her campaign manifesto, wisely keeping her speech within 3 minutes to avoid monotony while effectively showcasing her strengths. A natural leader. As Shen Bingqing descended from the stage, thunderous applause erupted from her classmates. Qingchuan joined in with a token clap, noting that Shen Bingqing remained largely unchanged from his memories. Qingchuan returned to the podium, gesturing for silence as he remarked, "Shen Bingqing's speech was exceptional and has set a positive tone for our class officer elections. I hope everyone can learn from her to be bold and gracious and come forward to participate in the elections." Which classmate would like to take the stage next? However, after 5 minutes of waiting, no one stepped forward. Guo Yunshin felt a mix of awkwardness and helplessness. These freshmen were still too reserved. Their minds not yet liberated from the confines of high school, hesitant to speak publicly. Students like Shin Bingqing were indeed rare among freshmen. As he contemplated this, one name sprang to Guo Yunshin's mind, Su Qingchuan. Previously, the vice president had approached him, suggesting that he pay special attention to this student. Having worked at Kaida for nearly 20 years, Guo Yunshin had never encountered a vice president who would personally request a counselor to look out for a specific student. Guo Yunshin also took the time to inquire about Su Qingchuan, and to his astonishment, he discovered quite a shocking truth. This individual is quite the rebel, skipping military training, engaging in fights, performing piano solos, soliciting sponsorships. Is this truly a freshman? If Shun Bingqing embodies grace and poise, then Su Qingchuan epitomizes defiance. Is there truly a need to offer care to such a student? Chapter 92. The premature demolition. After much hesitation, Guo Yunshin ultimately decided to inquire. After all, it was the vice principal who had personally assigned the task, and it would be rather unseemly not to even make a token effort. Which student is eager to speak? I see you are quite restless. Do you wish to come up and deliver a speech? Guo Yunshin refrained from directly calling out Su Qingchuan's name, as that would seem overly deliberate. However, this indirect approach presented its own challenges, as Su Qingchuan completely ignored him. Meanwhile, Wu Liangzhe, sitting beside him, mistakenly believed the teacher was addressing him, turning pale and stammering, "No, I can't." Guo Yunshin found the situation both amusing and exasperating, clarifying, "I'm not referring to you, but to the student next to you." Su Qingchuan pointed to himself, asking, "Did you call for me, teacher?" "Yes," Guo Yunshin affirmed. Su Qingchuan replied, "I'm not particularly interested. Perhaps it would be better for another student to go up and compete." Guo Yunshin was taken aback by Su Qingchuan's abrupt refusal, momentarily at a loss for words. However, he quickly regained his composure, thinking to himself, "Vice Principal, you cannot blame me. It is he who is unwilling to step into the limelight." "Very well, who else among the students would like to take the stage?" Guo Yunshin inquired. The students exchanged glances, encouraging one another, yet ultimately no one stepped forward. Shin Bingqing was elected class monitor without a hitch. During the subsequent elections for class committee positions, the enthusiasm among the students remained rather lackluster, but at least every position had someone willing to contend, preventing a complete lack of participation. Su Qingchuan observed the entire election process, feeling only a sense of tedium. "All right, I hereby declare the class committee elections concluded. Those elected should remain for a meeting. The rest of you may leave," Guo Yunshin announced. Su Qingchuan sauntered toward the exit, following the others. Just as he approached the door, Shun Bingqing called out to him, "Su, please wait a moment." She jogged over to him, saying, "Wait, I have something to ask you." The other boys in the class began to tease, prompting Guo Yunshin to clear his throat twice to suppress the youthful exuberance. Shun Bingqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and with a hint of shyness in her eyes, she inquired, "Su, was the song you sang at the welcome party your own original composition?" Su Qingchuan replied, "Yes, what of it?" Shin Bingqing continued, "I really like that song. Would you be so kind as to record a demo for me? I will cover any costs, and you won't need to spend a penny. I assure you, it will remain private, just for my listening pleasure. Is that all right?" Su Qingchuan smiled and responded, "Sure, I was thinking of doing that anyway." Shin Bingqing beamed with joy, her face visibly brightening. "Great. Please leave me your contact information. We can record the song tomorrow afternoon." Su Qingchuan provided her with his phone number and then took his leave. Shin Bingqing carefully tucked the note with the number away before returning to the classroom for the class committee meeting. Standing at the entrance of the academic building, Su Qingchuan suddenly felt a wave of ennui wash over him. University life seemed rather mundane. Compared to the vibrant extracurricular activities of later years, university life in the 1990s appeared quite austere. Moreover, having indulged in all that life had to offer, he found little allure in the entertainment options of that era. It was better to focus on earning money. True happiness could only come from financial stability. Finding school life dull, Su Qingchuan returned to the apartment given to him by Qi Jia. Inside, only Qi Jing was present, as Lu Hui and Wu Jiao had gone to work. Upon seeing Su Qingchuan enter, Qi Jing set aside her book, exclaiming, "Well, if at ISNT, our advertisement king." Su Qingchuan removed his coat and asked, "Sister Jing, you've heard the news?" "My sister found out first and called to inform me," Qi Jing replied. You've got guts to quote a price of 85 million. My dad was astonished. The most expensive advertisement he has ever done was less than 10 million. Su Qingchuan chuckled. The amount is mainly for motivation. It won't actually cost that much. Moreover, it won't be paid all at once, but rather in quarterly installments. Even if I were wealthy, I couldn't just hand over 80 million at once. Qi Jing remarked, I thought so too. Nevertheless, congratulations. The allure of being the king of advertisements is quite powerful. Kung Fu Banquet Wine has already proven this. I hope Fada can create a market miracle akin to it. Su Qingchuan asserted, that is certainly the goal. Qi Jing waved her hand, saying, all right, don't disturb me while I read. Go entertain yourself. Su Qingchuan glanced at the hefty tome in her hands, which was about the profession of a manager. He decided not to interrupt her further, quietly making his way upstairs. After showering and changing into a fresh outfit, he was just about to head downstairs when his phone rang. Hello? It's me. Dad, is it again? You asked me to buy a house in Quanjing Alley, and I have done so. How many did you buy? Is the money sufficient? 3, in a row, and the funds were just right. However, today the Municipal Bureau issued a demolition order. Quanjing Alley may not be safe. Son, this money might go to waste. Su Qingchuan frowned, taken aback by the swift demolition news. They just announced it this morning. These officials are truly something. If they had announced it a day earlier, I wouldn't have spent this unnecessary money. Su Xinjians felt the pinch of the 200,000 he had spent. He had never dared to dream of having such wealth before. Su Qingchuan reassured him. It's fine. If they want to demolish, let them. Surely, the construction company will provide some compensation. The current compensation price is 500 per square meter, Su Xinjians said indignantly. That's simply daylight robbery. Su Qingchuan was also somewhat shocked. 500 was indeed far too little. The demolition company was lacking in humanity. Such meager compensation would likely lead to significant unrest during the demolition of Quanjing Alley. Dad, for the time being, avoid going to Quanjing Alley. I suspect there will be disturbances. It would be unfortunate if you got caught up in the chaos, Su Qingchuan advised. I understand, Su Xinjians replied. By the way, your sister's surgery has been scheduled at our city hospital. However, the specialists are coming from the provincial capital, so the operation is assured. Su Qingchuan said, please inform Qianqian. I will definitely return when she is having her surgery. She feels the same way. Su Xinjians concluded. All right, I'll hang up now. Su Qingchuan hung up the phone, lit a cigarette, and stepped onto the balcony. The demolition timeline for Quanjing Lane had arrived sooner than he had anticipated. Indeed, he recalled several instances of ruthless demolitions occurring in Quanjing Lane, all stemming from disputes over compensation. Su Qingchuan's motivation for purchasing a property in Quanjing Lane was twofold. He genuinely admired the ancient architecture within, and he aspired to contribute, to the best of his abilities, to the preservation of cultural heritage in Anqing. Furthermore, he hoped that leveraging the reputation of Haichuan Company could postpone the demolition efforts, thus preventing the recurrence of past tragedies. However, it now seemed that the challenge was rather formidable. Chapter 93. Recording songs in the midst of the demolition in Quanjing Lane, Su Qingchuan found himself at a loss for a solution, deciding to temporarily set the matter aside, intending to respond to the demolition company's actions as they unfolded. The following day, he received a call from Shen Bingqing, who informed him that she was ready and waiting for him at the east gate of the Kai University. Su Qingchuan drove over directly. Once Shen Bingqing entered the car, she appeared remarkably at ease, showing no